Synopsis. In a world on the brink of oblivion, warriors and legends clash holy crossbows against creeping darkness, ethereal melodies against silent despair. As master swordsmen test their skills and exiled souls seek redemption. An ancient void awakens. With fates chosen standing at the edge of ruin, will they rise to defend their world, or fall into the abyss of nothingness? Chapter 1. Ah! Help! A figure fell rapidly from the edge of the cliff, accompanied by panicked screams. Lu Chuan never expected that his death would come so suddenly, and so funny. Originally, I had just finished the college entrance examination a few days ago. And my body and mind suddenly relaxed after 12 years of busy work. The class leader suggested that after this exam, everyone organizes a trip to the countryside together to relax and relax. The class monitor is the object of Lu Chuan's crush for 3 years. She is very beautiful, and her academic performance has always been among the best. It is reasonable for Lu Chuan to like her for such a lady. The person he likes proposes an outing, so Lu Chuan must be actively involved in it, and Lu Chuan is also thinking about it, and when everyone arrives in the suburbs and the activities start, he will take advantage of the chaos. Yes, take the opportunity to hide the words that I have kept in my heart for 3 years, make a summary, and express my feelings for the monitor. Even if she accepts it or refuses it, at least she can't let this relationship rot in her stomach. The idea was made, things did go according to Lu Chuan's expectations. And everyone arrived at the agreed outing spot, but what Lu Chuan didn't expect was that another tall, rich and handsome man in the class took a step ahead of what he was going to do. The following story is very clear. Although it is bloody, at least it is not divorced from reality. The beautiful and generous female class leader accepted the love of the sunny and handsome male classmate. And held hands and cuddled together. Whether it is a fairy tale or a script, isn't it all written like this? When Lu Chuan was sad, he walked alone to relax, and walked to a hillside, and somehow he stood on the edge of a cliff. Don't get me wrong, our classmate Lu Chuan doesn't actually want to jump off a cliff, he just wants to be calm and calm, isn't there an old saying? It's too cold to be high. But when Lu Chuan was standing on the edge of the hillside, he recalled that he had a fear of heights, but his legs had already started to tremble uncontrollably. He wanted to control himself to walk back, but found that he couldn't move under his feet. At this time, cooperate with a gust of undead wind. Lu Chuan fell off a cliff in such a ridiculous way. Before he died, Lu Chuan suddenly remembered a sentence that was said by some great god. The wind today is really noisy. In the middle of a lake with rippling blue waves, there is a naked woman soaking in the lake. She tied her soft long yellow hair into a bun, revealing her slender neck, and then stretched out her white and tender jade arms. Gently embracing the lake surface, splashing circles of ripples, holding a ladle of water slowly pouring down from her neck, mischievous drops of water rolled down from the thrilling gully on her chest. Hey, it's been 3 days. I don't know if those guys are still following me. After all, it's about that matter, I can't be neglected. The woman's cherry-pink lips parted slightly, and there was a hint of embarrassment in her tone. Sigh. Just as the woman finished speaking, there was a sudden sound of breaking wind in mid-air, the woman's face changed, her long and narrow eyes narrowed suddenly, her palm turned over in the lake, and a tiny vortex formed on the lake surface. Come. Are you chasing so closely, then I'll give you a ride. Before the woman could finish her sentence, she heard a flustered shout from above her head. Hey! So what? The big brother down there, make room for me. I'm going to die. Huh? Not that group of people. The woman raised her head slightly when she heard the words. But saw a man in a strange costume descending from the sky, with his limbs desperately scratching the air in mid-air. The mercenaries on the tip of the knife are not all the way. The woman hastily withdrew her hand, and the vortex on the lake stopped abruptly, but she herself lost the best time to avoid it. Boom! There was a loud sound of water breaking, and a wave several feet high was slapped, startling a group of birds in the surrounding dense forest. Lu Chuan fell from a high altitude, and before he could see the situation clearly, he sank into the lake again. As a landlubber, poor Lu Chuan could only subconsciously search for straws. The moment he fell into the lake, he seemed to be catching lived on a pair of ankles. This is probably the big brother who took a bath just now, Lu Chuan thought to himself, but anyway, others can take a bath in the lake. No matter what, he hugged those legs desperately in his arms. The problem lies here. The woman that Lu Chuan entrusted to her is not a person who understands water very well. She is only limited to the extent that she can bathe in the lake without being drowned. Suddenly a guy falls from the sky and hugs her without saying a word after touching her calf. She began to dive. After the woman choked on a few sips of water in a panic, she finally couldn't resist the gravity and followed Lu Chuan to dive. Soon, the woman felt that it was difficult to breathe, and she began to struggle. Lu Chuan thought she wanted to kick him away, so he hugged her legs even tighter. The two of them were entangled in this way, diving deeper and deeper, and when they were about to suffocate, the woman stared, and a yellow light burst out. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chuan clearly felt that the surrounding lake began to flow crazily, as if there was still a strong wind intervening in the lake. With the continuous rotation and flow of the lake water, a small space was magically vacated in the central area. After the woman came into contact with the space and felt the flow of the wind, her whole body seemed to be much lighter. With a wave of her arms, her whole body was ejected from the bottom of the lake like a cannonball, flying straight into the sky, causing waves. Lu Chuan, who was hanging upside down on her body, was brought up together, but because of gravity, Lu Chuan had to wrap his legs around the woman's neck to prevent falling from midair. But in this way, a very, very shy posture is formed. 69. Hoochie, hoochie. Hoo. On the shore, two wet bodies supported the big tree beside them, gasping for breath. After holding back in the water for so long, Lu Chuan almost suffocated him to death. Now he has only one idea: don't talk, give me 20 yuan of air first. The woman was obviously not much better, her face was flushed, and she was panting delicately, not to mention that she was almost choked to death. Just Lu Chuan's legs clamped around her neck almost choked her to death. After the two gasped for breath for a while, Lu Chuan suddenly stood up and ran forward as if he had been spattered with chicken blood. The woman was stunned for a moment, and when she realized it, her face turned red, she stretched out her hand. And a gust of wind enveloped her. Looking at her exquisite and graceful body, it is obviously just an invisible wind, but it wraps her originally naked body tightly from neck to feet, giving people a faint feeling, but no spring can be seen. After confirming that she was not naked, the woman slowly raised her head, looked at Lu Chuan who had run a short distance in front of her. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, she stretched out her finger to check the direction of Lu Chuan, and said softly, "Return." Buzz. Suddenly there was a gust of wind, and the leaves in the forest were blowing wantonly. Lu Chuan, who was in the posture of a world-running champion, somehow left his legs off the ground. He stroked his legs twice before feeling sad. The discovery stepped on the air. Accompanied by a dull landing sound, Lu Chuan returned to the woman's side without any surprise. But this time it was under his feet, a delicate cheek as delicate as in a painting was reflected in Lu Chuan's eyes, but the face was with a cold expression. "Go ahead," the woman said lightly. "Hey, so what?" Lu Chuan got up from the ground, scratched his cheek in embarrassment and smiled. "Eldest sister, ah no, beautiful lady, I didn't see anything just now." "Did I ask you what you saw?" The woman's long and narrow eyes burst out with playfulness. "Are you saying that I'm gouging out your eyes, or just castrating you?" When the woman said this, there was a hint of coldness in her tone, which made Lu Chuan tremble all over. It could be felt that this woman was not joking with him. If she still had a playful smile on her face, she might really kill herself in this dense forest. Gudong, Lu Chuan swallowed hard. Originally, he was just a little dick Lu Chuan who had just finished a college entrance examination and hadn't had time to enjoy life. He was about to face such a difficult situation in the next moment, and Lu Chuan still didn't quite understand what was in front of him. Status. He was supposed to be thrown to death, but the lake that suddenly appeared under the cliff, as well as this windy woman, all explained that he probably crossed over. How? Have you thought about it? If not, the woman's voice stopped abruptly. Because at this time there was a sound of grass being trampled not far away, and judging from the chaotic voice, there was obviously more than one visitor. The conversations of those guys reached the ears of Lu Chuan and the woman through the dense forest. The little girl from the wind elves escaped quite quickly. But she must have never expected that we have a first-level demon-smelling beast in our hands. When she was injured, the demon-smelling beast smelled a lot of her blood. It doesn't take much effort to catch up all the way. "Boss, don't worry, the sacred object of the wind elves will definitely not escape, but judging from the performance of that chick, it seems that she is not in her hands either. Should we wait?" "No, I brought good things here this time. As long as the person who catches her, she won't be afraid that she won't tell us the hiding place of the holy object." "Boss, the demon-smelling beast seems to have discovered something again." "Oh. Let me take a look." "Well, the woman is nearby, slow down and look carefully. The sniffing beast can only roughly determine her location." "Good." The group's voice fell, followed by the sound of footsteps getting closer. "Damn it, these guys are really chasing after you." The woman turned pale a little when she heard this, and then glanced coldly at Lu Chuan. With a murderous intent, she lifted her palm. And a wave no less than a gust of wind was forced condensed in the center of her palm, filled with a terrible wind. She said to Lu Chuan in a deep voice, "If this is the case, then I can only be sorry for you." After all, she raised her palm and patted Lu Chuan with a strong wind. "If you dare to kill me, I'll yell for help. And you won't be able to run away even if you lure them here. Let's see who is faster." Lu Chuan also saw that the woman wanted to kill people to silence her whereabouts, so he hurriedly lowered his voice and said, "Now that things have come to this, Lu Chuan can only take a gamble, betting that this chick dare not take the risk of being discovered to be him here. Since the end of the ambiguous relationship, I went back and forth and now I'm back here again. It's been 2 years. I would like to thank those children's shoes who have been by Mo Lu's side since the ambiguous or even earlier. It is because of you that Mo Lu will continue to this day." Chapter 2. Fortunately, Lu Chuan made the right bet. This woman really didn't dare to kill him here to silence him. Once Lu Chuan's cry before his death attracted those guys, she herself would be doomed. "Men like you who can only play tricks are the type I hate the most." The woman waved her hand to dissipate the wind, and gritted her teeth fiercely. "I didn't intend to make you like me, especially on the premise that you intend to kill me." After knowing that the woman was afraid to do anything now, Lu Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief and shrugged. "I see how long you can be proud. As long as you get out of their search range, I don't think anyone will be able to protect you." The woman gritted her teeth fiercely, raised her hand. And an invisible wind swept Lu Chuan wrapped up all over. Lu Chuan only felt that his body was light, and he was floating in midair. "Go." Immediately afterwards, the woman stepped on the ground lightly, and like a gust of wind, she penetrated into the depths of the dense forest, and Lu Chuan, who was full of helplessness, was taken away together. "Where do you plan to go next?" Lu Chuan put his hands on the back of his head at this time, lying in midair in an extremely comfortable position. Anyway, he didn't need to make any effort, and with the help of this woman's wind, he floated very comfortably. "You don't need to worry about this, you still worry about yourself, as long as you get rid of them. Your death will be approaching." The woman glanced at Lu Chuan behind her from the corner of her eye, and found that he was so comfortable, she was suddenly angry. A few more points. He was exhausted in avoiding the pursuit of others, but he was obviously just a guy with no strength to fight back, and he was dying, but he was more relaxed and happy than himself. After holding back for a while, the woman still couldn't hold back, and said hesitantly, Aren't you afraid of death?" "If I said I was afraid of death, wouldn't you kill me?" Lu Chuan asked back. The woman fell silent, and in the dense forest, only the slight sound of the wind caused by her hurrying in midair, as well as her somewhat disordered breathing rhythm could be heard. After the two had driven for an unknown amount of time in the forest, Lu Chuan's voice suddenly sounded. "Hey, are you seriously injured?" He heard the woman's breathing became more and more rapid, as if he couldn't breathe. "It's okay to kill you," the woman said coldly without turning her head. "Ahem." Lu Chuan coughed twice, rolled his eyes and said again, "Woman, don't always think about killing people. You have to think about it from a different angle. Now you are alone, facing several of them, will inevitably be at a disadvantage, but what if you have an extra teammate? If it was a teammate like you, then I would die faster." This time the woman didn't even have time to think. "Don't say that. From the perspective of probability, one more person will have a better chance of winning. I have to score 95 in mathematics in the college entrance examination." Lu Chuan touched his cheek resentfully. "Although I don't know what you mean by the college entrance examination, but," the woman paused, as if making a decision, and then said after a while, "However, I can indeed give you a chance to redeem your sins. It's up to you. I can't catch it. Is it a heinous sin to accidentally see you taking a bath?" The woman glanced at Lu Chuan coldly, and continued, "I originally belonged to the Wind Elf clan, but just a while ago, our Wind Elf clan was slaughtered, and the murderer was the servant who was chasing us. Bing. Although there are only a few people here this time, the forces behind them are very powerful. They wiped out our entire Wind Elf clan almost effortlessly." Speaking of this, a strong murderous intent flashed in the woman's eyes, which was hundreds of times stronger than the desire to kill Lu Chuan just now. "Their purpose is to obtain the sacred object of our Wind Elves, the Storm Scepter, but how could the town's sacred object, which has been passed down for hundreds of years, be easily handed over to the aliens?" The patriarch desperately resisted. "So they sent us a clan. I escaped by chance, but I also fell into their hunting list and have been hiding until now. But you can also see that they are chasing too closely. If this continues, I will be caught by them sooner or later. You don't intend to use me as bait, do you?" Hearing what the woman said, Lu Chuan suddenly became nervous. Heh. Unexpectedly, the woman smiled disdainfully. Seeing her sarcasm, Lu Chuan felt annoyed, and wanted to refute. I also scored 90 points in Chinese in the college entrance examination. Wen Ning draws a pen to determine the universe. But after thinking about it carefully, I found that I was indeed not worth being a bait. This woman could easily kill herself, but she was chased by those people and fled everywhere. Using herself as a bait was completely dead. The thing I plan to ask you to help me is very simple: take out the holy object and run away. There will always be a day when you will be caught. Only by taking out the holy object will you have the capital to fight them and have revenge ability. Me? Help you take out the holy object? Why did you go by yourself? Lu Chuan actually wanted to say something. Our patriarch told me where the holy object was hidden before he died, but if he wants to take out the holy object, he must, a man and a woman. When she said this, she suddenly faltered. Lu Chuan's eyes lit up when he heard the words. Fuck. There is such a good thing. According to the development of this plot, the correct routine should be that taking out the holy object requires a man and a and yang to reconcile. Crack the mechanism of the balance of yin and yang after a slap, and then take out the holy object and beat the chasing enemy soldiers to death, falling flowers and flowing water, and finally embrace the beauty. As expected, I am the one who never dies. I knew that since I have crossed over. I have to be a savior. Even if I can't be a savior, I can be a savior, right? Maybe it will be passed on in the future. With the will of the wind elves, maybe you can become a foreign patriarch. It has to be said that Lu Chuan also has 90 points in the ability to yin. Stop, don't think too much, the organ just needs the blood of a man and a woman to adjust and balance. Press our blood fingerprints in front of the stone tablet, and you can open the door of the organ where the holy object is hidden. I have been running away these days. I can't find a suitable candidate. And now I don't have time to think about other things. If you want to survive, please help me. The woman glanced at Lu Chuan lightly, and suddenly stopped in a very hidden room. At the entrance of the cave, here we are. If it wasn't for this chick who led him around, Lu Chuan would never have imagined that there would be a cave hidden in such a hidden place. This place is already in the depths of the dense forest. The thick and big trees spread out their branches and leaves densely, and the dark green leaves cover the sky. It can almost be described as airtight. It's best not to find out what tricks you are playing, or I will let you fall from the air at least 3,000 meters. The woman warned Lu Chuan, and she walked slowly to the entrance of the cave a few meters inside. Lu Chuan was shocked. I saw a stone gate built here. I don't know what kind of strange stone the stone gate is made of. Just standing there, it feels as hard as a rock, as if hundreds of strong men can't move it. It's average. The 68th generation descendant of the Wind Elf clan, Janna, has come here. Due to major changes in the Wind Elf clan. The woman who called herself Janna walked to the stone gate, muttering as if reciting some spell, but Lu Chuan was slightly shocked because of her name. Janna? And someone who can control the power of wind. An online game that was very popular in his world, League of Legends, could not help appearing in Lu Chuan's mind. And there is also a heroine who can control the power of the wind element, who also happens to be named Janna. It can't be such a coincidence. Could it be that I have traveled to the world in LOL? But it doesn't look like it. Lu Chuan secretly paid for it. The chick in front of him is obviously much more beautiful and delicate, otherwise he would not have arrived. It's only now starting to be speculated whether the two are the same person. Okay, it's your turn. At this time, Janna said softly. It's my turn. What's my turn? Like me, read the terminology. The woman gave Lu Chuan a blank look. Terms. Okay, what? Hello door god, I am the 68th generation of the Wind Elf clan. Tell me about your own history. Sherman needs to test the authenticity of his words. So amazing. A lie detector. Lu Chuan scratched his cheeks. Seeing Janna, whose face was getting darker, he quickly changed his words. I am an unknown and good young man from Huaxia Kingdom in the global village. My dream is to have a big house. Facing the sea, with flowers blooming every day. Lu Chuan originally just babbled a few words with a mentality of is it so amazing, but there was a movement at the Sherman. After a dull sound, an emerald green light appeared on the inconspicuous stone tablet at the side. Quick! The test has been passed, and the door can be opened by pressing the bloody finger up. Janna had already bit her finger and pressed it on the stone tablet. It is slowly spreading. While the other side is still glowing green, obviously waiting for the blood finger of another person who opened the steel. Having come to this point, Lu Chuan could only reluctantly bite his finger and press it on the other half of the steel. After a few seconds of silence, the two semicircular blood-colored patterns on the steel finally merged into a circle, and the heavy stone door was also humming and trembling at this moment, and a gap was slowly opened. "Follow me." After Jana just dropped a sentence, her figure flashed, and the moment the stone door opened, she stepped in. "Hey, slow down, the designer of this Sherman is too unreliable, he can open the door with just a few words." Before entering the cave, Lu Chuan did not forget to complain. It was almost the same as what Lu Chuan had expected. The cave was so dark that you could barely see your fingers. After all, Jana was just a woman. She subconsciously grabbed Lu Chuan's sleeve, and the two walked forward slowly. But fortunately, the road ahead of this cave doesn't seem to be as winding and tortuous as imagined, almost a road to the end, and there is no mechanism at all. "I have to say, you, the former elders and patriarchs of the Wind Elves, designed this cave to be too safe. It feels like everyone can come in." Lu Chuan whispered. "Shut up, I'll kill you if you talk too much," Jana said angrily when her holy land was defiled. "Okay, I'll shut up. By the way, since I've worked so hard to help you, can you release me as agreed after you get the relic?" Lu Chuan smiled flatteringly. "What? Are you afraid of death at this time?" Jana snorted coldly. "Hey, it's better to die than to live." Lu Chuan smiled awkwardly. After getting along with him for a short period of time, he found that this woman was not as unreasonable as he imagined, and he wanted to kill him just because of his own desire. Bow. Now that they have escaped here, and the sacred object has been obtained, Lu Chuan wonders whether to praise her or not, and then make a living or something. The two of them walked for a distance in the dark, and after touching the wall and turning a few turns, they suddenly found a bright spot. The holy object should be the light of the holy object. According to the patriarch's description, there is almost no light in the cave if a light source is found. Then it must be emitted by the holy object. Jana's breathing became more rapid. After all, this is a sacred artifact that their entire race has passed down for hundreds of years. Now that they are lucky enough to see it, everyone is excited. "Hey, girl, are you listening to me? After you got the holy object, let me go, okay? Let's talk when we get it." Jana quickened her pace. With the light source, it was much easier to walk. What Lu Chuan and Jana didn't expect was that at this moment, an extremely discordant sound circled in from the entrance of the cave. "Hee, I didn't expect you to be more impatient than me. You have been following me for a short time. And you can't wait to take out the holy object, but that's good too. It saves me from asking. I really want to thank you. Jana." A cold smile came, making Jana's steps froze. "Why did they come here?" Jana murmured in a low voice, then she reacted and pushed Lu Chuan's shoulder. You go and take out the holy object, I'll block them first." Chapter 3. This is the best way Jana can think of at the moment. Because if she went to fetch the holy object by herself, if any mechanism delayed the time, then that seemingly incompetent guy would definitely not be able to stop the gang of mercenaries, but she could delay it for a while. Is there any spell for taking out the holy object? Under the emergency, Lu Chuan didn't have time to talk nonsense, but asked directly. "I don't know. The holy object has been stored for a long time, and even the patriarch doesn't know how to take it out." Jana frowned, and gritted her teeth. "Go and see it. There is no time to explain. Then you ask for blessings. If I can take out the holy object, I will return it." Lu Chuan ran towards the light source without any gentlemanly demeanor. Just as the two of them were talking, the gang of mercenaries who were chasing after her had already passed through the curved tunnel and stood in front of Jana. Jana raised her eyes and glanced lightly, her heart sank. There were more people coming this time than the ones chasing her last time. There were 6 people in total, and each of them had at least a brass 5-star aura floating on them. The continent of Valoran is a world that respects strength. The warriors are ranked according to the hierarchy system in the continent of Valoran. From the beginning of martial arts until they step into the realm of brass. This is a very long process in itself. Certain talents, some with poor talents, may not even be able to reach the brass realm in a lifetime. Warriors who can reach the brass 5-star strength are all good players who can fight 10 against 1. Jana didn't expect that in order to chase and kill her, the opponent directly sent 6 brass 5-star warriors this time. Jana herself is only a 4-star brass, and she can move forward and retreat freely when facing 2 or 3 5-star warriors, but facing 6 at the same time is far from something she can resist still in the case of previous injuries. Thinking that the sacred objects of the family were not far behind her, she stepped firmly on the ground, clenched her hands slightly, and refused to back down. Janna, don't make meaningless resistance, surrender to us. And hand over the holy things. I can consider taking you as my concubine. I dare not say that you will be rich and prosperous for the rest of your life, but at least you will have no worries about food and clothing. Those who oppose our Scarlet Mercenary Corps will not get any benefits, you have to think about it carefully. A middle-aged man at the head showed a cold smile. You who slaughtered our entire wind elves are the least qualified to say this. If you have the ability, kill me. A light yellow light appeared in Janna's eyes, and the fist in her hand suddenly loosened. Open. 2 gusts of wind came out fiercely from her palm, bringing a whistling sound of wind, and struck towards those warriors. The strong wind attack of the brass 4-star should not be underestimated, especially in this narrow space. If you are not careful, the gutter may capsize. The middle-aged man did not dare to push it, but pulled out a long sword, with a fixed gaze, caught the flow of the strong wind, and cut out with a sword. Boom! Janna's strong wind attack was cut in 2 by a sword, and hit the side wall, hitting 2 small potholes on the wall. Give it to me. After capturing her alive, go after that kid, don't let that guy run away with the holy object. Or the higher-ups will blame us, and none of us can bear it. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, holding the long sword in his hand going straight to Janna to attack. The other 5 men also showed their weapons and followed behind the man. A staff about half a meter long and glowing with golden light slightly floated above the central white jade stone pillar in the deepest part of the cave can be sensed. In the past, Lu Chuan had only seen such things in movies or anime, but now he saw it with his own eyes for the first time, and he couldn't help feeling a little excited. After he swallowed, he walked in front of the stone pillar, thinking that Janna at the entrance of the cave was still resisting those guys. Lu Chuan had no time to think, so he could only sink his heart and reached out to touch the staff. Boom! Just as his hand was about to touch the staff, an invisible barrier suddenly emerged, and a tiny static electricity flowed through Lu Chuan's arm, bouncing his body backwards. With a dull sound, Lu Chuan's body directly hit the cave wall behind him, and then rolled to the ground with the debris. At this moment, Lu Chuan felt that his whole body was about to fall apart. So embarrassed. Sure enough, it is a sacred object that has been passed down by a race for thousands of years. If anyone can easily get it, it is not worthy of being called a sacred object. Lu Chuan wiped the blood stains from the corner of his mouth, and stood up from the ground with difficulty. When she got up, she heard Janna's scream not far away. Ah! No way! Was it solved so quickly? Lu Chuan's heart tightened. He also knew that this chick was no match for those people. But he didn't expect her to fall so quickly. There is no other special passage in the deepest part of this cave. Once Janna is defeated, those people will definitely chase after her, and naturally they will not let her go. Thoughts circulated in Lu Chuan's mind. Even if there were hidden traps around the sacred object, Lu Chuan would not have enough time to find the trap. The only way he could choose was to try to take out the sacred object by force and see if he could use the sacred object strength to defeat those chasing guys. After making up his mind, Lu Chuan took off his shirt, wrapped it around his fist, shouted loudly, rushed towards the holy object with all his strength, and at the same time clenched his fist with his right hand, and slammed down hard on the void barrier in front of him. Boom! This time the rebound was stronger than before. Lu Chuan was thrown out like a cannonball and hit the wall again. This time, he fell directly to the ground with a mouthful of blood spurting from his mouth. The sound of chaotic footsteps approached the depths of the cave following Lu Chuan. He saw a few pairs of feet standing in front of him. He raised his head slightly and found that the middle-aged man who took the lead was looking at him provocatively. Behind him, Jia Na was tied up by another strong man and followed behind them. Heh, you really don't know how to live or die. You don't have any fluctuations in the aura of a warrior. I'm afraid he hasn't reached the level of a beginner in martial arts, right? If you dare to come here and seek death. If this is the case, I will help you. Middle-aged the man was originally a mercenary who walked on the tip of a knife and at the muzzle of a knife. In his eyes, killing Lu Chuan was no different from crushing an ant. He slowly raised his leg and stepped on Lu Chuan's head. Janna, who had no strength, couldn't bear to see the bloody scene, so she had to turn her face away. Lu Chuan had already closed his eyes. He, who had prepared himself for death from the moment he fell off the cliff, somehow traveled to another world, but what awaited him was still death, which only made him linger for a few more seconds. Bang! Just when the middle-aged man stepped on it. The scene he expected that Lu Chuan's head would explode like a watermelon did not appear, and a bead emitting a powerful light floated from Lu Chuan's collar come out and lay across Lu Chuan's head. It was such a bead, no bigger than the size of a palm, that made the middle-aged man unable to press down on it no matter what. At the moment when the beads appeared, there was a thunderous cracking sound in Lu Chuan's ears, which almost shattered his eardrums, a language that Lu Chuan had never heard echoed in his ears, as if it was the voice of God. The murmur seemed to be the whisper of a demon. But Lu Chuan miraculously understood. Summoner chosen by God, start your Valoran journey from now on. Before the void enters, when the destruction comes, you will fight with your courage. The key to change is hold it in your hands. An obscure voice fell, and a blood-colored long sword glowing with red light flew out of the dazzling bead. Lu Chuan's hands seemed to be out of control, holding the blood-colored long sword. With the long sword in hand, Lu Chuan suddenly felt as if a lot of power surged in his body, and he was full of energy at this moment, who was already injured. He stood up again with almost no effort. Where did you learn the crooked ways again? But this is just delaying your death. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, drew out his long sword, and slashed towards Lu Chuan with a slash. The sharp blade kept enlarging under the miniature of Lu Chuan's pupils. Even if Lu Chuan had an extra long sword in his hand, but he has never learned swordsmanship. Moreover, the middle-aged man swung his sword very quickly, reaching Lu Chuan's front door in just the blink of an eye. Lu Chuan subconsciously raised his sword above his head, thinking that he could last for a second, but what happened the next moment stunned him, Jana, and everyone present. The middle-aged man slashed at the blood sword in Lu Chuan's hand with a sword. Lu Chuan remained motionless like a rock, but the middle-aged man was thrown upside down by the shock and hit the wall. Seeing this, Jana opened her rosy mouth slightly, speechless in surprise. Even Lu Chuan himself was a little confused. What's the situation with this TM? Could it be that I have been endowed with divine power? Damn, come on with me. Kill him. The middle-aged man got up from the ground holding his chest. He was obviously just a kid who didn't even enter the realm of martial arts practitioners, but he gave him a brass 5-star warrior. Fly with one blow. No, he was sent flying out without moving at all. This is simply a humiliation to the warrior world. The middle-aged man felt dull, and called his younger brothers to rush towards Lu Chuan. Boom. Snapped. Only a few seconds passed, and those mercenaries were bounced back no matter how they rushed over. Lu Chuan still stood there in that unsightly posture. Boss, this kid has a ghost. I'm afraid he was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger just now. You don't need to tell me that I can see it. The middle-aged man covered his chest, gave a low drink and glanced at Lu Chuan again, and said fiercely, Boy, this Liangzi. You have united with the bloody mercenary. Don't worry, it won't be too long. In the bloody mercenary group, we are just the lowest level mercenaries, and your death will come soon. Lu Chuan didn't speak, but made a movement of raising his sword, and the middle-aged man who spoke harshly ran out of the cave with his gang of younger brothers. I really don't understand these people. If you can't beat them, why don't you run quickly? If you insist on wrapping me here, is it possible to give you 2 more chicken legs or what? Lu Chuan tried his best to cater to what happened so far. The hero of the story is pretending to be aggressive in front of the beautiful women. It's just that at this moment, the blood sword in his hand turned into a ray of light, retracted into the small bead, and the light of the small bead gradually dimmed, and slowly floated on Lu Chuan's palm. When the blood sword was withdrawn, Lu Chuan suddenly felt that the powerful power no longer existed, and when he wanted to pretend to have a few words with Jana, his eyes went dark, and he fell to the ground unconscious. Before he fell into a coma, there was only one thought in Lu Chuan's mind. I feel my body being hollowed out. Chapter 4. Lu Chuan had a very strange dream. In the dream, he was in a pitch-black space where he couldn't see his fingers. Suddenly, a small golden bead floated around him. When Lu Chuan reached out to pick up the bead, a burst of light swept away all the darkness, to disperse. At the same time, the surrounding scene also appeared. Lu Chuan suddenly appeared in mid-air, looking down at the world below his feet from a godlike perspective. It was a rich and beautiful land. Countless people lived on this fertile land. And they worked diligently. Take care of this land beautifully and cleanly, they are carefree. I could still hear bursts of laughter in my ears. Where is this? Lu Chuan murmured in a low voice. He looked down at his feet, and at this moment, the screen suddenly changed, and a blackness slowly invaded from the distant sky, like a picture falling into the sky. Like the white paper in the ink tank, it is continuously dyed with dark and deep colors. The dark color quickly eroded and invaded the ground at Lu Chuan's feet. In a blink of an eye, the laughter in his ears disappeared, leaving only the endless despair and cries echoing in his ears. The ground beneath his feet was corroded, leaving only withered colors. At this time, the space Lu Chuan was in seemed to have been pulled vigorously by someone, stretched sharply, and even Lu Chuan himself, who had been watching the world under his feet, turned into an extremely small ant. He looked up, and found an indescribably huge monster that he had never seen before, looking at him as if he was overlooking the world under his feet, and the huge monster exuded heart-palpitating aura fluctuations. From the moment Lu Chuan saw it, his whole heart was occupied by extreme despair. He couldn't explain why, but he felt powerless, as if he couldn't escape its control no matter what, and couldn't escape the space dominated by it. Fact. This feeling of fear, even the moment when Lu Chuan fell off the cliff and was trampled by the murderous mercenaries. He never experienced it. He has never been so desperate as he is now. His scalp is numb in despair, and his hands and feet are cold. At this moment, Lu Chuan's mind suddenly trembled, and the small bead held in his hand shone brightly again. And countless auras floated out of it, and penetrated into Lu Chuan's body. The fear dissipated instantly at that moment, and at the same time he felt unprecedented strength and courage. At the same time, familiar faces slowly appeared in Lu Chuan's mind, and he suddenly realized that he grinned and murmured softly, "It turns out that's how it is, I understand, I will bring the power of all of you to defeat it." After finishing speaking, Lu Chuan slowly raised his hand, and gently grabbed it in midair. Crack! The scene in front of him, together with the huge monster, shattered like a broken mirror. After the smoke cleared, Lu Chuan fell into darkness again. At this time, in another space that is unknown how far away, a deep voice sounded. "Prophet, has the phantom of the future passed to him? It has already been conveyed, but I saw countless fragments of the future on him. What the future of the Valoran continent will become, even I can't predict it. Just pass it on. God has already selected a candidate for us, so let the rest be left to fate." Crack! A 5-fingerprint appeared on Lu Chuan's face, waking him up from his sleep. Who? Who attacked me? Lu Chuan jumped up from the ground covering his face. After looking around for a long time, he saw Jana with a pretty face blushing in front of him, and her hand that she hadn't had time to withdraw. "You hit me?" Lu Chuan stared at Jana. "Heh, it's a good thing I didn't kill you. I was worried that you would die, but when I took a closer look, you just, Jana was really embarrassed to repeat the scene just now. Originally, it was because he chased away those guys and helped him untie the enchantment of the holy object. He stayed by his side while he was unconscious, in case some monsters in the dense forest snatched him away. As a result, he, who was sleeping soundly at first, suddenly started to move around, as if he was having a nightmare. Seeing this, Jana couldn't bear it, and when she was about to step up to see what was going on with him, who knew that guy stretched out his hand and grabbed her chest. There are also shameless words like "I will take all of you to overcome it" in my mouth. Jana was furious when she heard that. WTF. How many more people do you want to touch my mother's chest? So she was also very straightforward, slapping Lu Chuan awake. "What's wrong with me? Could it be that I touched your chest?" "So angry." Lu Chuan said angrily. Anyone who was slapped awake while sleeping would be angry. As a result, as soon as the words fell, Jana's pretty face gradually became gloomy. Lu Chuan suddenly realized something was wrong. "Did I just really touch yours, when I was unconscious?" "Shut up." Jana's forehead bulged with veins. "Okay, I'll shut up." Lu Chuan repeatedly compromised. If you really touch her breasts and get slapped, it's not a bad thing, after all. In Lu Chuan's world, if such a good thing like touching a beautiful big sister's breasts is just slapped spreads, it will definitely be spread. There are countless hanging wires waiting in line to be fanned. Alas, if I say too much, I will cry. By the way, the group of guys ran away. Lu Chuan changed the subject. He vaguely remembered that he seemed to drive away the group of mercenaries before he fell into a coma. After seeing Jana nodded lightly, Lu Chuan said again, "Then what about your sacred object? Did you get it too? I wanted to help you get it just now, but when I touched it, it bounced back. Came back." While Lu Chuan was speaking, Jana took out a slender jade-colored staff from behind. The staff was full of extraordinary light and a strong wind faintly existed in it. Maybe it needs the heirs of the Wind Elves' bloodline to control it. I took it off as soon as I got it, but although I got it, I couldn't use it. There seems to be some seal in it. Relying on my own strength there is no way to untie it. Jana frowned slightly. She also tried to activate some wind abilities after getting the staff, but the strength was not improved. Apparently the staff's abilities were not developed. It's fine if you can get it. If you think about it more in the future, you will definitely be able to study it thoroughly. I play some 3D custom maids at home when I have nothing to do. I don't know how to play at first. But after more exploration, Lu Chuan suddenly found himself slipping the tongue yes, shut up quickly. Jana looked at Lu Chuan suspiciously, 3D customized made. What do you mean? Nothing, nothing. Lu Chuan quickly shook his head. But having said that, you are really hiding deep enough. You can fight against 6 brass 5-star warriors by yourself. I was really wrong. Jana squinted her eyes and looked at Lu Chuan up and down. After being reminded by Jana, Lu Chuan suddenly remembered that when he was almost killed by the middle-aged man before he fell into a coma, it was a magical bead that saved him. It is indeed a bead the size of half a palm, because Lu Chuan has been running since the fall, so he didn't pay much attention to it, and he didn't know when the bead was on him. Lu Chuan immediately thought of the illusory dream just now, and the bead in the dream was exactly the same as the bead in his arms. What does that dream mean? And the voice that echoed in my head when the beads appeared earlier, resisting the void, the key to change. I don't really understand, I don't understand your world very well routine. Lu Chuan took out the small bead and turned it over in his hand with a puzzled face, but the current small bead was dull, and people would laugh at it even if it was a low-grade orb. What is this? Jana asked curiously when she saw the beads in Lu Chuan's hands. Lu Chuan came back to his senses and hurriedly stuffed the beads into his arms, as if he was afraid that Jana would snatch them away. Although I didn't understand it, there must be some power hidden in this bead, otherwise I would have died just now. It's better to be cautious. Heh, if you want to snatch me away while you're unconscious, why don't you wait until now? Jana snorted coldly, looking at Lu Chuan with disdain. Okay, you are selfless, you are great, and you have obtained a sacred object. According to the agreement, can I go now? Lu Chuan shrugged. Jana pinned a strand of hair over the pinna, glanced at Lu Chuan, and said hesitantly, Do you want to go to Demacia with me? I have something to do there, and the two of you can count as a friend. Take care. After Lu Chuan's powerful strength just now, for Jana who is still in the hunt, teaming up with Lu Chuan is the smartest choice. But our classmate Lu Chuan said. Grandma is a bit of a leg, she wanted to kill me just now, but now she sees that I am awesome, so she hugged her thigh. Will I say yes? Will you agree? Demacia, go by yourself. I'm just passing by for a trip. I saw you pitiful and saved you. Don't thank me. Remember my name, Lei Dafeng. Let's see each other again. Lu Chuan made a gesture what men like to do, pretend to be aggressive. He originally wanted to frustrate this chick's spirit. When two people go together, one of them must make up his mind. He wanted to let Jana know that it's okay to be together, but he is the boss, and she is just a small follower. Drinking foot-washing water, ah no, the kind that serves foot-washing water. Shameless. In the end, Jana didn't mean to flatter Lu Chuan, but turned away after leaving a word coldly. In just a few breaths, she disappeared into the dense forest. It was so fast that Lu Chuan was dumbfounded. You run really fast, girl. It's just a joke. Don't girls in this world joke? Lu Chuan touched his cheek helplessly, and looked up at the dark night that had gradually faded away. It's been a long time staying in this dense forest, it's time to find a way back. Logically speaking, since he could cross over, there should be a way back. Lu Chuan wanted to turn back to the lake where he first logged in, but suddenly a gloomy cold wind blew across his face, making Lu Chuan shiver all over. The temperature difference in Valoran is too big. It's fine during the day, but it's so cold at night. Lu Chuan folded his hands on his chest. Rubbed his shoulders, and when he was about to turn his head, he saw a pair of green light's eyes stared at him. Immediately afterwards, many pairs of green eyes appeared in the dense forest, as well as low-pitched roars. Lu Chuan encountered a pack of wolves very unfortunately. You beasts, do you think I'm afraid of you? Just now, I beat a group of strong men away. Lu Chuan swallowed, took out the small bead from his bosom and laid it across his chest. Posing in a very with a handsome posture, he muttered, the ultimate invincible transformation of the universe. Stupid beasts, you still have time to run now, he. 3 seconds later. Lu Chuan kept his original posture, and the dim bead in his hand did not respond at all. A gust of cold wind hit, the fur of the wolves fluttered wantonly, and the glint in their eyes became even brighter. Gudong, Lu Chuan swallowed hard, and smiled dryly at the pack of wolves in front of him, so what, the big brothers must just come for a walk. Right? The younger brother is just passing by, so don't bother. A few. Master Wolf is in a good mood, paralyzed. Help. Where are you, Jana? There was a miserable cry for help from the dense forest. Chapter 5. Is this Demacia? It's really similar to what I imagined. It's a very majestic big city. From a distance, Lu Chuan put his hand on his forehead, and saw the outline of a city and the central city. A towering spire soaring into the clouds. It is already night at this time, the spire exudes a little bit of light, and it looks like it is playing with the stars from a distance, it is so beautiful. It is said that the tower is Damasia's courage trial tower. If you can break through the traps and temptations inside, you can get a great boost in strength. Even every successor of Damasia must try it. There stay in the tower for a week to polish your heart. Didn't you just say you wouldn't form a team with me? Janna looked at Lu Chuan with contempt. It was the first time she met such a superb man, and he kept bragging about himself, looking arrogant. As soon as he left, he heard his screams. If Janna hadn't rushed back in time, this guy would have been torn to pieces by the wolves long ago. Ahem, the wind is really noisy today. Lu Chuan looked at the sky and whistled. I really don't know if forming a team with you is a wrong choice. Janna patted her forehead helplessly. Once this guy is in danger, is he really reliable? With Janna's style, the two traveled very quickly, and finally entered the city of Damasia smoothly before the sky completely darkened. The purpose of Janna coming to Damasia city this time is also very simple. One is because Damasia is a powerful country and loves peace. If she can live here temporarily, it will be relatively safer. The mercenaries did not dare to carry out large-scale searches in the city of Damasia. Secondly, it is the storm staff in her hand. Although the sacred objects of the family have fallen into her hands, Janna is relieved. But she does not know how to use the storm staff, and there is no way to control it. In terms of strength, revenge and so on are just empty talk. So she went to Damasia to find a master blacksmith named Brogrand, to see if he had any better way to remove the seal of the storm staff. So, you know this blacksmith named Brogrand? Lu Chuan asked, rubbing his chin with one hand after hearing the purpose of Janna's trip. I don't know. Janna shook her head slowly. After all, he still has a great reputation in Damasia. Lu Chuan asked again. Well, he is one of the few master-level blacksmiths in Damasia. It is said that the sword in the Emperor's hand is forged by himself. It is extremely sharp and at least has the quality of a brass superior. That's very difficult. Others are so awesome. There must be a lot of people queuing up to look for him every day. Why can you help me find out what's wrong with the staff? Lu Chuan shrugged. Janna looked worried, then what should I do? Lu Chuan held his head in both hands and said as he walked without turning his head, give me the money, he must be paid for helping people build weapons, if we can double or even triple the price, we are not afraid that he will not help us gone. Give me money. What money? Janna looked blank. Lu Chuan stopped and turned his head to look at Janna strangely, don't tell me you don't know what money is? The transactions of our wind elves are basically in exchange for things, and the living expenses of the clan do not need to be borne by our clan members. We just need to do the things well. Janna explained. No way, you said you have no money. Lu Chuan had a bitter face, thinking that this juicy and beautiful girl should at least carry a pile of gold and silver treasures, but she said she had no money. Then he traveled over by himself, and the currency on hand must not be universal. Then is it possible to just go hungry, sleep on the corner of the street, and finally die on the street because of being poor and having nothing to eat? No no no. Lu Chuan shook his head again and again. Since he has been time-traveled, he must be worthy of being time-traveled. Isn't that what is written in other people's novels? Generally, the people who are time-traveled are not ordinary people, and most of them are the protagonists. If it is the protagonist, what method will be used to resolve the current situation at this time? While rubbing his chin, Lu Chuan's eyes flicked around Janna's body. What do you think I'm doing? After being stared at by Lu Chuan, Janna blushed slightly, and turned her face unnaturally. It's nothing, but I suddenly thought of a good way to get money quickly, do you want to try it? What? Hey, you come with me. Lu Chuan's smile became treacherous. I look forward to your next visit very much, please go slowly. Bending down, bowing, and sending the last guest away in a standard gesture of respect. Janna, who was dressed in a maid outfit, wiped away as if relieved. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he leaned against the door wearily. The method that Lu Chuan mentioned to get money quickly is naturally not something crooked. He just took advantage of Janna's appearance to find a restaurant of medium size and discussed it with the restaurant owner for a long time. As for the discussion, it is natural to have Janna as the face value of the hotel. To put it bluntly, it is a welcome. Originally, the hotel owner disagreed with what he said. The boss said, What the hell is a welcome? Why never heard of it? The guests are only here to eat, not to listen to the music, and it is easy to cause trouble if such a pretty girl stands at the door. As a result, Lu Chuan talked nonsense until he used his trump card no money for no effect. The boss reluctantly agreed. With Jana's good looks, that flamboyant face, a pair of bright big eyes, plus a head of supple beige long hair, her pretty face is matched with her exquisite figure, and she is a gold-lettered signboard as soon as she walks to the door, causing passers-by to look sideways. After the incident, Lu Chuan also told Jana that it doesn't matter who it is, even if it's passing by, as long as you look at her, let her shout, "Welcome." Maybe some passers-by didn't want to eat at first, or even came out for a stroll just after eating, but such a pretty little girl greeted you, which means please come in, are you ashamed not to eat? Excuse me? If you don't eat, you have to come in and have a cup of tea or something before you go. So today this restaurant has the most customers since its establishment, and the owner of the restaurant almost counts the money until his hands cramp. Ha ha ha, young man, although this is the first time I've heard of this new promotional method, it's very worthy of recognition in terms of its effect. This is the labor fee for you and your friends today. So don't be disrespectful, no, please trouble the two of you in the coming days, as long as your income is stable at this level, your rewards will naturally be indispensable. The boss smiled and took out a small cloth bag and handed it to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan opened it and saw that there were more than 10 shiny silver coins inside. According to Lu Chuan's secret observation just now, when those guests pay the bill, most of them only throw out 1 or 2 silver coins of this kind. And then the restaurant owner will find back a string of copper coins with brass luster, Lu Chuan roughly estimated well. One of these gleaming silver coins should be worth 100 copper coins, and the value is about the same as 100 yuan in my own world. These dozen or so silver coins are equivalent to more than 1,000 yuan, which is enough for 2 people to spend frugally for a while. One advantage of working for a restaurant is that it includes food and shelter. Because Lu Chuan's method is very effective, the boss's attitude towards Lu Chuan and Jana is also very good. First, he cooks for Lu Chuan and Jana. After a meal, he went to the second floor to free up 2 empty rooms and tidy up the room. Jana has been being chased these days, and she suddenly relaxed, and the whole string of tension was also loosened. She looked a little weak, and after waving with Lu Chuan, she yawned and went back to her room up. After taking a comfortable bath, Lu Chuan returned to his room, threw himself on the small bed that was not soft but still neat and clean, put his hands on his head, and stared straight at the ceiling. I have a lot of thoughts for a while. The setting that he traveled to Valoran continent inexplicably has been gradually accepted by Lu Chuan over time. What he needs to do now is to find a way to go back while surviving. It's just that I don't know what my parents and friends in another world will worry about after learning the news that I fell off the cliff. Well, it would be great if I could go back as soon as possible. Although this world looks very good, and there is a beautiful chick by my side. This is something that I didn't even dare to think about before. But it is not my own place after all. But what is the way to go back? Lu Chuan sighed slightly, suddenly thought of something, took out the little bead that saved his life from his arms, and looked left and right in front of his eyes. What is the function of this bead? Lu Chuan murmured suspiciously. The power that erupted after the bead appeared at that time was naturally unquestionable. Otherwise, Lu Chuan, who had no power to restrain a chicken, would not be able to pick 6 and kill people. I was beaten to death. But when facing the wolves later, the bead didn't react at all, and it made Lu Chuan almost die in that place. Could it be a talisman, the one that can only be used once? If so, wouldn't the bead be useless? Lu Chuan frowned slightly, staring straight at the small transparent bead in his hand. After about a moment, the small bead suddenly burst into a dazzling light. Ha! At this moment, Lu Chuan suddenly felt a strong suction force erupting from the bead, attacking him. This suction force is not substantial, but it is pulling his soul. As if wanting to devour Lu Chuan's soul. Chapter 6. The small bead suddenly burst out with a strong suction force, and Lu Chuan felt his consciousness being pulled sharply. He gritted his teeth and held on to his heart. But he still couldn't resist the strong suction force of the small bead, and it was only a few breaths away. His soul was pulled into the bead. As if being sucked into a vortex, Lu Chuan felt his world spinning for a while, and his headache almost exploded. Plop. It wasn't until he fell into the self-contained space inside the bead that his headache eased a little. He slowly opened his eyes and found himself in a white space. Lu Chuan was so stunned by the white light in all directions that he couldn't open his eyes, so he could only narrow his eyes slightly. After getting used to it a little bit, Lu Chuan finally found that in this large space, it is not a pure white area, but has a lot of items. They were all suspended in mid-air, and the most eye-catching one was the blood-red rapier in the center. Lu Chuan still remembered that it was the sword floating out of the small beads that saved him from disaster. Is this small bead similar to a storage space? Lu Chuan stepped forward in 2 steps, stretched out his hand to gently hold the slender sword, and suddenly a powerful force surged into his body frantically. Lu Chuan felt that his whole body seemed to have inexhaustible strength. He tried to swing the sword twice, but he, who had no kung fu foundation, was able to swing the sword with a whirring sound. After playing with the sword in his hand for a while, Lu Chuan's eyes turned away again. Although there are countless items here, many of them are gray-black in color. Lu Chuan walked up to a very sturdy armor and reached out to try it. Gently took it off. But the gray armor was floating in midair and remained motionless. No matter how hard Lu Chuan tried to take it off, it seemed that it had taken root in midair. Huh. Just when Lu Chuan was about to give up, a ripple suddenly appeared in the air in front of the armor, and a line of words floated out of thin air. Chain mail, brass top grade armor. Unlock permission, brass 1 star. After wearing it, it can greatly improve its own defense. In just a few lines, this piece of equipment is briefly introduced, and it seems that there is nothing too powerful about it. However, as far as Lu Chuan knew, even the master craftsman of Brogrand could only forge a high-grade brass sword, and any piece of equipment picked here is a high-grade brass sword, which can be seen from this. Is it possible to use only 1 star of brass? I don't know how many stars of brass I am currently. Lu Chuan muttered to himself. The longer he stays in this small bead that forms its own space, the more Lu Chuan will be worried. Shock. As far as he looked, there were precious and luxurious equipment everywhere, none of which looked much stronger than the sword in his hand. He looked at several pieces in a row. And among them was even a low-grade silver sword. Of course, the unlocking conditions naturally require at least 5-star silver strength, which is not something that Lu Chuan can spy on now. Lu Chuan also took a look at the weapon in his hand by the way. After thinking about it for a long time, he thought it was a peerless sword, but it turned out to be just a Doran's sword. In his world, most of the AD players in the game chose to go out. Although it can only be considered average in the game, in the world of the game, this Dolan sword also has the level of brass mid-grade, and for Lu Chuan, a rookie who has just joined the samurai line, the improvement is undoubtedly huge of. After walking in the equipment space for a while, Lu Chuan suddenly found that there were other floating objects in the space in front of him. The skill book. Yes, they are all books that can comprehend skills. In the mainland of Valoran, warriors naturally don't just slash and slash. High-level warriors are accompanied by skills. When encountering powerful enemies, a powerful skill is often the key to turning the situation around. It's just because Lu Chuan's level is too low, the rows of skill books are all gray and black, and it's impossible to even look at their grades. After scanning a pile of skill books at a glance, Lu Chuan's eyes suddenly brightened. In an inconspicuous corner, a skill book glowing with lavender light was lying there. Lu Chuan, who had almost figured out the law of this space, probably knew that in this space, only items that could be used would be able to use them. It exudes the light it should have, and the unusable items are all gray and black. Obviously, this skill book is in line with Lu Chuan's current level. Lu Chuan took the first 2 steps to pick up the skill book, only to see the name of the skill written on the skill book, explosive slash. As soon as it was opened, a scene jumped out of the skill book and entered Lu Chuan's mind. A man who looked exactly like Lu Chuan stood opposite Lu Chuan, and the weapon in his hand was the Dolan sword in Lu Chuan's hand. First, he swung the Dolan sword and slashed in the air, with a force of breaking the wind, which was obviously much more violent than what Lu Chuan used. Immediately afterwards, the phantom Lu Chuan withdrew his arm, and when he slashed out with his sword again, he shouted sharply, explosive slash. A lavender breath rushed into his arm holding the sword, and even a faint purple light appeared on the bloody Dolan sword, followed by the phantom Lu Chuan's sword. Which was more powerful than just now. That sword was twice as high, and even drew a faint sword mark in the space, which dissipated immediately. Obviously, the first sword of the phantom Lu Chuan was an ordinary attack, while the second sword contained skills. Even a layman like Lu Chuan could easily see the effects of the 2 swords. This skill looks pretty good. It does twice as much damage as a normal attack. If you suddenly hit an enemy with a sudden slash, it will have an unexpected effect. Lu Chuan said in his heart. Thinking about it, he also took the skill book in his hand. And then he continued to scan the rows of skill books with his eyes. There are thousands or even tens of thousands of skill books, and the inventory is very rich, but Lu Chuan estimates that there are many possibilities. It is a skill of other departments. After all, the weapons in Valoran are not only swords. Regrettably, after scanning for more than 10 minutes, Lu Chuan did not see any skill books that matched his current strength. But if you don't have the strength and can't get it, then you can only watch it. It seems that improving the strength is the top priority. But what is worth mentioning is that Lu Chuan also discovered a series of summoner skills in this pile of skill books. Sprinting, flashing and igniting are special skills, but there is still no way to learn them. After scanning again for a few minutes, Lu Chuan suddenly felt dizzy. Is it because the mental strength is not enough to stay in this space? He rubbed his temples. In this space, any action he takes does not consume his physical strength, but his spirit. His body was lying motionless on the bed. Let's go back first. These two things in my hand are enough for me to practice for a while. As early as when he was flipping through these equipment skill books, Lu Chuan noticed a light blue circle not far away. The shape formation is very similar to the special effect of returning to the city in the game. If there is no accident, it should be the formation that pulls the soul out of this space. But just when Lu Chuan was about to take back his soul, he glanced out of the corner of his eye and found a row of light gray icons floating around the soul array. These icons are so dim that they are almost swallowed by the white light. If Lu Chuan hadn't glanced at them subconsciously, he would not have noticed that there are still a row of icons around here. These are, looking across the icons one by one, Lu Chuan found at the center of the icons. All TM are question marks. What are these icons for? Lu Chuan tried to reach out and touch the icons, trying to get information from them. But these icons are different from equipment and skill books. They are illusory. Lu Chuan reached out and touched them, but it was very easy. I walked through it, as if there was nothing in front of me. But soon, Lu Chuan discovered that there was something wrong with one icon, and its light was more obvious than other icons. Taking a closer look, the icon is still light gray, but on the icon, there is an avatar. And that avatar is impressively Janna. Lu Chuan was startled. The head portrait engraved on the icon, with its delicate face and pointed ears, who else could it be if it wasn't Janna? Gathering his mind, Lu Chuan reached out and touched Janna's icon, and a line of words floated out immediately. Hero Soul. Fury of the Storm, Janna. Current status, unawakened. Introduction, Janna, the wind elf who can possess quadruple awakening and comprehend specific skills. Attribute, wind. Strength, bravery brass. Supplementary explanation, the summoner can guide the hero to unleash the potential, complete the awakening, and release powerful power. At the same time, the summoner will also be strengthened and comprehend the hero's attribute ability. After reading the words that popped up, Lu Chuan was stunned for a while before recovering. So summoners in this world can still do this kind of thing? Doesn't that mean? Lu Chuan suddenly showed a wretched smile. At the same time, he also made up a picture in his brain. Once he meets an opponent in the future, Lu Chuan will shout, "You are the one who decides, come out Janna." When it was over, Janna turned into a golden light and appeared in front of him. TSK, that scene must have been very exciting. However, YY belongs to YY, and Lu Chuan, who still doesn't know how to activate Janna's first awakening, can only wash and sleep first. And after staying in this space for a few more minutes, Lu Chuan only felt his head hurt a little more. Obviously his mental power was exhausted. He hurriedly returned to the room of the small hotel through the soul array. As soon as he came back, Lu Chuan felt a strong drowsiness. His body seemed to be ravaged by more than a dozen beauties, and he was limp. It was the same feeling in the cave before. After closing his eyes and tilting his head, Lu Chuan fell into a deep sleep. A bunch of trash, let that wind elf chick run away. Why do I raise you guys for food? In a certain luxurious and elegant room. A middle-aged man who seemed to be in his 40s. The young man sat on a soft chair made of high-grade Warcraft leather, but his current mood was extremely irritable. At his feet, several strong men were prostrate on the ground. Their bodies were trembling, and they did not dare to take a breath. If Lu Chuan was here, he would be surprised to find that these guys kneeling on the ground were those few mercenaries who wanted to snatch the sacred objects in the cave before. Boss, actually, we were about to succeed, and the wind elf's chick was also injured. So she couldn't beat us at all, but I didn't expect that there would be a guy with an unknown background and a strange costume by her side this time, and that kid is very powerful. He defeated us with one move. The leading man pressed his forehead to the ground, and said tremblingly in his voice. The mercenaries who were licking their blood were frightened into such a state. The man sitting on the chair obviously had very strong strength. He only heard him snort coldly, no matter how powerful it is, how powerful it can be, it's just an excuse you bastards made for yourself. The mercenaries bowed their heads and dared not answer a word. Is there any trace of that chick? The man asked again. Yes. When she was injured, the monster-sniffing beast remembered her bloody smell, but she may have arrived in Demacia now. The leader of the mercenaries hurriedly replied. Demacia? That little girl is very smart and knows where to look for shelter, but do you really think that Demacia can protect you? You are the original sin with a holy object on your body. No matter how about it, I want to get that holy object. The man sneered coldly, his 5 fingers closed into fists one by one. Made a bone noise, and then said, You idiots, if you don't want to die, get out of here. Go and call the second child. Come. Yes, I'll go right away. The mercenary leader nodded repeatedly, and hurriedly exited the room with a few mercenaries, rejoicing that he had escaped, but also secretly terrified. Boss, is he going to send the second leader of the Scarlet Mercenary Group to hunt down that little girl? The second leader has at least 2 brass star strengths. But he uses it to deal with a brass 4-star chick. It seems that the sacred object is indeed it's very important, at least it should have the attributes of a low-grade silver. Those kinds of items, the mercenary leader has never used them in his life. Chapter 7. The next day, the sky was very bright. Lu Chuan, who has always been bedridden, got up early today for the first time in the morning. Jumped out of bed, put on his clothes quickly, and finished washing quickly. Facing a bronze mirror hanging on the wall, he bared his teeth and patted his face. Very good. The new day is full of energy. Lu Chuan now only feels that he has endless energy all over his body, and his energy is very good. What Lu Chuan didn't know was that the reason why his spirit was so good was that the little bead had been continuously supplying him with spiritual power all night. The mental state is more abundant than before. From the bedside, he dug out the 2 things he brought out of the small beads last night, a Dolan sword and a skill book. Lu Chuan tiptoed down to the 2nd floor and came to a small courtyard behind the restaurant. Yes, he planned to take advantage of this early morning to lay down basic skills for himself. Since he won't be able to find a way to go back for a while, in this world. Only constantly improving his own strength is Lu Chuan's best choice at present. There are all kinds of top-quality equipment in Xiaozhu, but if he doesn't reach a certain strength there is no way to use it. And Lu Chuan also understands that yesterday's group of guys will definitely not let it go. Those guys who can wipe out other people's entire clan without blinking an eyelid, how can they be so soft-hearted? It is only a matter of time before being found, but if the time comes, if you are found and have no way to deal with others, then it is not a joke. It is obvious that Jana alone cannot resist the group of people. You have to work harder yourself. In the early morning in the courtyard, the sun had not yet come out. And the temperature was very suitable. Lu Chuan walked to the center of the courtyard and gently stroked the hilt of Dolan's sword in his hand. A gust of wind blew up a roll of fallen leaves along with Lu Chuan's lapel at this moment. If Lu Chuan only looks at his back, he looks like an expert who has lived in seclusion in the mountains for many years. However, 3 minutes later, he was still stroking the hilt of his sword. By the way, why do other people practice swords? Lu Chuan scratched his cheek in embarrassment. Although he said he had made up his mind and set goals for himself. Nothing can be done just by talking about it. Without any martial arts foundation, it is obviously unrealistic to want to be quick. In desperation, Lu Chuan had no choice but to focus on the lavender skill book, hoping that this skill book could give him some inspiration. But having said that, the book cover is so thick, why is there only 1 page? Lu Chuan opened the skill book while making complaints, and a flash of purple light shot directly from the book towards his forehead. Lu Chuan didn't even have time to dodge, he just felt a pain in his forehead, as if something had been punched into his mind, and when he looked down at the skill book, he found that it was empty and there was nothing there. But in Lu Chuan's mind, a familiar and strange feeling spread quietly, and then spread to his limbs and bones. Is the explosive cut? Lu Chuan closed his eyes and felt it carefully. He had never learned swordsmanship before. But at this moment he suddenly understood a lot of things, as if he had never learned a foreign language but could wake up. It is absurd to memorize the mother tongue of other countries backwards. Although absurd, that feeling was actually etched into Lu Chuan's memory. As if he was born with it. His closed eyes suddenly opened, and he drew his sword. There was a flash of purple light on the hilt of Doran's sword. He aimed at a dead leaf that was about to fall, and shouted loudly. Explosive cut. Lu Chuan swept the long sword horizontally in his hand, creating a weak wind. Jianfeng also disappeared when his sword fell, but the fallen leaves targeted by Lu Chuan landed safely and smoothly. That's right. What are you thinking about me? It's not so easy. Lu Chuan rubbed his forehead with a wry smile. Although he said he had comprehended the skill of explosive slashing, it would definitely not be successful overnight if he wanted to exert its power. However, Lu Chuan was not discouraged, but raised the Dolan sword in his hand, and once again refreshed his luck. He held the Dolan sword tightly in his right arm and struck out with a sword. Blast cut. He kept repeating the action in his memory, slashing out with one sword after another. Sometimes we have to know that if you don't try, things will never work out, and if you try, you'll get scolded. Aren't you fucking sick? It exploded early in the morning. What are you blowing up? An angry neighbor who was woken up by Lu Chuan from his dream next door pushed open the window and cursed. It's not an explosion, it's a blast, it's a morning exercise, not sick. Lu Chuan raised his head from an oblique angle solemnly, and explained to the neighbor in the upper left corner. Okay, tell me, what are you doing explosively? Leaves. The neighbor was speechless for a while, and then cursed after a while, isn't this TM still sick? The angry neighbor decided that it might not be wise to quarrel with a man who got up early in the morning to chop leaves for fun, so he chose to close the window. Lu Chuan also secretly pointed his middle finger at the window. People who sleep late in the early morning will definitely not find a girlfriend. Pfft. Jana, who was woken up by Lu Chuan early and was watching what he was doing by the window, pursed her lips slightly when she was teased by Lu Chuan's move. Although I don't know what this guy is doing, but judging from his practice for more than half an hour early in the morning, Jana still guessed a general idea. This guy has been waving the long sword in his hand repeatedly with extremely clumsy techniques. One movement. After half an hour, from the tip of the sword that was shaking at the beginning, to now being able to hold the long sword in his hand steadily, he has indeed improved. This guy is not as vulnerable as I imagined. The corners of Jana's mouth slightly curled up, and she lowered the curtains. She brushed her soft beige hair over the pinna with her little finger, and then stretched it lazily. She has a lazy waist. And her beautiful and perfect curves are undoubtedly revealed. It's a pity that Lu Chuan, who was still practicing sword hard downstairs, had no luck to appreciate it. Take a look, our store has a big discount and a big bargain. From now on, all customers who spend 1 silver coin in our store can enjoy a free exquisite gift from our store. In the evening, at the Demacia Game Restaurant, Lu Chuan rolled paper into a horn and stood at the door, yelling. The Demacia Game Restaurant is naturally the one where Lu Chuan and Jana are working as small workers. Originally, the owner of the restaurant was very satisfied with the income, but the boss was satisfied, but it did not mean that Lu Chuan was also satisfied. According to the income of more than 10 silver coins for this day, even if it is placed in Demacia, one of the largest city-states in Valoran. It is not bad, but the person who wants to ask Brogran to untie the staff for Jana if it is sealed, this amount of money is a little bit, so Lu Chuan has to find ways to make more money. So dissatisfied, Lu Chuan launched a new round of marketing methods. He said to the restaurant owner, look at us, as long as people who come to eat in the restaurant will give a small gift for free, how about it? The boss was very anxious when he heard it. He said, big brother, let's talk about the truth. Although your method yesterday was very good. But today's method sounds like a loss of money. Usually it only costs 1 silver coin for a meal. But I still have to give a small gift of more than a dozen copper coins, plus the cost of my restaurant's materials. The profit is not as much as yesterday. Lu Chuan showed his trademark cheap smile again, hooked the shoulder of the boss of Mediterranean Sea and laughed, how about this, if the money you earn today is not as much as yesterday, then I will cover the losses. If you earn more than yesterday, let's open the extra part at 55. The boss nodded again and again when he heard it, and at the same time thought to himself, the location of the restaurant is so small, yesterday's profit was when all the seats were full. Even if all the seats are full today, but small gifts have to be given out, so no matter how you earn it's a loss, you kid just wait to advance the money, it just happens to be covered by your salary. It was evening now, and it was time for dinner. As Lu Chuan kept shouting, many passers-by stopped at the entrance of the restaurant, discussing something around Lu Chuan. Brother, is what you said true? As long as you spend 1 silver coin in your restaurant, you will be given a small gift. Asked the onlookers who heard about this situation for the first time. I'm such a big man standing here, can it be fake? Besides, how can such a famous restaurant behind me cheat you of this little money? Lu Chuan patted his chest with a confident expression on his face, and Jana stood aside. He looked at Lu Chuan silently. For this guy, Jana feels like a mystery. He always has all kinds of curious ideas, and there are many interesting new words in his mouth that he has never heard before. Although I don't know what's going on in Lu Chuan's mind, Jana still cooperates with a standard smile and greets the guests. What the little brother said is quite reasonable. Let's go in and have a meal. It costs 1 silver coin for 2 people to eat a meal. Which is not too expensive, and there are small gifts to give, no matter how you look at it. After several times of prodding by Lu Chuan, the group led their girlfriend into the restaurant first. It was driven by someone, and everyone is not stupid, so after a little thought, it worked out. This meal is not bad. Now the prices of wild game restaurants in Dalmatia are about the same. But this restaurant has gifts, so don't waste it, and the pretty chick at the door also smiled at herself for a long time. Why can't she go in and have a meal? As a result, more and more people crowded into the Dalmatia game restaurant, and soon, the restaurant was full again, with more guests than yesterday. But immediately, the problem also came. There are only so many seats in a restaurant. No matter how many people come, there is no room for them to sit, let alone consumption. Do you want guests to squat at the door with a bowl to eat? The boss, who had thought about this a long time ago, sat in front of the counter with an expression of, "You are too young" on his face, looked at Lu Chuan at the door and chuckled. Although the young man has a good brain, he is still too young. I didn't consider the problem well. The next guests will see what you do. But soon, the boss was dumbfounded. When the restaurant was full, there were still a lot of customers who didn't grab a seat. At this time, Lu Chuan raised the scroll speaker in his hand and shouted again, "Friends who don't have a seat, don't worry. Listen to me for 2 minutes. Thank you for your love and support for this restaurant, but the restaurant is limited in size and cannot accommodate more distinguished guests, so I am not talented. So I thought of a compromise to discuss with you. For those guests who did not grab a seat, ladies and gentlemen, you can write down the dishes you want to eat in this book." Said Lu Chuan took out a small book that he had prepared earlier and said again. "And write down your contact address, and the restaurant will send a special person to deliver the meal to your door in person, as well as a small gift." As soon as Lu Chuan finished speaking, a group of guests who didn't grab a seat began to discuss. Delivering food to your door. I've never heard of such a thing. Yeah, but I feel like I have a very high status. Usually people serve food in front of me. It is the treatment that only those nobles with maids and servants can enjoy. Can we also enjoy this kind of treatment now? I don't know, but since that kid dares to say that, he will definitely do it, right? Or isn't this just smashing his own brand name? That's right, then give me a boneless glacier fish. My address is at 301, Dalmatia North Street Avenue. A guest accepted Lu Chuan's fresh proposal after a little thought. After writing down his home address in a notebook and paying for the meal, he left at home and waited for someone to bring the meal. No matter how you think about it, it is a very face-saving feeling. One person took the lead, and then thousands of troops rushed forward, scrambling to write down the address in the small book, and after paying for the meal, they all left gracefully and leisurely. After all, waiting for someone to deliver food to your door. That was the experience of a nobleman. Now that I am a nobleman, everyone thinks so. Wow! There was a sound of coins colliding, and the boss's sluggish eyes were pulled back from the door to the counter. The counter was full of piles of silver coins, the number of which was even more than a few hundred. Putting it in the past, it was this small restaurant. Half a month's income. But now, it's only Lu Chuan's income, and the income of the guests in his hotel has not been counted yet, but after today's busy day, there must be at least a few hundred silver coins. Is this the money paid by those guests who didn't even grab a seat? The owner of Mediterranean Sea rubbed his eyes in disbelief. If you don't believe it, I'll take it all. Lu Chuan shrugged indifferently. The boss quickly covered the silver coins on the counter, and said with a dry smile to Lu Chuan, I believe. At the same time, he was also secretly surprised. He had never heard of this innovative idea of delivering food to his door. After all, in Valoran, long-distance transmission required a magic sound transmission array. This expensive array naturally, it is not affordable for small family members, so there is no such thing as ordering food by phone. As a result, everyone has never heard of the concept of home delivery. However, Lu Chuan used another method today, first attracting customers to enter the store, and then throwing out the concept of delivering food to the door after there is no place. So that there is no need for a magic circle for long-distance transmission, and the support of store signs. The customers were not afraid that the store would renege on their bills, and coupled with being able to experience the feeling of aristocrats. The customers all paid one after another, and the income of the small restaurant today reached a heinous peak. I've already finished the matter. Next, you can arrange for the waiter to handle the food delivery. Don't treat others too badly. Those who are willing to deliver food to the door for the guests will be rewarded with 10 copper coins for each order delivered. I believe there will be many people willing to help. Lu Chuan threw the book full of guests' addresses in his hand to the boss. And stretched his waist. I have been shouting for more than an hour, and my throat is a bit congested. I'm going to drink a cup of tea to moisturize throat. Okay, please feel free, little brother. I have the best Jianfeng tea in my room. Which is picked from the top of the Damasha mountain. You are welcome, little brother, drink whatever you want. Regarding Lu Chuan at this time, the boss wanted to give Lu Chuan he made offerings as a bodhisattva. However, at the entrance of the Damasha game restaurant at this time, a large group of soldiers in armor stopped, which caused a group of onlookers to get out of the way, not understanding that these soldiers in Damasha military uniforms. Why did the soldiers come to this small restaurant in such a mobilizing manner? Just when everyone was wondering, the neat row of soldiers in the middle suddenly dispersed and surrounded the entrance of the restaurant. Among the soldiers, there was an exquisite and delicate jade foot that slowly stretched out. The moment the jade foot was stretched out, a soldier immediately stepped forward and knelt down on one knee, holding a small and exquisite shoe in his hand, and put it on the jade foot, and then two other soldiers immediately put a roll on it. A red blanket made of the fur of the fire beast was spread at the entrance from Yuzu down to the restaurant. As if afraid that the dust of the market would stain those tender feet as delicate as suet jade. At this time, a delicate but pleasant Lingqing voice came out from among the soldiers, with a bit of disdain. Why are there so many guests in this dirty little restaurant? Don't the common people also have very delicious dishes? I want to see it very much. After the words fell, a small and exquisite figure walked out from the soldiers and walked on the red blanket, with a soldier standing on each side, dragging a long robe behind the petite figure and following behind. Princess Demi, you have a delicate body and precious body. It's better not to go into such a small place. A man who looked like a soldier captain said in a somewhat embarrassed tone. This Princess Demi is the only girl in the German royal family. Although she is a daughter, she will not be able to inherit the throne in the future, but because of her charming appearance and cleverness. The current emperor of Germany is also doting on her little daughter. It's tight. If she makes a mistake, the entire team of soldiers probably won't be able to lose their heads. Presumptuous. When is it your turn to tell me what to do? The little girl snorted coldly, and the captain of the soldier who was frightened immediately shut his mouth tightly, not daring to say another word. Princess Demi gave the captain a cold look, and walked into the hotel gracefully with her long skirt in both hands. Chapter 8. As soon as Demi walked into the game restaurant, her slender willow leaf eyebrows frowned immediately, pinching her nose with a small hand, and humming, sure enough, they are just ordinary people, even the smell on their bodies is so bad. Although the game restaurant can't be regarded as the most luxurious restaurant in Debang City, it is also a mid to high-end restaurant. 1 silver coin per meal is not low. But in the eyes of Princess Demi, who grew up with a golden key in her mouth, this place is indescribably dirty. When the common people wearing cheap cloth clothes gather together, there will be it's the smell only of the common people. The owner of Mediterranean Sea had seen another guest coming in, and when he was about to go up to entertain a few words, he suddenly looked a little unhappy when he heard what Demi said. But he said politely, these guests are sorry, our store is due to today's delay. The business is full, all the raw materials have been sold out, there is really nothing left. Upon hearing this, Demi looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She pointed at the Mediterranean Sea with an extremely ugly face, and said sharply, You common people, what did you say? There is nothing extra. Am I only worthy to eat what is left of you lowly commoners? When Demi got angry, it was a big deal. Several soldiers around him pulled out their swords from their waists, pointed at the boss and shouted, Apologize to our noble Princess Demi. Please forgive me. Life. His Royal Highness. You mean the only Royal Highness Princess in Debon City, Louis Demi? Mediterranean looked at the princess in front of her eyes. Although she had never met Princess Demi, Princess Demi was rumored to be a very gentle person. An elegant girl, her gestures are full of aristocratic atmosphere, how can she be so arrogant? You. Bring me my ace card. Demi instructed the soldiers around her without looking back. Hearing this, the soldier hurriedly took out a small plate dedicated to the royal family from his pocket. The plate was made of pure gold. It is engraved with Louis Demi's words. When the owner of the restaurant saw the sign, his heart suddenly turned cold, and he hurriedly knelt down on one knee, put his hand on his chest and said in a low voice, The common people have seen your highness the princess. Demi's frown still did not loosen. She glanced dissatisfied at the guests in the hall, and then winked at the soldiers beside her. A few soldiers understood, and immediately drove the guests away with their long swords. Walk around, let me out, this place is now reserved by Her Royal Highness Princess Demi. Hey! Don't, my customer, the boss felt anxious when he heard the words. Those dine-in customers had never paid the bill, and they were driven away like this. Where can he find someone? Beg for food? At this time, Demi walked in front of Heidi again, looking down at him. Although Demi is not tall, Heidi is kneeling on one knee. My Highness asks you, why did I just go to play together in this hall, cough. After reviewing all the way, there are only a few people in other restaurants, but your restaurant is overcrowded. Why? Demi accidentally escaped from the palace and wandered around. He slipped his mouth and hastily changed his words. This, after hesitating for a while, Mediterranean Sea still whispered, because the restaurant recently found a smart guy to come up with ideas for me. Afterwards, Heidi told Demi about Lu Chuan's behavior in the past 2 days, and even Demi, who had always been arrogant, was surprised after hearing it. Is there such a person? Cough, he just played a little clever, I can think of such a strategy, but my Highness would like to meet such a smart. Cough, barely smart guy, where are you now? Demi is only 18 years old, full of curiosity about many things outside the palace, and at the same time very playful. If that guy is really as flexible as the common people said, he can be recruited as his own counselor, to advise her specially, and to show her some interesting and strange things in different ways. That way she wouldn't be so boring all day long. Mediterranean quietly pointed upstairs, he is resting in the leftmost room on the 2nd floor. After listening to Demi, she picked up her skirt and hurried to the stairs. Several soldiers hurriedly picked up her long skirt and followed, for fear that Her Royal Highness would fall while stepping on the skirt, and they would lose their heads. I'm sorry little brother, I really can't afford to offend your Highness, I can only wish God to bless you, but why does your Highness come to our restaurant? Hai made a gesture of wishing God to bless you, sighed. Go up to the 2nd floor and go to the room on the far left. The soldier opened the door. As soon as Demi entered the room, she saw a young man with short hair and eyebrows. He leaned on the rocking chair with his hands on the pillow. And he seemed to be asleep. And there is a cup of steaming fragrant tea next to it. Bold people, don't come down when you see Her Royal Highness. When the soldiers on the side wanted to wake Lu Chuan up, Demi suddenly waved her hand, with a sly smile on her face, let me do it. The soldier who was familiar with the temperament of this princess palace suddenly had black lines appearing on his forehead. This princess palace, who is afraid of chaos in the world, is probably going to play a prank again. I saw Demi tiptoeing up to Lu Chuan with her long skirt on. After playing with the hair in her hand for a while, she squeezed a gold thread with her mouth and scratched at Lu Chuan's ear. When Demi teased those lazy servants in the palace, this trick was always tried and tested, because when people in sleep, if their ears were itchy, they would subconsciously think it was a mosquito, and there was a subconscious action that is to slap yourself in the face. This will keep mosquitoes away. Demi had already held her breath, bit her lips to hold back her smile, and wanted to see how embarrassed this guy was when he slapped her awake. No matter how smart a person is under this princess's tricks, wouldn't he just slap himself stupidly? Demi thought arrogantly in her heart. It's just that what happened next made Demi a little unexpected, even a little dumbfounded. Not only did Lu Chuan not slap himself, but he stretched his hand forward and made a movement of patting the air, as if subconsciously trying to drive away these buzzing mosquitoes. It's okay if it's normal. But what is in front of him now is not air, but Demi, the only princess in Dalmatia. Lu Chuan slapped Demi's chest, feeling something was wrong, and after squeezing it, he muttered, MD, flat chest. After speaking, he turned over again and continued to sleep. Demi's delicate little face suddenly turned purple. Since she was a child, any man who dared to pull her little hand inside or outside the palace would be dragged out and beaten 50 times. Just go with you. You said you touched it and forget it, but what do you mean I have a flat chest? Demi couldn't bear it, Demi got angry. An angry Demi slapped Lu Chuan. Ah! At this time, Lu Chuan suddenly raised his head and sneezed. Demi slapped her lonely, but her body leaned forward and threw herself directly into Lu Chuan's arms. It's over, this kid is going to die. A group of soldiers couldn't bear to watch what happened next, so they turned their heads silently. Filled with fragrance, Lu Chuan was awakened by this strange movement, and when he opened his eyes, he saw a golden thread exuding a faint fragrance of jasmine. Whose chick is this? Why does she throw herself into her arms even if she disagrees with her? Just as Lu Chuan was wondering, he suddenly felt a pain in his shoulder. He took a breath and looked down, only to find that the chick bit his shoulder. Are you fucking crazy? Terrified, Lu Chuan pushed Demi away. Demi, a little girl, has no strength. After being pushed so hard by Lu Chuan, she fell backwards unsteadily. Go, the group of soldiers hurriedly supported Demi, for fear that she would fall. Damn common people. Lowly common people. How dare you insult me? This princess wants to bite you to death. Kill you. Demi yelled madly at this time. Her hands and feet desperately shaking to break away from a group of soldiers. She doesn't look like a lady at all. Bite? There was a playful smile on the corner of Lu Chuan's mouth. Do you like to bite everyone you see? Demi was stunned for a moment, then thought of something. Her face turned red, her silver teeth were locked tightly. Kill him. This kind of dirty thing like pigs, dogs and domestic animals, kill him. Welcome to the series The World Speaks Chinese. After receiving Demi's order, several soldiers pulled out their long swords and pointed at Lu Chuan. Bold and unreasonable, are you the one who dares to offend Her Royal Highness? Your deeds will not be regretted if you die 10,000 times. Lu Chuan was taken aback by the righteous words, and after a while, he opened his ears and asked. Excuse me, what did I do? I just took a nap and took a rest. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw your princess lying in my arms. Before I could say anything, she bit me shoulder. Did I do anything during this period? Those words stunned the soldiers. According to this kid's logic, it seems that he really didn't do anything. My group of people broke into other people's rooms directly. The princess threw herself into someone's arms without saying a word, and now she put on a look of wanting to beat others up, and the only thing this kid did was to open his eyes. If it is said that the person who opens his eyes will be beaten, then there are no residents in the city of Dalmatia. Even for Princess Demi, who was used to making trouble for no reason, a group of soldiers felt a little ashamed. Princess Demi, His Royal Highness, this excuse doesn't seem to be a good excuse to beat someone up, a soldier stammered. Don't you want your heads anymore? As long as I give an order, it's very simple to execute you trash. Demi only felt that her face was humiliated. She was obviously her subordinate, so why would she help a stranger? The boy speaks. Seeing that Demi gave the order to die, the soldiers could only sigh, and pointed their swords at Lu Chuan. I'm sorry, young man, we are also following orders, and we will find a reason after beating you up. Seeing that the soldiers had already made up their minds, Lu Chuan also calmed down in his heart. Just as he was about to take out Dolan's sword from the bead, he suddenly heard a sound like an explosion outside. Boom! Immediately afterwards, many panicked screams were heard. Ah! Killing! Help! Something seemed to have happened downstairs, and the scene became very chaotic. After a while, there was a fight at the top of the stairs, getting closer and closer to Lu Chuan's door. This sudden chaos is not what it seems on the surface, but a conspiracy that has been brewing for a long time. Protect Your Highness the Princess. Get out of here quickly. This killer, his target is Your Highness the Princess. At this time, the scream of the soldier captain came from outside Lu Chuan's room door. Demi finally realized that something was wrong. Just as she was about to let the soldiers beside her escort her away, suddenly the door of Lu Chuan's room was kicked open vigorously. A bloody arm flew in, followed by the body of the soldier captain whose throat had been cut, flying upside down and hitting Demi's feet. The death was extremely miserable, and Demi's face turned pale from fright. Screamed. Tsk, my dear princess, are you finally willing to show your face? A masked man in a black robe walked in outside the door, his eyes with a strange smile concealed an uncontrollable killing intent. You, who are you? I am the princess of Dalmatia, you. What do you want? Demi tried her best to hide the fear in her heart, but for a person who had never seen such a bloody scene for the flowers growing under the greenhouse, Demi's voice was already choked with sobs. She was frightened and cried. Protect Your Royal Highness. Several soldiers stopped Demi behind them, drew out their long swords and confronted the strange masked man. Do you really think just relying on you guys is enough to stop me? The corner of the man's mouth raised a sarcasm smile. And the next moment his strange movement suddenly disappeared out of thin air, leaving only a trail in the air. Faint afterimage. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The sound of a sharp knife cutting the throat spread wantonly in the room. Pfft. Several soldiers in front of them spurted blood at the same time, and a shocking scar was drawn on their throats, and the blood kept gushing out. Their deaths were so sudden that they fell to the ground before they even had time to blink. Your Highness the lovely princess, you are completely without a protective umbrella now. Tsk, you are really careless. The princess of a country was captured by me so easily. Jia. The masked man said strangely. She didn't know when she suddenly appeared behind Demi, and a hand slowly climbed up to her cheek, stroking her gently. "You don't touch me," Demi cried, her whole body trembling like chaff. Just now, at that moment, several of her guards were killed and died in front of her. She never thought that the aloof self would be so close to death, so close at hand. He would kill himself, he really would kill himself. When fear filled Demi's body, all that was left of her was an irresistible numbness. "Hey, let me tell you." At this moment, a man's voice suddenly came from the corner of the room. "Huh?" The masked man turned his head in surprise, only to find that there was still a person standing in the corner, but after sensing his aura, the masked man lost all guard immediately. This guy's strength has not even stepped into the brass stage, and he is still at the stage of martial arts, which is really negligible. He sneered, "Don't worry, when I dig out the heart of Her Royal Highness, it will be your turn." Gone. Although I also hate this woman, I don't want to see her being killed in front of me. Shit. Lu Chuan clenched his teeth, and Dolan's sword turned into a red light from a small bead. He flew out and was held tightly in his hands, but it was still difficult to hide his trembling hands. This was the first time he saw someone die in front of him, and the death made his scalp tingle. There will be another update later, in the process of drafting. Chapter 9. Nausea. Fear. Fear. There were more negative emotions pouring into Lu Chuan's mind at this moment. He was originally in the original world, but he was just a young man who had just finished the college entrance examination. He hadn't experienced big storms, let alone someone cut the throat of a living person in front of his eyes. At most, Lu Chuan had only seen this kind of thing in the news, and he silently mourned for the poor man for a few seconds in his heart. But now, someone died in front of him, more than one, their throats were all cut, and it was too late to even call for help. In front of that killer, human life is as cheap as a piece of straw paper, and whether to kill or not depends entirely on his mood. Why, they are all human, and some people can be so numb and cold. Although those soldiers and this chick in front of them are very annoying, Lu Chuan really didn't think about it. I never hoped to see them being killed alive in front of my eyes. If she was killed, would it be her turn next? In front of this indifferent masked man, his throat was cut, and then he struggled and twitched on the ground, watching his back far away. If it was just the original Lu Chuan who had achieved nothing. Or Lu Chuan who had just crossed over, then maybe Lu Chuan would choose to catch him without a fight, because this guy's weird body skills and Thunder's methods seem too strong. If you can't beat it, you can't beat it, the only one who loses is yourself, there is no need to try at all. But now, Lu Chuan didn't want to die. He has a partner, the charming and picturesque Jana, although she is very indifferent to him, but it is also the first time that a beautiful sister is willing to be his companion. He still has that magical little bead in his arms. As long as he works hard to improve his strength, he can get a lot of equipment that is called the best in Valoran from the little bead. He might also find his way home, reunited with his parents and friends. In addition, there is another chick's life, which is also in his hands. What if we win? Lu Chuan's Adam's apple twitched. If he wins, not only can he escape death, but this chick will also be saved. Biting the tip of his tongue fiercely, even though the tip of the tongue had dark red blood flowing down the corner of his mouth due to too much force, Lu Chuan only had one thought in his mind right now. I don't want to die here, so I will replace you even if I die, you coward who dare not show his true colors. Lu Chuan grinned, pointing the blood-red Dolan sword at the man in black. Jia, aren't the brats in Demacia afraid of getting their tongues flashed when they say big things? How can you, who has not stepped into the brass realm, defeat me, who is already a brass 3-star? The gap between the two is not a hero's heart to save, the beauty can make up for it. The man in black robe raised his hand, exposing a dagger with a cold light in the air. Are you ready? The black-robed man smiled ghostly, and his figure disappeared immediately. TCH. Lu Chuan snorted, but the corners of his mouth clenched tightly were not relaxed. His eyes were fixed on his surroundings, in all directions. That guy might come out and stab him at any time. Suddenly, Lu Chuan felt a wave of air flow on the right side of his body, as if it was brought up by someone passing by him. Perhaps because he has been with Jana for the past few days, Lu Chuan's perception of airflow is slightly higher than that of ordinary people. It was this that saved Lu Chuan's life. After Lu Chuan caught the black-robed man's trajectory, he drew his sword across his chest, just in time to meet the black-robed man's blow, and the two weapons collided fiercely, making a crisp sound. The black-robed man failed to succeed with one blow, so he hurriedly pulled back. A qualified assassin does not stand up and masturbate, but distances himself from him when his blow fails, looking for a second chance. Lu Chuan was a little short of breath. The blow just now was too desperate. For the black-robed man, he just retreated and looked for opportunities if he failed in one blow. Dead. Huh. The black-robed man was a little surprised when he saw that Lu Chuan had actually blocked his own blow. He looked at the slender blood-colored long blade in his hand, and a hint of greed burst out of his eyes. Brass middle-grade weapons. In the mainland of Valoran, the preciousness of equipment is much more precious than the strength of warriors of the same level. Let's talk about the weapon itself first. Only weapons that have reached the low-grade brass will contain attributes. The higher the weapon's grade, the more powerful the attributes it contains. Weapons that are lower than low-grade brass are no different from kitchen knives sold on the market. Let's talk about the production of weapons, because the manufacture of weapons needs to cross the ranks. A warrior of the brass rank has no strength to build even a low-grade brass weapon. Only at the silver rank can there be such a glimmer of hope. And it also depends on whether the samurai has the talent of a blacksmith. This talent is 1 in 1,000, so blacksmiths are very rare in Valoran. There is no lack of some masters in Dalmatia who have surpassed the brass and even reached the silver level, but their reputation is not as great as that of the Brogrand blacksmith, which can be seen. This situation has led to many warriors of the same level not being able to use weapons of the same level. Most of the warriors of the brass level still use weapons made by the most common blacksmiths. Things that can be done with a few silver coins. The weapon itself has no value. Even for a samurai with a brass 1 star, it is very rare to have a low-grade brass weapon. But Lu Chuan, a rookie who hasn't even reached the bronze rank, is holding a middle-grade brass weapon in his hand. This makes the man in black who is still using the most common type of dagger so unmoved. And if it wasn't for the weapon in Lu Chuan's hand that took away most of the black-robed man's strength for him, I'm afraid Lu Chuan would have been separated by now. This shows how high a status a good weapon really has. Boy, hand over the weapon in your hand, I may consider to spare your life. The black-robed man pondered for a while, then raised his eyes to stare at Lu Chuan. Are you 484 stupid? Lu Chuan glanced at the black-robed man contemptuously. After I give you the weapon, my life is no longer up to me. At least now I can resist for a while, so you think I will give you the weapon you? Jia, you are really naive. Do you think you can really stop me? The me just now didn't even show 50 of my strength. Since you don't cherish the chance to survive, then I can only take you just kill it and take the sword back. The black-robed man smiled coldly, and immediately disappeared in place again. This time it was faster than last time. Lu Chuan's brows were serious, his eyes fixed on his surroundings. But this time, Lu Chuan felt the surge of air in all directions. The guy circled around him several times in an instant, causing Lu Chuan to not be able to lock the position well, and he didn't know when he would show up and give a fatal blow. Can you still lock me? Young guy. The voice of the man in black came from the left ear. Lu Chuan was startled suddenly, swung his sword and slashed towards the left. But the figure of the man in black robe appeared on the right side of Lu Chuan, with a strange smile on his mouth, and stabbed the dagger in his hand towards Lu Chuan's neck. Lu Chuan only felt a chill on his neck and a shock in his heart, but he didn't have time to draw his sword to resist. Die. The smile on the corner of the black-robed man's mouth gradually widened. He seemed to have seen the scene where the cold dagger was about to pierce Lu Chuan's throat. But at this moment, a beautiful figure suddenly flashed by the door, followed by that beautiful figure shouting in a low voice, "Fanyi." Buzz. There was a sudden gust of wind in the room. Lu Chuan, who was about to have his neck cut, was pushed back a few steps because of the gust of wind, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. And the black-robed man was too forced to open his eyes because of the gust of wind, so he stabilized his figure and clenched the dagger in his hand. Now, Jana, who arrived, only glanced at the room, and when she saw a few corpses lying on the ground, she immediately understood everything. She hurriedly shouted to Lu Chuan. Because of the sudden gust of wind, the black-robed man had no idea what the situation was, so he had to carefully defend on the spot. As for an assassin, defense is the least good thing. Now is the best time for Lu Chuan to attack. If he misses it, even Jana may not be able to help him. After all, Jana is only a 4-star brass. Lu Chuan gritted his teeth tightly, clenched the Dolan sword in his hand, and his arms began to tremble faintly. An inconspicuous purple light slowly climbed onto the hilt, adding a strange gleam to the blood-red Dolan sword. Explosive slash. Lu Chuan raised his sword and dashed 2 steps forward. When he rushed to the man in black robe, he swung the sword horizontally. Lu Chuan is not very familiar with this skill, but the middle-grade brass weapon, coupled with the double-strength skill, has a murderous intent, approaching the black-robed man. The black-robed man had already felt the overwhelming killing intent spread, he was startled, and hurriedly blocked it with a dagger across his waist. It's a pity, how can the ordinary dagger resist the sharpness of the brass middle-grade weapon? Besides, it was a blow that contained skills. Ding! The sharp Dolan sword cut off the dagger easily, and at the same time sank into the half-waist of the man in black robe. How could it be? It's just a kid who hasn't even stepped into the brass steps. How could I, will die? The black-robed man's face turned pale, he looked down looking at the big wound on the waist, blood splashed out. Half of the dagger in his hand fell to the ground, following his fallen figure. Before he even died, he didn't want to understand why he was defeated by a kid who had no strength at all. The black-robed man died, and the bloody Dolan sword in Lu Chuan's hand fell to the ground unbearably. He stared straight at the black-robed man who was killed by him in front of him. On his waist, the blood continued to flow slowly. It flowed out slowly, followed by the crushed internal organs, and Lu Chuan's pupils suddenly shrank sharply. I killed someone. Did you kill someone? Ouch. Suddenly a feeling of nausea welled up in his heart. Lu Chuan covered his mouth and jumped up from the ground, pushed Jana who was standing at the door away, and ran towards the door. The update is late, sorry. Chapter 10. Ugh. Lu Chuan's heart-piercing retching sound echoed in the small toilet. One sound after another, as if to vomit out the intestines. Afterwards, Lu Chuan turned on the faucet, poured water on his face continuously with his hands, and rubbed his cheeks back and forth desperately, trying to clean the blood stains on his face and the smell of blood on his hands. Side by side, until his collar was wet with water, and the bangs in front of his hair were glued into clusters. Only then did Lu Chuan stop his movements, as if he had lost his strength. His face was pale, and he leaned against the wall weakly, his body slowly fell along the wall. What did you just do? Killed. He didn't dare to think about what happened just now. The vicious look in that guy's eyes before he died, and the broken internal organs that slowly flowed out from the wound, were like a cold thorn piercing his heart fiercely. Superior. To kill someone, for Lu Chuan, he was not only afraid to do it, but also something he never dared to think about. If a living life is strangled in his own hands, what kind of guilt should he feel? Lu Chuan is not a killer, not an assassin, let alone a killing machine. He can't show that kind of indifferent expression that is almost numb, watching a person fall in front of him, and he will never stand up again. Is it better? At this time, a voice came from the door abruptly. And Lu Chuan was startled. He suddenly turned his head and looked towards the door of the toilet, only to find that Jana was leaning against the door with her arms folded, faintly inquiring. I'm fine. Lu Chuan grabbed his hair with both hands and buried his head on his knees, his voice sounded very tired. You're fine, you won't be as depressed as you are now. Is it self-blame? Yes and no, Lu Chuan smiled wryly. Have you ever thought that if you didn't do anything just now, you and I would be the ones who died? His strength is at least 3-star brass. Jana sighed softly. I've considered this kind of problem too, but Lu Chuan felt as if something was stuck in his chest, unable to speak or swallow. You have to know that in this world, excess pity will ruin your own life. Jana glanced at Lu Chuan coldly. Lu Chuan's Adam's apple twitched, and finally turned into a wry smile. I know all this, but I killed someone. And if I say something selfish, I won't care about his life or death. I don't even want to know if he has someone he loves or is loved deeply. I just know that I killed someone. I deprived others of the right to live, which is something only an executioner would do, and I am now an out-and-out executioner. Lu Chuan's voice gradually increased with his emotions, and he continued to say excitedly, maybe one day in the future, when I wake up from a dream. What I see is a pair of bloody hands, those are my own hands, I use my hands to deprive others of their lives. Maybe I will not be able to lift my head up when I face my family and friends. Perhaps in Jana's view, Lu Chuan's performance was a bit too cowardly. In Valoran, a world where power is paramount, if you don't become stronger, then you will be trampled on forever down, unable to stand up. It may even be wiped out. However, in the education Lu Chuan received, all the ideas and all the reality told him that murder is an absolute mistake. An unforgivable mistake, and murderers will be more or less mentally distorted, and the success of killing the demon murderers have all become incomprehensible lunatics, demons. The atmosphere froze at this moment. Jana, who had been silent for a long time, put a strand of hair over her ear, looked aside and said softly, I also killed people. When our wind elves were wiped out, I also killed a few intruders, but I don't think it was wrong. Because they made me lose my dearest people fell down, and I said to them, you stand up quickly, come on. Stand up and let's escape from here together. We live in seclusion in the mountains and forests, aloof from the world, and don't expect more things. But. Speaking of this, Jana was a little choked up, and her eye circles were slightly red. But do you think they will stand up again, and will they hear it again, even if it is a word I said? Lu Chuan was silent. Maybe what Jana said made sense. What if it was her closest relative? Looking at their deaths, is it true that killing people is an extreme mistake, so they are indifferent? Perhaps when the life of the closest relative is in danger, I am afraid that all people with conscience will put in their own efforts even if they die. And try to save it at all costs, right? Even if you kill the threat person, you will be legally responsible. Before the law, there is no family affection at all. But in the face of family affection, isn't there nothing to say? Killing people is never a right thing. Even in Noxus in the land of war, there is no law that stipulates that you can kill people at will. But if it is for something you want to protect, then it is just a matter of killing. Jana turned her face away and wiped away her tears with her hands, sobbing, this kind of thing is really too insignificant. Looking at the sobbing beauty in front of him, Lu Chuan's heart moved, and a vague but clear feeling gradually came to his heart. He seemed to understand something. Sorry, I made you worry about me. Lu Chuan gritted his teeth and stood up while leaning on the wall. I'm just sad for my dead relatives. A woman is a strange creature. She can cry pear blossoms with rain in the last second, and can be at ease in the next second, as if nothing had happened. Get rid of the red eye circles. Okay, let's not talk about this heavy topic. Things have already happened. Maybe here. I have to accept the rules here again. This is true of any game. Those who do not accept the rules will only be out, right? Lu Chuan understood a lot at this time, and the burden on his body was not as heavy as before. He smiled softly. Even if Jana didn't say anything, Lu Chuan knew in his heart that the meaning of what Jana said to him was mostly to enlighten her. Maybe this elf is not as cold as she appears on the surface, that coldness is just a kind of guard against anyone who doesn't trust. If she can peep into her heart, maybe it will be a transparent and flawless crystal. By the way, where's that chick? Lu Chuan asked again. The one in the room just now. She has already been picked up. I heard that she is the princess of Dalmatia, and she is the only one. Because she was confined in the palace for a long time, she secretly ran out to play, fearing that her whereabouts would be leaked. When I went out, I deliberately didn't bring any elite guards with me. The guard who came to pick her up just now had a faint aura that had already reached the silver level. If that guard was by his side, maybe so many things wouldn't have happened. When mentioning Demi, Jana also felt a sympathetic pity. If Lu Chuan hadn't tried his best to protect her at that time, maybe she would have died there long ago, just like her own clansmen who were killed. No matter how dazzling the princess is, she will not be too beautiful when she dies. Thinking of this, Jana looked at Lu Chuan in surprise. This guy seems to save people for no reason. Even if you risk your life, you have to save it first. How on earth did such a stupid person survive to this day? However, maybe this is also the reason why I, who never believed in anyone, was willing to form a team with him, and the corner of Jana's mouth curled into an imperceptible arc. Hey, why are you smirking at me? Lu Chuan stretched out his hand and shook it in front of Jana. Jana came back to her senses, her face flushed, and she quickly calmly sneered, Heh. I find that you are really meaningless. Thank you. The voice was still cold. So I'm not praising you. Lu Chuan twitched the corner of his mouth. More than 10 days have passed since Her Royal Highness Princess Demi was almost assassinated last time. In the past 10 days or so, the news of the assassination has been leaked by no one, and then spread among the people. When they are full of food and tea, people will talk about it. After all, this is the most shocking thing in Dalmatia recently. While everyone was talking about the news, they also secretly rejoiced that the princess was safe and sound. After all, the image of Princess Demi among the common people is very quiet and well-behaved, not for a lady. Every year during the celebration, when the carriage she rides passes by the street, she always shows a quiet and elegant smile, watching the common people. Like a goddess descending into the world, the common people are crazy about it. If a voting form for the lover of his dreams is obtained, then this princess who just held a coming-of-age ceremony will account for more than 60 of Dalmatia's votes, and the remaining 40 will belong to Dalmatia. Another legend is about the genius magical girl Lakis. There is also a reason why Lakis is overwhelmed by Demi by nearly 20. It is rumored that it is her brother who is born with a strong personality. Some residents of Dalmatia said that when they regard Lakis as a sexual object, they will often be cold. Thinking of her brother. He will have premature ejaculation over time, so Her Royal Highness Princess YY is more suitable. It is worth mentioning that in the event of the assassination of the princess, there was another mysterious hero that was widely circulated. Because one story wins every chapter, in the final version, it became a warrior of at least the gold rank. Stepping on the colorful auspicious clouds, wearing a streamer armor and breaking through the window. Just one finger crushed the assassin's bones. At the same time, he took the soft and boneless little hand of his royal highness, got on the pumpkin cart and spoke softly to her. Dao, come with me, I will raise you in a dog. Anyway, it is probably this kind of rumors in the market. Although most of them are exaggerated, they are still enough to make people talk about it. But no matter how powerful the folk rumors are, our party, Lu Chuan, is still calmly earning his little money at the Demacia Game Restaurant. The current income of the Demacia Game Restaurant has stabilized quite a bit. Some people passing by after finishing their work will drop by and let them deliver the food to their door to experience the pleasure of being aristocratic. Lu Chuan was worshipped by the owner of Mediterranean Sea as a bodhisattva who gave money. He didn't have to do anything all day long. He just needed to help out with ideas and improve the shortcomings of the restaurant. This made Jia, who had been standing at the door smiling, now gritted her teeth with hatred. However, considering that Lu Chuan worked so hard to make money so that she could get in touch with Master Brogrand earlier, Jana said angrily that she would let him live. For more than 10 days, Lu Chuan did not forget the most important thing because he relaxed, that is to improve his swordsmanship. With the explosive cut to open the way, and then use the sword, after many days of practice, Lu Chuan is quite handy. With the improvement of swordsmanship, Lu Chuan also unexpectedly found that his strength is much better than before, but it is pitiful Lu Chuan's neighbor, who couldn't find a girlfriend, woke up in an explosion every day. Hello. When night came and the restaurant closed, Jana, who had been busy all day, took a shower, changed into pajamas, and knocked on the door of Lu Chuan's room. Sister, let's talk about it, okay? I'm a man with a name and surname. What do you mean by calling me hello every day? Lu Chuan lay on the bed knocking on Erlang's legs, squinting at Jana. Without further ado, Jana took off the slippers on her exquisite jade feet and threw them towards Lu Chuan. Why don't you go to the sky? Have you been flustered these days? Lu Chuan dodged in a hurry, picked up the slippers from the bed and trotted to Jana. Hey, what? Don't be angry, don't be angry. I also know that it is very hard for you to stand at the door every day as a welcome guest, but little comrade, you have to know that everything we do is for a better future. Go. Jana took the slippers and pushed Lu Chuan away. Whoever has a future with you, we will go our separate ways after repairing the staff. Oh, heartless woman. Heh. There was a signature mocking sneer on the corner of Jana's mouth. So, this beautiful lady, what are you doing at the door of my room if you don't sleep most of the night? While speaking, Lu Chuan sniffed the faint scent of Jana's body, and glanced at Jana pretending to be careless. 2 eyes. Several glances. He sighed secretly in his heart. It's a pity that this big girl is dressed too tightly, and she can't see any spring colors. Since the earliest glimpse, she has never met fully again. If she could record that moment at that time, it would be worth it in the future. Heck, a memorable memory. It's nothing particularly important. I just want to ask you. In 2 days, it will be the open day for the mercenary group to apply for once a year. Jana yawned as she spoke. It seems that she is indeed some tired. Mercenary regiment? What are you doing? Lu Chuan asked in surprise. Chapter 11. Mercenary regiment. What's it for? Lu Chuan was slightly stunned. Although he had heard of the mercenary regiment a few days ago, it was the first time that Jana had brought it up. Jana walked into Lu Chuan's room directly, and sat down on his bed. When Lu Chuan also ran over to sit side by side with her and chatted, Jana pointed to the small chair in front. You sit here just fine. Nima, this is my room, Lu Chuan thought unhappily in his heart. After putting her hands on the bed and posing in a more comfortable position, Jana said slowly, although Valoran is a world where strength is the most important thing, there are still many people who are not talented enough to become warriors. Ordinary people. When they need help, need a trustworthy organization to help them accomplish some expected goals, so mercenary groups exist because of this. Almost in every region, there will be organizations of mercenary groups. Is that the kind of organization that takes people's money and eliminates disasters for others? Occasionally play a guest role as a hero who kills the rich and helps the poor. Or a black man who crosses the river and demolishes bridges. Lu Chuan rubbed his chin with one hand. Shut up, do you or should I? Jana gave Lu Chuan a cold look. Okay, tell me you have big breasts. You. Jana noticed that this guy was sometimes glib and wanted to be beaten. In such a private place for girls, this guy actually opens his mouth to come, it's really pornographic. After smoothing her thoughts, Jana said again, at least in some cases. It can be understood as the concept you mentioned. With an organization like the mercenary group, it is indeed good news for some ordinary people. After all, the army of any country can't take care of the trivial matters of so many people. And the mercenary group can do things for the employer after collecting a certain commission. Lu Chuan nodded desperately. Are you cramping? Jana glanced sideways at Lu Chuan. You talk, I nod in agreement. Are you sick? Jana only felt a puff in her chest, and when she was alone with this guy, she always had the urge to beat him up. Go on, teacher Jana, please go on. In addition to getting a certain amount of commission for the employer, the mercenary group has another benefit, and this benefit may be what more mercenary groups are looking for. There are even some tasks that the mercenary group even you don't charge the employer's commission, and you will help to complete it for the employer. Do you know why? That's a good question. Why? Lu Chuan slapped hard to show his expectation. There was a faint blue cross on Jana's forehead, and after she took a deep breath to force it down, she said, resources, news, these are the most difficult things to get on Valoran. The hiding places of the powerful monsters. The equipment, medicinal materials, skill books, and other precious items left behind after the fall of the strong will be stored in every corner of the Valoran continent. The world is so vast, it is not easy to find these things, except for a part of chance and coincidence, more part of the channels come from the tasks provided by the common people. Speaking of this, Jana glanced at Lu Chuan warily, and after realizing that he finally stopped trying to interrupt her, Jana continued, common people have never seen strong winds and waves, and when they have some difficult problems, they will look for servants. The core came to help solve the difficult tasks, and most of the difficult tasks will hide various opportunities. The most troubled people are probably the problem of monsters in the surrounding jungle. If these monsters can be killed, they will take its fur, magic core, animal bones, and animal blood are all very valuable things in the market. Moreover, fighting with monsters can improve one's own strength and skills. Speaking of this, Jana added, this is not something that some people can achieve by just swipe their sword twice every morning. Hearing what Jana said, Lu Chuan blushed suddenly. He thought it was a very secret thing for him to get up early every day to practice swordsmanship secretly, but he didn't expect to be seen by this chick. So, if you can set up a mercenary group, it will be of great help to your current strength, although I don't know if you have any secrets that you refuse to tell me. Including your middle-grade brass weapon, but for a warrior, these are just assistants, what he can really rely on is his own strength. Jana added the last point lightly. What are the conditions for forming a mercenary group? Lu Chuan asked. A mercenary group, as the name suggests, is a team. A mercenary group cannot be formed by one person. The minimum limit for a mercenary group is that 2 people are required to form a team, and the leader's strength must be above 5 stars in brass to form a group. Mercenary group. The level of the mercenary group depends on the level of the captain. The mercenary group established by the head of the 5-star brass group is a brass lower-level mercenary group, 3-star is an intermediate-level mercenary group, and 1-star is an upper-level mercenary group. Jana explained. It's so simple. Doesn't that mean that as long as the warriors reach the 5-star brass level, they can form a mercenary group? Isn't the mercenary group a disaster? For the mercenary group, isn't the task a situation where there are more wolves and less meat? Lu Chuan was slightly taken aback. He originally thought that the establishment of a mercenary group required at least certain conditions. No, it's not as simple as you imagined. Jana shook her head lightly, raised a finger and waved it again and again. It's not so stupid for a country's mercenary group to form an association. Although the threshold for forming a mercenary group is very low, but there are also requirements. The mercenary group is also divided according to the strength of the mainland of Valoran. However, any mercenary group below the brass intermediate level will have task requirements. At least one D-level subordinate must be completed every month. If you fail to complete the task within the time limit, or fail the task, you will be judged by the association as incapable of retaining the mercenary regiment, and will be forcibly disbanded by the association. Is that so? Lu Chuan pondered for a moment. If that's the case, it's still a matter of fact. A capable mercenary group can receive bigger and better tasks and have more opportunities to explore resources and opportunities. Incompetent people. For the association, it means, don't occupy the latrine and stop shitting, let's pull it down as soon as possible. Such a system can be regarded as a fair grab for resources. Well, I've said everything I need to say. If you think it's okay, we'll go to the Mercenary Association of Dalmatia to apply for the establishment of a mercenary group in 2 days. After the establishment, I will give up the position of head to you. The leader can receive a certain amount of rewards from the association every month based on the number of completed tasks. Jana kowtowed lightly. Wait a minute, I probably understand everything, but then again. Why are you being so nice to me? You told me the news again, and gave me the position of leader. Could it be that you have some plans for me? Lu Chuan's eyes began to turn sly again, wantonly looking at Jana's exquisite and delicate body wrapped in pajamas. Heh. Jana sneered, got up and straightened her clothes. Don't think too much, I just don't like to owe favors to others. I'll go back to my room first if there's nothing else to do. Bang. Damn, this chick is really neat and tidy. She will leave after finishing her speech. Lu Chuan looked at the back of Jana, leaving with a speechless face, originally thinking about discussing with her further about life ideals after she finished speaking, looking forward to about the future or something. Doing nothing else, just smelling the faint fragrance of her body will make people feel relaxed and happy. Being alone with a beautiful girl is indeed a very enjoyable thing. After returning to the room, Jana lay quietly on the bed, staring at the ceiling in front of her, with a lot of thoughts in her mind. Although every time she faced Lu Chuan, her mouth was always cold and without warmth, even if she smiled at him, it was still a sneer. But in fact, Jana has seen everything that Lu Chuan has done for her these days. If she were to be any guy, she might have snatched it and ran away long ago after knowing that she had a holy object in her hand. Nah, he may not be able to beat Lu Chuan, even if he is still a half-baked warrior who has not even stepped into the brass 5-star. But this guy is different from others. Although he always likes to take advantage of others, he has never done anything really wicked, and he has done his best to help him find Brogrand. Call him stupid, Jana will never be able to figure out the idea in his head. Say he is smart, doing these things without expecting anything in return is not something a smart person would do. So what kind of person Lu Chuan is in Jana's heart, even Jana herself doesn't quite understand. If you can't figure it out, just don't think about it. Your brain isn't as good as that guy's. Besides, we'll have to part sooner or later, so let's go to bed first. Jana rubbed her forehead with some headaches, and closed her eyes to fall asleep. But for some reason, when she thought of the scene when she was going to part with that guy in the future, Jana suddenly had an indescribable feeling in her heart. Her pair of long and narrow beautiful eyes opened again, and there was a touch of softness in the blurred eyes. After saving enough money to ask Brogrand to release the seal of the holy object, is it the day to say goodbye to him? The two had just met by chance, and it was his conscience to be able to help him for such a long time. But why, when I think of the parting scene, there is always a trace of reluctant? Jana frowned, and pressed the position of her chest and heart in a strange way. She had never experienced this strange feeling in her life. Yes, good morning everyone, I am dragging the road. Let me say a few words here. Chapter 12. 2 days passed quickly. Today is the annual open day of the mercenary group. Those who want to set up a mercenary group can only apply today. If they miss it, they will have to wait another year. Jana deliberately got up early in the morning, put on a clean and tidy plain dress, and ran to wake Lu Chuan up again. After a simple breakfast, the two left the restaurant without disturbing the boss, who was still asleep, and walked towards the Dalmatia Mercenary Association. Although it was only 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning, there were quite a few people on the street. But most of them were men with strong muscles, and some of them were tough guys with scars all over their bodies. Lu Chuan and Jana have the same purpose, which is to apply for the establishment of a mercenary group. Not to mention the team rewards that the mercenary group distributes on time every month, the generous mission rewards alone are enough to make people overwhelmed. It is to earn a lot of money. Looking around, the streets are full of men getting up early in the morning for a walk. This scene is indeed a bit weird, and Jana is undoubtedly the most dazzling existence among the countless strong men. After walking a certain distance with Lu Chuan, Jana has been received. She has attracted the attention of countless people. Her pretty cheeks, graceful figure, and the white and delicate calf like a lotus root exposed at the hem of the long skirt, all explain her beauty to others. You men, what else can you do besides pornography? Jana snorted coldly after being looked at, very upset. Hey, girl, don't impose the nature of other men on me. It's not me, it's them who see you. You're more erotic. Every day after taking a shower, you pass by the door of your room. You look through the crack of the door to see if I'm naked. Right? I'm sorry, I really disappointed you. Mentioning this, Jana looked at Lu Chuan with a gloomy expression. Ahem, Lu Chuan was almost choked to death. She didn't expect that all these details of her operations would be discovered by her. Ha ha ha, you are really a careful girl, there will definitely be a lot of people rushing to marry you in the future. Lu Chuan rubbed the back of his head and laughed. Heh. Jana sneered and stopped paying attention to Lu Chuan. After walking for a while, the two finally came to the gate of the association store. But because it was early in the morning, the association store hadn't opened yet, and a large number of people had already gathered here. Lu Chuan and Jana stood in line at the end. By the way, there is another thing that I am quite surprised. There are so many mercenaries waiting to form a mercenary group every year, so one day the mercenary group will reach saturation, right? Lu Chuan wondered. More than 80 of the established mercenary groups are brass subordinates, and most of them can't even complete the mission. In a year. The mercenary groups that are wiped out don't know what will happen. How many, so we need to introduce more fresh mercenary groups every year. Jana replied lightly. Is that so? Lu Chuan nodded, and suddenly a frivolous voice came from his ear. Hey, this chick, are you here to sign up to form a mercenary group? Why don't you join my mercenary group? I have the strength of a brass 4-star. You just need to paddle along and finish the mission later. I will give you some rewards. As for more rewards, it depends on your extra performance, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, brother Shui, you are too bad, don't scare other chicks, they won't be willing to join our group then. That's right, be gentle with newcomers. A group of people were laughing. Lu Chuan turned his head to look over, and took a look at those people. They are all wearing clothes made of low-quality animal skins, and the weapons they carry are all low-level weapons that can be bought anywhere in the market, let alone high-grade weapons. Obviously, this is a group of new teams temporarily organized to form a mercenary group, and judging from their frivolous tone, most of them are gangsters who came out of a small county near Dalmatia. The strength of brass 4 stars is indeed relatively strong in some remote small counties, so the arrogance on them is also very strong, so that they don't even know it when they come to Dalmatia. Convergence. Don't worry about it, it's just a bunch of miscellaneous fish. Jana moved her lips and whispered to Lu Chuan. She is indifferent by nature. And generally doesn't like to cause trouble, and rarely takes the initiative to talk to others. She was able to form a team with Lu Chuan, and even Jana herself didn't think about whether she had a brain twitch at the time. However, judging from the current results, Lu Chuan is quite reliable, which is why Jana has not disbanded with Lu Chuan. Since Jana said that it should not be ignored, Lu Chuan could only shrug his shoulders, saying that you are happy. But Jana didn't want to talk to them, but it didn't mean they wouldn't continue to harass Jana. Seeing that Jana and the boy next to her didn't do anything, the gang of country killers immediately thought that Lu Chuan and the others had given up, so they intensified. Hey, I'm a girl, my uncle is talking to you, what does he mean by ignoring you? It's your honor to invite you into our regiment, just the little boy next to you. Who doesn't look like a samurai, following him can protect you, is it? The man named Brother Shui stepped forward first, and stood in front of Jana, unscrupulously looking at Jana's slender figure and pretty face. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he felt. If such a woman can be played on the bed, it must be a kind of physical, oh no, it is a kind of spiritual enjoyment. Jana raised her eyes slightly, her pink lips slightly opened and closed, and said a few words, hurry up and get out. Brother Shui's smile froze on his face. In front of his younger brothers, he was shouted by a woman to get out of here. He lost all face, and his smile suddenly darkened. What are you talking about? My ears are not good, please. Say it again. Oh. Jana sneered. The sneer, which sounded full of irony, fell into Brother Shui's ears. And it exploded like a fuse that ignited a gunpowder barrel. He didn't care about his demeanor anymore. I don't know how many women lined up to send him to play for free, but now this woman dares to embarrass him in front of everyone, and she really can't swallow this breath without teaching her a lesson. Brother Shui raised his hand and slapped Jana's delicate cheeks hard, and there was a lot of energy in it. Jana's eyes widened, and just when she was about to make a move, a figure rushed up to her and reached out to grab Brother Shui's wrist. Isn't it too ugly to bully a woman? Lu Chuan held the Dolan sword in one hand, and held Brother Shui's wrist with the other, looking straight into his eyes with sharp eyes. Originally, with Lu Chuan's strength, there was no way to fight against Brother Shui. But with the power bonus of the brass middle-grade weapon Dolan sword, his strength is only stronger than Brother Shui's, which is why he always a good weapon is enough to make countless people jealous. Of course, Brother Shui didn't know the reason for this. In his opinion, he thought that Lu Chuan cut off his palm just by relying on his own strength. Did you hide your breath in your body? I really missed it, but strength alone is useless. Brother Shui withdrew his palm and moved his wrist, secretly startled. This kid's strength is really great, just a random grip can make his wrist swell a little. It's enough to have the strength to cut your tongue, any more strength is unnecessary to deal with you. And Lu Chuan is confident that he can beat the guy in front of him. Boy, talk too much, but it's easy to capsize. Brother Shui pulled out a half-meter-long machete from his waist as he spoke, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Come on, whoever loves the grandson. Lu Chuan hooked his fingers at him. Such a frivolous move was even more ironic in Brother Shui's eyes. When he was about to raise his knife and slash at Lu Chuan, the door of the Mercenary Association opened. A staff member shouted with a magic loudspeaker device, "It is now possible to apply for the establishment of a new mercenary group. Warriors in need, please enter the hall to sign up." As soon as the voice fell, the surrounding crowd suddenly started to tremble, rushing towards the association. If you grab the quota first, you will be able to give priority to the tasks provided by the employers, and the chances of being able to choose a good task will increase a lot. Seeing this, Brother Shui withdrew the machete in his hand, and glanced at Lu Chuan coldly. You won't live too comfortably. You don't even know how you died when you left Demacia City. Daughter-in-law, do you think I've been chatting with this cerebral palsy for a long time? Will my IQ drop? Lu Chuan didn't answer Brother Shui directly, but turned his head to look at Jana. Jana was slightly startled when she called out daughter-in-law. After realizing it, his expression was a little unnatural, but he nodded slightly. Brother Shui was even more furious with Bond's love show, as if he was mercilessly laughing at him. How are you doing? Not convinced? Isn't my wife pretty? No matter how beautiful you can not only look at. It's me. Not you, who is doing shameful things with her, understand? Finally, Brother Shui was dragged towards the association by his younger brothers. Registration is only for today, if you delay, the loss outweighs the gain. Let's go too. Lu Chuan glanced back at Jana, saw that she was a little lost, and asked, but only got no reply. It has to be said that Demacia is worthy of being one of the several forces in Valoran. Even the Mercenary Group Association occupies a very large area. There are at least hundreds of mercenary groups waiting to sign up at the door. But all of them are after squeezing into this hall, there is still room in the hall. Perhaps years of experience have predicted the number of these mercenaries. The association has set up multiple registration points, and it is possible to apply for the establishment of a mercenary group anywhere. Lu Chuan and Jana found a location with the least number of people. After the previous group of mercenaries had signed up, it was their turn. A young girl at the registration point first used a magic device to test her strength. After scanning around the body of the head of the team, Jana, she verified that she was a 4-star brass warrior, and handed a form to Jana. You fill it in. Jana handed it to Lu Chuan without saying a word. Isn't it the same for everyone? Lu Chuan was surprised. That, I can't write, Jana said in a low voice with a rare blushing. Lu Chuan was slightly taken aback, but then remembered that Jana seemed to be born in the Wind Elves. A small race that mostly lives in seclusion in dense forests and is isolated from the world. It is understandable that there is not much culture. After all, she just came here when she was in Demacia, wasn't she not very clear about the concept of money? In order to save face for Jana, Lu Chuan frankly completed the result information form. And filled it out in 2 clicks. Welcome to watch the series of writing Chinese characters all over the world, but when it came time to fill in the name of the mercenary group, Lu Chuan held the quill pen was slightly taken aback. Once the group name is confirmed, it cannot be changed. Perhaps seeing Lu Chuan's concerns, the little girl who signed up gave an answer. That's it, then it's called. Lu Chuan suddenly remembered something, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, and he wrote 4 large characters on the paper with a pen in his hand. League of Legends. Are you sure you want to use League of Legends as the name of the mercenary group? The girl who signed up was a little surprised at first. Just saying the word hero gives people a very old-fashioned and outdated feeling, and the League of Legends, that is even more idiotic. This guy actually uses such an idiot name, this mercenary group probably it will also disband soon. Of course, this was the thought in the little girl's mind, so she would not say it, but what she didn't expect was that. Many years later, this name, which she once considered rustic, has become the most powerful mercenary group in Valoran. The elite force under its command can easily destroy any country, and even become an era. However, this is all for later. Chapter 13. Soon after submitting the information, the little girl who applied for the application took 2 badges with a bronze luster and a Demacia pattern printed on them, and handed them to Jana. The League of Legends mercenary group has successfully applied. The current level is a brass junior. If you fail to complete the limited tasks within the specified time, It will be deemed impossible to keep the mercenary group, and the mercenary group will be forcibly disbanded. The registration girl used very official said to Jana and Lu Chuan in a calm tone. If you want to accept the mission, please go to the mission hall on the left. Without waiting for Jana to say anything to Lu Chuan, the little girl who signed up pointed to the passage of the mission hall and shouted, the next one. Is it that simple to set up a mercenary group? Compared with our world, cough. It is much more efficient than our country. Looking at the bronze badge in his hand, there is a golden one engraved on it. The eagle with its wings spread out, with a seemingly hard iron shield in front of the eagle, is lifelike. When we disband later, it will be simpler than this, and we don't even need to get the approval of the leader himself. Jana gave Lu Chuan a blank look. Girl, don't set the flag. Lu Chuan twitched the corner of his mouth. What does Furaic mean? Jana asked puzzled. In short, it probably means crow's mouth. Oh. Jana replied lightly, without saying anything. The two of them walked in the direction pointed by the registration girl, and after walking not far, they saw the entrance of the mission hall. After entering, there was a hall about the size of the mercenary registration hall, but there were many large wooden boards are displayed like bookcases in a library. Various task lists are densely pasted on the wooden boards. There is also a classification of the trip in front of each large wooden board, so that mercenaries can quickly find the ones that suit them. The task of current strength. So many missions. There are at least thousands of missions here. Is there such a great need for the common people? Lu Chuan glanced at the hall with a little astonishment. And there were already many mercenaries gathered inside. In twos and threes, they searched for suitable tasks. If they received a satisfactory task, they tore off the task list and went to the task manager to confirm the order. I'm not too sure about this. About the mercenary group, I heard it from an old man who had been to Demacia before. Jana curled her lips, with a look on her face that I couldn't answer. However, it was the first time that this appearance was shown on Jana's face, and Lu Chuan was slightly taken aback. This chick would be pretty cute if she didn't have a straight face. Since Jana couldn't answer Lu Chuan's question, Lu Chuan had to find it by himself. The mercenary regiment of the lower brass can only accept the task orders of the lower class F. So Lu Chuan went directly to the task classification area of the lower class F, raised his eyes and glanced roughly, then took a closer look. The first task list he saw was like this. Mercenary brother Go, my little girl is lonely late at night, and has a very strong need. If the mercenary Go is strong, the little girl can get it for free. Baoe only needs 2 silver coins, and now you can unlock any pose. Pfft. Lu Chuan almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Small advertisements that are hard to guard against seem to be unavoidable in any world. As long as there are 2 sexes, then eroticism will exist. This is the most primitive and instinctive demand of human beings. Naturally, some people will seek benefits from it. In fact, having said so much, to put it bluntly, it is the fault of not having a girlfriend. What are you looking at? Jana followed behind Lu Chuan and saw him staring at a task list. Just when he was about to take a closer look, Lu Chuan pushed his arm. Well, there are so many task lists. You can also help to search in other places, try to find a task of the highest quality, and we can save enough money to find Master Brogrand as soon as possible. Oh. Jana nodded, and when she passed by Lu Chuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If she saw this little ad, she might label herself as a pervert again. After ignoring the task list, Lu Chuan continued to read and caught another list. Brother mercenary, come and help me, I'm hanging on a tree, I'm waiting online. The corners of Lu Chuan's mouth twitched. What kind of strange mission is this damn, and because Mao's buddy who was hung on a tree would carry paper and pens with him, and how did this damn send it here? After reading several mission sheets in a row, the missions given above were all extremely boring and trivial matters. And the hiring fees were pitifully low, and some even only gave a few copper coins. This immediately reminded Lu Chuan of his own world. Netizens. It seems that no matter which world you are in, there will always be a group of extremely boring ordinary people who will always think of some weird things to relieve boredom when they are full of food and drink. However, judging from the fact that most of these tasks are trivial, then there are not many valuable tasks left. Maybe after reaching a certain level, the tasks will start to become more formal, but the lowest level of F, the missions of riding, are naturally the most complicated, and it is really not easy to find a high-quality mission list among them. But on the one hand, the commissions provided by formal task orders are not cheap, and you can also hone your own strength. Find valuable task orders among the vast number of tasks. After looking at it for a while, Lu Chuan's eyes suddenly sank, and he saw an inconspicuous place in the corner of the task board, a piece of paper that looked a little yellowed and old, covered by other new task lists. Why is this list so old? It looks like it's been there for many years. While thinking to himself, Lu Chuan reached out to push aside other task lists and glanced at the contents. Hello, respected warrior, this is a letter of appeal for help from the town of Norsley. The town is currently being disturbed by a strange thing. It is impossible to confirm whether it is ghosts or other reasons. But the residents above have been threatened with their lives, and there have been casualties. I would like to implore the warriors, if they read this letter, please go to the town of Norsley, 30 miles away from the northern suburb of Dalmatia. There must be a heavy reward. The level of the task is still F-level low, but the high employment bounty surprised Lu Chuan. There is a bounty of 20 gold coins. The common currency in Valoran is divided into copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. 1 silver coin can be exchanged for 100 copper coins, and 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 100 silver coins. This shows the preciousness and rarity of gold coins. Even in the prosperous Dalmatia, gold coins are only used by nobles in the upper class. Take the restaurant where Lu Chuan worked some time ago as an example. Before Lu Chuan went there, the restaurant's daily income was only a few dozen silver coins. And 20 gold coins were almost worth the restaurant's entire 2-month income. This also puts aside the expenses of various salaries and materials. As for F-level missions, they are usually released by ordinary people. For ordinary people, 20 gold coins is really a lot of money. If it really arrives, you need to use 20 gold coins to release the bounty mission. So the difficulty of the task must not be lower than F-level. Jana. Lu Chuan called softly, and Jana quickly walked over. What's wrong? Look at this mission. Lu Chuan pointed to the mission with an extremely high reward. Jana brushed her hair aside, bent slightly, and looked down. After a while, Jana also showed serious eyes. Such a generous bounty shouldn't appear on F-level missions. Is it wrong? Besides, if such a serious thing happened, the Dalmatia border army probably wouldn't let it go. Right? Hey. Wait a minute, what are you doing? Under Jana's panicked gaze, Lu Chuan tore up the task list. Tearing up the mission sheet means accepting the mission. Maybe the blind cat ran into a dead mouse. Besides, if you want to hone your skills, you should find some difficult tasks to complete. And if this single task is completed, then it is basically enough. Please bro, Master Grand's craftsman has paid off. Lu Chuan grinned at Jana, and that confident smile made Jana slightly startled. This guy took on a task with an unknown degree of danger, just to help him save enough money. What the hell is he thinking? Before Jana could react, Lu Chuan had already taken the task list into the hands of the task manager. The task manager was a gray-haired old man. Judging from his proficient way of handling affairs, this old man had been working here for a long time. Originally, like other mercenary submission forms, confirm the badge of the mercenary regiment, record the name of the mercenary regiment and the order number, and stamp it, so that a mission order has been successfully extracted. But when the old man saw the task list that Lu Chuan handed over, his old face suddenly froze for a moment. Old man, what's the matter? Seeing that the old man was stunned, Lu Chuan asked. Oh, it's nothing. But young man, are you sure you want to take this order? While speaking, the administrator looked at Lu Chuan, and the sunken eye sockets due to aging always gave people an invisible look. Is flashing. Of course, such a generous bounty, if I don't accept it, will I be robbed by others? Hee hee. The administrator laughed dryly, didn't say much, and handed the task sheet back to Lu Chuan with a seal on it. When Lu Chuan turned back with the sheet, the administrator suddenly said something strange. Good luck, lad. At any time, great benefits come with great dangers. Thank you for reminding me, old man. But, I am a very strange person. There are no challenges, things that anyone can do. Wouldn't it be boring for me to do it? Lu Chuan held his head in both hands. Said without answering. You will pay the price for your arrogance. Looking at Lu Chuan's leaving back, the administrator shook his head slightly and said secretly. This order was released 10 years ago, and it has been hanging here for a long time, just because. No one ever came back from that place alive. The exciting plot is coming. Do you want to know what kind of ideas our Lu Chuan children's shoes have in mind? Come on, let's make a wave of collections first. Chapter 14. Lu Chuan returned to the restaurant, greeted the boss, and said that he had other things to do. And he might not be able to work in the restaurant for a while. The boss first tried to persuade him to stay, but seeing that Lu Chuan had made up his mind to go, he couldn't say anything more, and gave Lu Chuan a few gold coins as a token of his gratitude. Now the business in the restaurant has stabilized, and all the credit should be attributed to Lu Chuan. Although the boss of Mediterranean Sea is greedy for money, he is not ungrateful. After saying goodbye to the boss, Lu Chuan took all the necessary supplies and threw them into the little bead. The small beads are not only filled with those top-quality treasures, but also a storage space. The space inside is beyond Lu Chuan's imagination, and even Lu Chuan suspects that if necessary, 2 people can be hidden in it. Okay, let's go. Coming out of the restaurant, Lu Chuan nodded to Jana. Jana handed a map of Damasia's surroundings to Lu Chuan. Just now, while you were packing up, I bought a map on the side of the street, but I don't quite understand it. Take a look at the town of Norshulware. Lu Chuan took the map and checked the task list. Well, I'll look for 30 miles away from the northern suburbs of Damasia. Here. After looking carefully for a while, he finally found a place in the corner of the Damasia map, a very small red dot was found, marking the town of Norshulj. This town is too far away from Damasia, and it can almost be regarded as the border area within the territory of Damasia. It is no wonder that after the abnormality occurred in the town, Damasia could not send troops to go there, and the distance alone was a problem. What's more, this single task was judged to be F-rank inferior, and there was no need to dispatch troops. After all, the Damasian troops did not know the truth, but they would not send troops just because of a few words in the letter. The only way to attract some low-level warriors is to rely on high bounties. Even with the wind of Jana, with a distance of 30 miles, when they arrived at the outskirts of the small town of Noa Urshali, the sky had already entered dusk. Just stepped into the outskirts of the town, looking at the houses with the grey-black skyline as the background from a distance, a strange feeling came to Lu Chuan's heart. Jana, have you noticed? It's already evening, right? And it's getting dark, but in this small town, there isn't a single house with lights on. Lu Chuan expressed his doubts. At this time in Damasia, the streets were probably already brightly lit, but from a distance, this small town seemed to be gradually being swallowed up by darkness. It's true when you say that, Jana trembled subconsciously. After all, she was just a girl, and when faced with such a weird task, combined with the scene described by Shang Lu Chuan, Jana a little fuzzy. But fortunately, there is still a barely reliable guy by my side, which is more or less a comfort, Jana thought so. When she just turned her head to look at Lu Chuan, she found that Lu Chuan, who had been on her right all along, had disappeared at this moment. Hey, hello, where are you? Jana was startled, just when she was about to look back for Lu Chuan's figure. Woo! At this moment, a sharp sound of wind rang in her ears, and Jana was so frightened that she got goosebumps all over her body, and subconsciously screamed, ah! Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that you would still show such an expression. It's a pity that you don't have a mobile phone. Otherwise you must take a few pictures. Lu Chuan gloated and laughed behind Jana's back, and Jana realized it after she realized it. Being teased by Lu Chuan, his pretty face was covered with a layer of frost. Is it interesting? Isn't it fun to scare me? Seeing that Jana's expression was wrong, Lu Chuan hurriedly changed his words and waved his hands. No, I didn't mean that, I was just cute. Yes, that expression of yours just now was too cute. But, cute? Jana was slightly startled, a burst of blush quickly climbed up on her pretty face, and then disappeared quickly. With shoulder-length beige hair, she asked in a low voice, really? Really, if it's later, you really won't be able to see the way. Lu Chuan walked in front with his head in his hands, and Jana looked at Lu Chuan's back with complicated eyes. This guy. Originally, Lu Chuan naively thought that although the town of Noor Shilya was attacked by some unknown phenomena, at least there were still residents. After all, no matter how difficult the task of the F-level low class was, how difficult it could be. But when Lu Chuan and Jana actually came to the town, they were dumbfounded. The dark town was empty, and there was no one in sight. A gust of wind hit, rolling dead leaves wantonly wandering in the street. There are also those buildings on both sides that have been in disrepair for a long time and look like they are going to collapse at any time. This all explains that this is a small town that has been abandoned for a long time. This, Lu Chuan was a little astonished, and Jana also carefully pulled Lu Chuan's sleeve at this time and said, why don't we just go back? This task is not accepted, please ask Mr. Brogrand to repair the staff. It's been a while, we're not in such a hurry, at least if we're in Damasia, it's still safe, but it looks very unsafe here now. Are you kidding me? They're all here. If you give up on this mission, our mercenary group will be disbanded. Lu Chuan was also a little scared, but there was a girl beside him. And he had clearly felt that Jiana's delicate body was trembling faintly, and as a man, he had to pretend to be, "I'm not afraid at all, just hold me tight," in front of the girl, right? Don't pretend, you are, obviously scared. Jiana was also terrified at the moment. It's hard to imagine that Jiana, who usually doesn't show any expression other than indifference towards Lu Chuan, would become so scared. This way. How could I be afraid? You are making me laugh, let me tell you, just this. This town, even if there is a ghost, I can pierce a string with one sword. I see you are more afraid, but I will allow you to pull my sleeve and be a coward. I will not laugh at you, Lu Chuan encouraged himself. You're the coward, Jiana retorted. Both of them are very scared, but they both try their best to prove that they are not afraid of this non-existent situation at all. Just when the two were arguing, suddenly a gust of cool wind blew from behind, and a hoarse and windy voice sounded like a handful of sand in the throat suddenly, which made people shudder. Good evening, both of you. Welcome to Death Town. Chapter 15. You ask why I haven't been killed after being cursed. This is a long story, maybe it's the prank mentality of that person. After all, if all the people in the town die, that person it would feel very boring, so that person deliberately left me behind, and gave me such a curse that life would be worse than death. Making me wake up like a dream every day. If I didn't stick to the last belief in my heart, if I want to restore the town to its original appearance, I'm afraid I can't hold it anymore. By the way, warrior, you can just call me Fran. Then, Mr. Fran. Can you provide some information about that person? For example, his appearance and characteristics. What methods are he good at? And you have been fighting against it here for so many years. Do you have any better ways to deal with it? The way. Although Lu Chuan was very tempted by the 50 gold coins that Fran said, but more, Lu Chuan had other plans. However, these prerequisites need to be taken with one's life, so before killing them, Lu Chuan needs to know more about that ghost. About its appearance, I haven't really seen it show its true colors. I only know that it is a monster that looks like a human and a demon. Its attack methods are more inclined to spiritual attacks. In addition to being cursed in the town these years besides. I haven't seen it use other abilities. As for the countermeasure, Fran hesitated when he said this, as if making a decision in his heart, and then slowly raised his head to look directly at Lu Chuan after a while. Master Warrior, if you are really sure about dealing with it, I can lend you something. Although it is not particularly useful. It may save your life when it is critical. Fran said at the same time, standing up in the corner on the right side of the hut. He moved a cabinet, and after searching for a while, he took out a small cloth bag. Put that thing on the table and open it layer by layer, like a treasure that has been treasured for many years. This is a family heirloom of our family. It is a piece of middle-grade brass equipment. When the warriors from the past came over, I did have a bit of selfishness. I was not willing to hand over the treasure easily. I was afraid that those warriors would take the treasure. I just ran away, but 10 years have passed. Especially the past 2 years. You are the only group of warriors who have come here in the past 2 years. This time, please help me dispel the haze that has shrouded the town for too long. Fran handed a brown robe in front of Lu Chuan. This is. Lu Chuan stared at the robe in Fran's hand, and the brass middle-grade equipment, even if it was placed in Dalmatia. It would make countless low-level warriors rob their eyes. Such a small town, and so remote, it is not an exaggeration to call it a family heirloom to own a piece of middle-grade brass equipment. This is the Magic Immunity Robe Anti-Magic Cloak, which can absorb part of the magic power and store it. When the magic power is accumulated to a certain level, it can be released. Fran explained. Magic Immunity Robe? Lu Chuan thought about it for a while. In that small bead, there seemed to be no equipment lower than the top-grade brass. A very good self-defense prop. And this robe also has a very good additional attribute, that is, it can absorb part of the magical attack. However, through this robe, Lu Chuan also vaguely guessed that the guy hiding behind his back is probably a rare magician in Valoran. The mainland of Valoran is a world dominated by warriors. But there are more fine divisions under this warrior. Warriors are divided into several concepts. The first is the type that Lu Chuan belongs to now, which uses strength to fight against the enemy. Samurai is also the most common type of warrior. The second type is the magic warrior who uses magic attack as a means. Ordinary magic warriors usually rely more on skills, and fight against the enemy from a long distance. However, skill books are extremely precious on Valoran, so if you want to become a magician, you need to pay a huge price. Putting the magic immunity robe into the small beads, Lu Chuan put on a serious expression. Where is that respected guy now? There is a castle in the depths of the town. If there is no accident, it should be in the castle. But I have never been close to that castle. Once I looked at it from a distance, I felt a splitting headache. It feels like I didn't dare to get close after that time. Just mentioning that castle made Fran feel a little palpitating. Okay, then let's take our leave first. You can wait here for the good news of our victory. Lu Chuan nodded to Fran, helped Janna up again, and walked out of the hut. Warrior, it's getting late at this time, I'm afraid it's not very good to go to the castle at this time. Fran chased him out. You also said before that this town has been enchanted, so from the time my companion and I stepped here, the guy in the castle may have known it, even if we don't look for it. It will come on looking for us, so it's better to say goodbye sooner rather than later. Lu Chuan waved his hand at Fran casually, helped Janna step by step, disappeared into the night, and walked towards the deepest part of the town. Castle forward. Looking at the disappearing figure, Fran put his palms together in front of his chest, and murmured in a low voice, I hope this time it will be successful. After 10 years, I'm afraid I really can't hold on anymore. When Janna woke up, she found that she was leaning against a big tree, and in front of her was Lu Chuan, whose back was facing her to admire the moon. Are you awake? Turning his head to glance at Janna, Lu Chuan then turned his head to admire the moon. Why, we shouldn't be, Janna asked suspiciously. In her memory before she fell into a coma, there was an extremely ugly ghost behind her that scared her into unconsciousness. Then Lu Chuan briefly explained what happened to Janna, and pointed to a dark castle not far away. Does the culprit of the town live in it? Killing him will restore the town to its original state. Janna asked. In theory, yes. But don't forget, before us, countless batches of mercenary groups have come here. After all, the high bounty is still very attractive. It's a pity that they all died. Although this is an inferior task of F level, but I have a faint feeling that this task level is more than that. The guy inside may have reached the strength of a brass 3-star or even a brass 2-star. Lu Chuan breathed out lightly. Brass 2-star. Janna took a deep breath. As a warrior, she naturally understands what each extra star represents. Some people with poor talent may spend their entire lives at 5 brass stars. They are still standing still. Besides, the brass 3-star is a dividing point of the brass rank, and a guy who can cross the 3-star and rush to the 2-star is very powerful. Or, if it doesn't work, let's go back. Janna bit her lip. She understood that the reason why Lu Chuan brought her all the way here was for the high bounty, so that he could raise enough money as soon as possible to find Buchuan. Legrand helps repair the staff. But for this money, it is really not worth it to lose your life. It's all here. Do you think we can go back if we run away at this time? Lu Chuan spoke, pointing to the gate of the castle that suddenly opened slowly. The people inside are waiting for us, it is obvious no we've come. But, Janna was still hesitating. In addition, I came here this time not only for the bounty, but also for one thing that I need to confirm. Lu Chuan suddenly made a sly smile. For some reason, seeing Lu Chuan smile, Janna's heart suddenly settled down. Because whenever Lu Chuan showed such a smile, it meant that he was very confident. Well, I'll listen to you. Anyway, you are the head of the group, you have the final say. Long ago, Janna had already handed over the position of head of the group to Lu Chuan. Let's go, I'd like to see how this deep-feeling monster, deep-feeling beauties and pussies are. Speak English. What kind of demons and ghosts, what kind of beautiful women's painted skin. The two stepped into the castle carefully, shoulder to shoulder. Although Lu Chuan was doing it for the plan in his heart, it would be a lie to say that he was not nervous, and if he didn't, he would have to confess his life here. But smelling the faint fragrance from Janna beside him, and the warmth from her shoulders slightly leaning against him, made Lu Chuan feel a little more at ease. As soon as he stepped into the castle, the gate behind him suddenly closed as if there was an induction, and the whole castle was pitch black without a trace of light. Lu Chuan, who was already prepared, took out a small bead from his arms to illuminate it. After Lu Chuan's research these days, he has mastered some basic essentials, and he can also use his thoughts to make it emit a certain amount of light. Shine. In this pitch-black, fingerless castle, the originally dim light became dazzling, illuminating the road ahead. At the entrance, there is a long and narrow red blanket, leading to the spiral staircase in front, and there are two weird statues on the left and right sides. Like two monsters, staring at the big copper bell eyes, like living creatures. In addition, there are oil paintings hanging on the wall every few meters. However, the contents of the painting are almost disgusting, almost all of them are the mummies of people whose souls have been taken away. Don't look around, don't think about it, just follow me. Just as Janna's heart was beating wildly, suddenly a pair of warm and strong hands grasped her little hands. It's just that this action not only failed to calm Janna down, but instead made her heart beat faster. Janna couldn't explain this strange feeling, but she wasn't very resistant. Just as Lu Chuan and Janna were walking forward and were about to go up the stairs to the second floor, suddenly a coquettish laughter circled down in the air, and the laughter actually carried a bit of bone-crushing meaning. Adventurer from afar, do you want to play with me? You should guess who it is. Are you guessing wrong? Are you still thinking, why is it her? And what kind of abacus is in Lu Chuan's mind? Don't panic, hold me tight. Chapter 16. Naturally, Lu Chuan would not have those methods in other people's animations. He just thought that the jade-colored ball looked like a vitality bullet in an anime he had watched a long time ago, so he yelled out. And as for the vigor bomb, it wasn't because Lu Chuan had the talent of an evildoer that he had an epiphany on Ari's skills. He just used the magic immunity robe he was wearing, and after absorbing Ari's jade ball, the magic immunity robe quickly became fully charged, so he threw the jade ball back intact. It is said to be intact, but the power is naturally not as great as that used by Ari himself. After all, this magic immunity robe is just a piece of low-grade brass equipment, and it is already a very good attribute to be able to achieve this level. But Ari didn't know about Lu Chuan's situation. Her azure-blue pupils kept reflecting the vitality bomb that was rapidly approaching her. How is it possible? It's obviously my skill, why can he? Ari's mood suddenly became chaotic, until the vitality bullet rushed in front of her. Ari finally realized, and hurriedly controlled his tail to scatter. Come, wrap yourself up in it. It's a pity that it was still a step too late. The vitality bomb hit Ari's tail and exploded. The shock wave generated by the explosion sent Ari flying, and it barely stopped after rubbing on the ground a few meters away. Ari, who got up from the ground again, was obviously a little embarrassed. A little dust was stained on his seductive cheeks, and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. But looking at Lu Chuan again, he is not much better. It is true that this magic immunity robe can absorb part of the skills and attacks of the magician, but to release it requires his own mental power. And in addition to the fight just now, Lu Chuan was also affected by the explosion. At this time, he stretched Dolan's sword in one hand, and he could barely stand up. Hoochie, hoochie. Hoo. Obviously, at this time, both sides have entered a state of exhaustion, and they are both gasping for breath. It seems that you are at the end of your rope, Ari gasped and sneered. Heh, you are not much better, hoochie, Lu Chuan also laughed. This time I can give you a chance for you and your companion to leave here. You go, I won't stop you, Ari said with some difficulty. Being beaten to a tie by a half-baked samurai who hadn't stepped into the bronze rank was obviously an unacceptable fact to Ari, but things had come to this point, and she had to accept it. You remove the enchantment, leave the town, and I'll go. Lu Chuan took 2 deep breaths, and with the help of the faint trace of mental power continuously supplied by the small beads, his breathing began to gradually stabilize. Don't deceive people too much. Do you really think I have no whole cards? But for a warrior of your level, it's really not worth my use of whole cards. Ari narrowed his winking eyes slightly, drawing a dangerous arc. If this kid is aggressive, I'm afraid he has to take that step. Why doesn't she want to leave the town? Why did she ever think about such a day? But there are some things that she really can't decide. Then you can use it. Lu Chuan grinned and said, I still have a whole card. Seeing what Lu Chuan said, Ari's heart sank again. This kid has a whole card? Is he still human? He owns all the warriors, weapons, skills, and even the weird imitation method that are not even at the bronze level. If he still has a whole card at this time, then that whole card is the last real whole card that saves his life, that is to say. The whole card he left at the end will be stronger than what he has shown so far. What will it be? How about it, I'll give you 2 choices, either use your whole cards, or undo the barrier and disappear from this town. Seeing Ari's hesitation, Lu Chuan roughly guessed something in his heart. It is even more pressing. If Ari could use the whole cards in her hand at will, she probably wouldn't talk nonsense to herself for a long time. But it really pushed her into a hurry. Once she used it, could she really resist it? Although this is a very risky thing, since Lu Chuan took this task, it was for the long-planned plan in his heart. That's what Lu Chuan said, the last whole card. Are you sure? You will regret it. Being attacked one after another by a warrior who is less than a brass rank, even a clay figurine will be a little bit angry, not to mention the brass 2-star Ari. Her jade feet gently tapped the ground, the whole person flew up, and when he was in the air, he floated strangely. Transformation. she said lightly. The white tail behind her was split into two at this moment, and soon turned into four tails again. On Ari's originally delicate cheeks, now there are a few faint red lines, and her pupils have gradually changed from azure blue to red. The four white tails still haven't stopped swinging, and are still faintly dividing. Lu Chuan's pupils widened, and suddenly he thought of something, and his face became ugly. Damn it, you forgot about her, nine-tailed demon fox. The nine-tailed demon fox, as the name suggests, is a fox with 9 tails turned into a spirit. When fighting Lu Chuan just now, Ari only had 2 tails at most. But now, looking at her constantly berserk appearance, the hair at the back of her head that was originally hip-length is soaring. And now it has fallen to her heels, the lines on her face are becoming more and more clear, and the canine teeth on both sides of her mouth have also become narrow and long. In a few breaths, the 4 tails split into 8, and the 8 tails suddenly merged together, and when they opened again, it was like a peacock spreading its tail. 9 tails appear. Ari's aura suddenly soared from weakness, and at this time he was faintly approaching the peak strength of the brass 2-star. After splitting into 9 tails, Ari didn't stop here, but raised her jade hand, and the jade ball that had been condensed for a long time was condensed and formed in her palm in the blink of an eye. Ari floated in mid-air, threw the jade ball into the air, and the 9 tails behind him rushed up to wrap the jade ball, and when they unfolded again, a palm-sized jade ball was suspended on each of the tails, but the jade ball after differentiation did not weaken the breath of the jade ball itself, on the contrary, it was even worse than the energy contained in it before. You are the first person to force me into this state with the attitude of a warrior who has not stepped into it. But it's a pity, everything should be over. Ari's voice no longer has a sweet and charming meaning at this time. But it was with a cold killing intent. The lines on her face seemed to be carved by a knife, and the crimson light imprinted on her whole face was a little reddish. 9 stars Lianzhu. The next moment, Ali yelled coldly, and the 9 jade balls began to spin around her, faster and faster. Crack. After a soft sound, the 9 jade balls fused into a jade ball the size of a head. Ari pressed down with a finger in the air. And the jade ball containing terrifying magic power slowly smashed towards Lu Chuan. A strong sense of coercion followed, and Lu Chuan almost knelt down under the pressure. This horrible magic power, I'm afraid that the 2-star brass warriors will be crushed into powder after receiving this trick. Damn it, this time I played it off. Lu Chuan clenched his teeth, he didn't expect Ari's so-called the whole card will be so strong. But isn't this exactly what you want? Lu Chuan suddenly laughed strangely. At the same time, he reached into his bosom and took out his little bead, I can only gamble, Jana. With Lu Chuan's low growl, the jade ball was slowly pressed down, but Jana was still trapped in Ari's illusion, unable to move. Lu Chuan felt a chill in his heart, damn it, he had calculated thousands of times, but he didn't include Jana's state in the calculation. As early as 2 days ago, when Lu Chuan inadvertently detected the small beads, he was surprised to find that the dim icon of Jana had become flickering. He looked at the awakening value and found that the relationship between himself and Jana, the degree of compatibility has reached the condition for the first level of awakening. But there is still no way to activate it, so Lu Chuan made a bold guess. Perhaps if you want to activate Jana's first awakening, you need to break through this layer of restraint and achieve a higher degree of fit. What is needed to achieve a higher degree of compatibility between the two? Except for some extreme methods, the compatibility between the two will soar only when they encounter danger, so this is also the purpose of Lu Chuan taking this mission. While practicing, he wants to improve himself and Jana. If it helps Jana to complete the first stage of awakening, it will also be beneficial to Lu Chuan. After all, the hero who completes the awakening will also get a certain promotion at the same time. It's just that at this juncture, Jana actually played with the puppet and stood there motionless, which made Lu Chuan very anxious. He didn't care about the huge jade ball that was slowly pressing down on his head. But ran to Jia next to Na, she was slapped on the face and pinched her nose, and almost touched her breasts, but Jana couldn't break free from the illusion. Sister, don't make trouble. Why did you lose the chain at the critical moment? If this continues, we will all be finished. Lu Chuan hurriedly turned around, and Ali, who was floating in midair, looked at Lu Chuan's actions with cold eyes. Everything, I couldn't help but sneered, it's just a clown, your death is approaching, let me take care of your spiritual power. Seeing that the jade ball was about to fall, Lu Chuan shook his heart, gritted his teeth, and stomped his feet. Grandma, fight hard. Even if you get beaten to death by Jana later, you will admit it. He put his arms around Jana's slender and soft waist, and under Ari's astonished expression, pointed directly at her. Jana's mouth. Kiss down. Even Ari in midair didn't understand what happened. This kid. Are you crazy? The time of his death is approaching, yet he still has the mood to sneak a kiss while his companion is suffering from an illusion. Sure enough, the true nature of a man. Ari snorted disdainfully, fell to the ground, and quickly retreated a few steps, lest the shock wave generated when the jade ball exploded was too huge and affected her. But at this moment, Jana, who had been pecked fiercely by Lu Chuan, suddenly opened her eyes, the clothes on her body burst open, her toes were slightly lifted into the air, and her long beige hair was suddenly surrounded by the wanton swaying blown by the wind. A gust of wind passed through her body, flowed through all the limbs, and turned into a tool like a cicada's wing. Before Lu Chuan could take a look, it enveloped the spring scenery. Jana's original pair of beautiful pupils, the black pupils dissipated at this moment, leaving only the white pupils and that cold, emotionless cheek. Following Jana's first awakening, the gust of wind still didn't stop, but spun sharply and condensed on the spot. During this period, a new round of gust of wind kept pouring in, but it was always compressed in the vortex of wind. The wind condensed in the vortex became stronger and more terrifying, until finally, even the two statues in the castle hall were sucked into the vortex because of the unbearable force of the wind. Sure mo, Lu Chuan hugged the beam at the side tightly, thus avoiding being drawn into the vortex. Is this the storm goddess of the Wind Elf clan? Ari's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. Storm goddess, isn't that the inheritance of the Wind Elves hundreds of years ago? Why does this Wind Elf, who only has the strength of a brass 4-star, have such ancient inheritance power? Finally, under Ari's uneasy inner fluctuations, the vortex of the wind condensed and condensed, Jana floated in the air, her cherry-colored lips gently opened and closed, and no emotion was mixed into Lu Chuan's mind. The incarnation of the wind, at your command. Yoxi. Let's go. Jana. Teach me a lesson for that woman who plays with the ball. Just as Lu Chuan finished speaking, the jade ball radiating terrifying magic power finally collided with the vortex of the violent wind that had just been condensed. Collided fiercely together. Chapter 17. Boom. A loud noise like thunder exploded in the castle, and the strong shock wave turned into a circle of light and spread in all directions. For a while, the wind was strong. And even the smooth stones on the floor were lifted. In this burst of fierce collisions, it was shattered into countless stone foams, and the whole castle began to shake violently. Pfft. Lu Chuan was also affected by it, and was thrown a few meters away by a powerful cyclone, and then hit the wall heavily. He only felt an undercurrent surge in his chest, and a mouthful of blood was sprayed out. The aftermath alone is so strong, the strength of the 2-star brass is really terrifying. Fortunately, both Ari and Jana are magic attacks, and Lu Chuan, who is wearing a magic robe, in this burst of damage, he was only slightly injured. After the two powerful skills collided, they exploded immediately, and the aftermath sent Jana and Ari flying out at the same time. Jana stepped back a few steps and rose into the air on tiptoe. While Ari was not so lucky. She, who was already at the end of her strength, was lifted up in midair several times during the wave, and hit the wall heavily. Master, this castle is about to collapse, we have to leave here as soon as possible. Jana tilted her head slightly, looking at Lu Chuan with a pair of invisible pupils, without any expression on her face. Okay, as soon as Lu Chuan got up from the ground, he suddenly felt a pair of soft little hands encircling him. When he looked up, Jana flew in front of him at some point, hugging Lu Chuan's waist, smooth and clean. The white and tender soles of the feet were tilted, the toes stepped on the ground, and the dust was shaken away, and her white and tender soles were not stained with dust. The two of them floated in the air like this, and they flew to the gate of the castle in just one breath. Jana's eyes sank, and she let out a low voice, break. Boom. The door of the castle was blasted open by an invisible gust of wind. Jana carried Lu Chuan and flew out of the castle, and then gently placed him on the ground, maintaining a slight volley. Master, let's go back. Jana lowered her chin, like a soldier waiting for orders. Has the barrier been lifted? While Lu Chuan murmured, he raised his eyes to look at the small town not far away, and found that the strange black shadow had disappeared, and there was a white circle in midair. The bright moon sprinkled down the soft silver light, and the stars hung quietly and slanted in the sky, reflecting each other's brilliance and beauty. Master, it's very dangerous here. If the castle collapses, the rubble may hit you. Jana called again softly. Oh, okay, let's go back. Lu Chuan came back to his senses, nodded in response, and turned his head to look at the collapsed castle behind him. Large stones kept falling from the top, and the walls of the castle, cracks are spreading at an extremely fast speed. Bang! A huge stone fell from a high altitude and hit the ground heavily, only a few tens of centimeters away from Ari, who fell on the ground. Ari gritted her teeth and tried to stand up, but she, who had exhausted all her mental strength, was injured again in the aftermath of the explosion, and she couldn't lift any strength from her body at this moment. After working hard several times, Ari finally gave up and let the gravel fall on her body continuously, perhaps burying her soon. Finally, "Are you going to die here?" Ari stared at the gravel falling from the top with a little lax eyes, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Have no choice." Self-mockery. Still unwilling. Ari himself didn't know, he was about to die, why was he laughing? Maybe it's a relief. That's right, after all, for those who died, it's probably not a pity to die for their sins 10,000 times, right? People who are about to die will recall the memorable things in the past. Ari is lying on the ground, trying to remember. What is there to remember? Long, long ago, before I turned into a human, I was just a little fox. At that time, I lived in the forest. Although I had to worry about the persecution of natural enemies, I lived a happy life, at least carefree. It doesn't have to be like now. You need to keep killing people and provide the Lord with the essence of spiritual power to barely survive in his hands. That period of time may be the most memorable one for me, Ari thought with a sigh in his heart. Crack. At this time, a large rock on the top of the castle, which was used to fix it, was finally overwhelmed as the castle continued to collapse. "Ali. I'm sorry," Ari whispered softly, not knowing who he was apologizing for, but he was very pious. In her pupils, the reflection of the boulder shrank extremely sharply, and it came to the top of her head in an instant. It's time to end. She gently closed her eyes, waiting for death to come. At this moment, Ali suddenly shouted loudly. Explosive cut. A sharp red light cut the boulder that was about to fall in half, and right after that, Ari felt his arm being grasped by a powerful and warm hand. "Jana." Lu Chuan snorted, and Jana, who was standing at the door, replied softly, "Okay, master." Lu Chuan's body was wrapped in a layer of wind. And Lu Chuan's speed became faster in an instant. He hugged Ari across his arms and ran towards the door. His figure was so fast that only an afterimage was left. Amidst the falling rubble, he rushed out of the castle in one breath. Boom! Just as Lu Chuan stepped out of the castle behind him made another loud noise, and finally it was overwhelmed and collapsed into a pile of rubble. Why? Ari opened his eyes weakly, but saw a familiar face. This was the guy he wanted to kill just now. But he saved himself. For a sinful person like you, if you want to die so easily, don't you feel too sorry for those who died? At least you will be tied to a huge cross, and a fire will be placed underneath to bake you alive. Burn to death. Lu Chuan said viciously. That's right, you can do whatever you want, since you have defeated me. Even if I survive, I'm just waiting to die. Ari closed his eyes, as if he was being slaughtered. Lu Chuan twitched his lips. Why don't girls in your world like to joke? A joke? Ari opened his eyes again, his fluffy ears shrugged, and there was a little doubt on his face. It should be safe here. Lu Chuan didn't explain to Ari, but looked around. At this time, he had distanced himself from the collapsed castle behind him. And he didn't have to worry about hurting people with gravel, so he gave Ari to gently placed under a tree. Jana stood quietly behind Lu Chuan without saying a word, looking like a sensible subordinate. Are you hiding something? Lu Chuan looked down at Ari, who had many scratches on her body. Her dusty tail was so dirty and powerless that it stood on the ground. Lu Chuan could see the spring on her body. Lu Chuan, he had no choice but to sigh, took off his clothes. And covered Ari's body, covering up the spring. No. Ari looked away unnaturally. Seeing her strange expression, Lu Chuan became more certain of his guess. You must be hiding something, right? When you used the last move just now, you were not so willing. I just don't want to waste it on you. Ari replied impatiently. This answer is a bit far-fetched. Maybe you just want to save that trick to deal with people who make you more afraid. Although the ability of the brass 2-star is very strong, it is absolutely incapable of setting up an enchantment that covers the entire town. Come, Jana. Yes, master, I can't set up that level of wind barrier. Jana calmly replied behind Lu Chuan. After the first level of awakening, her strength soared, breaking through the shackles, and abruptly rose from the brass 4-star. Has been promoted to a brass 2-star. Seeing that his casual excuse was exposed, Ari suddenly became emotional. What does this have to do with you? Why do I have to tell you? Even if you know. So what? In your eyes, I am just a heinous person. Sinners, I don't want to explain to you, and you will never understand me. Lu Chuan just watched Ollie vent quietly, and then said slowly after she finished speaking, if you don't say it, won't anyone understand it? Ari opened her mouth slightly, wanting to refute something, but looking at Lu Chuan's cheek with a faint smile, she couldn't say a word again. After a long time, she curled up into a ball and put her chin on her knee, choking softly with eyes downcast. What do you guys want to know? Wouldn't it be good to just kill me? Everything will end. Lu Chuan walked up to Ari and squatted down, looking straight at her delicate cheeks. This vixen, who looked very strong and competitive, was as fragile as a wounded little fox at this moment, and could only curl up in a corner silently licking his own wound. If you want, you can join us at any time. Lu Chuan stretched out his hand to Ari. Ari was taken aback for a moment. She didn't expect Lu Chuan to say such a thing. He was clearly the enemy of life and death just now, and Ari knew it in his heart. If I had defeated him just now, he might already be a corpse now, right? But he not only aimed at himself, but also invited himself to form a team with them and leave here. Of course, in Lu Chuan's mind, he also had other ideas. Naturally, he wouldn't sympathize with Ari and pull her into the team just because she looks pitiful now. You must know that the chick in front of him is not someone else, but a fox who is inherently cunning. What if her pitiful appearance was just a disguise? Another reason why Lu Chuan recruited Ari into the team was the little bead in Lu Chuan's arms. There is a hero soul system in the small bead. The higher the compatibility between the summoner and the hero, the greater the benefits the summoner will get. If you want to improve your strength, in addition to relying on continuous actual combat and practice to improve, the heroic soul will improve Lu Chuan even more. Just after Janna awakened, Lu Chuan directly stepped into it from a half-baked warrior. After stepping into the 5-star brass threshold and becoming a real warrior, Lu Chuan could even clearly feel that the firmness, strength, and speed of his body were much stronger than before. Otherwise, in the aftermath of the final duel just now, Lu Chuan would have been shocked to death. It is not uncommon for the 2 brass 2 stars to use all their strength to launch the collision of tricks. That's why Lu Chuan was so kind, and pulled Ari into the team. Chapter 18. In that world, I failed to climb up to the king, but in this world, I have to rush to the king no matter what. A certain classmate Lu Chuanlu exuded a bastard, even if the sun on the second day had already sunburned his butt when I was there, I was still lying on the ground talking in my sleep foolishly. Is it broken? Ari, who had already put on clean clothes, washed up and even had breakfast, knelt down and carefully poked Lu Chuan's cheek, but he impatiently patted Ari's finger off head. Still muttering, what? Your work is as thin as a finger. Hee, let me tell you, it's not me blowing, mine is a full 30 centimeters, and it doesn't include the head. Spicy chicken. What is he talking about? Ari looked blankly at Janna, who was sitting on the bed with a teacup in her hand and slowly sipping tea. He said that as long as he kicks him twice, he can get up. That's how they speak in their hometown. Janna, who had always been concerned about what Lu Chuan did yesterday, began to translate with strength. Ari nodded half understood, and then kicked Lu Chuan's ass. As a result, Lu Chuan just turned over at this time, face up, and Ari kicked down mercilessly. Pfft. Janna spat out a mouthful of tea, and Uxin couldn't bear to turn her eyes away. Classmate Lu Chuan clutched his crotch and sat up from the ground with a face full of pain. It was the beginning of an extremely painful day. Who did it? Lu Chuan got up tremblingly from the ground, a feeling of strength and nowhere to go spread all over his body. He looked at Janna, and Janna turned her head out of the window, pretending to look at the scenery. He looked at Ari, who showed a cute appearance, with fluffy ears on top of his head bouncing up and down, and a white tail flickering behind him, hiding his hands behind his back, pretending to be stupid to Lu Chuan. Ah, raccoon. Ahahaha, the wind is so loud today. Ari pretended to be innocent and said haha. Janna. Lu Chuan looked at Janna again. Janna said calmly, Master, are you awake? There was a murderous intent in the seemingly plain words, which made Lu Chuan suddenly feel bad, and laughed twice. Well, I'll go wash my mouth. Stop. Janna said lightly behind her, and the cold voice made Lu Chuan stop in place. Do you need me to wash your mouth and change your clothes? Master. Janna put down her slender legs that were originally intertwined, got up and walked slowly in front of Lu Chuan. Well, if you have this plan, I don't mind, don't get excited later. Don't take your shoes, I'll wash it myself, Seeing that Jana was about to change his face, Lu Chuan hurriedly changed his words, while secretly sighing in his heart. Women, as expected, are fickle animals. They just said they wanted to wash their mouths and change their clothes, but now they are not happy anymore. Of course, if Jana finds out about his idea, the residents of Demacia may be lucky enough to enjoy a spectacular scene today, and everyone can point to the sky and say, look, someone is going to the sky. Fortunately, Jana, who is relatively indifferent, did not really plan to pursue Lu Chuan. In the state of her first awakening, her mind was clear, but her body was out of control. Shy words like calling master were not she wanted to, but couldn't stop at all. After the whole group had finished their attire and had breakfast, Lu Chuan led the two chicks, planning to visit the character they had been planning to meet since they first entered Demacia Brogrand. A while ago, Lu Chuan was working as a small worker in a restaurant. While chatting with the owner of the Mediterranean Sea, he learned that if he wanted to ask Mr. Brogrand to create a high-grade weapon or equipment, he would need at least 10 gold coins, and he would also pay to provide raw materials. In other words, 10 gold coins will be charged for the polishing fee alone. This is the worst. If you want to create mid-grade brass equipment, you need at least 20 gold coins, and the top-grade brass is even more expensive than 30 gold coins. Just the cost of making a piece of high-grade brass equipment is the income that ordinary people can't save for several years. Moreover, due to the roughness of the material and the different grades of the condensed materials for forging, the equipment forging fail. In other words, if you spend 30 expensive gold coins and provide original equipment materials, you may not be successful. This is really a game that only nobles can play. Like those orders taken over by mercenaries, a single F-level low-level task is basically about 1 gold coin. And it is still a popular order. Most ordinary people can pay 50 silver coins. Soldiers who wanted a low-grade brass weapon at their fingertips had to accept at least 10 or 20 missions, otherwise they would lose their lives in the mission. From this, it can be seen how popular blacksmiths are on this continent. However, after Lu Chuan finished the order, he was really lucky. Because he saved the whole town, Fran donated all the savings in the town to Lu Chuan, with a total of 50 gold coins. This is almost a commoner family. People's life savings. 50 gold coins are enough to impress Brogrand. Well, Street 301, North District of Demacia City, it should be here. Lu Chuan came to the gate of a compound according to the address he asked the hotel owner before leaving. Jana's expression was a little nervous at this time. After all, this was related to the issue of the sacred objects in the clan. If something went wrong, revenge would be far away. Don't worry, isn't Brogrand the top blacksmith in all of Demacia, and he didn't ask him to build it, just to see if there is any way to lift the seal. Seeing Jana's nervous expression, Lu Chuan comforted her softly. After saying a word, he stretched out his hand and shook the iron door. Hello, is anyone there? After a while, a girl dressed as a servant came out from the inside. She was about 15 or 16 years old. She stared at Lu Chuan and his party at the door with a hostile expression and said, "It's so early in the morning, what's the noise?" "Resting. Your family calls 10 in the morning early morning." Ari snorted angrily. The little maid choked on Ari's words and didn't know what to refute. After all, she was only a 15 or 16-year-old child. It has been hundreds of years since Ari transformed from a vixen into a human being. Of course, according to Lu Chuan, observation shows that the IQ of this little fox movie is still in his 20s. After all, he is a person who has never seen the big world. The town of exiled can be called a poor mountainous area. Ali. Lu Chuan snorted slightly. Why did I tell you not to talk nonsense before going out? Humph. Ari pouted, her 2 furry ears were raised on her head, her face was full of small emotions, but she didn't say anything under Lu Chuan's scolding. Only then did Lu Chuan continue to speak, and smiled slightly at the little maid. "I'm sorry to disturb you by coming here early in the morning. We asked Mr. Brogrand to help him look at a piece of equipment." The little maid glanced at Lu Chuan disdainfully upon hearing this. "There are too many people looking for Mr. Brogrand to customize equipment. Who are you? Go back quickly and come back after the appointment is made, Mr. Brogrand. Not all cats and dogs can see it, or Mr. Brogrand will be busy to death. Lu Chuan, how about we go back first, make an appointment before coming back, even if we wait for a year and a half." Seeing that the little maid was being unreasonable at all, Jana bit her lip and hesitated. Lu Chuan shook his head slowly, turned his head and glanced at Jana slightly. "It's okay, we must see you today. But there's me." Lu Chuan smiled lightly, then turned his head to look at the arrogant little maid. The corners of his mouth curled up. "Little sister, how old is this year?" Seeing Lu Chuan put on a thief-like smile, the little maid couldn't help becoming vigilant. "Shut, it's none of your business. What do you want to do with that smile? Why, I tell you. You can't, don't try to mess with me. I'm but Mr. Brogrand's maid, who cooks for him every day. If I encounter difficulties, he will definitely help me, so you." "No, no, don't get me wrong, why do you say that I have the same knowledge as a child like you? I just want to tell you something. Even if you are Brogrand's maid and help him buy vegetables, cook and wash clothes every day, but you ruined his reputation, so he will definitely not care about you if you have an accident." Lu Chuan crossed his arms and looked at the little girl with great interest. "You nonsense. When did I ruin his reputation?" The little maid flushed anxiously when she heard Lu Chuan slander her. "What you said just now, I recorded it with a magic sound transmission device, recall carefully." "What did you say just now?" Lu Chuan stared playfully at the little maid, who was suddenly startled. She was rejecting Lu Chuan's just now. Sometimes, it seems that some disrespectful words were used. "There are too many people looking for Mr. Brogland to customize equipment. Isn't it possible for any cat or dog to see Mr. Brogland?" "You said these words, right? The rules in private are indeed like this. After all, Brogland, everyone knows Mr. Lang's reputation here. But what if the news gets out? How about it reach the ears of the common people?" The faster Lu Chuan spoke, the little maid turned paler and paler. Ignoring the change in her expression, Lu Chuan continued, "If such negative news reaches the ears of the people, it will discredit your Lord Brogrand, and the people will think that he is an arrogant and invincible person. People, with a little bit of ability and a little bit of fame, they start to forget their roots. And the common people will say, such an adult is really too bad. I can't agree more. I don't have a weapon in my life, I can't live well, I'd rather not have such an adult." Shut up, the petite body of the little maid began to tremble faintly. "Your Honorable Lord Brogrand will start to fall into wave after wave of negative news. If a person has been hacked a lot, it will be very difficult to clean up. Over time, even those nobles will be affected by the preconceived ideas. Concept, began to distrust Brogrand, and gradually no one asked Mr. Brogrand to build equipment. His reputation was gradually buried by time. He could not afford a maid without income. So he could only fire you. After the dismissal, wandering around the street alone, you think, you are so petite and cute, should you be careful when walking at night?" Lu Chuan's voice finally fell, and the corners of his mouth hung faintly from beginning to end. "Smile." But the little maid's face was as pale as a piece of paper, her legs were a little weak, as if she was about to be unable to stand up, and finally she couldn't resist the strong pressure in her heart, and she burst into tears. "Wu, you are not allowed to spread the matter just now, Wu." The little maid walked into the inner room wiping away her tears, and the cheeks of the two chicks behind Lu Chuan turned red with suppressed laughter. "You're so mean. She's just a child." Finally, Ari couldn't help but punched Lu Chuan on the shoulder, gently and softly. "I don't know if you have heard such a sentence." Lu Chuan turned his head to look at Ali solemnly, stretched out a big hand, squeezed the air in front of him tightly, and said sonorously, "Education, you must grab it from the doll." Chapter 19. 3 cups of steaming tea were placed on the coffee table, reflecting the profiles of Lu Chuan and the others. "Over the years, as my reputation has grown, more and more people have come to see me. But this is the first time I've seen someone who came to see me in your way." A middle-aged man, but a man with a thick beard, sat cross-legged on a sofa made of precious animal skins, quietly looking at the young man sitting opposite him and his 2 little female companions. This middle-aged man is naturally Brogrand, but to Lu Chuan's slight surprise, most of the blacksmiths in his impression are tall and big. With arms at least as thick as normal human thighs, and strong men with thick faces. After all, it takes a lot of strength to strike an iron. However, Brogrand's actual height is a bit too short, and his size is not too big. According to Lu Chuan's visual inspection, this man is only less than 1.5 meters tall. A strange kind of human being, the Yordle. Yordles are known for their petite stature, with an average height of no more than 100 centimeters. However, the middle-aged man is short, but his aura is very full, and the aura that emerges between raising his hands and feet is not comparable to that of ordinary people. I have always heard that Mr. Brogrand is busy with affairs. If you don't use some ingenious methods, you may not be able to see him. Grando glanced at Lu Chuan. Most of those who came to ask him to build weapons were nobles from Dalmatia. Because of their prominent family background, even if they spoke politely, there was inevitably a hint of arrogance in their tone. "It's useless to talk beautifully. I heard that you didn't come here to invite me to build equipment, but to show me a weapon." Brogrand raised his eyebrows and raised the teacup in front of him. After taking a sip of tea, he said slowly. I'll put the ugly words first. If the quality of the weapon itself is not high, don't blame me for closing the door to see off guests. Your little trick can scare my maid, but you should also be clear that in my current position, it is very easy to cover up something. Your waves can't turn up at all. When Brogrand said this, there was a hint of warning in it, and it could be regarded as seeking justice for the little maid who had been doing her best to work by her side. The little maid was still young and didn't know much about the world. She was scared by Lu Chuan and ran in crying just now, but Brogrand was very dissatisfied. Hey, Lu Chuan didn't refute the little trick with Brogrand's words. He just laughed a few times and glanced at Jana secretly. Out. The magic staff is also strange to say, it can change its size freely, so Jana has been keeping it close to her body. The whole body is glowing with jade light, the body is slender, and there are delicate flowing lines on it, just staring at it like this, but it seems to be able to feel the flow of the wind. Just glancing at the staff. Brogrand's expression suddenly became serious. He has been forging iron for more than 20 years, and in recent years he has been hailed as Damasia's top blacksmith. Legrand could tell that the staff Jana took out was definitely not ordinary. With just one glance, Brogrand can firmly believe that this is a staff that is no less than a high-grade brass. Can I take a look? To confirm the grade. Brogrand put on a serious tone and looked up at Jana. My lord, please go ahead. Jana stretched out her plain white palm as a gesture of invitation. Holding the exquisitely crafted staff to a certain extent, he lightly weighed it in his hand, and then, Brogrand slowly closed his eyes, pouring a trace of strength into the staff. Jana watched Brogrand's actions quietly, but Lu Chuan still saw a trace of nervousness in her eyes. Even Jana, who is indifferent by nature, would be nervous, which is enough to prove the status of this holy object in her heart. After a while, Brogrand opened his eyes, his expression was full of astonishment. This is at least a middle-grade silver staff. Even higher, I'm really sorry with my current realm, I can't specifically explore its grade. How did you get this thing? If you let others know that you have this staff on your body, I'm afraid it will lead to death. It's no wonder that Brogrand would be so surprised. The middle-grade silver staff, and even if he couldn't fully identify it, it at least reached the middle-grade silver. The weapons that can reach the middle grade of silver are all included in the collection room of the German royal family for safekeeping. Because their value is too precious. Once it was leaked, Jana and the others might be hunted down by a group of silver-ranked masters. For middle-grade silver staffs, Brogrand has only seen one or two of them over the years of blacksmithing, and this staff may be even higher in grade. It's like this. Although this staff is of a high grade. It's true, it's been sealed. So the purpose of our visit this time is to ask Lord Brogrand to help see if there is anything wrong with it. There is a way to unlock the seal in it. Lu Chuan said slowly. Sealed. Brogrand was taken aback for a moment, then hastily poured his power into the staff to conduct a further investigation. This time it took a little longer, until Lu Chuan drank the tea in front of him and asked the little maid for another cup, then Brogrand let out a breath and said in a deep voice. This magic staff has been sealed 3 times, with my current strength. If I want to untie it, I can only untie the first layer of seal, and it also needs extremely precious materials as assistance. What materials do you need? Lu Chuan asked hastily. At present, it is good to be able to unlock 1 layer of seals. According to Brogrand. If the staff has 3 layers of seals, Lu Chuan estimated in his heart that when all the seals are released when it is opened, I am afraid that the rank of this staff will soar to a perverted level. The sacred object that can be kept carefully by the tribe for hundreds of years is indeed extraordinary. According to my research just now, there is a faint breath of wind flowing on this staff. And more breath of wind is locked in the deep seal and cannot burst out. To unlock the first layer of seal, you need at least a wind-howling stone is used as an introduction, and several pieces of magic meteorites are needed to be refined together to break the shackles of the first layer of seal. Wind Shaosher. Lu Chuan was slightly taken aback. That is the 3rd-class material formed on the tip of the Gangfengling Mountain in the Damasia Mountains. Materials are divided into 9 grades, and 1 is the last. The Gangfengling Mountain in the West Mountain is dangerous and extremely steep. When passing through, it will speed up the flow and form a strong wind. After hundreds of years, the stones on the top of the mountain have been baptized by the strong wind day and night. The wind howl stone contains extremely pure and strong wind, which is a very good treasure for wind attribute warriors. Brogrand gave an explanation about the wind howl stone. That is to say, with the help of the wind howl stone and the magic meteorite, can the first layer of the staff seal be released? Lu Chuan made a summary. Well, but I can't guarantee that it will be successful. After all, this is a middle-grade silver staff. It doesn't matter, I'll just get a few more wind whistle stones. If it doesn't work once, try again. Lu Chuan seemed very motivated. It's just that this enthusiasm fell into the eyes of Brogrand, which seemed a bit exaggerated. Let alone the dangerous terrain of Gangfeng Ridge, ordinary brass 3-star warriors broke into it, and they couldn't even get their feet steady. Just talking about the wind-whistling stone. It is very rare, even if it is on the top of the mountain, not all stones can form a wind-whistling stone, most of the stones will be turned into dust in the wind for 100 years. It is very rare to get a piece, let alone a few more. However, Brogrand's eyes flickered a few times, but he still didn't speak out to dissuade him. He is indeed selfish. After all, this middle-grade silver weapon is something that cannot be found. Not to mention giving it to him for forging. If he can unlock the seal for him, he may be able to understand something more from it. After all, a blacksmith who can forge middle-grade silver weapons must be much higher than him. So instead, he still expects that Lu Chuan will get the wind whistle stone, and let him explore the wonders of this middle-grade silver weapon. Then Master Brogrand, let's take a step ahead, thank you for your hospitality. After I get the wind-blowing stone, I will come to visit again. Lu Chuan cupped his fists at Brogrand, and Brogram Lang nodded slightly, and glanced at the little maid beside him, who hurried forward to see the guest off. After the group walked out of Brogrand's house, Ari wiped the sweat from his forehead, and muttered dissatisfiedly, I'm so tired from holding back, and I didn't want to interrupt, I almost suffocated to death. Just save yourself, you won't die if you don't say a few words. When talking about big things, why do you get in your mouth? Lu Chuan gave Ari a sideways look. And then looked at Jana, unlocking the seal is just around the corner, get ready, let's go to Gangfeng Ridge in the Dalmatia Mountains. Jana opened and closed her lips slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but she seemed a little hesitant. What's wrong? Sensing Jana's hesitation, Lu Chuan asked aloud. It's nothing, what I mean is, according to Lord Brogrand, the terrain of Gangfeng Ridge is dangerous. If we rush in so rashly now, wouldn't it be too risky? Should we wait for a while, put strength first? Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by Lu Chuan, what are you waiting for, just kill it directly, get the materials early. And unseal the seal of your staff early, besides, no matter how strong the wind is, but you are the woman who controls the wind, are you still afraid of that? It's not, I mean, Jana hesitated for a long time, but she didn't say anything. Okay, no more ink marks, let's go. If you are in danger, I will stand in front of you. Lu Chuan took Jana's arm, and Ari followed closely. Jana looked at Lu Chuan's back in a daze, but the thoughts in her heart became complicated. Once the staff seal is removed, then let's part. Because, there is no reason to stay by his side anymore. In the early stage, the hero needs to lay the foundation for the cultivation of the protagonist, so the hero will be slower to appear on the stage. Don't panic, I will write about the royal family soon, let me warn you, the plot of the royal family is very exciting. Also, thanks to my friends the world is never satisfied, I see the purple sky, you Fei, for their rewards. Chapter 20. At the foot of Gangfeng Ridge. Even standing at the foot of the mountain, you can feel the gusts of wind blowing from time to time, circling down from the top of the mountain. Looking at the messy wild jungle in front of you, but a road is artificially stepped on, leading to the top of the mountain in a rough way. According to the records in this Dalmatia document, this Gangfeng Ridge is the least difficult of the 4 major mountains. And countless mercenaries have climbed it over the years, but most of them died on the way. Lu Chuan is holding a book that looks like a magazine. He entrusted Jana and Ari to buy it just now. There are top views of the 4 mountains on it. It is said that it is a silver rank warrior of the wind system floating in the air. Captured with a magic mirror device. Are there any ferocious monsters on Gangfeng Ridge? Ari asked while ruffling his long black hair with his hands. Well, let me take a look. Lu Chuan flipped through a few pages of the literature in his hand, and found the page dedicated to Gangfeng Ridge. Gangfeng Ridge is full of strong winds all year round, even the trees in the mountains grow towards the wind direction. It is extremely difficult for ordinary monsters to survive and forage in the strong wind, so there are not many kinds of monsters on Gangfeng Ridge. After a pause, he continued, however, there is a Fengyin tiger whose strength has reached 5 stars of silver, and it is entrenched on the top of the mountain. Silver 5 star. Is it too dangerous? Ari opened her ruddy mouth slightly in surprise. Demonic beasts are not as intelligent as humans, so they are not as fast as humans in cultivation. If at the same time and with the same talent. Humans may be able to reach silver 5 stars, but magical beasts can only reach brass 1 or even only 5 stars. Brass 2 stars. But because of the longer time spent than humans, the strength of monsters is more condensed, and the strength of monsters is several times stronger than humans, so monsters of the same level are much stronger than warriors of the same level. So the Fengyin tiger entrenched on the top of the mountain, although it is a silver 5-star monster, but compared to its strength, it is even more powerful than a silver 4 or even a silver 3-star warrior. Wealth and wealth are sought in danger. Besides, the area of the top of Gangfeng Mountain is not small. How big can a Fengyin tiger be? We try to avoid him as much as possible, and run away after we find the Fengshao stone. Lu Chuan rubbing his chin. However, besides the Fengyin tiger, there should be other monsters. It is impossible for the entire mountain range to be guarded by that Fengyin tiger, otherwise this Gangfeng ridge would have been trampled to the ground. Janna said calmly at this time. Well, just now the literature also mentioned another kind of monster that lives in Gangfeng ridge, Gangfeng moth. Hearing that, Lu Chuan threw out another new word. Ari and Janna looked at him. Wait for the next article. Gangfeng moth is a kind of magical beast mutated into a moth that swallows wind for a living. Its body size is half the size of a human being, and its average strength is only at the level of a brass 5-star warrior who has just started. It is not a single threat, but it has the first feature is, living in groups. If a Gangfeng moth finds a target, it will immediately invite friends to summon countless Gangfeng moths. A brass 5-star warrior is not scary, but a group of them will be a headache. Lu Chuan threw the document into the small bead, and there was only so much that was said in the document about the introduction of Gangfeng ridge. Ari and Janna looked at each other in dismay, especially Ali. After a few dry laughs, he seemed to back off a bit. I'm not in a good state today, so I think we should wait another day. Lu Chuan grabbed her clothes by the back with a calm expression, leaving Ari who wanted to sneak away nowhere to hide. Are you in a bad state because you're tired from shopping? Let go, I promise not to run away. What if you run away as soon as I let go? There is no credibility for what you foxes say. You're grabbing my underwear. Ari blushed with embarrassment. Lu Chuan let go with a dry cough, and Janna gave Lu Chuan a cold look. In the end, Lu Chuan and his party set off towards Gangfeng ridge, but the road they chose was not the one trampled by countless former ones, but a secluded road overgrown with weeds. The reason is very simple. Warcraft are more or less intelligent. Countless predecessors followed that path to reach the top. Over time, the Warcraft will notice something, and finally live near that path. As soon as they meet people, the crowd presses forward and wipes them out. This is why there are countless mercenaries who have explored Gangfeng ridge over the years, but only a few have reached the top. By the way, Ari. A group of people walked forward from the foot of the mountain. After walking for about 10 minutes, Lu Chuan pushed aside a branch blocking the way, and looked back at Ari who was following behind nimbly among the trees. What's wrong? Ari shrugged his furry ears as he easily ran over a tree root blocking the way. You grew up in a dense forest before you transformed into a human form. Ari rolled his eyes, as if he had a premonition. Just when he was about to shake his head, Lu Chuan smiled slyly at her. Go explore the road. You must be more familiar with this terrain than us. There are a lot of them, and if I'm not wrong, the sensitivity of your spirit fox family is very strong. After all, your ears are so much bigger than ours. Oh, okay. I'll just go. I really don't know whether I am a fox or you are a fox. People say that foxes are cunning, but I always feel that you are more cunning than me. Ari sighed helplessly, and Lu Chuan's clever tricks are always hidden in front of Lu Chuan. After agreeing, Ari kept seals in her hands and whispered something in her mouth. Just when Lu Chuan was still wondering what she was doing, Ari's delicate body suddenly shrank gradually, and the last white glow in a flash, it turned into a little white-haired fox less than 2 palms long. Damn, you can change back after becoming a spirit? Lu Chuan was dumbfounded. It's really ignorant. Ali, who turned into a little fox, rolled his eyes at Lu Chuan, and after a slight shake of the soft white tail behind him, he said in a deep voice, I'll go ahead and have a look. If 5 minutes and EI hasn't come back yet, it means I'm waiting for you in front. You just follow up. As soon as the words fell, Ari transformed into the petite body after the prototype, shuttled through the dense forest extremely nimbly, and disappeared without a trace in just a few blinks. I didn't expect Ari to have this kind of form, but it's much more convenient. With such a small body, even if it's dangerous, you can get rid of it flexibly. Lu Chuan said. Then turned his head and smiled at Janna. Don't worry, I will help you get the wind-roaring stone this time. After unlocking the first layer of seal on the holy object, your strength will definitely increase greatly. With a middle-grade silver weapon next to you, those guys probably won't. How dare I treat you? Janna was silent for a moment when she heard the words, as if she was making a decision in her heart, then she raised her head and looked at Lu Chuan, her eyes became serious. I've been holding some words in my heart. But now I can't hold them back. Yes, actually I have doubted a long time ago, what is your identity? Or, who are you? At first, you were just an ordinary person without any ability, but it was very strange to have a yellow weapon of mid-bronze. When you were in the restaurant, you got up early every day and said you were practicing swordsmanship, but you were actually just proficient in your sword skills. Right? Ordinary swordsmanship, no matter how harsh it is, will not change the color of the weapon itself. A skill book, the level of preciousness is only lower than that of weapons, but you have it again without any surprise. You told me that you got it by chance. You are in my sight almost every day. Where did you get the skill? Book? Also, when we first met, you desperately helped me take the sacred object, and later formed a team with me. When you were doing the task 2 days ago, you didn't know what secret method you used to force your strength has improved a lot. And now you are trying to help my sacred object unseal. Have you done too much for me, but you have never asked for anything in return? Sorry, maybe I am too suspicious, but it is related to our clan. I have to be a little cautious about the sacred objects that have been passed down for hundreds of years. After saying this, Janna glanced away. She was a little afraid to face Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan treated her very well. These Janus knew that if given the chance, Janna would reciprocate. But the problem is, Lu Chuan is so kind to her, obviously just a person whom he has known for less than a month. Why can he do so much for himself, even almost costing his life several times? He cares more about his own affairs than anyone else. If it is said that he is kind to himself and at the same time has thoughts about himself, then Janna can also understand. After all, they are both men and women of the same age, and it is reasonable to talk about it when they are emotional. But what made Janna angry was that he didn't seem to care about himself at all. Apart from occasionally being in a daze with his figure, he hardly did anything out of line, and he was also polite to himself. In this way, the question arises, what is he planning? Janna had to think about the worst. He was trying to get his staff, and after the seal was broken, he took it away. But there is also a very contradictory point in it. If he wanted to snatch the sacred object, why didn't he snatch it early? Do you have to wait until the seal is lifted? The inexperienced Janna thought about it for so long but still couldn't figure it out. She had a good impression of Lu Chuan, but she couldn't really say that she liked him. Maybe it was just a good impression of her as a companion for so long. Faced with Janna's questioning, Lu Chuan could only sigh slowly. Although he knew that Janna would have doubts, he didn't expect her to ask at this juncture. And Lu Chuan is not very easy to answer. Picture what? Could it be that Lu Chuan is going to press her shoulder and tell her, I'm just trying to increase your favorability. If you increase your favorability, you can be shy. Oh no, if you increase your favorability, you can awaken multiple times, so my strength will also increase. Will a rising tide lift all boats like that? If this kind of thing is not explained clearly, Janna will easily be misunderstood. Girls are more sensitive, especially when Janna has experienced the pain of extermination not long ago. While Lu Chuan was still thinking about how to explain, he heard a cry for help not far away. Help, help, kill the fox, kill the fox. A petite figure ran towards this direction desperately from a distance. Lu Chuan took a closer look and found that it was Ari who had transformed into a fox. But after glancing behind her, Lu Chuan's face became ugly. Behind Ari, there was a group of moths the size of half a man. If nothing else, it would be the most numerous monster in Gangfeng Ridge, Gangfeng moth. Although I don't know what evil that chick has done to attract the hatred of so many Gangfeng moths, the number is a bit too terrifying. If you look at the densely packed area, there are at least hundreds of them. Hundreds of Gangfeng moths with brass 5 stars. What is this concept? Lu Chuan took out the Dolan sword from the small bead, stepped forward and laid it in front of Janna, gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. I will talk to you about the question just now, and I will give you a reasonable explanation. Before that, save Ari first. Chapter 21. Come here. What did you do? How did you draw so much hatred? Lu Chuan held Dolan's sword horizontally in his hand. Ali's figure approached from far away. And when she was still a few meters away, her short legs suddenly pressing the ground, he jumped up from the ground and rushed directly towards Lu Chuan. After Lu Chuan caught Ari, she climbed onto Lu Chuan's shoulders and said while panting coquettishly, Ho, I just passed by and saw some long ones on the tree that looked delicious. Fruit, so I. Are you a pig? I'm a fox, be careful. Ari glanced at the same time as he was speaking, and found that the fastest Gangfeng moth with flapping wings had already rushed in front of Lu Chuan. Although it was only a moth. However, after it mutated into a monster, two slender and sharp fangs grew on its fist-sized head, aiming at Lu Chuan and biting it. "Get out!" Lu Chuan shouted, and slashed the Dolan sword violently obliquely in his hand, and slashed heavily on the body of the Gangphone moth. A thick dark green blood splashed out. And the Gangphone moth let out a slash. After a scalp-numbing scream, it fell to the ground, and a monster core that was only half the size of a fist rolled out of its body. This is the unique core of monsters, and it is also the key to mutate into monsters. The cultivation and strength of monsters are inseparable from this core. And because Warcraft stores all the essence in the core, this core is a very good medicinal material for human beings. The first level Warcraft core on the market is worth at least 1 gold coin. Lu Chuan bent down to pick up the magic core on the ground. And threw it into the small bead with a cursory glance. The most important thing right now is a large group of gang wind moths in front of him. Although a single strength is a threat to Lu Chuan, it's not big, but these hundreds of gang wind moths are indeed a bit overwhelming. Seeing a few more fast-flying Gangphone moths approaching, Lu Chuan held the Dolan sword tightly in his hand, a purple light was poured into it, and the blade of the Dolan sword began to tremble faintly. With the continuous improvement of Lu Chuan's strength and his proficiency in this explosive cut, the power of his explosive cut is now different from the past. With a stern shout, he slashed out the fully charged Dolan sword in the air, and with a howling sound of breaking wind, he violently attacked the gang wind moths. Explosive slash. Time. With a slash of the sword, those gang wind moths fell under Lu Chuan's sword with almost no power to fight back. The magic cores in their bodies fell off automatically because the host's consciousness dissipated. Rolled to the ground. Although the strength of Warcraft is much higher than that of warriors of the same level, Gangfengmuth, who has just stepped into the brass 5-star realm, will only rush forward because of his lack of intelligence. Lu Chuan's sword light is tantamount to seeking his own death. What's more, Lu Chuan is not an ordinary brass 5-star strength. When he hadn't stepped into the brass realm, Ari, who was forced by himself, had to use his last whole card. It can be seen from this that having a high-grade weapon and superior skills can improve a warrior to a great extent. Next, in several times of slashing with the sword, the lives of several Gangphone moths were harvested, and the magic core on the ground was picked up and thrown into the small beads. Lu Chuan began to draw back. Because the big troop has finally arrived at this time, if the few Gangphone moths just now were just the vanguard, then the densely packed hundreds of Gangphone moths flew aggressively, making Lu Chuan dare not take it hard. What should I do? Should I evacuate first? Janna also understood that the situation was not good at this time, so instead of delving into the topic just now, she asked Lu Chuan. I thought that Lu Chuan would nod his head in agreement with her proposal. After all, even if a silver-ranked warrior bumps into these hundreds of gang wind moths, they can only temporarily avoid the limelight. But who would have thought that Lu Chuan shook his head? There are hundreds of magic cores here, how can I miss something that improves my strength like this? Lu Chuan glanced at the higher mountains in the distance, as if thinking of something, the corner of his mouth slightly curled up. Are you crazy? The magic core is indeed a good thing, but you have to die. Before Janna could speak, she felt her consciousness blurred, and her body began to lose control. She exhausted her last bit of consciousness. Squeezed out a sentence, Lu Chuan, you don't mess around. I'm sorry Janna, although what you said is good, but I am a very greedy person. In such a world where the jungle preys on the jungle. If you only shrink back when encountering difficulties, you will never be able to improviso. Wake up, Janna. Lu Chuan roared for a while, and a bright light flashed from the little beads in his arms. Buzz! A strong gust of wind erupted from around Janna's body, knocking the Gangphone moth that was about to bite Lu Chuan's face back a few meters away. Janna's black pupils dissipated, leaving only indifferent white pupils in her eye sockets. Her white, tender and pure feet touched the ground gently, and she floated up in the air. Looking at Lu Chuan without emotion, the wind is the incarnation, wait your errand, master. Turn on the wind, let's run against the wind. Lu Chuan gave the order. In this state of absolute obedience, Janna, even though she was anxious, her body and brain were out of control. She could only obey Lu Chuan's orders unconditionally. Yes, my master. Janna raised her jade hand lightly. And a touch of wind was attached to Lu Chuan's body. Lu Chuan suddenly felt that his whole body became much lighter. He stepped on the ground with his feet and held Dolan in his hand. The sword actually rushed directly towards the group of gang wind moths. Lu Chuan, calm down. What the hell are you doing? Ari, who had been lying on Lu Chuan's shoulder, finally became anxious, although she didn't know what coercive secret method Lu Chuan imposed on Janna, so that Janna he became obedient and went crazy with him, but Lu Chuan's behavior is sure to die. Rush into the gang wind moth swarm. Hundreds of gang wind moths are enough to eat him without even bones left. However, Ollie, who has transformed into a fox, needs to wait a certain amount of time to transform back into a human form. Now she is only the size of 2 palms, how can she hold Lu Chuan who seems to have gone crazy? Don't worry, I'm not crazy enough to give them food, just be a mascot and watch obediently. The corner of Lu Chuan's mouth curled up with confidence. Just when he was about to rush in front of Gang Foam Moth, Lu Chuan shouted, Janna, manipulate the wind to shake them away. The compatibility between Janna and Lu Chuan is not low. After Lu Chuan's words fell, Janna stretched her arms outward like a conditioned reflex. And stretched them out. A stronger wind than before gushed out of her body. Although there was no substantial damage, a group of gang foam moths with their mouths open and ready to eat Lu Chuan were scattered to both sides in a shock. Let's go. Lu Chuan gave an order, with the blessing of Janna's wind after awakening, his speed was pushed to the extreme. And with Ari on his shoulders, Lu Chuan stepped out on the ground and leaped tens of meters away, landed after the distance, followed by another step. Janna's figure floating in mid-air followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, the two of them threw away the group of gang wind moths tens of meters behind them. In this way, facing the strong wind blowing in front of them, Lu Chuan and Janna went up against the wind, and the whistling wind kept blowing past Lu Chuan's ears, like howling after another. Is it possible to run away in this way? There is still more than half of the distance to the top of the mountain, and the stronger the wind is, the stronger the wind will be. And our speed will be reduced and slowed down. The Gangfoam Moth and Gangfoam Ridge will chase closer and closer, and will be caught up in the end. Because Ari has transformed into a petite fox, her body weight has not been reduced by a single bit, and she is being confronted at this time. The strong wind almost fell off Lu Chuan's shoulders. She had no choice but to grab Lu Chuan's collar with her claws and let her body swing with the strong wind. Just run, no matter what, I can't cheat myself. Lu Chuan also noticed that Ari seemed to be unable to hold on, so he hurriedly stretched out his hand and hugged Ari in his arms. I really don't know what your plan is, and you seem to be very confident. Forget it, I believe you. After all, you are always surprising people. Lu Chuan shrank in her embrace. Ari could only complain helplessly. The current situation has reached this point, and she can't help anything by saying anything, and she can only pin her hopes on this guy. There must not only be hundreds of Gangfoam moths in Noada's Gangfoam Ridge, but also when Lu Chuan and the others went up. The Gangfoam Ridge that came out halfway was bigger in size, and its hidden strength was even stronger. Achieved a brass 4-star. After all, the stronger the wind is, the stronger the wind will be, and the strength of the wind moth that can survive in the stronger wind will naturally increase faster. However, for these moths that were newly killed halfway, Lu Chuan still asked Janna to keep shaking them away to the sides, and soon, they also merged into the initial group of Gangfoam moths that followed Lu Chuan closely. When Lu Chuan read that document, although there was a certain introduction to Gangfoam Ridge, there was one point that was not mentioned in the document. That is, once the Gangfoam moth locks onto the target, unless the target is reached, it will chase to the end until one of them dies. But thinking about it, none of the people who recorded the documents would let hundreds of gangfanglings chase after his ass to eat dirt like Lu Chuan, a lunatic. Naturally, they couldn't record this characteristic of gangfangling. Soon, Lu Chuan and his party had arrived at the halfway up the mountain of Gangfoam Ridge. The wind at this time was more than 3 times stronger than that at the foot of the mountain. The strong wind was a little painful. At this time, the gang wind moths chasing after him had reached hundreds of them. Once Lu Chuan stopped, they would swarm up. This time, they would eat Lu Chuan until there were no bones left. It's almost there. Lu Chuan glanced back at the Gangfoam moth that was chasing densely like a dark cloud, and took out a book with colorful colors from the small bead. Skill book. When the book was taken out by Lu Chuan, Ali's expression froze. You must know that her 9-star skill book was still learned from the Spirit Fox clan. This low-level mid-level skill book is regarded as one of the few powerful abilities in their Spirit Fox clan. Not all foxes are qualified to learn it. The ability to inherit within the clan requires seniority, like Ari. This kind of talent is all because of the patriarch's softness and hard work for a long time before he secretly let Ari in. And the skill book that Lu Chuan was holding in his hand emitted a colorful light, which seemed extraordinary. This colorful skill book is naturally the low-level and high-grade 5 elements sword intent that Lu Chuan scavenged from a small bead 2 days ago. although he couldn't understand the mystery after previewing it several times. For Lu Chuan now, this kind of skill book can be used after learning it. The difference is just that, skilled and unskilled. The skill book was spread out, and the pages of the book were blown by the wind. Soon, the skill book turned into a colorful and strange light because it had been read, and entered Lu Chuan's mind. A memory that he never had before was driven into his mind. Is the five elements sword intent? Lu Chuan looked down at the texture in his palm, and his body suddenly stopped in midair. With the help of Janna's wind, he could temporarily stay in the air without landing. The strong wind on the mountainside howled recklessly, and the corners of Lu Chuan's clothes danced and whined. He just stood quietly in the midair, watching the group of gang wind moths flying towards him, hissing and screaming. Lu Chuan slowly raised the Dolan sword. Holding the sword with both hands, his whole body was surrounded by a strange light, and his whole body also entered an incomparably mysterious state. Lu Chuan slowly closed his eyes, constantly comprehending the opportunity in that mystery. Don't be dazed, they are about to pounce. Ari saw Lu Chuan suddenly stop in midair. She was in Lu Chuan's arms, and kept tugging at his clothes, her face full of excitement. Just kidding, this is a matter of life and death. Is this the time to be handsome? Ah! I'm going to die, I'm going to kill the fox, I'm going to kill the fox. Seeing that the gang wind moths had already rushed in front of him, Ari hurriedly covered his eyes with his paws in fright. But at this moment, she suddenly felt a strong heat emanating from Lu Chuan's body, so hot that she felt a little hot. Five elements sword intent, Lihua. At this critical moment, Lu Chuan suddenly opened his eyes, and a gleam of fire burned fiercely from his eyes. The crimson Dolan sword was even more dazzling red at this time, with a burst of flames bursting out of it, followed by the entire hilt as if it had been ignited. Lan Jian's blade was covered in a layer of flames. Chop! Lu Chuan slashed down the sky with the sword in both hands. A burst of fire burst out from Dolan's sword, and then turned into a scroll of fire, and crazily swept towards the gangfoam moth that was flying forward. Chapter 22. Flames spread out from Dolan's sword, and rushed towards the group of gang wind moths frantically. Zizizi. As the flames spread, the dozen or so gangfoam moths that rushed to Lu Chuan were roasted into ashes in an instant. This sword-like fire was more intense than Lu Chuan imagined. And because of the direction of the wind, after burning the dozen or so gangfoam moths, the fire rolls didn't intend to stop, but took advantage of the wind to wash the rolls all the way down. Gangfoam moths themselves are not very smart, and they are chasing Lu Chuan all the way, and they are close to each other. The fire roll and the fierce wind will definitely destroy them. Even before they had time to dodge, batch after batch of gang wind moths let out screams, and were instantly swallowed by Lihua and burned to ashes. One after another, the round magic cores like pearls rolled down, rolling down the mountain. Janna, roll up those magic cores. Lu Chuan shouted hastily. That monster is a gold coin, and the number of gangfoam moths that followed Lu Chuan along the way reached at least 200 or 300, and they were completely burned away from the fire. Most of the gang wind moths have at least 200 magic cores. Obey, master. Jianayu raised her hand horizontally. And a strong wind gushed out from her palm, gathering all the magic cores together so that they could not roll down. Lu Chuan hurried forward and followed. Picking up eggs is like throwing them into small beads. Money fan. Ari hummed in Lu Chuan's arms. I don't work hard to make money. You eat and wear whatever you want. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. These magic cores have greatly improved the warrior's cultivation base. And Lu Chuan plans to save some of them to go back in exchange for gold coins and materials for future use. Entanglement. Lu Chuan had to say this time, it also took up most of his luck. In normal times, Lu Chuan would never dare to take advantage of this group of gangfoam moths anyway. As Janna said, even a silver-ranked warrior would avoid the limelight temporarily when he saw such a large group of gangfang moths. However, Lu Chuan relied on the wind after Janna's awakening to go up against the wind, and with the help of the Lihua sword with the five elements sword intent. Following the wind, the advantage of the fire volume was infinitely expanded, which made him lucky to be able to kill the two at once. 300 gang wind moths were caught in one catch. Although there is an element of opportunism in it, if it is someone else, it may not have the courage of Lu Chuan to rush into the swarm of gang wind moths. As the saying goes, take the sword of glory, and seek wealth and wealth. Just when Lu Chuan collected a bunch of magic cores into the small bead, and was about to lead Janna and Ari to the top of the mountain, a rough and wild voice sounded suddenly. Boy, your brain is pretty good, but that's it. Leave the sacred object and your strange bead, and I will give you a happy death. The voice fell, and a figure holding a machete appeared in front of Lu Chuan and his party. The man's figure is not too big, he is just stronger than the average person, but his footsteps are very steady. Even on the halfway up the mountain where the wind is blustery, he still stands in the wind, without a trace. Shaken. He was the second head of the Scarlet Mercenary Group who had chased and killed Janna before, although half a month ago he was ordered by the head of the mercenary group to hunt down and kill Janna and seize the holy object. However, half a month ago, he happened to hit the 1-star brass level. At that time, his cultivation was already overflowing, and he happened to comprehend a little bit of the mystery of breakthrough, so he found a quiet place and started to work for him. A breakthrough in half a month. According to the description of the first master, those two guys are only about 4-star brass, and they are also positioned as demon-smelling beasts. Just 2 days ago, the second leader successfully broke through to the 1-star brass. And hurriedly chased him all the way. He wanted to hide and see what Lu Chuan and his gang were up to, but when they saw the 200 or 300 when the magic core was collected by Lu Chuan, the second master finally couldn't bear it anymore. Although he has never been to this Gangfeng Ridge, he has also heard that it is the least dangerous mountain in the Dalmatia Mountains. If there are any natural treasures in it, I am afraid it will be given away by a group of powerful mercenaries. Take it early. The most valuable one might be the wind whistle stone on the top of the mountain, but although that thing is precious, it is not too difficult to obtain, because the wind whistle stone can only improve the wind attribute warriors, and it is a limited material. The degree of preciousness is naturally greatly reduced. From this, in comparison, the 200 or 300 magic cores in front of him must be more attractive. And after seeing that Lu Chuan was able to play around with a large group of wind moths with only 5-star brass means, the second master didn't dare to wait any longer. I'm afraid something will happen unexpectedly. The sacred object is something that the head of the family must obtain, and there is no room for carelessness. Seeing the strange man in front of him mentioning the sacred object, Lu Chuan's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly, and Janna, who was standing behind him, quietly revealed a killing intent in the depths of her originally unmoving eyes. So it's you guys, I'm still wondering. Logically speaking, you should have chased after me long ago. You haven't shown up after waiting for so long. I'm really afraid that you will encounter some accident if it is later. The whole regiment was wiped out on the way. Lu Chuan sneered. As Janna is his contract hero, there will be a subtle connection between the two of them because of that contract, and Janna's anger will also make Lu Chuan felt somewhat empathetic. The feeling of being slaughtered is a hatred that cannot be erased in a lifetime. Boy, it's very windy here, be careful to flash your tongue when you say big words, you with only a brass 5-star strength. Even if you add the brass 2-star chick next to you, the two of you together are no match for me. Your confidence, where did you come from? The second master snorted, staring at Lu Chuan with a pair of sharp eyes. The strength realm of warriors is clearly divided, first rank and first rank, since they are divided. There is a certain reason, although there is only 1-star difference between the brass 2-star and the brass 1-star, but among them, there are a lot of differences in strength. There are many warriors with average talents who can only step into the brass 2-star and stay in this realm for the rest of their lives. Then come on, why did the cannon fodder always like to talk so much nonsense before he died? Lu Chuan licked his dry lips, clenched the Dolan's sword in his hand, and there was a trace of war in his eyes. From the time travel to the present, although only half a month has passed, Lu Chuan has grown a lot during this half-month. He understands that in the face of such a situation, the opponent who has been chasing him all the way will definitely not show mercy to him. If he wants to defeat the opponent and protect the people around him, it is useless to rely on cowardice and fear alone. In addition to one's own strength, one must also have a heart to defeat him no matter what. Chapter 23. Fenjianhu, a silver 5-star level 2 monster, is famous for its powerful physical explosive power. Lu Chuan turned his head and glanced at the second leader who was in a state of madness. He seemed to have no idea what secret method to increase his explosive power. At this time, his mind was a little confused, and he chased Lu Chuan on a rampage all the way. However, the explosive power of the second leader's current state is beyond doubt. As long as Lu Chuan is caught by him, he may not escape death. I don't know if that Fenjianhu can help me. Lu Chuan murmured to himself, but he didn't have much confidence in his heart, so he could only rush to the top of the mountain to see the situation. After all, the Fengyin tiger is a neutral monster, and whoever gets enraged will lock the target. What's the matter? Are you out of strength? Let me see where you can escape. The second leader who chased after him all the way also found that Lu Chuan's speed was constantly decreasing, and he was getting closer and closer to Lu Chuan's back. Recently, the killing intent in his eyes became more and more frenzied. And the mid-grade brass machete in his hand seemed to be devouring blood, glowing with blood, as if longing for a harvest of life. Seeing that he was about to be overtaken, Lu Chuan threw a backhand explosive slash, and the purple light sword energy attacked the second master who was crazily chasing him. Erdangia held the machete and slashed the sword energy in the air, but because of the slight delay, Lu Chuan rushed forward tens of meters. "I can't run away, catch you this time, I'll take your skin off." A coldness flashed across the murderous eyes of the second master. "It's really noisy, let's talk about it when we catch it." Lu Chuan snorted coldly. It was this sentence that made the second leader even more angry. With his brass 1-star strength, he was fooled by this brat with only 5-star brass, and even though he was firing a battle cry, he still couldn't touch half of the kid's clothes. Jiao. But now he turned around to provoke him, which made the second master furious, clenched his fists, and his speed was increased by half a point again. At this time, Lu Chuan had already rushed to the top of the mountain. On the top of the Gangfeng Ridge, the strong wind here has turned into a gangster because of the accelerated flow in the gap between the mountains. It whizzed past, and slapped Lu Chuan on the cheek like a pair of substantial sharp knives. Lu Chuan, who was still thinking about where the wind-singing tiger would be, just climbed to the top of the mountain, suddenly felt as if his heartbeat missed half a beat. Coercion, an extremely strong coercion spread from Lu Chuan's heart, and his chest felt tight, almost out of breath. It was a feeling as if being stared at by a flood beast. As long as it moved a little, it would pounce on it and tear itself to pieces. Lu Chuan slowly turned his head to the side, and saw the source of the coercion coming from behind him. It was a huge tiger the size of a small mountain, covered with golden hair. I don't know if it was baptized by the strong wind all the year round. Its hair didn't stick to its body softly like an ordinary tiger. But it looked like a tiger. Standing up like barbs one after another, this enlarged the tiger's figure again. If nothing else, this fierce tiger should be the Fengyin tiger entrenched on the top of Gangfeng Mountain. The aura emanating faintly from it has indeed reached the silver level, because only silver-level warriors or monsters, only then will a substantial coercion be formed. And warriors below the silver rank, even if they are strong, such as the second leader, can only be regarded as aura. Although the meanings of aura and coercion are somewhat similar, there is an obvious difference. The aura can force people and make people feel pressure, while coercion is a kind of surrender that people cannot resist. At this time, the Fengyin tiger was staring at the human who had rushed in with unkind eyes, and let out a low animal moan, as if it was still testing the strength of the person in front of it. The cultivation speed of monsters is much slower than that of humans. Therefore, monsters that can reach the silver level have not low spiritual intelligence, and they will not be like the group of wind moths at the foot of the mountain. Lu Chuan didn't dare to move even an inch at this time, for fear of offending the giant tiger in front of him and being regarded as torn to pieces. Just because he didn't provoke Fengyin Hu, it didn't mean that others wouldn't either. The angry second master followed closely. Seeing that Lu Chuan had climbed to the top of the mountain, he froze his body. Thinking that he had nowhere to escape. The corners of his mouth were grinning ferociously. He held the medium-grade brass machete in his hand and took 3 steps. He also rushed to Lu Chuan in 2 steps, and slashed at Lu Chuan with a fierce sound of breaking wind. Is there no way to escape? Then die. Lu Chuan sneered, no matter how strong you are, your brain is stupid to a certain extent. If you have something to say, wait until you die. The second master let out a wild laugh. In his opinion, Lu Chuan in front of him was undoubtedly a corpse. But at this time, Lu Chuan threw himself to the side, and the giant wind-singing tiger that was blocked by Lu Chuan was finally completely exposed in front of the second leader. Before that, Lu Chuan had already climbed to the top of the mountain. And Erdangia was still on the hillside, only a few steps away from the top of the mountain. Because of Lu Chuan's condescending position, Erdangia couldn't pass through Lu Chuan from the angle of the second master and saw the man behind him. Respect the behemoth. Now as soon as Lu Chuan stepped away, he saw the giant tiger, its hair standing upright like barbs, exuding a strong coercion all over its body. Erdangia was startled, his mind suddenly cleared up a bit, and he wanted to stop the offensive in his hand. But the machete, which was full of evil spirit like a blood-eating one, had already fallen halfway, and it was too late to take it back. At this moment, Fengyin Hu pressed its front paws to the ground, and roared suddenly. The sound was like thunder and deafening. It opened its bloody mouth wide, its sharp fangs flashed out, and a tiger's roar burst out from its mouth, which contained a strong sense of wind. Boom! The second master's slash hit the invisible wind sound wave fiercely, and the whole person flew backwards like a cannonball. Even silver-ranked warriors would not dare to fight against monsters of the same rank. The second master's attack against Fengyin Hu was completely fighting with strength. After this move, the second master lost a lot thorough. Coax. There was only a deep sound, and the second master hit the ground heavily, even creating a deep hole, and the machete in his hand fell to the side, dust billowing up. Even Lu Chuan, who had predicted the fall of the second leader, couldn't help clicking his tongue after seeing this scene. The power of the monster is too domineering. I thought that guy would go for a few rounds in its hands, but I didn't expect to lose in one round. Lu Chuan smashed his tongue. Speaking of which, I'm also a monster. Why don't I have that kind of power? Ari showed 2 furry ears, and poked out a little fox's head from Lu Chuan's arms. You have already become a master. Compared with the speed of cultivation, which monster will be faster than you? Lu Chuan rolled his eyes, and when he was about to say something, his eyes suddenly moved. That guy isn't dead yet. He looked forward, and a figure slowly stood up in a big hole that was originally smashed by the second master. As the dust and mist were blown away by the wind, the figure of the second master finally, it is fully revealed. With just one glance, Lu Chuan felt a chill in his heart. What kind of person is this? Or, is he still human now? At this moment, Dengjia's hair was disheveled, his face was ferocious. His whole body's skin became red and hot, as if the blood in his body was about to ooze out at any time. The killing intent on his body was exploded to the extreme at this moment, even the air was filled with there was a strong smell of blood. At this time, the second in command was like a fierce ghost Shura crawling out of hell. This is, Ari, lying in Lu Chuan's arms, looked at the scene in front of him, subconsciously twitched her small ears a few times, and her voice was solemn. If I'm not mistaken, this should be an offering. Chapter 24. Boom. A burst of blood exploded in the vortex of fire. It was so powerful that even the extremely hard rock on the top of the mountain that was baptized by the strong wind was lifted up, and the rubble rolled. Even with a fast enough reaction, Lu Chuan had retreated hundreds of meters while holding Ari, but was still affected by the aftermath. And rolled one person and one fox into the air. After several laps, only then did he fall heavily to the ground. Lu Chuan kept bowing his body and hugging Ari in his arms, for fear that she would be crushed to death by him. The gust of wind caused by the aftermath roared for a long time before it gradually subsided. At this time, Jana finally chased after him. Seeing Lu Chuan who was lying on the ground, she hurriedly stepped forward to help him up, but he was only disheveled and suffered some minor injuries. Only then did Jana relieve herself. Take a breath. Master, are you okay? No, Lu Chuan let out 2 deep breaths, and looked towards the top of the mountain with lingering fear. An ordinary samurai with a 1-star brass cannot produce that level of destructive power no matter what. But a samurai with a sacrifice is different. He can beat a 5-star silver monster without losing. Even before he died, he could still create such a massive explosion. That sacrifice is really scary. Lu Chuan smashed his tongue, and after recovering in place for a while, he reached out and took out the small beads from his bosom, cancelling Jana's awakening state. Ever since the last time Jana had been awakened until she lost her power and passed out, Lu Chuan couldn't bear it, and studied the system of the hero's soul hard. And then figured out the mechanism of this summoning, and sank into the small bead with his mind. In front of Jana's icon, you can cancel her awakening call. After the awakening state was cancelled, Jana's feet were weak and she almost fell. Apparently, Jana, who had been in an awakened state, was still exhausted after being awakened for the second time. After she woke up, she took a deep look at Lu Chuan. Although she didn't say much, the meaning was very clear. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation later, I will never end with you. Cough. Coughing dryly, avoiding Jana's little girl's eyes, Lu Chuan said in a deep voice. The guy who chased him this time is probably a member of the previous Scarlet Mercenary group. In terms of strength, the Scarlet Mercenary group is probably a silver level group, and this guy is definitely not the head of the group. How did you find out? Jana was slightly puzzled. Although this guy's strength is strong, but his brain is not enough and he is easily impulsive. Such a person can't manage a group. But there are also problems that come with it. Lu Chuan and Jana looked at each other and said she didn't go on, but Jana already understood what Lu Chuan meant. Even the person who hunted down this time was not the head of the group, so the head of the Scarlet Mercenary group has at least reached the silver level in strength, and I am afraid it will be even worse. It's been so hard to meet that guy this time. When I turn around and wait for the leader to commit suicide, there is only a dead end. It seems that we have to work harder. Lu Chuan secretly clenched his fists and said softly to himself, but was heard by Jana indiscriminately, and the doubts about Lu Chuan in her heart deepened. Why did he try so hard to help himself? What exactly does he want? This was Janna's biggest concern. After resting for a while, Lu Chuan led Janna and Ari, who had not recovered to its original shape, towards the top of the mountain. Their purpose this time is to come for the Feng Shao stone. At this time, the second master who chased and killed them has already exploded. The group of people who were not far from the top of the mountain finally climbed up again after a few minutes of walking. Mountain top. But what Lu Chuan didn't expect was that even the physically powerful Fen Jianhu couldn't survive the self-destruction. He was shaken by the strong shock wave and fell to the ground with no breath. Hey, although this Fen Jianhu may attack me endlessly if it targets me, but in any case, it can be regarded as helping us. Lu Chuan flipped Dolan's sword and found a place. On the relatively soft ground, a hole was dug with a sharp scabbard, and Feng Yinhu's body was buried in it. During this process, a shiny magic core in Feng Yinhu's body slowly rolled down and rolled to Lu Chuan's feet. Compared with the magic cores in those Gangfeng moths, Fen Jianhu's magic core is slightly larger, and judging from the color and roundness of the magic core, it is more solid, and there is a faint smell in it. Coercion, but it is much weaker than the coercion of Feng Yinhu itself. Is this a level 2 magic core? Janna stared at the magic core in Lu Chuan's hand, her mouth slightly opened, slightly surprised. If the value of a level 1 magic core is around 1 gold coin, then the value of this level 2 magic core has been multiplied dozens of times. After all, the condition for the formation of a level 2 magic core is that the monster must reach at least 5 stars of silver. Looking at the entire Demacia, which of the warriors with more than 5 stars of silver is not a famous figure? But if they were to face the wind-singing tiger, kill it and take its magic core, it wouldn't be impossible, but that would require a heavy price. This point can be known from the fact that after the second leader turned on the sacrifice state, he exploded and died, and only then did he desperately replace Feng Yinhu. What's more, a level 2 magic core, after absorbing it, is not even a little bit stronger than a level 1 magic core in improving its own strength. Lu Chuan nodded slightly, without giving too much explanation, he threw the level 2 magic core into the small bead first. Now he knows that Janna has a lot of doubts in her heart, so he simply doesn't explain anything, and waits for a chance to sit down with her and have a peaceful fight. No, it's a heart-to-heart talk. After burying Fen Jianhu with loose soil, Lu Chuan got up and glanced at the top of the mountain. After this explosion, the originally smooth mountain top became potholed, and debris can be seen everywhere, but because of this, Lu Chuan easily changed from piles of debris to hidden stones. Among them is the wind howl stone. The texture of Feng Shao stone is somewhat tougher than ordinary solid stones, and its color is also somewhat whiter and brighter than solid stones. It is not difficult to distinguish them. The volume itself is not large. About the size of a thumbnail, but it's heavy in the palm, like hard iron with extremely high density. However, because the formation of wind whistle stones is rare, even after searching for a long time among many broken stones, Lu Chuan only got 7 or 8 wind whistle stones, all piled up in the palm of his hand would not be enough. I don't know if this wind-blowing stone is enough, but I can't find any more. If you want more wind-blowing stones, you have to drill holes under your feet to find them from solid rocks. Lu Chuan weighed in. He weighed the wind whistle stone in his hand, and frowned slightly. It's definitely enough. Mr. Brogrand said before that only 1 wind howl stone is enough to unlock the first layer of seal. Now that you have found 7 or 8 pieces, there is already more than enough. Janna looked glancing at the wind whistle stone in Lu Chuan's hand, he said softly. Okay, let's go down the mountain. Lu Chuan put the Feng Shao stone into the small beads, rubbed his face, and cheered up a little bit. After such a long period of continuous high-intensity battles, his mental strength was a little bit I can't take it anymore. On the table were 3 cups of steaming tea and a bright white stone the size of a thumb. This is Brogrand's home, and everything remains the same as before. Of course, Lu Chuan and his party only took half a day to come back. The first time they came back, naturally they brought Feng Shaosher to visit Brogrand. If we had to talk about the changes before and after, the only change might be Brogrand's attitude. Before that, although Brogrand had taken a fancy to Janna's sacred object, a group of young people who were only at the brass level were not enough for him to be polite, especially that kid who threatened his maid, which made Brogrand secretly unhappy. However, it was a small mercenary group formed by this group of young people whose highest strength did not exceed the brass 2-star. But it only took half a day, to destroy one of the 4 forbidden mountains in Demacia. Gangfeng Ridge has been cleared. This is what shocked Brogrand so much. Although Brogrand is a blacksmith, his own strength has reached 5 stars of silver. Brogrand asked himself, even if he is himself, I am afraid that he will not be able to win it in the hands of the Fenjianhu within half a day. Wind Whistle Stone. At least he has to prepare for a week first, and after exploring Gangfoam Ridge many times, observing Fenjianhu's activities and habits from a long distance. And after doing a series of things in place, he will be sure that Fenjianhu will sleep soundly. At this time, carefully find out the Wind Whistle Stone, and use the characteristic iron pick to collect the Wind Whistle Stone. But it took this group of young people a long time. They just left in the morning, and sat back in front of them before the sun went down in the afternoon. Ahem, it's really scary for young people, it's scary for young people, to be honest. I underestimated you at the time, I didn't expect you to be so fast. Brogrand laughed dryly, picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea, trying to hide himself the astonishment on his face. Suppressing the shock in his heart a little, Brogrand couldn't help being a little curious, and asked, "Young man, I don't know what method you used to lure the wind-singing tiger away to collect the Wind Howl Stone." Mentioning this, Lu Chuan was taken aback for a moment, then touched his cheek in embarrassment. "What, I didn't lure Fenjianhu away." Huh. Things became more and more strange, which aroused Brogrand's curiosity. Under his gaze, Lu Chuan said slowly, "I buried it before I went to collect the wind-roaring stone." As soon as Lu Chuan finished speaking, Brogrand sprayed out the tea with a stunned expression on his face. What? Fenjianhu was buried alive by you? Okay, it's finally before 12 o'clock, and the third shift is over. I apologize for keeping everyone waiting for a long time. I will try my best to prevent everyone from staying up late. Chapter 25. Of course Fenjianhu wasn't killed by Lu Chuan. With his 5-star brass strength, even if he used all his cards, he could barely escape from Fenjianhu's hands. At most it's natural to want to kill Fenjianhu is impossible. However, Lu Chuan would not say anything about the second head of the family. It is better to have less than one more thing. But such an ambiguous answer made Brogrand even more surprised, thinking that Lu Chuan had some unusual hole cards, but he just didn't want to reveal it. Every samurai has his own unknown hole cards, which will only be revealed when his life is at stake. Since Lu Chuan is unwilling to talk about this kind of thing, it is not easy for Brogrand to ask. He gently put the teacup on the coffee table on the ground, he picked up the Wind Whistle Stone and looked it over and over again. After a while, he said in a deep voice, "Well, this is indeed the wind-roaring stone. If you don't worry, you can hand over the staff to me and pick it up in 3 days. But even if I make a move, I can't guarantee that it will be the first 100. The first layer of seal has been released," Brogrand said slowly. Janna pursed her pink lips when she heard the words, as if hesitating. After all, it was something she couldn't leave her body with. It would take 3 days to hand it over, and Janna felt a little uneasy. It's okay, Mr. Brogrand is so famous in the city of Demacia. Although a medium-grade silver staff is precious, he won't ruin his reputation just because of this staff. Lu Chuan stretched out his hand lightly. He patted Janna's little hand lightly, and took the opportunity to wipe some oil in the name of comfort. TSK, it's a beauty, even the little hands are so soft, it must be very comfortable to hold. Janna shook off Lu Chuan's hand without any trace, and after giving him a hard look, she opened and closed her pink lips slightly, and said softly, "Then trouble Mr. Brogrand. It's okay, it's my honor to be able to unblock a medium-grade silver weapon." Although Brogrand was speaking politely, this sentence was also his original intention. He only asked Lu Chuan to collect the unblocked weapon. For raw materials, Lu Chuan didn't even need to pay a penny. It is because the rank of this staff is too high that he cannot forge it himself. Only on the way to unlock the seal, can he slightly explore the forging power that created this weapon back then, and what methods were used to forge it. There is an old saying that is good, listening to your words is better than reading 10 years of books. And the same is true for blacksmiths. If you can watch a forging with great forging power, it will be faster than comprehending it yourself for a lifetime. Then please trouble me, sir. We will visit you again in 3 days. Lu Chuan got up and nodded politely to Brogrand, who waved his hand to let the little maid welcome them out. 58, by the way, where did I count? Ari suddenly raised his head with a confused look on his face. 42, 43, Lu Chuan lowered his head and counted intently. Oh, it's 42, right, 42, 43, Ari lowered his head and continued counting. Janna looked at the two guys who were squatting on the ground counting the magic cores with black lines all over their faces. Can you really count like this? The two were very attentive, and none of them paid attention to Janna. After a while, Lu Chuan wiped off his sweat. There are 218 magic cores in total. I'm also 218. It seems that we counted correctly. Ari shrugged his little furry ears triumphantly. It's absolutely impossible to be right. The black line on Janna's forehead became heavier. After Lu Chuan sorted it out again, he put a pile of gleaming magic cores into a small cloth bag. You two don't need this stuff, do you? Both Ari and Janna shook their heads. The level 1 magic core has little effect on them who have already reached 2 stars of brass. Well, I'll keep 50 for myself, and sell the rest. Lu Chuan carried the small cloth bag on his shoulder. Sell it? Put it in the auction house? Janna asked, slightly puzzled. No, it's just sold on the street. On the street? Do we want to rent a storefront? But we're not in this business for a long time, so there's no need. Janna was still puzzled. Has no one on your side set up a street stall? Street stall? The one that lays on the ground? For nobles? Even Ari raised his ears with a curious look on his face. What you are talking about is a carpet. Well, this time, I will let you know what a street stall is. Lu Chuan thought about it. Many guests. Downtown Demacia. At the intersection where people come and go, Lu Chuan did not know where to find a piece of burlap and spread it on the ground. Poured all the magic cores in the small cloth bag on the burlap, and then threw his ass on the ground without paying attention. As soon as he sat down, he yelled away. The freshly baked level 1 magic core only sells for 1 gold coin. Are you still unable to find a girlfriend because your cultivation base is too low? Are you still unable to find a good job because you are not strong enough? Or is it that the warrior academy you attended, because of its low talent, is your parents always comparing it with other people's children every day? Come and have a look. This magic core has been collected by hand without any additives. The essence is so pure and outrageous. If you buy it, you will earn it. Don't hesitate. Don't wander. Hurry up and take it home. As soon as Lu Chuan shouted loudly, and the streets in the city center were already crowded with people, they all looked sideways at Lu Chuan, pointing at him, and most of them had a look in their eyes curious. Obviously, none of them have seen such a novel sales method as setting up a stall. It's just that the 2 girls standing next to Lu Chuan, one on the left and the other on the right, blushed at this moment, because Lu Chuan's way of selling is really embarrassing. Ari, we don't know him, right? Janna looked away, her face flushed. Yeah, I don't know me. Ali also turned her head to the side. Why are you two still standing there? Hurry up and shout for me. Lu Chuan grabbed the sleeves of the 2 girls from left to right, and pulled them both down. Just kidding, the purpose of bringing the 2 of them here this time is to let them help to shout. Once the 2 beautiful girls shout, it is definitely more effective than myself. It's too embarrassing, I don't want to, Ari said, covering his face. Hurry up. How cute are you? Lu Chuan slapped Ari on the back of the head, causing her to stagger and almost fall to the ground. You dare to hit me? I'll fight you. Ari raised his sleeves, revealing a white and tender arm like a lotus root. Okay, stop making trouble. There are so many people watching, so let's just shout. Ari, you can help too. Lu Chuan didn't sell these things all for himself. We use him for the money for meals and lodging every day. Yes. I should help. If it was at home, even if Lu Chuan and Ali were pinching each other upside down, and their toes were stuck in each other's nostrils, she didn't bother to persuade her, and she still drank tea calmly. But it's different on the side of the street. If the 2 of them really fought, it would be even more embarrassing if she was acting stupid by the side. He likes to slap me on the back of the head every time. I'm not smart anymore. Ari looked aggrieved. It sounds like you've been smarter. Lu Chuan sneered. Don't underestimate the IQ of the fox. Ari retorted. Okay, let me yell. Janna, who was afraid that the 2 would fight again, turned her face away helplessly, but seeing a large group of spectators, the words she had just reached her mouth became whispered. That, all, pass, come and buy, let's buy, it's very, very good. Janna closed her eyes and blushed and shouted. Chapter 26. Lu Chuan, Ari, did you hear what she said? Ali shook his head violently. Janna, I just shouted a little softly. You're whispering. You didn't make a sound. Forget it, the 2 of you will be mascots, I'll call it out by myself. Seeing that the 2 chicks are very embarrassed, Lu Chuan can't force them to do anything. This kind of humiliating work is better let the old men do it. Take a look, the items are absolutely good. Good quality and low price, first come, first served. The first 100 buyers can enjoy 888 off. After Lu Chuan insisted on shouting several times, the first guest finally came up to him, picked up a small magic core in front of Lu Chuan and looked around. How did you sell this thing? Hee, buddy, to tell you the truth. This magic core was just brought down from Gangfeng Ridge. It is definitely a genuine level 1 magic core. If you don't believe me, you can feel the energy fluctuations contained in it. Going out in one step, and the business is successful, Lu Chuan is not afraid that no one will buy it later. Okay, give me 10. I'll go back and try the effect. The customer seemed to be a mercenary, his own strength was at 5-star brass, and there was a faint aura that he was about to break through to 4-star at any time. A breakthrough from the enchanted core. Ali, collect the money. Lu Chuan wrapped the 10 magic cores in a small bag. Ali stretched out a pair of white and tender hands, caught a small bag thrown by the mercenary, counted it, and then pointed at Lu Chuan. Nodded. As Lu Chuan expected, everyone didn't dare to buy casually at the beginning. Just because they saw Lu Chuan's sales method for the first time, and they were afraid of being fraudulent. It was too big of a question, so they all stepped forward to ask questions. At this time, Jana and Ari finally let go of their pride and reserve, and explained the effects of the magic core for those guests who had doubts. Just as everyone gathered around Lu Chuan's stall to buy magic cores, suddenly a tender and crisp voice sounded from the side. Freshly baked Big Bender mushrooms are only sold for 1 silver coin. Are you still unable to find a girlfriend because of poor cooking? Are you still facing restaurant closure because the dishes are not delicious enough? Come and have a look, let's go. This mushroom has been collected by hand, without any additives, and the essence inside is simply outrageous. Buy it and earn it. Don't hesitate. Don't linger. Take it home. Lu Chuan felt that this line was a bit familiar. After thinking about it for a while, he realized that it was not his own line just now. He looked up through the crowd, and found a few meters next to him, a little guy in a green hat, who also set up a stall like himself. With all kinds of colorful mushrooms on it, shouting loudly, because no one cared about it, he even dragged a few customers over from his side, and introduced the characteristics of his mushrooms hard. Jana, Ari, look this way, I'm going to go to the bathroom. After giving instructions, Lu Chuan got up from the ground, walked through the crowd, walked up to the little one, squatted down, and slapped him over with a slap green hat. Hey, kid, why is this? It's clear to grab business. Lu Chuan thought to himself, this is someone's brat, who has books and can't read well, so he comes here to grab business, and he learns and sells quickly. We're not stealing your business, we're selling mushrooms. The little man turned his head and gave Lu Chuan a dissatisfied look, which made Lu Chuan slightly stunned. That chubby pancake face, with fluffy hair all over his body, and a small bamboo tube stuck in his waist, isn't this fucking Timo? If you have nothing to do, you can leave, don't block our business. Timo picked up the green hat from the ground, patted the soil on it with his small paws, and just put it on. He slapped Lu Chuan again, overturned. You don't learn well at such a young age, you know how to wear a green hat, who sewed it for you? Cannon girl. Who is the gun girl? I'll tell you if you buy a mushroom. Timo said, rolling his eyeballs in the slits of his small eyes that were barely open. Yeah, the kid is still good at bargaining. I just want to tell you that if you really can't do it, go to the opposite side and set up a stall. Let's pay attention to a friendly competition, right? But, Timo said, his voice suddenly softened, as if he was about to cry, but the gun girl said, don't go back to see her if you don't earn a gold coin today, woo woo woo. Seeing Timo crying so pitifully, Lu Chuan couldn't bear it. Coupled with his naturally cute face, Lu Chuan actually felt a deep sense of guilt. Okay, don't cry, I'll give you a gold coin, you go home and explain to your motherfucker. What about tomorrow? What tomorrow? Where are the gold coins for tomorrow? Timo looked up at Lu Chuan eagerly, and stretched out his little furry paws towards Lu Chuan. Wait a minute, I owe you money as co-author, don't I? But even if you escape today, if you don't earn a gold coin tomorrow, you will still be disgusted by the gun girl. So, why don't you buy all the mushrooms from our place? He. Timo's eyes were shining brightly. Let me tell you, there is no way. Lu Chuan flicked Timo with a brain collapse. He was only half the height of Lu Chuan's calf. Lu Chuan was really amused. At this moment, several discordant voices sounded suddenly. Brother! This kid is here. Damn it, I finally found you. Who dares to steal anything? I think your life is too long, right? Lu Chuan looked up and found a few guys with fierce faces walking towards him with sticks in their hands, but their eyes were on Timo, who was lying on the ground. Timo also caught a glimpse of the visitor, his heart sank, and he hurriedly hid behind Lu Chuan. Standing behind Lu Chuan, Timo suddenly became angry, pointed at those people and said to Lu Chuan, "Brother. It's them. They're going to beat us." Chapter 27. In the room, broken items were everywhere. In the corner, a few guys who looked like mercenaries were kneeling far away, pressing their heads firmly on the ground, not daring to make a sound. Second Master is dead. A burly man stood in the middle of the room, his voice trembling faintly, and there was nothing intact around him for him to smash. "Go back, to the First Master, the Second Master's personal jade badge has been broken, I'm afraid it's," one of the trembling mercenaries said tremblingly. "Shut up the fuck." The head of the family rushed forward and kicked the mercenary with such strength that he kicked the mercenary several meters backwards, hitting the mercenary behind him. On the wall. A mouthful of blood was spit out, leaving only one breath. The few remaining mercenaries trembled even more, not daring to answer any more, for fear that the boss would get angry again after hearing this and affect them. Although the second leader and the first leader are not biological brothers, they grew up together and have a lifelong friendship. They are also the first two founders of the Scarlet Mercenary Corps. At that time, there were only two of them in the Scarlet Mercenary Corps. Later, because of the bravery of the second leader and the vicious and unscrupulous methods of the first leader, the reputation of the Scarlet Mercenary Group has gradually increased. Although the methods were not legitimate, many mercenaries who had evil hearts joined in one after another. The scale of the mercenary group is getting bigger and bigger, until now it has become a low-grade silver mercenary group. But the ones who are really in charge, from the beginning to the end, are only the big head and the second head. The big head is worried about handing over the real power to anyone other than the second brother, and perhaps only the brave and foolhardy second brother is not afraid. We'll peek where he does. I thought that by sending the second leader out, he would be able to regain the sacred object. Besides, I heard that the second leader communicated with him through a messaging device a few days ago, saying that he is breaking through the one-star brass, and he will go to retrieve the sacred object immediately after the breakthrough. In this way, it will be more stable. The eldest master has even waited for the second master to bring back the sacred object at home. But he did not know the news until today. The second master died in the Gangfeng Ridge of Dalmatia, and according to the investigation he sent Tan found out that the little girl and the boy of unknown origin also went to Gangfeng Ridge not long before this. Damn it, I'm going to peel off your skin. Use your blood to pay homage. The headmaster stretched out his hand and clenched his fist, his eyes burning with endless anger. At this time, in the air in front of the head of the house, a ripple suddenly spread, and a figure appeared in front of the head of the house out of thin air, and at the same time there was a gloomy and weird laugh. Jia, people with hot heads will never do well. When the headmaster heard the sound, his spine felt a chill, and he, who was burning with anger, suddenly calmed down at this moment, and changed into a respectful look. "My lord, you are here. I heard that your second brother was killed by that chick from the Wind Elves." The figure was surrounded by a thick black mist, making it hard to see his appearance clearly. The second master who had died was mentioned again, and the elder master felt a pain in his heart, but he dared not speak up to the person in front of him. So he could only grit his teeth and say in a deep voice, "Yes, but he was killed by another boy of unknown origin." "So, haven't you got the holy object yet?" The voice of the black shadow suddenly became a little colder. And a chilling feeling suddenly appeared in the head of the head, as if the person in front of him would take his life away at any time generally. "Yes, I'm sorry to disappoint you. You should have finished the matter that you have asked for so long, but that boy whose origin is unknown. I don't need any excuses. Only losers will find excuses for themselves. I only look at the results. The result now is that nearly a month has passed, and the sacred object inherited by the Wind Elves has not yet been taken. Arrived. Hei took 2 steps forward. Sat on the beautifully polished animal leather bench of the head of the house, and tapped the armrest impatiently with his fingers. The head bowed and apologized repeatedly. "Sorry, this was my negligence, this time I will do it myself. Kill that kid and take back the holy object." Unexpectedly, the black shadow shook his head and said slowly, "No. No, don't be so anxious. As far as I know, that kid has already entered the royal family of Dalmatia. Now you obviously don't have the qualifications to break into the royal family. Ability. So my opinion is." Hei waved at the head of the house, and the head of the house rushed forward, only to hear Hei whispered a few words, and the head of the house nodded hurriedly. "Okay, I will do as you said. This time, I don't hope there will be any mistakes. Otherwise you bloody mercenary group will also disappear together." The black shadow snorted coldly, and another ripple appeared in the space in front of him. He stepped in, and then the whole figure disappeared. Disappeared in place out of thin air. Woo! After the black shadow disappeared, the head of the family collapsed on the bench as if he had been relieved, his original anger was gone, and all he had was the sweat-soaked clothes on his back. His legs trembling slightly uncontrollably. The substantive coercion brought by that person is too strong, even the head of the family who has reached the silver 5-star can barely control his urge to kneel down to the ground. Perhaps in Janna's view, her wind elves were exterminated because of the bloody mercenary group, but the real situation is only known by the head of the family. That's why. Otherwise, with the strength of the head of the family with a silver 5-star, he would not be able to kill 3 elders with a silver 4-star and a patriarch with a silver 3 in the Wind Elf clan at the same time. The Scarlet Mercenary group is nothing more than a flag at best. Glancing at the place where the man disappeared with lingering fear, the head of the house heard the request from the man just now, and immediately shouted. Come on, pack up and prepare, and leave a few brothers who are housekeepers. The others follow me into Demacia. Standing at the entrance of the palace, even Lu Chuan, who had been prepared in his heart, was shocked by the magnificent building. Gothic-like architecture, towering spears, pointed arches, large windows and painted stained glass. In the design, sharp rib vaults, flying buttresses, and slender columns are used to create a light and slender sense of flying. The new frame structure increases the strength to support the top, so that the whole building has a straight line and majestic appearance. Standing at the entrance of the Imperial Palace and looking at it, you can feel the majestic atmosphere blowing over your face. Lu Chuan finally understood why those princes and princesses who were born in noble families could give people a sense of oppression just by virtue of their aura. The places where they lived since childhood, compared with the small bungalows where ordinary people live, are a kind of invisible oppression. The education, etiquette, and other aspects they have received are even more difficult for ordinary people to come into contact with in their entire lives. Matter. Although Demi's personality conflicts with her identity, at least on the bright side, she has indeed achieved the grandeur that a nobleman and a royal family should have. Dear guest, please come with me. From just now to now, Demi has curbed all her stubbornness, and turned into a very well-trained princess. The rapid change made Lu Chuan's eyes flutter. Tongue-struck, he was secretly wary of Demi in his heart. This little girl with a lot of spooky ideas is very abnormal now. I am afraid that there is some little conspiracy that has been hidden for a long time in her heart to trick herself. After entering the palace, the Knights of the Fearless Legion no longer followed Demi at every step, but changed to follow behind from a distance. Much safer from the outside. It's so gorgeous, this is the first time we have entered the palace of Demacia. It is much more grand than our Yodel building. No, no. We will share it with the gun girl later. The one who only reached Lu Chuan's calf Timo grabbed Lu Chuan's trousers with one paw, and stared all over the place. Even the 2 chicks beside Lu Chuan had small mouths in astonishment, carefully sizing up everything around them. The green courtyards on the left and right sides. The right path paved with exquisitely polished cobblestones in the middle, and the fountain made of valuable suet white jade in the center are slowly gushing. All of this is an interpretation of the magnificence and atmosphere of the palace. Demi led Lu Chuan straight all the way, passed through the airy corridor, and came to the main hall of the palace. Just as he was about to lead Lu Chuan to meet his father, an oncoming figure made Demi frown deeply. He raised his eyebrows. Isn't this my lovely sister Demi? I heard that you have been grounded for half a month. I wanted to take some time to visit you. Why did you run out? A voice with caressing laughter sounded. The man who spoke also stood in front of Demi. Gently took her hand as if he wanted to kiss it, but Demi threw it away in disgust. When the man was rejected so directly by Demi, a stern look flashed across his face, and he restrained him very well. Thank you for your concern, Solo. If there is nothing else, I will go first. Demi didn't look at Solo, but turned her head and said to Lu Chuan slightly, follow me. Lu Chuan glanced at Solo indiscriminately. He had a fair face with fine skin and tender flesh, and his face carried the arrogance of aristocratic families. A faint answer. Lu Chuan and his party followed Demi, and when they were about to leave, they heard Solo say something strange. Wait. You arrogant and ignorant common people, although I don't know what relationship you have with Her Royal Highness. You are allowed to step into this place that you will never be able to step into because of her permission, but you have met a viscount without saluting. Solo grinned disdainfully. Don't you want to live anymore? Chapter 28. Solo. Demi's pretty face was full of anger when she heard Solo threatening the guests she had brought with such a tone. She turned her head and stared at Solo. But Solo glanced at Lu Chuan. After reaching Janna and Ari behind him, a pair of eyes suddenly lit up. Compared to Her Majesty the Princess who just held the completion ceremony a few days ago when she was still childish, the charm of these two chicks in front of her is obviously better. Solo quietly stood there with his hands behind his back, waiting for these lowly commoners to show him his respects. And then he would talk to those two chicks as a nobleman. It would be best to get both of them, and a threesome having fun together is really ecstasy. The abacus was well calculated, but it was a pity that Lu Chuan and his party ignored him at all, and when they walked past him, Lu Chuan still lightly dropped a word. MDZZ. When Solo heard this, his face suddenly darkened. He is a viscount, although he is the lowest among the titles, but his status is not comparable to that of ordinary people like Lu Chuan. Now he was scolded by an ordinary person, and he was still on his territory. Solo couldn't bear it anymore. He pulled out the saber from his waist and rushed towards Lu Chuan. Even if this lowly commoner is killed on the spot, at most he will be punished, because His Royal Highness will lose face. However, as far as the current turbulent palace is concerned, the Emperor's own situation is extremely embarrassing, which is why Solo is only the Viscount with the lowest title, but even Demi is not in his eyes. The forces behind him are exactly anti-imperial faction. Solo. Are you crazy? Seeing that Solo rushed forward recklessly, and at the same time drew out the saber from his waist and stabbed at Lu Chuan, Demi's face changed slightly, but it was a pity that she was just an ordinary person. And there was no "this can't be stopped," even if Lu Chuan is really killed on the spot. Given Demi's current situation, I'm afraid there is no good way to deal with him. I'm not crazy. I'm afraid you are the one who is crazy. Your Royal Highness, you actually brought the lowly common people into the palace. Solo sneered. And he had already rushed in front of Lu Chuan. As a brass 4-star warrior, he already has a lot of explosive power. It's just that Lu Chuan just raised his eyelids, flipped his wrist, and held Dolan's sword in his hand, parrying horizontally. Ding! The two long swords collided with each other, making a crisp sound. Go away, disgusting aristocratic arrogance. Lu Chuan hooked the corner of his mouth at Solo, his arms suddenly shook. And the power of the explosion was immediately contained in Dolan's sword, directly shocking Solo, flying out and hitting a pillar behind him. Solo spurted out a mouthful of blood, his breath languishing. Seeing that Lu Chuan defeated Solo with just one move, Demi showed a slight look of astonishment on her delicate little face. This guy, when did he become so strong? When I met him in that restaurant half a month ago, he was just a half-baked guy who hadn't even stepped into the brass realm, but today, half a month later, he actually spit out Solo's shocking mouth with one move. Blood. Although she hates Solo in her heart, Demi still has a little understanding of Solo's strength. Even if he is among the brass 4-star warriors, he belongs to the top-notch category. Being able to shake Solo away with a single sword and spitting blood out of his mouth, this guy is hiding a little too deeply. Do you know who you offended? Hee, you lowly commoner, you will die in an ugly way. Solo staggered up from the ground and picked up the sword in his hand. He never thought that the guy in front of him with only a 5-star aura of brass could defeat him with one move. Solo was born in a nobleman, with a wealthy family, food and clothing, and even the equipment used for martial arts training. He couldn't accept the fact that he was defeated by one blow. He stuck his sword on the ground, stood upright, smiled with blood on his lips and teeth, and his smile was full of ferocity. A commoner like you who was born lowly, can you see night glory? Even if you die later, you won't be wronged, kid. While speaking, the long sword in his hand suddenly glowed white, and a pure force poured into the hilt, and the fluctuation contained in it made Lu Chuan slightly frown. This guy's skills are at least low-level and high-level. You nobles, you really have some background. Lu Chuan secretly said. His strongest skill at present is nothing more than the 5-element sword intent, which is also a low-level high-level one. Skills, but Lu Chuan has only comprehended the Lihua sword intent so far. If he can fully comprehend the 5-element sword intent, the grade of the skill will be close to the middle-level low grade. But now that Solo has shown his whole cards, Lu Chuan naturally doesn't intend to be polite. Regardless of whether his place is the palace, even if it is hell, he can't let people ride on his head. He flipped the Dolan sword in his hand, and just when a sense of heat appeared on the sword, a crisp drinking sound resounded. Stop. Is the palace a place for you to fight and kill? You don't think it through at all. Immediately afterwards, a pretty figure hurried over from far to near. Demi looked up, and suddenly shouted in surprise, Lax? Why are you here? Lakis? Why is this name so familiar? Lu Chuan was slightly taken aback, and then remembered, doesn't Lux just like to shout Demacia in the game, and then use the magic gun to easily pierce through 5 people and take down the existence that sprayed him with Q? As a soft girl with high hand damage and good looks, Lux has always been very popular in the game, and even won the love of girl players. It's just that the Lakis in this world is a little more delicate than the original picture of the game. Her exquisite body is covered by a flexible light armor, and she looks quite heroic, but that's soft and cute, but her cheeks are in stark contrast to the armor, which gives people a very delicate feeling. She has a golden shawl similar to Demi, except that Lakis's hair is slightly curly, which doesn't look like it. Lost some flavor. I helped my brother get some things. I saw them fighting when I passed by here. Lax was stunned in the middle of her words, because her eyes caught a glimpse of Lu Chuan and his party. Although Lakis, who grew up in the Fearless Legion, has no trace of arrogance and coquettishness tempered by her brother, naturally she will not look down on ordinary people, but this ordinary person can come to the palace, she is really first time meeting. I brought them in. As if guessing what Lux was thinking, Demi continued. Oh. Lux nodded when she heard the words, and while her eyes were on Lu Chuan and Solo, she roughly figured out the situation. When a group of civilians entered the palace, they definitely would not take the initiative to provoke the nobles or officials. Presumably, it must be that Solo was too arrogant and satirized Lu Chuan and his party, which led to the two fighting. At this time Demi also showed a look of help to Lax. Lax nodded knowingly, coughed lightly and said, okay, let's expose this matter like this. A big fight in the palace will damage the majesty of the royal family. Fortunately, no one else found out. Besides, Solo, you seem to want to participate in the assessment of the Fearless Legion this year, right? If you have always had such an arrogant temper, I am afraid that there is no hope for you in the assessment. The Fearless Legion does not need it. A knight who vents his anger on the common people. Solo, who didn't even show any respect to Demi when he saw Demi, was suffocated by Lakis' two simple words, and the white light on the sword was scattered by him. He snorted and didn't say anything refute. He doesn't need to give Demi face. Now that the royal family is in turmoil, whether the next emperor's surname is Louis or not is another matter. If the forces behind his faction win, Demi's status will even be demoted. He is a viscount. But he had to give Lux face, he even dared not give it. Lakis is a member of the Fearless Legion, and her elder brother, Admiral Galen, is the leader of the entire legion. This is the most elite team in Demacia, and it is not affiliated with the royal family. No matter who becomes the emperor in the future, the first those who please are all members of the Fearless Legion, so he can't afford to offend Lakis. What about you? Take the sword back too. Hey, I'm talking to you. Seeing Lu Chuan looking straight at her, Lax stepped forward with some dissatisfaction, and stretched out 5 slender fingers in front of Lu Chuan's eyes. After shaking, Lu Chuan came back to his senses and hurriedly said, okay. I can't walk when I see a beautiful woman, huh? Ari whispered from the side, obviously dissatisfied with Lu Chuan's performance, and Janna frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. Solo put the long sword back into the scabbard, walked past Lu Chuan step by step, and sneered at him in a low voice, don't think that Lord Lakis is your savior. If you hide for a while, you won't be able to hide forever. As long as you are still in this palace, I will have the opportunity to play you to death slowly, lowly commoner. Hee, mentally handicapped. Lu Chuan sneered as he moved his lips. Solo, let's go. Where did you come from? Go back where you came from. Are you comfortable if you want to make things bigger? Lakis said angrily, and Solo then turned his head and gave Lu Chuan a hard look, and left into the palace hall. At this time, Demi stretched out her hand and held Lakis's arm happily, with a friendly face, and the smile on her face was also from the heart. Obviously, these two girls of similar age were playmates who grew up together. The feelings are deep. Lax, you don't even know that during the days when I was locked up, I was bored in the room all day, and you didn't come to see me. Demi pouted dissatisfiedly, as if to blame, but there was no trace of complaint in his tone. Mentioning this, Lakis clasped her hands together with an apologetic face, sorry. I've been really busy recently, and the annual Legion assessment date is coming soon. Many soldiers want to join the Legion. I'm sorting out what about the information they handed over. Okay, I forgive you. By the way, these are, you brought? Except for Demi, there was no one else in the hall at this time. It is impossible for Lu Chuan and his party to appear here out of thin air, right? At least they won't be able to pass the gate guard. When Demi saw Lu Chuan asking, she briefly explained Lu Chuan's identity and why she brought him into the palace. Then Lax looked at Lu Chuan and smiled slightly, so. You are still a warrior. Well, thank you very much for saving Demi, and for causing you trouble. Lu Chuan's sincere thanks in his tone for saving her best sister, as well as his sense of superiority with no slight difference in status, made Lu Chuan feel more fond of this delicate girl in front of him. Lakis in this world is more approachable than he imagined. Hello, guest officer, the Lakis you ordered has been delivered to your door. Chapter 29. After exchanging pleasantries with Demi, Lux, who still had important things to do, left in a hurry, leaving behind a scent of fragrance. Lu Chuan looked thoughtfully at the location where Lakis disappeared, and was thinking about something in his heart. At this time, Ari stretched out his elbow to touch Lu Chuan's arm, and teased softly, "What? Did you see someone else?" "Yes." Lu Chuan smiled casually. What he was actually thinking about was how to build a good relationship with Lax and increase her favorability. With Lu Chuan's continuous in-depth understanding of Xiaozhu, now Lu Chuan found that as long as he meets a hero in the game, the hero soul system in Xiaozhu will activate the hero's icon, and the summoner fit will be 0. The better the relationship with the corresponding hero, the higher the fit will be. When the fit is reached, Lu Chuan will enjoy their extra attribute bonuses, and his strength will also increase. If he can become stronger, and stronger, he will become stronger, and maybe he will have a chance to find out how to go back. This is Lu Chuan's ultimate goal all along. No matter how good this world is, it is not his home after all. You guys are so playful. When you see a girl, you just stare straight at her, tsk. Ari shrugged his ears and stared at Lu Chuan contemptuously. Yes, Huaxin. Timo agreed. At this time, Jana remained silent, glanced at Lu Chuan lightly, and then quickly retracted it, as if she had something on her mind. Lu Chuan glanced sideways at Timo, Sanlu survivor. What do you mean? Timo was puzzled. It means you have a big head. A group of people chatted one after another, and continued to walk towards the main hall of the palace. The inner palace of Demacia is very large. And the group walked for about 10 minutes before finally arriving at the entrance of the resplendent main hall. Looking at the gate that was almost 10 meters high, Lu Chuan and his party stood at the door like ants. Demi led them into the main hall, and the guards on the left and right saw that the princess had brought them, so they did not stop them, and they entered the main hall smoothly. The main hall is very spacious, dozens of white jade-colored pillars are neatly arranged, and a red blanket leads straight to the front. Lu Chuan raised his eyes and found an old-fashioned man sitting on an imposing jade chair in the main hall. He seemed to be only 40 or 50 years old. But he exuded a dejected aura. With a sad face, he flipped through the batches of documents in front of him. "Father." Demi raised the long skirt with both hands and swung it left and right, and took the lead in stepping forward and bowing slightly. "Is this the Emperor of Demacia?" Lu Chuan murmured in his heart. Although his thoughts were a bit abrupt, for the man in front of him, Lu Chuan really didn't think that his current state could govern a country well. Recalling that Solo was just a viscount but had an arrogant and rude look in front of Demi, Lu Chuan also had some guesses in his mind. The current situation of the royal family in Demacia may not be as peaceful as it appears on the surface. Its potential turmoil is probably waiting for the best time to overthrow the royal regime in one fell swoop and establish itself as king. "Demi? Didn't I tell you not to leave your palace for a month?" Demacia II Louis Harriman raised his head slowly, with a hint of fatigue in his voice. Obviously, he was exhausted from dealing with the turmoil in front of him, and he had no more leisure time to take care of his beloved little daughter at this time. "I'm sorry, father, this time I came here to introduce a guest to my father. The warrior who saved my life last time." No matter how stubborn Demi is, in front of her father, she should have the respect she deserves. She did a very good job with etiquette. "Oh." Harriman raised his head with a slightly excited face when he heard what Demi said, and glanced behind Demi, and found a man, 2 women, and a little guy in the shape of a cat. It's a pity that after just a glance, Harriman waved his hand slightly disappointed. "Understood, Demi, you can lead a few warriors into the palace first, and then meet them when I have time." Originally, the assassination of Demi had caused a great uproar. Due to the spread of one version after another, when it was finally conveyed to the palace and Harriman's ears, it became a golden-ranked warrior who saved Demi. And because of Demi's lack of cultivation, Harriman couldn't know what realm that warrior was from Demi's mouth. If it is really a gold-rank warrior as the rumors say, then it is undoubtedly a great thing for Harriman. Being able to invite a gold-rank warrior to help, I am afraid that the situation will be overwhelmed. The rebellion was suppressed. It's a pity that Harriman glanced at Lu Chuan and the others. Among them, the 2 girls with the highest strength were nothing more than the 2 girls behind the kid, both of whom only had the strength of 2-star brass. If this strength is placed in the small towns around Demacia, it can indeed become the most dazzling light, but in this big Demacia, let alone in the palace, only the strength of brass 2 stars is really some are not enough to see. Hopes were shattered, and Harriman's haggard face became more haggard. It was obvious that he had broken his heart for the royal family in recent days. Seeing that Harriman was not very interested, Demi had to bow slightly to say goodbye, and led Lu Chuan and his party out of the main hall, with a small face. She said apologetically, "I'm sorry for neglecting you, father," the nearest palace inside. She paused when she said this, and after hesitating for a while, she still didn't intend to tell Lu Chuan the truth. After all, this is a matter within the royal family. Although Lu Chuan once saved her life, such a confidential matter, the fewer people there, the better. Although Lu Chuan had already guessed 7 or 8 points in his heart. Then, Demi summoned a few attendants, and after a few instructions, the attendants led Lu Chuan and his party to arrange accommodation for them in the side hall near Demi's palace. It is a simple yet elegant courtyard. After the attendants saluted and exited the small courtyard, Ari and Timo cheered. And went straight to the inner courtyard to choose the best room. They could live in such a luxurious place, they had never thought of living in such a luxurious place. It's just that Jana stood motionless behind Lu Chuan, frowning slightly. "What's the matter?" Lu Chuan looked back at Jana, who seemed to have something on her mind, and smiled. "Lu Chuan," Jana hesitated for a moment, and then said again. "Although you saved the princess before, the princess did invite us to the palace with gratitude, but I don't know have you noticed, we don't seem to be very popular with people in the palace. Well, that's why we have to live here even more. We eat their food and drink their food for free. They put on their faces, so we can just enjoy ours." Lu Chuan said with a smile. But, Jana frowned. Although she doesn't have any arrogance herself, it doesn't mean that anyone who sees her has to salute, but living in this place. She feels the contempt and disdain from everywhere, and even the attendants who led the way just now are not too talkative to them. "You're welcome," such an environment makes Jana a little uncomfortable. Compared with Lu Chuan, Ari and the others living in a simple small hotel, it is much more comfortable. "Don't worry, whoever bullies you, you tell me, I'll teach him a lesson." Lu Chuan patted Jana on the shoulder. "Okay, let's go in and choose a room, and Ari and that little guy will share the best. All the rooms have been robbed, so we can only live in the firewood house." Seeing the back of Lu Chuan walking into the courtyard first, Jana felt a little complicated. This guy, although he looks glib on the surface, he is very measured every time he does things. It's not like his character to eat and drink for free in the palace. Maybe he has some plans of his own. After pondering in her heart for a while, Jana followed lightly. No matter what kind of plans Lu Chuan has, Jana has an inexplicable trust in her heart. At least he won't hurt her. Chapter 30. This chick pretends to be very indifferent on the surface, but she really cares about her teammates. Lu Chuan is not hypocritical, and pulls the stool to the table, picks up the rice bowl, and starts to eat the cold rice with cold dishes. Perhaps it was because he practiced so late that Lu Chuan was really hungry. Although the food was cold, he still ate deliciously. After tidying up the food in a stormy manner, Lu Chuan touched his swollen belly, felt moved, put on a piece of clothing, opened the door and walked out. As the saying goes, walk 100 steps after a meal and live to 99. Although it is just a common saying. And Lu Chuan has just broken through to the 4-star brass, and now he is full of energy and has no place to use it. I wonder if I can find a more suitable place. Position, to get acquainted with the current strength. Leaving the small courtyard lightly, the moonlight is bright and clear tonight, so light, adding a quiet and soft beauty to this peaceful environment. I don't know how my parents are doing over there. Before he knew it, Lu Chuan was already some distance away from the center of the palace where the small courtyard was located. After walking so far, just when he was about to turn back, he suddenly heard a beast-like roar coming from not far away, and a man's low growl. Warcraft? It shouldn't be. Although this place deviates from the main hall of the palace, it still belongs to the palace. How can there be the sound of monsters? Lu Chuan was slightly surprised, and planned to go forward to find out. With a movement of his body, the wind was blowing under his feet, and he flew towards the source of the roar of the monster. Quietly pushing aside the half-person high grass in front of him, Lu Chuan deliberately suppressed his breath and looked at the scene in front of him. A tall man with a halberd in his hand was wearing light armor. Around him were no less than 10 monsters whose auras were around 3-star brass. Those magical beasts looked like wolves and tigers. Lu Chuan had never seen such creatures before, and he couldn't name them, but none of these surprised him. What surprised Lu Chuan the most was that the man holding a halberd in front of him, under the moonlight, had a familiar side face full of determination. This is Jiawen. Lu Chuan was slightly taken aback. The man in front of him was the majestic Demacia Prince Jiawen, who swept across all directions with a halberd in his hand. What Lu Chuan couldn't figure out was that it was already 3 or 4 o'clock in the middle of the night. Jiawen, as the Prince of Demacia and the future successor of Demacia, came to this place to fight with the group of monsters. Fighting, what is this for? Without waiting for Lu Chuan to think about it, the group of monsters surrounding Jiawen couldn't hold back any longer. They let out a series of roars. Their front paws suddenly pressed down on the ground, and their sturdy bodies leaped high, pounced towards Jiawen. More than 10 brass 3-star ferocious beasts attacked at the same time. If it was replaced by ordinary brass 2-star warriors, they would not dare to stand still and fight hard. Lu Chuan thought that Jiawen would also choose a strategic retreat. After opening the distance, kill them one by one in the split. Who would have thought that Jiawen would suddenly lift the halberd in his hand, spin it around the top of his head, and create a gust of wind, and between opening and closing, the halberd would be filled with an invisible energy. Death! Jiawen spat lightly, and the halberd in his hand suddenly slashed down. The sharp head of the halberd cut through the air, and cut a monster that was rushing towards him in half. Thick and viscous blood sprayed out. Jiawen was splashed all over. But he didn't care. The halberd in his hand flipped rapidly, and because of the speed, there was a sharp whistling sound in the air. Poof! With a backhand thrust, it pierced through the head of a monster. With a flick of his wrist, Jiawen pulled out the halberd, and chopped the tail of the halberd heavily on the ground. The air of the king spread out. Immediately, it disappeared, and he waved the halberd in his hand again. Raising and lowering the halberd, continuously harvesting the lives of the remaining monsters. Under the bright moonlight, he was covered in blood, and a strange sense of beauty gradually emerged from his body. It is a beauty that blooms in killing. If it is an ordinary warrior, this strength is not weak, but as a prince, it seems a little. Lu Chuan frowned slightly, thinking to himself secretly. The aura he detected from Jiawen was roughly around 2 stars of brass, but judging from his performance of easily harvesting the dozen or so monsters, his hidden strength might be more than that. These performances can be regarded as outstanding for any brass 2-star warrior. After all, the physique and strength of the monsters themselves are greater than those of warriors of the same level. And there are still more than 10 brass 3-star monsters. Jiawen can almost crush them to death without any effort, which is a proof of strength. But the most critical issue is that Jiawen is the prince, perhaps the future successor of Demacia, so his status is special. In order to cultivate such a son of the royal family, his cultivation should naturally start from an early age. Moreover, the royal family will definitely allocate the most precious resources to him, which are some luxurious resources that no one, even nobles or even martial arts, can give him. After all, the royal family is the most authoritative symbol representing the entire country, so the preciousness of the resources given will naturally be much stronger. If all these are counted, Jiawen in front of him only has the strength of a brass 2-star, which is really a bit weak. While Lu Chuan was pondering, suddenly there was an ear-splitting roar of a lion from the depths of the dense forest. As soon as the sound fell, a demon beast that looked like a lion rushed out of the dense forest. Perhaps it was disturbed because of its deep sleep. The lion-shaped beast looked extremely angry. It roared and flew towards Jiawen without giving Jiawen time to react. There were still 5 or 6 monsters left beside Jiawen, and the aura of the lion-shaped monster that swooped over unexpectedly reached 1-star brass. All of a sudden, Jiawen's aura became a bit chaotic. For a 1-star brass monster, Jiawen played all his cards and might have hoped to kill it. But when facing a 1-star monster, there were a few 3-star monsters standing in the way beside him, which caused Jiawen quite a headache. Holding a halberd in his hand, he parried several rounds of attacks from the lion-shaped monster, but the monster behind him started to move again. After Jiawen turned around and pierced a monster that was in the way with his halberd, he suddenly felt a chill go down his back, and turned his head suddenly. Go! The lion-shaped monster has already jumped in front of him, and its sharp front paws glowing coldly slashed towards his chest. Damn it, how could a 1-star brass monster suddenly appear in this shallow hunting area? Jiawen's face became a little ugly, and he wanted to hastily draw back his halberd to resist. But the speed of the lion-shaped monster was faster. Go faster, and a paw is about to hit Jiawen's chest. If this claw is implemented, even if Jiawen has good armor to resist, he will be injured. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps in the grass beside him. Before Jiawen could concentrate, he found a figure with a red long sword rushing out of the grass. The long sword was full of hot fire. In the next moment, the sword body was full of flames, and a wisp of fire burst out from the sword body, attacking the lion-shaped monster from the side. Lihua's sword. Lu Chuan shouted, the hilt of the sword in his hand shook violently, and the fire roll was thrown out by him, rushing towards the lion-shaped beast. To explain here, Mola knows that in the game, the Prince of Demacia is called Jarvan IV, but in the book, for the sake of convenience, he changed it to Jarvan, otherwise he would always be called Jarvan IV, which would be very awkward. Chapter 31. Because the lion-shaped monster's attention was all focused on Jiawen at this time, and it was still flying in midair. At this moment, it was full of flaws. Lu Chuan seized the opportunity, swept out of the grass, and directly gave his strongest killing move to him. Lights up. When facing a one-star brass monster, if Lu Chuan only relied on ordinary swordsmanship to attack, he would not be able to knock back the lion-shaped monster. Zizizi. The moment Lihua's sword, which contained the meaning of rage, touched the lion-shaped monster, it turned into a ball of fire and swept away, and the lion-shaped monster was sucked into the center of the flame vortex, sending out there was a low growl of pain. However, relying on Lu Chuan's level of attack alone, it is obviously impossible to kill a one-star monster with a strong body. Jiawen, who had a chance to breathe, also saw this, and made a quick decision immediately. Holding the halberd in his hand, trembling slightly, a vague and unreal sound of dragon chant came out of the trembling halberd, and immediately after, a thin shadow of an empty dragon emerged, circling around the halberd, and the halberd was here at that time. There was a wave of extremely strong vigor. The halberd of the dragon's cry. Jiawen thrust the halberd towards the lion-shaped beast, and the sound of the dragon's chants gradually became clearer. With an irresistible coercion in it, like the slope of a mountain, or like breaking the sea waves. Pfft. A halberd pierced through the body of the lion-shaped monster. After the lion-shaped monster let out a painful neigh, it fell to the ground and twitched a few times, then stopped moving. The few remaining monsters had already begun to have spiritual intelligence. Seeing that the lion-shaped monsters with one-star brass were all defeated, they whimpered and wailed a few times. Then quickly fled with their tails between their legs, and hid in the dense forest. Phew, it's finally dead. The physical strength of a one-star brass monster is too abnormal. Seeing that the lion-shaped monster was completely dead, Lu Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. The Fenjianhu he met before this, because he had never fought in person, Lu Chuan didn't know how terrifying the silver 5-star monster was. The huge shock wave generated by the combination of the 3 skills killed Fenjianhu. And even with an explosion of that intensity, Fenjianhu left a corpse, unlike the second master, who followed the smoke dissipate. The degree of physical tyranny can be seen. Although this lion-shaped beast is not as perverted as Fenjianhu, it took 2 people to kill it with all their strength. Are you the warrior Demi brought back today? After the lion-shaped monster died, Jiawen set his sights on Lu Chuan. Seeing his familiar face, he couldn't help but think of the time when he passed by Demi's palace today. Seeing that she was leading a group of people in, Jiawen called the attendants to inquire, and Jiawen learned that it was the warrior who saved Demi's life a while ago. I don't dare to be a warrior. The prince said it. It was a fluke. Lu Chuan said in a very low-key and modest manner. Anyway, you saved my sister's life, you should have the gratitude and etiquette. This has nothing to do with the status of the prince, I just represent my sister's family status. Thank you. Lu Chuan originally thought that Jiawen was he said it casually, but who knew that he plunged the tail of the halberd into the ground, bowed to himself and saluted respectfully, which made Lu Chuan jump back in shock. Just kidding. This is the Prince of Demacia. He is going to be the emperor in the future. He can control the fate of tens of thousands of people with just one hand. Let him bow and salute to himself. Lu Chuan can't afford to shorten his life. Don't dare to act, dare not act. Lu Chuan subconsciously waved Kong's hand, but Jiawen bowed 3 times before raising his head. This warrior, thank you for this matter, if you weren't in time just now take the shot, and now I'm afraid I'll be hurt too. After a pause, Jiawen looked at Lu Chuan suspiciously again, but it's late at night, I don't know what the reason for the warrior came to this royal hunting garden. Royal hunting garden. Lu Chuan was slightly surprised. It turned out that it was a hunting garden. Lu Chuan was still wondering why there were monsters in and out of the royal room. He walked unknowingly and found that he was already far away from the main hall of the palace. Far. It's the first time I came to the palace, I wanted to go to the toilet when I got up. But I got lost, ha ha ha. Lu Chuan rubbed his head and smiled awkwardly. He couldn't say that he was full and had nothing to do, so he took a walk here from the side. Huh. At this moment, Jiawen suddenly looked at Lu Chuan in surprise, brass 4-star cultivation. How is it possible? Originally, at the moment when Lu Chuan came to help, Jiawen thought that although this warrior was not as powerful as the rumors said, at least he had a cultivation level similar to his own. Otherwise, when facing a brass 1-star monster, his attack would not be able to break through the monster's physical defense at all. It was only when he took a closer look at Lu Chuan after the lion-shaped beast was killed, that he realized that Lu Chuan was only a 4-star brass warrior. A 4-star brass warrior almost picked up a 1-star brass lion-shaped monster. What is the concept? Jiawen even wondered, if he didn't make a move just now, would he really have a way to single-handedly kill that monster? He has heard of a talented warrior fighting beyond the level, but he has never heard of such a talented warrior who can fight beyond the 3rd level. And almost killed the opponent. From this point of view, this talent is somewhat perverted, terrible. Thinking of this, Jiawen's heart suddenly moved. After thinking for a while, he slowly looked at Lu Chuan and said, "This warrior, I have a proposal. If you don't mind, you can become my exclusive knight." Before Lu Chuan could react, Jiawen hurriedly explained, "Warriors, please don't get me wrong, just a week later will be our annual celebration day in Demacia. According to the usual practice, there will be a martial arts battle in the palace. At that time, the martial arts venue will be open to the people of the whole city. And the purpose of holding the martial arts conference is also obvious, just to let the common people feel the strength of our Demacia from the martial arts conference, so as to stabilize the hearts of the people." Hearing this, Lu Chuan nodded slightly to express his understanding. The nature of this martial arts conference is just like the military parade held on his country's national day in his world. Let the common people see that our country is still very good. And let the people see it. Take a look at the dicks in other countries, our country can kill you in minutes. However, the contestants in the martial arts competition will definitely not be nobles and royals. It's not that they dare not compare. It's just that the nobles and the royal family can't save face. There will always be winners and losers in the competition. The competition will naturally lower the prestige in the hearts of the people. Therefore, the contestants in the martial arts competition are all the nobles and royal families, and they send their own exclusive knights to represent the competition. The champion who wins in the end can get 100 gold coins rewards, as well as entering the royal collection to choose a desired weapon or skill book. I don't know what the warriors think. Is that so? Lu Chuan pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. But the promise was not for the 100 gold coins and the qualification to select the same items into the vault. To be honest, neither of these two is very attractive to Lu Chuan. Inside his little bead is a top-level collection library, which contains any top-quality equipment and skill books, but his current strength has not reached it, so he can't use it. As for the gold coins, if you have top-quality equipment and skill books, will you still be short of money? When the time comes, the eliminated batch of equipment can be sold at an auction house at a high price. The reason why I agreed so happily is mainly because Lu Chuan wants to increase Jiawen's favorability. How about it? The third watch is punctual and updated. Yes, that's right, I am the Damalu who is known as the invincible ultimate number 1 handsome guy in the universe, and I think there is a poem that describes me. It is very appropriate. 30 centimeters without head. Often walk on shoulders. Wear it occasionally. Jiamei blushed when she saw it. Ah, blushing. Chapter 32. Yes, that's right, I do have plans for you. When she saw Lu Chuan say these words with a serious face, Jana's heart ached without warning. Really? Sure enough, there is still a plan. Maybe there is really no such person in this world who doesn't expect anything in return. Jana's lips trembled slightly, she bit her lip, and a touch of moisture appeared in her eyes. Before that, she had experienced countless battles between heaven and man in her heart before she convinced herself to trust Lu Chuan. But the facts in front of her were like a basin of cold water, which mercilessly drenched her. Hey, hello. Lu Chuan stretched out his hand and shook Jana's eyes, but found the crystal teardrops in the corner of her eyes, showing signs of falling down at any time. Lu Chuan panicked. It's not that you wait, why are you crying? Jana just bit her lip and didn't speak. She turned her head to the side, and the tears in her eyes finally stopped. What happened in this month was almost a crushing blow to Jana. The wind elves were slaughtered, and she was the only one who escaped by chance. At that time, Jana almost gave up. If she was the only one left and revenge was out of reach, she might as well die. But when she met Lu Chuan later, she seemed to feel endless confidence from Lu Chuan, and she couldn't even explain where this confidence came from. It was this inexplicable confidence that brought her new hope. Before going to bed every day, she always thought that she was one step closer to the day of revenge. Women are complex creatures, and so is Jana. She was suspicious of Lu Chuan at first, and suspected that Lu Chuan had plans for her. But when she heard Lu Chuan say those words with her own ears, she felt extremely uncomfortable in her heart. Elder sister, calm down first, why are you standing here and crying before I finish talking? Lu Chuan hurriedly grabbed the handkerchief on the table, trying to wipe away the tears on Janna's cheeks. Her pear blossom with rain on her face really broke Lu Chuan's heart. No matter how cold and beautiful the girl is, when she cries, it makes people feel extremely distressed. Take it away. No need. Janna choked up. Oh, how grown up are you? Why do you look like a child? Can you just listen to me first? You take it away. Calm down first. Get away from me, the rag in your hand. Janna got angry at Lu Chuan with red eyes. Lu Chuan looked down, only to realize that the handkerchief he was holding was a tablecloth for wiping the table. He coughed awkwardly, put the rag behind him in a hurry, and smiled dryly at Janna twice. Voice. Janna pursed her lips slightly when she was teased by Lu Chuan's funny behavior, and then remembered that she seemed to be angry, so she quickly flattened her mouth and continued to cry. Girl, you were laughing just now, don't pretend that I saw you laughing. Lu Chuan stared at Janna with black lines all over his head, his blunt acting skills were too outrageous. Janna wiped her tears with the back of her hand, and still stared at Lu Chuan with a little dissatisfaction, as if waiting for him to give a reasonable explanation. This matter, let's start from the beginning. Seeing that Janna stopped sobbing, Lu Chuan pointed to the little bead on the table and began a long explanation. According to your statement, I am the one chosen by God. Janna glanced at Lu Chuan suspiciously, and after listening to his blah-blah explanation, the anger in Janna's heart finally dissipated. It can be understood in this way. Although Lu Chuan was explaining, he also concealed part of it. For example, he is a person who does not belong to this world. Since this part is concealed, it is not easy for Lu Chuan to hold Janna's soft little hand against him. She said, old girl, in fact, you don't know that our world calls your character a hero, and many people play with you every day. If you say such things, you are afraid that you will be beaten to death. So Lu Chuan simply replaced the word hero with the adjective the one chosen by God, which sounds lofty. And explained to her that the reason why he treats her so well is God's command, because I am also a person chosen by the gods. Envoys and envoys need sufficient communication favorability points. If you communicate enough, your strength will increase. But Janna, who still doesn't quite understand the setting for a while, can only let Lu Chuan talk nonsense in a daze. But knowing that the attempt Lu Chuan referred to was just to make the communication between the envoys more sufficient, the simple-minded Janna forgave Lu Chuan. After explaining for a while, Lu Chuan felt a little dry mouth, picked up the water glass on the table and poured water, but Janna, who was sitting by the side, felt a little embarrassed. Recalling her behavior like a little girl just now, she thought he was taking advantage of her, and she was crying like a tearful person when she was done, so she wished she could find a crack in the ground to get in. With a flushed face, he faltered. Then what? I'll go see if Ari has, whether he got up. Oh, let's go. Just as Lu Chuan finished saying go, Janna also escaped from Lu Chuan's room like a gust of wind. Lu Chuan paused for a while before giving the word bar at the end. Speak out. But recalling Janna's shy face just now, Lu Chuan grinned like an idiot. This chick looks aloof on the surface. But she's actually very innocent. It seems that she has a very high chance of sneaking in and taking her down in one fell swoop. Having been single for so many years, it's not bad to have a girlfriend serving breakfast every day. Lu Chuan smashed his mouth and smiled. Time flies, 2 days have passed. During the past 2 days, Lu Chuan spent almost all of his time in the courtyard practicing his sword skills, refining his cultivation, and preparing for the Royal Martial Arts meeting in the next few days. Since he agreed to Jiawen, he couldn't just go up and go for a cutscene and be brushed off, right? After all, I represent the Prince of Dalmatia. If Jiawen is eliminated in the first round, Jiawen will not be able to keep his face, so forget about his favorability. While practicing swordsmanship, he would occasionally get criticisms from public opinion groups Janna, Ari, Timo for flaws in his swordplay. Janna, this set of swordsmanship is too gorgeous, but it doesn't have any real strength. When facing the enemy, it is inevitable that it feels a bit fancy and useless, and needs to be improved. Ari yawned with a sleepy look on his face. Not bad, I will give 8 out of 10 points, and 2 points if you drag me out tomorrow morning to observe your sword skills. I will give you 1 too. Gone. Timo hugged a big fish that was as long as his body, and first rubbed his face against the fish. Just when he was about to bite, Lu Chuan swung his sword and pointed at Timo. What about your evaluation? Hee, a good sword. A good sword. The fish is good and smells good. Timo smiled flatteringly. Get out. Lu Chuan yelled, and Timo ran away with the fish in his arms, as if he was afraid that Lu Chuan would snatch the fish from him in a fit of anger. It is worth mentioning that the princess who made Lu Chuan wary of the many ghostly ideas, perhaps because the foot ban has not been lifted, has not seen her in the past few days, and Lu Chuan put an extra copy. Heart, more attentively comprehend the not-so-perfect principles of swordsmanship. A week is fleeting in such a passage. Today is the day of celebration for Demacia. Chapter 33. Demacia's Celebration Day. The whole country was celebrating with lights and colorful decorations everywhere. Even the common people on the street put on the luxurious clothes that they were reluctant to wear on weekdays, and flocked to the palace in groups. Every year during the Demacia celebrations, the imperial city gates will be opened wide, allowing people to appreciate the majestic building up close. Of course, they have no connection with the main hall. Even on the celebration day, ordinary people will not be allowed to break into the main hall at will. At most, they can walk around the periphery of the imperial city and take a look. However, this situation still could not stop the enthusiasm of the people. As soon as the morning light illuminated the sky, the people in the imperial city were already overcrowded. Everyone rushed to the city gate, including some from the city. People from other countries come to visit and play. Every year's celebration day is the day I hate the most, seeing these lowly common people rushing into the palace like ants. I want to kill them all. In a high tower, Solo leaned against the window, staring at the people who continue to pour in outside the city gate under the tower. This year will be the last year. By next year, this country will no longer be called Demacia. Behind Solo, an elegant woman sat, wearing a gorgeous noble robe and a hat on her head. The black half-curtain of the peaked cap fell down, covering half of her face. She slowly picked up a cup of tea with her slender arms, took a sip, and raised the corners of her red mouth slightly, saying with a touch of sarcasm, "Miss Chris, I wonder when those people plan to take action." Solo turned around and looked at the woman sitting on the soft sofa. Huh. Chris's carefully trimmed eyebrows raised slightly, and she glanced at Solo. Solo's face was startled, and he immediately knelt down on one knee and said, "I'm sorry, Chris, for asking this question unintentionally." "Huh, Zoro, you shouldn't know. You don't need to know so much. You just need to be my dog quietly." Chris retracted her cold eyes, took out a pair of black elbow-length gloves and put them on. He straightened the loose robe under his skirt and stood up and said, "The martial arts competition is about to begin. Zoro, don't let me down. Please believe me, noble Lady Chris," Zoro said with a confident smile on his lips. Following Chris, he walked out of the room. Lu Chuan and his party had just woken up when two attendants were already standing in the yard. When they saw Lu Chuan being discharged from the hospital, they immediately greeted him respectfully. "Lord Lu Chuan, today is the day of the martial arts competition. His Royal Highness has been waiting in the palace for a long time. Please follow me in the carriage." A waiter lowered his head and said. After hearing this, Lu Chuan went into the house again and woke up Jana and others. The group got on the carriage that had been prepared outside the courtyard and drove towards the prince's hall in the main hall of the palace. After arriving at the prince's palace, Jiawen was already waiting at the door. When he saw Lu Chuan and his party approaching, he hurriedly greeted them. "Are you here? Come with me to the martial arts meeting venue. The martial arts meeting is about to begin." "Yes." Lu Chuan nodded lightly. Jana and the others behind him looked at the prince twice. However, because Lu Chuan had already told them about his encounter with the prince 2 days ago, Jana and the others didn't feel that way. Surprise. The group of people headed towards the southeast corner of the palace. An incident happened on the way. Demi, who was wearing a gold silk pajamas, was dragged out of the princess palace by Mi En and others from the Fearless Legion. Stuffed into the carriage, muttering, "I won't go to the martial arts competition or anything like that. I don't have a night. I want to sleep, please let go of me." Seeing this, Jiawen smiled helplessly at Lu Chuan and said, "Because my sister has been doted on by my father since she was a child, she has developed a spoiled temper, which makes everyone laugh." "Huh, your highness the princess is just innocent." Lu Chuan said something polite in the name of Haha, thinking to himself, "MD, my little girl's mind is full of evil ideas every day, and she might have to punish herself later, so be careful." When Lu Chuan arrived at the martial arts meeting venue, even though Lu Chuan was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the huge crowd of people. The martial arts venue is a large sandy area with a radius of nearly 500 meters. And low walls are built around it to separate the audience. The topography of the auditorium is in the form of stairs from bottom to top, so that the audience behind can better see the martial arts meeting. Scene. At this time, because the martial arts meeting was about to begin, spectators from all directions crowded outside the low wall. And the crowds were surging. From a distance, it was dark and dense, and it could be said to have reached tens of thousands. In front of the auditorium, there were several stone chairs set up. And people were sitting on them at this time. Lu Chuan looked slightly sideways. In the center of the row of stone chairs, there was a burly and strong body, wearing a silver and blue suit. The thick armor and the majestic face were familiar to Lu Chuan. Galen, Lu Chuan muttered secretly. The Galen in this world is more domineering than he imagined. The strong aura looming on his body can only be seen by generals who have killed countless enemies on the battlefield. Aura. Seeing Lu Chuan's eyes fixed on Galen, Jiawen explained at the side, Admiral Galen attends the martial arts competition as a jury every year, in order to prevent some warriors from using unfair means during the competition. At this moment, Demi's voice with infinite resentment came from behind, "Brother, I'm coming." Jiawen turned his head and realized that Demi had changed into royal clothes, but she still looked a little sleepy, rubbing her eyes and yawning. "Demi, don't be rude. As soon as you appear on the stage. I don't know how many viewers are staring at you. How inappropriate is your behavior." Jiawen scolded lightly, but his voice was full of disdain for his delicate family. "The old girl is helpless." Okay, I understand." Demi shook her arms twice, but still became serious under Jiawen's scolding. Her eyebrows have obviously been carefully repaired, and her eyebrows are like a crescent moon. She also has a light layer of powder on her cheeks. There is a slight smile that she has decorated at the corner of her mouth. She is wearing a gorgeous silk robe. At this moment, Demi. Finally, the elegance of her body was revealed, and she was so beautiful. This girl is quite good when it comes to seriousness. Even Lu Chuan had to praise her secretly. "Demi, where is your knight?" Jiawen asked again. "What kind of knight do you want? I don't care about the reward or the face." Demi curled her lips in disapproval. Jiawen could only sigh helplessly. This sister of hers was obviously born in a royal family. But he always has a heart that does not follow the rules and wants to break through all constraints. At this time, the Emperor of Demacia, Harriman, held a scepter and slowly walked to the center of the venue. From the physical point of view, he seemed to be very old, almost unable to walk. Harriman's appearance also made the audience talk about it. Most of the discussion was wondering about Harriman's status and who would be the next emperor. Amid the discussion, Harriman tiredly said some simple congratulations and announced the start of the martial arts meeting. Now, he has no time to take care of the celebration day. Harriman's deeper worry lies in the group of noble families lurking in the dark, and the figures deeper inside. All this lingered like a nightmare, making him restless. When will the poisonous snake lurking in the darkness give this crumbling Demacian dynasty a severe blow? What means should I use to resist them? No one can understand the mood of old Harriman. Perhaps only from his hunched back can one understand the sadness of a person in a high position. Chapter 34. As Harriman left, another old man in white robes came up. His eyes first swept across the audience. After the atmosphere became quieter, he began to announce the rules of the martial arts meeting. A total of 32 warriors participated in this martial arts meeting and were divided into 16 groups for the first round of knockout. The loser will be judged as having no ability to fight again or voluntarily admit defeat. The martial arts meeting is over. If there are serious injuries, maiming, death, etc., the jury will decide the punishment. The old man glanced at the jury in the audience. The leader, Galen, nodded calmly, and a strong aura swept out, as if giving a warning to the participating warriors, telling them not to act carelessly. If there are no objections from the participating warriors, then the martial arts competition will officially begin. The first round will be between Alex Herbert and Kenny Moulton. The old man had just announced the first round lineup. There was a burst of discussion next. "It's actually Herbert. I remember last year's martial arts competition. He seemed to have broken into the top 5. That guy with terrifying strength. If there hadn't been a knight from the Fearless Legion competing at the same time, he might have ranked higher," said one audience member. "Don't make trouble, Morton is not bad either. Haven't you seen Demacia's black market martial arts competition? Morton has won the martial arts championship before." Someone immediately retorted. "Haha, how can that kind of black martial arts competition, which has little gold content and is shady, be compared with this grand martial arts meeting? Stop arguing, the game is about to begin. We'll find out who is better in the end, right? Amidst the discussion in the audience, two warriors who were relatively well known in the eyes of the audience walked onto the stage. Herbert is a man with a brown crew cut. His crew cut is as neat as the garden grass that is taken care of daily, but it also has a touch of aggression. The roots stand upright and appear extremely public. Molten is a lean man. Judging from his appearance, he appears to be extremely low-key and reserved. After taking the stage, he keeps his head lowered, making it difficult for people to see the fluctuations in his heart. The martial arts meeting begins. As the judgmental old man said in a deep voice, two guys with completely opposite personalities on the stage showed their weapons and fought together. If I remember correctly, Herbert should be an exclusive knight of Damasia's border nobles. He got 5th place in last year's martial arts meeting. It seems that the difficulty of this year's martial arts meeting has been increased by another level. Jiawen stood next to the royal banquet and stared at the two people fighting on the stage. The two people on the stage have both reached the aura of a 3-star brass warrior. This level of cultivation is relatively good among the civilians and mercenary groups of Damasia. The mercenary group of Damasia has gone through rough training. It is estimated that there are 231 low-grade brass mercenary groups in total, while there are only 58 medium-grade mercenary groups that require 3-star strength to create. This shows that the warriors with 3-star brass strength are really valuable in Damasia City. Rare. Moreover, one of the two is an exclusive knight for the nobles, and the other has been involved in the violent and bloody Black Arena all year round. The strength of the two is obviously not just what they show on the surface, but in fact, their cultivation is more refined. I'm afraid that against ordinary brass 2-star warriors, there is a good chance of winning. Lu Chuan also looked up at the fighting on the field, wanting to learn some experience and skills from it. Every knight here represents the status of the nobility and royal family of the Principality of Damasia. Their strength is naturally not comparable to that of the gangsters on the street. Being able to stand on this level naturally has merits. Lu Chuan has not yet. He is so arrogant that he thinks he can defeat them with his eyes closed, so if he can learn a little bit, it is a good thing. Besides, he might face them later, so it is a good choice to figure out their tricks first. The first round of the competition was extremely fierce. Herbert and Molten fought for no less than 20 or 30 rounds. Finally, after Molten seized an opportunity, he took out his personal dagger and stepped forward to resist at Herbert's throat. I admit defeat. Herbert raised his hands and admitted defeat very simply. Kenny Molten wins. The old judge announced the result, which caused another round of discussion in the audience. I really didn't expect that a guy born in Dahei Sai would not be at a disadvantage in participating in a martial arts meeting of this level. Are you kidding? They play every game with their heads tied to their belts. Can their ferocity be matched by a knight who earns a living and earns a living? After all, the black game is nothing like this. In public martial arts competitions, how many lives are lost on the stage? A spectator who seemed to often watch black competitions sneered. After the first game, the old man came up again and announced the roster for the second game. The second round, between Gary Solo and Lu Chuan. After the old man finished speaking, the discussion that broke out in the audience this time was better than the one in the first round. Lu Chuan. What kind of strange name is this? Could it be that he is a wild boy from some country? According to the gossip, the man named Lu Chuan seems to be fighting on behalf of Damasia's Prince Jiawen, said an audience member who didn't know where he got the gossip. Representing Jiawen? Come on, is he here to make a joke? Even if Jiawen comes in person, he may not be able to reach the top 5. That prince's talent is really poor. It is said that the royal family spent at least more than 100,000 gold coins on potions. He smashed the skill book and asked Mr. Brogran to create a high-grade brass weapon for him. Jarvan only had a brass 2-star strength. I think even if it were me, I would have been exposed to a bunch of top-grade resources since I was a child. By today, I'm afraid he would have already entered the silver level. Some viewers snorted with disdain. Obviously, Prince Jarvan's strength does not seem to be a secret among the people of Damasia. Shoo, keep your voice down. Jiawen is at the royal banquet over there. He heard you. You don't even know how you will die tomorrow. TCH, he can hear ghosts from so far away. Sending a guy with such a rustic name to compete is probably just a formality and will be killed instantly with one move. Although he said this, the audience slowly closed their eyes. On the mouth. Although the Prince of Dalmatia has extremely poor talent, others respect him as a prince after all. Once such derogatory voices reach the prince's ears, he will probably be upset. It's my turn so soon. Lu Chuan murmured to himself, moved his wrist. And suddenly felt a line of sight. He followed the line of sight and found that he had something to do with him the day his group first entered the palace. The troublesome Zoro was staring at him with a stern expression, showing an arrogant smile. Lu Chuan simply chose to ignore it, and at the same time received blessings from the two girls behind him. Come on Lu Chuan, if you win, I'll give you a kiss hee. Ali chuckled, but Lu Chuan hit her on the forehead, and she immediately became honest. Come on. Jana, who never liked to show her emotions, just said lightly, but her eyes looking at Lu Chuan were full of confidence in his strength. Brother, don't embarrass us. Timo narrowed his eyes and said to Lu Chuan. You are the least qualified to say that. Lu Chuan twitched the corner of his mouth and slowly walked to the stage with the encouragement of the group. Opposite him stood Solo, who had been waiting there for a long time. After he saw Lu Chuan on stage, he suddenly grinned. If it hadn't been for Lord Lux last time, I'm afraid you would have died. I didn't expect you to be so ignorant this time. Do you have to come here and die? Zoro said sarcastically. Sorry, I don't have a very good memory. Who was the person who fell to the ground and vomited blood last time and knelt down to beg for mercy and let me give him a way to live? Lu Chuan also smiled, but his smile was very cunning. Zoro's eyes darkened. Although he was knocked back by Lu Chuan's move that day and vomited blood, he was obviously not as unbearable as Lu Chuan said, and he had never knelt down to beg for mercy. He was obviously slandering himself. Do you know what kind of opponent you have angered? Stupid guy. With anger in his eyes, Zoro drew out the sharp sword from his waist. What a coincidence, my pig said the same thing. Lu Chuan's smile widened. Chapter 35. After the hero awakens, Lu Chuan can not only improve part of his strength, but also share the hero's attributes and abilities. Jana's attribute is wind. Lu Chuan also possesses Jana's wind power, but this wind power is attached to him invisibly. Unlike Jana, he can exert wind power on other people. With the help of Feng's artistic conception, and the improvement in speed, strength and explosive power after Lu Chuan's promotion, Lu Chuan's speed was pushed to the extreme at this moment. He did not disappear in place, but just left a trail. Shadow. Solo calmed down and finally caught a trace of Lu Chuan. Here. Zoro smiled sinisterly. Before he could swing the sword with energy fluctuations in his hand, a flash of horror suddenly flashed in his eyes. Quick. It's just too fast. Only a few seconds had passed from when he caught Lu Chuan's figure to when he raised his sword and prepared to swing it, but the figure jumped to his side from a certain distance and stabbed him straight with the sword. Ding-ling. The sword in Zoro's hand fell to the ground. His eyes converged into a single point, and his pupils shrank, reflecting the sharp tip of the sword. Cold sweat slowly formed on his forehead, and he moved his Adam's apple. I wanted to say something, but nothing came out. If he were on the battlefield of a life and death battle, he would probably be dead. When you are really facing an enemy, no one will give you time to condense the strongest killing move. Lu Chuan said coldly, took back the Dolan sword in his hand, and slowly walked towards the audience. Zoro's body fell weakly and slowly, and he knelt on the ground, with no more fighting spirit in his eyes. Lu Chuan wins. Seeing that Solo had lost his will to fight, the old man in white robe announced the result calmly. As the results were announced, the audience fell into silence. Just now, almost none of them thought highly of Lu Chuan, because he was unknown and was the exclusive knight of the good-for-nothing prince. How can a person who doesn't have much strength hire a very powerful knight? Moreover, the situation of the royal family is getting worse and worse now. As long as the capable knights think about it in their hearts, they will not side with their royal family. But the guy that everyone disliked easily defeated his opponent. Then Zoro is just a waste. With the support of Lady Chris behind him, he has only reached the level of brass 4-star. He deserves to lose. That's right, I can't say that that country boy is strong, it's just that Zoro is too useless. After a moment of silence, the audience began to find excuses for their cynicism just now. Most of them are not samurai. They are just a group of onlookers who join in the fun. They can't see the reason for Lu Chuan's easy instant kill of his opponent. They only think that Lu Chuan won by opportunism, or that Solo himself is too weak. He would lose to Lu Chuan. Regarding the discussion in the audience, Lu Chuan simply chose to ignore it. Before you show enough strength to prove yourself, you will always be looked down upon by others. This is a phenomenon that will exist no matter which world or region you are in. Humph, Jarvan, your knight is very good. Chris snorted coldly, with no hint of praise in her tone. She glanced at Solo, who fell to the ground on the stage. What a useless waste. After that, she left Xiaowen with a look of displeasure on her face, and coldly said, "Don't get too proud, you are just frogs in a well." Lingering on. Xiaowen narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Chrissy's back, thoughtfully. This woman was probably won over by the secret forces. Seeing Lu Chuan slowly walking down the stage, Xiaowen hurriedly greeted him, "Thank you for your hard work, warrior Lu Chuan. That guy underestimated the enemy too much. He was constantly attacking and found many flaws. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so relaxed." Lu Chuan waved his hand modestly and chuckled. As Lu Chuan's match ended, the third round of competition began on the martial arts field. In the next few knockout matches, Lu Chuan secretly paid attention to 3 people. They almost all swept their opponents with a crushing attitude as soon as they came on the stage. The warriors who could represent the forces behind them in such martial arts meetings were all powerful. It would be too weak. If we were to choose the worst fight, the audience would ruthlessly vote for the one between Lu Chuan and Solo. Among this group of people, for the audience, the weakest one is that one game. At the level of other games, the samurai have at least 3 brass stars. Being able to win with a sweeping attitude on this martial stage shows that his hidden strength is stronger. As time went on, after the first round of eliminations, there were still 8 participating warriors. Lu Chuan, as the weakest character in the eyes of the audience, barely squeezed into the 8th place. The old man in white robe came on stage and announced that all the players would be given a half-hour intermission before the start of the quarterfinals. The audience in the audience were talking privately, guessing who would win the championship of this martial arts competition, when a voice said, echoed in the crowd. "I've bought it, I've bought it. Choose the warrior you think will win the championship, and invest a small amount of money. But there will be a big return." A middle-aged man who is not tall in stature, the man, holding a small wooden board with the current top 8 warriors written on it, shouted in the center of the auditorium. Because the quarterfinals had not officially started at this time, most of the audience were bored. At this time, they suddenly discovered a more interesting bet. And they all came forward and asked the man in the bet, "Brother, what are you doing? How is the gambling game set up? I will give you cash back based on the odds of the final champion. For example, Molten, who reached the quarterfinals in the first round. His odds are 1 to 3. If you buy him to win the championship, he will get 1 gold coin. If you win, you can get 3 gold coins." The gambler grinned, showing his yellow teeth. "What about Heist's odds?" an audience member asked. Heist, who appeared in the 7th round of the knockout round, is said to be the exclusive knight of the Willy family, the first family in Dalmatia. His own strength has vaguely reached a bronze 1 star. In terms of strength alone, he is the current player. The strongest one among them. If nothing unexpected happens, his probability of winning is extremely high. The gambling man lowered his head and did some mental calculations, then raised his head and said, "Hister's odds are 1, 2 to 1, 1 gold coin to 1 gold coin plus 20 silver coins. So few. That's natural. Hist's chance of winning is already high. If the odds are higher, wouldn't I lose money?" The gambling man explained with his hands. The audience thought for a moment and found that the same was true. With the strength shown by Hist, the probability of winning the championship was more than 90. People who gambled were certainly not fools. When it was clear that Hist was going to win the championship, they still, if you offer very high odds, you will really lose money. However, even if the odds were not high, there was still some profit, and many people immediately placed bets on Hist. But there are also some spectators with a gambler's mentality. They take the wrong approach and place their bets on some warriors who have a slightly lower chance of winning. However, the odds are higher. If there is an upset, 1 will lose and 3 will be lost. 5, it can be considered a small fortune. After all, it is only the quarterfinals now, and those warriors must have some trump cards, and their apparent strength is not enough to judge everything. Just when everyone was betting on the favorites to win the championship, and occasionally a few people would bet on some warriors who looked average, the gambler suddenly felt his trouser legs being tugged. He lowered his head and discovered a fluffy little tanuki looked at him with narrowed eyes. "What's wrong, little kitten?" The gambling man showed a bright smile, although the big yellow teeth in his mouth were very eye-catching. "We would like to ask if there is a warrior named Lu Chuan in your gambling game." Timo asked, raising his head. "Yes, I have. What are his odds? 1 pays 32. No customer has bought him so far. He only has the strength of 4 brass stars. He is really not qualified to win the championship. He can't even make it to the semifinals. The gambling man said. Now, I'll give you a gold coin. This is the wife book we have been saving for a long time. After hesitating for a long time, Timo took out a golden gold coin from his belly pocket, stretched out his paws and tiptoed and handed it to the gambling man. What? You want to buy Lu Chuan? The gambling man said, slightly surprised. No, let's buy hist. We can also earn some money from milk powder, even though we don't have a wife yet. Timo laughed mischievously, and his eyes that were almost invisible were even more narrow at this time. Asim. Your choice is wise, little kitten, you will make money. One person and one cat paw shook hands gently, which seemed to indicate a happy cooperation. I will work harder today and try to update 3 times once at noon tomorrow. Chapter 36. Have you entered the semifinals? Jiawen looked at Lu Chuan, who was slowly walking down from the stage. This result was not beyond his expectation. Jiawen had also expected that Lu Chuan would make it to the semifinals, but he was slightly surprised that Lu Chuan made it so easily. When he used the flaming sword on the stage just now, Jiawen felt that he only used less than half of his strength. Perhaps it was to hide his strength, or maybe he just gave up the subsequent concentration in order to release the flaming sword as quickly as possible. Handsome guy, you won again, that's great. Ali winked at Lu Chuan and said with a smile, but Lu Chuan rolled his eyes and ignored him. Hey, Jana called out to Lu Chuan at this time. Lu Chuan looked at her slightly surprised, but found that she was still holding a small handkerchief in her hand. And handed it to him with a somewhat unnatural look. Hi, you must be tired after a fight. Lu Chuan was startled, then laughed softly, took the handkerchief from Jana's hand. Thank you. Jana just stood aside with a slightly red face, staring at Lu Chuan wiping his sweat with her handkerchief, silently. While everyone was happy for Lu Chuan, only one person felt anxious. Oh, why did we win again? Why did we win again? Timo sighed with a frown on his face. It would be a bit bad if this situation continues to develop. The older brother I follow seems a bit strong. Soon, the old man in white robe announced the second game, and Lu Chuan also frowned and looked towards the stage. After advancing to the quarterfinals, the selected warriors will show at least part of their trump cards. At this time, they can know the opponent's one more trump card, and one more chance of winning. One of the people who appeared in the second round had a thick beard, and a faint evil aura appeared on his body from time to time, which made Lu Chuan couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Generally speaking, no matter how high their cultivation and strength are, these warriors born in noble families rarely fight against others, and they are not like the mercenary groups who walk through mountains of swords and seas of fire all day long. It's not that their aura is not fierce, but in comparison, their killing intent is naturally not as strong as that of people from certain professions. For example, Galen is sitting on the trial bench. His whole body has been worn out by many battles. He has developed a blood-soaked aura, and just by sitting there and concentrating his aura, you can feel the strong fluctuations of killing intent from his body. But why does the bearded man on the stage have such strong murderous intent? Lu Chuan was more distracted by the big beard and found that the moves he used in the second round were also extremely cruel. They were not like the moves that ordinary knights would learn, but more like a bandit. Like a gangster, every move carries the ruthless energy of a desperado. The other guy who competed with Big Beard in the second round also had a stubborn temper. He knew clearly that he couldn't beat Big Beard. But he gritted his teeth and refused to admit defeat. He shouted that he would rather die for the glory of the knights. As a result, Big Beard knocked him unconscious, and he only had one breath left. Lu Chuan estimated that if it weren't for the heavy restrictions in this martial arts tournament, the bearded man's final blow just now might have killed the man directly. Even though the Martial Arts Association clearly stipulates that no killing is allowed, the opponent had already been beaten to a state of disgrace before he passed out. Which knight does this guy belong to? Lu Chuan turned to ask Jiawen. Jiawen also locked eyes and said, I don't know. I have never seen him in previous martial arts competitions. His own strength is only at brass 3-star, but I feel that his real strength is much more than that. Lu Chuan also agreed with this. A high-level warrior can suppress his own aura. If Lu Chuan only suppressed his own skill strength, then the bearded man in front of him suppressed his true strength. His cultivation level may be at brass 2-star, or it may be even better, reaching brass 1-star. These can only be understood when facing him in person. In the third round of competition, it was time for the much-anticipated Hist match. Hist was a very handsome knight, wearing a silver-white windbreaker. With burgundy hair swaying in the breeze, and a handsome face with a smile on his face. There is a touch of coldness, and the weapon is a huge broadsword. His appearance almost ignited the enthusiasm of all the onlookers. They seemed to be cheering for their husbands, waving flags and shouting with overwhelming momentum. Hist. Come on. I'm going to give you a monkey. Hister. Stop talking. Hurry up and hit me hard. Husband. I love you. Facing the shouts of a group of nymphomaniacs, which were also mixed with the wild and uninhibited roars of several foot-picking men, Lu Chuan twitched the corners of his mouth with black lines on his face. Are the girls in this world also chasing stars? Are they all so crazy? Fortunately, Jana and the others are relatively rational. As soon as Lu Chuan finished speaking, his eyes darkened and he saw Timo at his feet. Hister. Come on. We're going to give you a monkey. What's wrong with us? Love us. Timo waved his little paws and desperately cheered for Hist on the stage. Lu Chuan almost spit out 3 liters of old blood in one mouthful. He slapped Timo's cuckold away. Aren't you a fucking old man? Big men also have the right to like big men, right? Timo picked up the cuckold with his short legs, patted it down and put it on him with dissatisfaction. Lu Chuan thought that he should stay away from Timo in the future. A good cat would bend as he pleases. This Valoran continent is probably poisonous. Of course, what he didn't know was that Timo had put all his money on Hist, which he had saved for a long time. His love for Hist was definitely no less than that of those girls who screamed for their lives. Although Hist's appearance is quite good, his strength is directly proportional to his appearance. This can be seen from the fact that he defeated his opponent in just 1 minute. Retracting the broad sword in his hand, Hist walked off the stage with a cold expression, his windbreaker swaying with his steps, swaying wantonly. The girls watching in the audience screamed with their throats hoarse, just because Hester could take a look at them when he passed by them. Everyone who has reached the semi-finals seems to be not easy. Lu Chuan mused. As of now, almost everyone who has reached the semi-finals has swept across the country with an absolutely crushing attitude. Not even a third of the opponent's strength has been exposed. It's not that the other people who entered the top 8 are very weak. To use Jiawen's original words. The level of this year's martial arts competition seems to be more than double that of previous years. Some of the samurai participating in the competition were too strong. As a result, those samurai who achieved high rankings last year could not even make it to the semi-finals this year. Perhaps this also secretly indicates that Demacia will undergo earth-shaking changes this year. Chapter 37. In the semi-finals, the competition has entered a fierce stage. To be honest, before the start of the competition, I really didn't expect you to make it this far. My original prediction was that you would reach the quarterfinals. Even if you were eliminated by then, at least you wouldn't end up being gossiped by a group of people. The handle. After all, is not the worst. Looking at the white-robed old man slowly coming up to the stage, Jiawen sighed, as if feeling emotional. The current situation of the royal family is not optimistic. The knights who have already smelled blood are very shrewd, and almost none of them will be on the same team with the royal family. Selected people from the Imperial Guard came up to participate in the competition. Naturally. There are high-strength people in the Imperial Guard, and the generals among them have reached the silver level. If he is sent up, he will definitely win the first place in the martial arts competition. But the rewards provided by this martial arts competition that is more of a show nature are simply not appreciated by warriors with silver-level strength. The generals of the Imperial Guard were sent in. Even if the organizer of Demacia did not clearly stipulate the rules for the competition, this kind of behavior would make the audience shameless. Fortunately, Lu Chuan, who Jiawen met by chance, sent him to fight with a mentality of trying, but the result was beyond Jiawen's expectations. After all, Lu Chuan only has the strength of a brass 4-star, and he has reached the semi-finals all the way. The talent he has shown is already very good, and many aristocratic families who have been secretly observing him have begun to notice him. If this kind of talent is further cultivated, he may become a silver-ranked warrior in a few years. Silver-rank warriors, even in Demacia, have a certain right to speak. It's not enough for the semi-finals, Lu Chuan thought to himself. He used his soul to penetrate the small bead under the pretext of resting just now, and glanced at the hero's soul system. It turns out that Jiawen's favorability has been raised to 23. If I can help him win the championship together, the favorability can be raised to at least 40, and if we can get closer to him later, he will be another hero who can be awakened once again. Of course, the abacus is very good, but Hester, who has a high popularity, is not an idiot. It is not easy to defeat him. And before you want to defeat him, you have to step over in front of a mountain of meat. As the old man in white robe announced the start of the game again, Lu Chuan's opponent in the semi-finals, the big fat man Serbo, had already staggered onto the field, carrying a huge hammer on his shoulder, playing barefoot. At the same time, every step seems to be able to cause the earth to tremble. Like a moving mountain of meat. Oh. It's Serbo of the Giants. How many monsters' heads have been smashed by this guy's hammer? Obviously there are audience members who know Serbo in the audience. In fact, Serbo has a good reputation among the people. The established giant mercenary group is almost a group of guys who are like mobile tanks. Teaming up to farm monsters is just like hacking. You don't need to do anything. You can crush both ends with a single push of the butt. They are giant mercenaries. Because of this, the regiment is very popular among civilians. When many civilians encounter problems with monsters, the first thing they think of is to ask the giant mercenary group for help. This time there is no chance for that local boy to tumbling. I bet his sword can't even pierce Serpo's belly, ahaha. There is still an unsightly voice from Lu Chuan, but compared to the top 8 there are far fewer such sounds. Little worm, you are really unlucky to meet me. Serbo of the giant race grinned at the short guy in front of him who was almost as tall as his calf. Shwa. Lu Chuan ignored Selbo's ridicule, but swung the red Dolan sword vigorously in his hand, and after making a sound of breaking wind, he pointed at Selbo, evoking a chuckle, come here. Fat smash. Let you make the first move. The human race is quite courageous, quack, then you can go to hell for me. Weak creature. Serbo saw that Lu Chuan not only did not back down, but took the initiative to provoke him. He suddenly became angry and threw his hands. The hammer swung round, and it hit Lu Chuan's forehead with a bang. The audience on the stage let out a low cry one after another. If the hammer is strong enough, Lu Chuan's head will burst like a smashed watermelon. To encounter such an explosive scene, the audience immediately came the interest. Lu Chuan raised his eyes slightly, calculating quickly in his mind. Judging from the tyranny of Serbo's huge body, even if he used explosive cuts, it might not be effective against him. After all, in the quarterfinals, the warrior who faced Serbo himself was also a brass 3 the strength of Xingdingfeng, but he couldn't hurt Serbo half an inch, so he chose to admit defeat as a last resort. From this point of view, ordinary attacks are ineffective. Maybe the Lihua sword in the strongest state can be effective against him, but the fat man will definitely not give Lu Chuan the time to condense the Lihua sword in its full state. How to break through his defense will become Lu Chuan biggest problem right now. Looking at the huge hammer that was about to be pressed down, Lu Chuan glanced at Serpo's huge body, and suddenly felt a move in his heart. What if, borrowed strength? Thinking of this, a look of fanaticism flashed in Lu Chuan's eyes. He stepped forward instead of retreating. And took a step forward as if to meet the huge hammer, raised Dolan's sword with both hands. His energy suddenly sank, and floated to his feet. Is that kid crazy? He actually wants to take Serbo's hammer hard. Some audience members exclaimed. With Serbo's strength, even if the hammer can't break the mountain, there is absolutely no problem with the gravel. Is the human head harder than a rock? Looking at Lu Chuan's almost crazy behavior on the stage, Jana's rosy lips parted slightly, and there was a hint of worry in her beautiful eyes. Although that guy has his own confidence in everything he does, but this time, it's too crazy. Bang! A loud noise that was a little stronger than the blacksmith's casting of iron spread from the field, and Serpo's giant hammer whipped up a gust of wind, and it hit Lu Chuan's Dolan sword with one hammer. Selbo doesn't have much fighting skills at all. After all, his body like a mountain of meat, even if he is given strong and flexible skills, he can't release them quickly. What Selbo relies on is his infinite body. The power of. With this hammer, Lu Chuan's body suddenly sank. On the ground where he was standing, Lu Chuan's feet sank into the sand field, not reaching his ankles. At this time, Lu Chuan only felt the scorching pain in his hands as if the tiger's mouth was about to be torn open. And his arms were trembling faintly due to the vibration caused by the giant hammer just now, and he could hardly even lift the Dolan sword in his hand steadily. The strength of this giant is really too great. The circumvention is an incidental attribute of Dolan's sword itself, which has added a lot of physical strength to Lu Chuan. But after taking the hammer hard, Lu Chuan has also been shocked. 7 meat and 8 vegetables, the eyes are dark. If he hit the hammer again, Lu Chuan thought to himself that he would be unable to block the second blow no matter what, and the strength was not on the same level at all. Quack quack, stupid human race, you are too arrogant. Serbo laughed when he saw Lu Chuan, who was shocked by the blow, and his eyes were a little empty. His laughter was like thunder. Then next, take my second hammer. If you have the ability, you continue to catch it. Although Serbo is a fat man with a big head and ears, he has learned to use psychological tactics at this moment, the aggressive method. He obviously also understands that the fastest way to defeat an opponent is to force the opponent to take his sledgehammer hard. Otherwise, you can only fight physical combat. Although Serbo is not afraid of physical combat, it is just too time-consuming. Originally, he just had the mentality of giving it a try, to see if that kid would be so stupid that he would take his sledgehammer head-on once again. To Serbo's astonishment, Lu Chuan really agreed. I saw Lu Chuan shook his numb arm from the shock, raise the Dolan sword above his head again with both hands, put on a posture of resistance. And squatted firmly on his feet, looking up at Sire Bo, grinned provocatively and said, "Come on. Fat smash. Smash me into meat muffins if you can. Fish tofu is also fine." Chapter 38. Come on. Fat smash. Smash me into a meat muffin. Faced with Lu Chuan's provocation, Serpo's chest sank, he took a deep breath, and without a word, he swung his sledgehammer and threw it at Lu Chuan again. Anyway, he wasn't afraid of that kid's deceit, so if he hit it with a hammer, at most he would avoid it, and then what? Then he still has to rack his brains to think about how to break through his own defenses. Or was he able to use a skill capable of piercing himself at the moment when his sledgehammer fell? No matter how tyrannical a 4-star brass warrior can be, how can he be so tyrannical? Serbo watched Lu Chuan's match for a while gnawing on a big piece of meat. Although the fire sword he showed in the quarterfinals was strong, it took a certain amount of time to condense into the strongest state. Besides, even if he had condensed the fire sword, by that time he would have smashed him to pieces with a single hammer, but anyone with a little brain would not be so desperate in this kind of martial arts competition. After all, it was just a victory or defeat for the problem, no one has any hatred, the kind that insists on killing each other. Therefore, Serbo has already calculated all the possible situations in his mind. It is nothing more than Lu Chuan taking him hard, or avoiding him. No matter what happens, Serbo will not suffer. Compared to the fighting on stage, the most shocking thing was the audience in the audience. Then, that kid, was he stunned by Serbo's hammer just now? I saw that he was a little struggling to take the hammer just now, but I didn't expect that he would dare to take the second hammer now. I don't know, I don't really understand what that kid is thinking. I don't know if you have noticed. From the very beginning, that kid always brought us some incomprehensible methods. But he won every time. The thoughtful audience connected Lu Chuan's games from the beginning to the present, and found that every time he won a game, it seemed that he did not take a normal path. In other words, it's not about defeating the opponent in an upright manner. When facing Solo, Lu Chuan's unexpected attack knocked Solo back with a sword, making the audience think that he was opportunistic. When facing Molten, he used the fire sword technique again. Under the offensive surrounded by flames, he forced Molten to the point where he couldn't even use his whole cards, so he had to surrender. Now facing Serbo, even a warrior of the same level as Serbo would not dare to take the attack head-on. The hammer's attack was already at its limit, and he couldn't catch the second hammer no matter what. But in this situation, Lu Chuan slapped the audience hard with his actions. He posed again, raising his sword over his head, with the look of, "Fat smashing you, come fuck me, fuck me." The audience really couldn't understand what the participating samurai wanted to do. Not only the audience couldn't understand it, but even Jana, who had known Lu Chuan the longest, couldn't understand it either. "I hope he is sure, but don't do unnecessary stupid things for the sake of face," Jana murmured softly. With her hands tightly clenched on her chest, she was afraid that Lu Chuan would be off stage because with so many pairs of eyes staring at him, he couldn't lose face and foolishly took the second hammer. It doesn't matter to Jana whether she wins the championship or not, she just hopes that Lu Chuan will be fine. When Serpo's sledgehammer slammed down again, the audience became silent, and all the audience held their breath and looked up at the scene in front of them. This fight didn't have any gorgeous fighting skills, and didn't have any visual impact that shocked their eyes, but it attracted them more than any previous fight. Rather than watching the game, it's better to say that the audience is looking forward to what kind of moves that guy who doesn't take the usual path can use this time to resolve it. A hammer that contained infinite power fell hard, and a gust of wind blew up, stirring up dust around it. Near. Closer. Lu Chuan slowly raised his head, looking at the giant hammer that was constantly enlarged in his pupils, and let the strong wind that danced when the giant hammer was swung down hit his cheek. Finally, at the last moment when the giant hammer was about to fall, Lu Chuan moved. He pushed the speed to the extreme, twisted and slid towards the side, almost staggered the attack of the huge hammer. The hammer almost rubbed against his clothes and hit the ground where he was standing, dust splashed, and even a deep ravine was smashed into the ground. At this time, Lu Chuan smiled lightly, raised his head, and gave Serbo a faint look. "Fatty, have you heard of the principle of leverage?" "Ah." Selbo was taken aback for a moment. At this moment, Lu Chuan inserted the slender Dolan sword obliquely along the beveled surface of the giant hammer into the soil at Selbo's feet. The whole person jumped up and gathered all the strength in his body on the toe of his right foot. As he landed again, only this time Lu Chuan didn't land on the ground. It was on the hilt of Doran's sword. Using the giant hammer as a fulcrum, and the slender Dolan sword as a lever, the tip of the sword was inserted into the soil at Serbo's feet. Lu Chuan concentrated all the strength in his body on the toe of his right foot, and stepped hard on the ground. On the hilt of Dolan's sword, the blade of Dolan's sword was bent into a certain arc at this time. "Go to heaven for me." Fat smash. With Lu Chuan's low growl, Serpo's sturdy body like a hill was actually shaken into the air like this. Without stopping at all, Lu Chuan drew back Dolan's sword, and a sense of hotness surfaced on the sword body. He raised his arms high, and Dolan's sword pointed to the sky. It kept surging and boiling, and the flames were awe-inspiring. Even the unformed Lihua sword, combined with Serbo's heavy body and gravitational force, has more than doubled the impact force, which is enough to pierce Serbo as easily as piercing tofu. Defensive flesh. This is Lu Chuan's so-called leverage. At the beginning, he took Serbo's blow hard, just to measure his strength, test his approximate strength, and roughly estimate Serbo's weight. When Lu Chuan measured Serbo's weight, and after he concentrated all his strength at one point, and then used the principle of leverage to knock him into the air, Lu Chuan would be so arrogant to cheat him for the second time. The attack, of course, is to use the giant hammer as a fulcrum. Serbo, who was sinking rapidly in mid-air, felt the rushing heat. At this moment, he finally panicked. Once he fell, his belly would be ruthlessly crushed like a balloon. The sharp point of the sword was pierced. What's more, there is a strong fire intent on the tip of the sword. I admit defeat, Selpo swallowed, but finally surrendered. Seeing that Serbo had already conceded, Lu Chuan hurriedly withdrew his hand, shook the Lihua sword intent with a shake of his arm, and at the same time shouted loudly to the audience, "Jana." For the samurai who have already conceded, the game has already been won or lost. Even if the people off the field intervene at this time, it will not affect the judgment of the result. Jana raised her jade hand lightly, and a gust of wind swirled into an air current, supporting Serpo's huge body. After he landed slowly, Jana wiped the sweat from her forehead. This fat man is really too heavy. Seeing that Serbo landed smoothly, Lu Chuan withdrew the Dolan sword in his hand. Just as he was about to walk back, Serbo behind him stopped him, "This brother." "Why, not convinced?" Lu Chuan turned his head lightly. No. That move of yours just now, what kind of move is it?" "It obviously only used a small amount of strength, but it can throw up objects that are several times larger than itself." Serpo's face was full. "There is no contempt at all, and I humbly ask for advice. Even if I tell you the reason, you won't be able to figure it out for a while. After all, I am a person who has been poisoned by 12 years of compulsory education." Lu Chuan smiled softly and said, "But you just need to know, give me a fulcrum with a pole long enough, I can lift the world up." Under the stage, the chairman of the jury, Galen, recalled Lu Chuan's words thoughtfully. "Can you lift up the whole world? It's almost 6 o'clock in the morning, I'm going to sleep, and I have to get up to write one more time. Writing about this strange way of fighting is too brain-intensive, do you have any?" Chapter 39. The audience went crazy. The audience was really going crazy. From the first round to now, this kid has never walked the ordinary path. But you can say that he is opportunistic. Serbo is such a big body, so heavy that not even 10 or 8 warriors can lift it. He can lift Serbo off by himself, which is something that cannot be accomplished no matter how hard you try. Now Lu Chuan was looked down upon by others at the beginning, but now, many viewers have begun to fall in love with Lu Chuan. Maybe that guy has a more terrifying trump card in his hand. This is the unanimous guess of the audience. Originally, in the eyes of the audience, even if Lu Chuan was lucky enough to defeat Serpo, there was absolutely no hope against Hist. Hist was the best proof of his strength. He had 1 bronze star. He specializes in sword attack, and his sword power is fast and sharp. How could a 4-star brass guy beat Hist, a 1-star brass player? But after Lu Chuan used that strange move, the thoughts in the audience's minds were somewhat shaken. This guy who keeps surprising them, maybe. Maybe it really works. After Lu Chuan left the field this time, the audience's chatter could no longer be heard, and some people who cheered for Lu Chuan could even be heard. In Valoran, it is a world where the strong are respected. The strength that Lu Chuan showed has convinced the audience when he reached this point, so he got the applause and shouts he deserved. When faced with ridicule, any rebuttal is useless. The only way is to show the strength to convince the people who are ridiculing and give them a hard slap with action, and then they will naturally shut up. Are you thirsty? I'll get you some water. Janna asked softly as soon as Lu Chuan stepped off the stage. After Lu Chuan nodded slowly, Janna trotted over to buy water for Lu Chuan, looking so gentle. Ari and Timo were shocked. Tisk, you've captured this girl's heart like this. Ali poked Lu Chuan's arm with her elbow and teased. Ha, this is what a teammate should do. You see, I am exhausted after a game. What kind of example have you set? Lu Chuan felt proud that Janna could bring him tea and water. This was Lu Chuan's wish from the beginning. But of course he wouldn't say it out loud. Hey, it's too troublesome to offer tea and water to encourage you. How about I give you a kiss to cheer you up? Cheese. Ali smiled sweetly, but was ignored by Lu Chuan with a rolling look. This vixen has many tricks to seduce men, but unfortunately he likes soft girls. This made Lu Chuan sigh, if you touch my Janna, I will kill you. In the second round of the semifinals, the much-anticipated Hist came on stage. The shouts and cheers this time were even crazier than those in the first round of Hist. The whole palace could faintly hear the shocking sound of the martial arts field in the southeast. The voice of the sky was almost like lifting off the roof of the palace. Originally, there were some new viewers who came to watch the martial arts competition for the first time, or tourists from other areas who happened to catch up with the martial arts competition and came to watch. They did not know Hist at first. But after seeing Hist, that handsome face, as beautiful as a knife and an axe, and the cold and cruel meaning on the inverted sword eyebrows. The white windbreaker swayed slightly in the wind, and the whole person was simply handsome to a new level. And he was very strong, so after his first round, many new fans joined him, cheering loudly for him. Compared to Hist, his opponent too seemed very lonely. He stood there quietly, no one paying attention to him. However, Tu didn't care. He already held the axe-shaped weapon in his hand and waited for the old man in white robe to announce the start of the game. Lu Chuan, who had been paying attention to Tu since the first 2 games, had a slight feeling in his heart. He always felt that the killing intent exuding from the butcher in front of him made him feel a bit familiar, as if he had met him somewhere before. Tu's strength is not what he shows on the surface, it is much better. A 2-star brass warrior is still deliberately suppressed, has his own strength reached 1-star brass. Lu Chuan didn't know these things, and he could only find out from the duel between Hist and him. And Lu Chuan had a vague feeling that even the much-anticipated Hist might not be as relaxed as he imagined when facing that Tu. The game begins. After the old man in white robe finished speaking, Hist pulled out the giant sword on his waist. The tip of the giant sword pointed at the ground, making a dull sound. Give you a chance to admit defeat, the time is 3 seconds. At this time, Tu suddenly spoke, his voice was slightly hoarse, his rich beard was shaking slightly, and a touch of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. As soon as Tu said this, the audience immediately exploded. They had seen arrogant people, but they had never seen such arrogant people. Although Hist did not join the Fearless Legion. It is rumored that in the past few years, General Galen of the Fearless Legion invited him several times, simply because of his talent and strength. Hist is still very young now, probably no more than 20 years old. He has already reached the level of brass 1-star. With a few more years of training, it will not be difficult to enter the silver level. Such a talented person, and he belongs to the Willy family, the first family in Dalmatia, so he naturally has many hidden skills and other methods. But that Tu, whom I had never heard of before, was here shouting rampantly, asking Hist to surrender. Before Hist could speak, the audience was already filled with abuses, almost one-sidedly directed at Tu. Tu ignored the curses from the audience, twisted his neck, made a bone-crunching sound, and then said hoarsely, 3 seconds have passed, you have no chance. Please give me some advice. Hist ignored Tu's provocation. Instead, he coldly performed a knight's salute to Tu, then held the giant sword in both hands and took a stance. Death! Tu shouted in a low voice, holding the axe in his hand. In the next moment, his figure turned into an afterimage, bringing up a burst of sand and dust, and rushed to Heist's side in an instant. The audience suddenly became quiet. This is the fastest competitor they have ever seen. When the massacre started, the wind had not yet risen. When two rushed to siesta, the wind had not stopped. An axe mixed with strong evil spirit struck down hard. Hist held the giant sword across his chest, and the axe collided fiercely with the giant sword, making a crisp sound. Ha! Tu sneered, with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. The axe in his hand suddenly burst out with a strong force, knocking Hist back several meters, and a deep mark was painted on the ground. Sword trailing. Before Hist could adjust his aura that was shaken by his shock, Tu rushed to Hist with his axe again, the corners of his mouth widened in ferociousness. Even if you are a genius, just go to hell. As soon as the words fell, the axe also fell. It's just that this chop contains the meaning of extremely violent fluctuations. The pressure spreads from the axe handle. Before the axe blade falls. The ground where Hist is standing has the slightest cracks, as if it can't withstand the broken mountains and rivers. Like momentum. The fine sand on the battlefield was stirred up and flying all over the sky. Heist slowly raised his head, his burgundy hair dancing wildly with the strong wind, and his white windbreaker whistling in the strong wind. There was no trace of panic in his dark and deep pupils. Finally, Hist raised the giant sword, brushed his fingers on the hilt, and then across the hilt. A trace of blood stained the hilt as his fingers brushed against it. At this time, the giant sword began to tremble and buzz, as if awakened by some force. And burst out with a burst of dazzling light. In just one breath, the giant sword transformed into a long sword that broke through the air. In front of the sword, the human form actually seemed small. This is a set of swordsmanship taught by an expert in swordsmanship that I met when I was traveling and practicing in the past few years. The Wuji swordsmanship he practiced was not in line with my state of mind and I could not understand it deeply, but I also learned from that set of swordsmanship. I have benefited a lot from the swordsmanship. 2 years later, my sword intention has been sealed away by me for a long time. Finally today. A hint of piety appeared in Hist's eyes, like a believer in a divine religion. His eyes looked at the transformed sky-piercing giant blade in his hand. I hope I have not tarnished the Wuji swordsmanship. Hist breathed out softly, swung the sky-piercing giant blade, and violently collided with the unstoppable axe in the butcher's hand. I see that many readers want to see other heroes. Please be patient. I will write about them gradually in the future. After all, heroes need to be interspersed with the story. Otherwise, if they are written in such an abrupt way, they will be unattractive. And the heroes written in the end are mostly written according to the region. Now in Dalmatia, only the heroes of Dalmatia are written. Otherwise, if the heroes all run out in one fell swoop, and one sentence for each of them is enough to write a chapter, what else is there to watch? In addition, thanks to my friends Unknown and Young. Reward. Chapter 40. As the semi-finals came to an end, 2 consecutive upsets came. But the audience in the audience was already numb. This year's martial arts competition really cannot be viewed with normal eyes. Just the kid who reached the finals with only 4 brass stars gave them too many surprises. And I didn't expect that among the contestants this time, there was actually a samurai who was about to enter the silver rank. Halftime before the final. The gambling man opened the gambling game again. Because the finals were coming soon, only 2 people could place bets in the gambling game. One is 2 with odds of 1:2, and the other is Lu Chuan, with a slightly higher odds, but the gambler still seems not to be optimistic about Lu Chuan. Even though the odds have increased, there are still high odds of 1:8. If Lu Chuan could win the previous games with his own scheming and not so weak means, then in the next game, no matter how powerful he is, in the face of absolute strength, a little scheming will it is not enough to reverse the situation of the war. So even though Lu Chuan made it to the finals with low-level cultivation, there were still not many people who expected him to win the final championship. However, compared to the previous rounds, in this final, some viewers finally put their money on Lu Chuan just to bet on their luck. Lu Chuan, if you are not sure, forget it. This is a competition, we have no way to intervene, we can only rely on you alone. The opponent is a warrior who has reached the gate realm. Jana looked at Lu Chuan with her beautiful eyes, and said in a tone of voice there was a hint of worry in it. Even Jana, who has known Lu Chuan for so long, really can't think of any way Lu Chuan can win this game. The gap between the 2 sides is really too big. On one side are many mercenaries from Dalmatia. Tuani grabbed a lot of low-level samurai, and on the other side were samurai who had half of their feet stepped into the silver realm. This is not like the previous Feng Tiger, with Janna's assistance and the second master drawing away the firepower. Only then did Lu Chuan make a mistake. This game relied entirely on Lu Chuan alone. However, Lu Chuan smiled softly and said, "Don't worry, if I really can't beat you, I will admit defeat." But, seeing Lu Chuan turn around and start talking to Jiawen, Janna swallowed her words mid-sentence. Janna's worry was not that she was afraid that Lu Chuan would not be able to beat him but would still hold on. He was not that kind of person. If once they faced each other and found that the difference in strength was too big, Lu Chuan would probably run faster than anyone else. After all, life is more important than anything else. Janna's worry was about two. From the game just now, if a voice hadn't suddenly sounded from the noble area under the stage, ordering two to stop, I'm afraid Hist's end would have been even worse. Janna was afraid that two would be full of evil spirits. If he could not be restrained, he would probably chase Lu Chuan and even become murderous. At this moment, there was a sudden movement under the field. Lu Chuan and Jiawen both turned their heads slightly and found that Heist was being supported by a soft girl walking towards them. The girl was quite pretty, but her behavior was not very discreet. Honesty. Girl, I'm fine, Heist was used to being cold. But suddenly he was being teased by a girl who insisted on helping him, saying that he was injured and needed someone to take care of him, and that this girl was thick-skinned. Heist drove away for a long time but still couldn't drive him away. He couldn't just push the girl away with his palm, so he had to acquiesce. "No, you just suffered such a serious injury and you need to rest, you can just lie in bed. Let me tell you, my cooking is very delicious, and the soup I make is also very delicious." Stop, hold on. Rather than being supported by the girl, Heist couldn't stand the girl chirping like a little magpie. Just when Lu Chuan and Jiawen looked at each other, both slightly surprised as to why Hist came over, Hist came to stand in front of Lu Chuan and saluted Jiawen. "Hister has met the prince. No need to be polite." Jiawen said lightly, and Hist gave Lu Chuan another knight's salute. "Hello, Mr. Lu Chuan." Hist's tone was still without much emotion, but his cold face was covered with a small piece of delicate gauze, which greatly reduced his cold energy. "You don't need to think about it, it must be the work of the girl next to him." "Hello, what's the matter?" Lu Chuan asked calmly. "I'm here to persuade you to give up." Hist looked at Lu Chuan with serious eyes. "You can't beat him, he's too strong, and his origins don't seem to be knights. But more like coming from the past, born in an unknown mercenary group. He killed me just now, but for some reason he let go. If you fight him, you will die on the field." Lu Chuan was a little surprised by Hist's words. He originally thought that Hist's coming this time might be to ask him to help him avenge his shame. After all, as a good-looking and powerful knight with many female fans, it is an extremely shameful thing to hit someone on the field so hard that you can't fight back. Unexpectedly, Heist came to persuade him to give up the game. "Thank you for your concern, but I will play." Lu Chuan smiled casually. Heist was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Is that so? But before I came here, I guessed that you might say this. After all, Mr. Lu Chuan's previous games were very exciting. Maybe Mr. Lu Chuan still has something in his hands. What an used trump card. But I still want to advise Mr. Lu Chuan, if you really lose, please give up." After that, Heist, with the support of his follower, slowly left, swaying slowly. Looking at Hist's back, Lu Chuan felt that this cold-looking knight actually had a heart filled with justice. "If you were an ordinary person, what would it have to do with me if you were beaten to death?" But Hist was able to come as a complete stranger to remind Lu Chuan that he needed to be more careful. This is very rare. Finally, after half an hour of adjustment and cultivation, the last match of the martial arts competition, the finals came. One side is a warrior who has reached the realm of the brass gate. And the other side is a guy who never takes the usual path every time he wins. This duel seems to be one-sided, but many viewers still have a vague feeling in their hearts. I really look forward to seeing what kind of splash Lu Chuan can make in front of such a strong opponent. What Lu Chuan didn't expect was that he, who had been disliked by the audience in the previous games, would receive thunderous cheers in the finals, and most of the cheers were from girl. Lu Chuan. I'm optimistic about you. Come on. Lu Chuan. You have to work hard. No matter what method you use, give that shameless person a beating. Fuck you. That's my husband, by the way, Lu Chuan, you have to avenge my husband. Come on Xiao Chuanquan, sister is optimistic about you if you win, sister promises to go on a date with you. He even winked at Lu Chuan. Ari kept holding Janna's hand and said to her, "Stay calm, others are joking, no one will compete with you." Looking at this alternative way of cheering in the audience, Lu Chuan wiped cold sweat with black lines on his head. The girls in this world have a fighting power that cannot be ignored even when they are crazy. The third update has been successfully recharged to the accounts of all viewers, please pay attention to check. In addition, there will be a fourth update later. I really can't do the fifth update today because my hand has been broken. I will write the fourth update before 12 o'clock after I reconnect it. I'll risk my life to update 5 times tomorrow. Chapter 41. This time, the old man in white robe did not rush to announce the start of the game. Instead, after both contestants came on the stage, he asked again as if to confirm. Perhaps, in his opinion, he didn't think Lu Chuan could win, and based on the bloody and cruel methods used in the last massacre, Lu Chuan, who only had a brass 4-star strength, was likely to end up in a worse situation than his end. Although there are clear rules in the competition, no malicious injury or death is allowed. But as a warrior who is about to break through the bronze level, Tu's potential should not be underestimated. Moreover, the family behind him will definitely try their best to protect him. In other words, if in the next game Lu Chuan really has, if something goes wrong, Tu Yi may not necessarily be punished. After all, this is a world where strength is respected. In the face of absolute strength, the rules are simply a joke. At that time, an eloquent negotiator was randomly sent to argue the case. Moreover, the fearless legion to which General Galen belonged did not have any friendship with Lu Chuan. When he turned around, the negotiator became impatient with what General Galen said. "Admiral Galen, might I'll just leave it alone." Therefore, the old man in white robe also had hidden selfish motives and reminded Lu Chuan one more time. Being able to reach this level as a brass 4-star warrior is a good prospect. Even if Lu Chuan has nothing to do with the white-robed old man in the future, the old man cannot bear to see such a good prospect being severely damaged here. As if he understood the old man in white robe's last hesitation before the start of the game, Lu Chuan smiled slightly gratefully at the old man in white robe, but still nodded firmly, "There are no other questions." Okay. The old man in white robe sighed helplessly and had no choice but to announce the start of the game. The atmosphere at the venue was also compressed to the extreme at this moment, and no one made a sound. This battle may be one-sided, or it may be an unprecedented duel. The level of excitement is naturally not comparable to that of previous martial arts competitions. The audiences who come to watch every martial arts competition are very much looking forward to the result this time. And even more, what's more, some newcomers who have just entered Demacia and are watching the martial arts competition for the first time are naturally looking forward to it. Only after the old man in white robe stepped down. A minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 3 minutes have passed. The two people on the stage stood there like statues, gazing at each other lovingly. If the background of this battlefield were changed to a romantic place full of mountain flowers, and a large cluster of flowers were placed between them, roses can simply become an alternative love story. What's going on? Should we fight or not? Why are you looking at these two old men? You haven't seen a man in your last life. Some dissatisfied viewers complained. The two of them may be in love together. They are currently discussing in a low voice how much money they have to pay to give each other the championship. Okay, stop making trouble. If you don't understand, just shut up. If you have to show, what kind of show should you show? Why do you think others are standing there? They have already started fighting. A veteran audience member with some experience put it bluntly. Secret. Huh. A fight started? Where? In a dream? Haha. The experienced old audience sneered shamelessly. Do you know that silver-level warriors can release pressure? They are competing with pressure at this time. It seems that Tu wants to use pressure to kill Lu Chuan. After all, the disparity in strength between the two is too great. If Tu concentrated his pressure on one point and unleashed it on Lu Chuan, that level of pressure would be enough to overwhelm all your internal organs. After what the audience member said, other young viewers who didn't understand much chose to shut up. Although I didn't understand what he was talking about, he seemed to be very powerful. It was best for Mengxin, who didn't understand the situation, to remain silent. But on this point, the experienced audience was indeed right. Tu was not in a hurry to take action, but continued to release his pressure, condensed all the spread pressure into one point, and exploded towards Lu Chuan. Coercive attack. This is an attack method that can only be possessed by warriors who have reached the silver level. The attack itself is more of a spiritual attack. Although Tu has not stepped into Baiyin, as someone who has understood the realm of the brass sect, he can already use a light pressure offensive. Condensing the pressure at one point is obviously very powerful. Lu Chuan felt the overwhelming pressure spreading towards him, and his brows sank. The mental power provided by Xiao Zhuzi Day and Night also exploded at this moment, silently forming a wave around him. A mental shield. When the invisible pressure touched Lu Chuan's mental shield, it only caused a few slight ripples on the shield and then dissipated without a trace. Huh. This kid's mental power seems a little unusual. Several elders of the trial team who majored in magic warriors looked at the scene on the stage with slight astonishment in their hearts. You must know that the biggest reliance of the magic warriors is whether they have sufficient mental power. After all, the magic warriors are a group of special warriors. Their attack methods are mainly source and skill attacks are directly linked to mental power. Powerful mental power can increase the original power of skills by several levels. However, the training journey of the magic warriors is also extremely difficult. Although their long-distance attacks are very powerful, once the warriors get close, they are likely to die under the sword. In addition, mental strength is more difficult than physical strength. Condensation, so there are not many demon warriors on this continent. But now this boy with only 4 brass stars is obviously a pure warrior. Why does he exude such powerful spiritual power? This is evident from the fact that his mental strength was able to withstand the pressure of the brass sect realm warriors without breaking. Just when the elders in the audience were all stunned, Tu Yi, who was on the stage, shuddered slightly, and immediately sneered. It seems that you didn't rely solely on luck to get here. I didn't expect you to have such a strong mental power. Originally, I was still doubting how you could kill the second brother who supported the sacrifice with your strength. But now it seems that with the rough temper of the second brother, it is not impossible for you to take advantage of it for a while. As soon as Tu finished speaking, Lu Chuan's eyes suddenly widened. The second brother who possesses a Matsuri. So far, the only enemy Lu Chuan had encountered who had such a special method of sacrifice was the second master he met in Gangfengling that day. And the man in front of him calls the second master his second brother, so he is the first master. For a moment, Lu Chuan suddenly understood the cause and effect. Previously, he always felt that Tu's body exuded a familiar blood-devouring aura. But he couldn't remember where he had met him. It turned out that the second master of Gangfeng Rage who was forced to explode and died was actually Tu, his second brother. In this way, it can be explained clearly. Perhaps they practice the same blood-eating secret method. It turns out it's you guys. Lu Chuan's eyes sank slightly. As he became more familiar with Janna, the bond in his heart that was implicated by the hero's soul continued to deepen. Janna's revenge was hidden deep in her heart. Lu Chuan seemed to feel the same fire. Now that he saw that the guy in front of him was the enemy who had destroyed the Janna clan before, an unknown fire burned faintly in Lu Chuan's chest. I finally caught you. Otherwise, since you have entered the palace now, I would not be able to kill you at will. But now in the competition arena, people will always make mistakes. What if something unexpected happens to you later? I'm here to say it for you in advance, go to hell. The ferocious smile on the corner of Tu's mouth widened. His second brother was killed by the man in front of him. Although he did not see the situation at that time, the death of his second brother definitely have a close and inseparable relationship with him. He wanted to kill Lu Chuan to pay homage to his dead second brother. Hearing Tu say this, Lu Chuan frowned slightly. From this point of view, Tu Yi, a warrior who was about to enter the silver level, came to participate in such a low-level martial arts meeting solely for himself. But before that, I can give you one last chance to hand over the sacred object. And I will give you a happy death. Tu Shuang stared at Lu Chuan with murderous intent in his eyes. After confirming that he was the one who killed his second brother, if the person behind him hadn't suppressed him and told him not to be exposed so quickly, Tu would probably have found Lu Chuan before the martial arts meeting started. I'm really sorry. Lu Chuan shrugged indifferently, your second brother said the same thing before. But the bloody Dolan sword was held in Lu Chuan's hand, and a faint purple light climbed up the hilt. At the same time, a hint of provocation gradually widened in the corner of his grinned mouth. But he's dead now. Chapter 42. Your second brother said the same before, but he is already dead. Lu Chuan clenched the Dolan sword in his hand, and a purple light bloomed quietly. Boy, you are looking for death. War cry. Seeing Lu Chuan provocatively adding salt to his wounds, Tu's anger almost turned into a substantial substance and burned around him. This battle cry skill was something Lu Chuan had seen used by the second master when he met him before. It seemed to be a secret method that could greatly improve his strength. Although it was also a type of skill, there was a slight difference. General skills can be converted into substantial damage, while secret skills are an ability that is more auxiliary in combat. 2, who activated the war cry, held the broad-bladed axe in his hand and rushed towards Lu Chuan with a golden sword. Perhaps because of the war cry, his speed was increased very quickly. And his eyes were filled with evil aura. In just one breath, his afterimage dragged a black trace, and the figure rushed in front of Lu Chuan, and struck down with an axe. Lu Chuan was shocked. When he was watching the fight between him and Hist, he was secretly wary of Tu's speed. Unexpectedly, after he turned on the battle cry, his speed was increased by one step again. Lu Chuan gritted his teeth, urged the wind to wrap around his legs, and retreated sharply. Tu Yi's axe fell and hit the ground so hard that even a small crater was made in the sand. He stared at Lu Chuan, who had retreated several meters away. A ferocious look flashed at the corner of his mouth. I had expected it. Once you know how to run, you will only know how to run from beginning to end, chop with an axe. As he finished speaking, a half-arc bloody energy formed from the axe blade, dragging a deep ravine in the sand and rushing towards Lu Chuan's position. It contained extremely violent pure energy, almost cutting the air in half. The sand on the ground spread to both sides like plowed soil. The speed of this blow was so fast that just as Lu Chuan took 2 steps back to stand still, he looked up again and saw the bloody energy rushing towards him. Can't escape. It was an absolutely unavoidable attack, at least with Lu Chuan's current strength, there was no way to dodge it. Prepare to save people. At this time, Galen raised a white light giant sword in his hand and snorted softly. His eyes were fixed on the stage. It was indeed unexpected that Lu Chuan could reach this step. To his surprise, Lu Chuan's only brass 4-star cultivation was still too weak when facing 2 from the brass sect. That force was about to cut Lu Chuan's body in half. Just when Galen was ready to intervene on the field, Lu Chuan's eyes suddenly darkened, a light flashed past in his hand, and a brown shield half the size of a man was held in his hand. Bang! The blood-colored energy hit Lu Chuan's shield hard, but before it could explode its power, Lu Chuan heard a cold shout. The shield is fierce. The incidental attribute of Dolan's shield is the ability to convert part of the power into area of effect damage. Just after Lu Chuan shouted coldly, a burst of dazzling light burst out from the originally dim and inconspicuous shield. After the transformation, a larger light shield quickly condensed and formed, colliding with the bloody energy. Boom! A strong air flow swept away, and Lu Chuan, who was in the center of the explosion range, was lifted into the air by the air flow, but he used the wind to stabilize his body and quickly landed. Although several small cuts had been made on his face by the rolled-up sand and stones, and subtle lines of blood slowly appeared, Lu Chuan's breath remained stable. There wasn't a single scratch left on his seemingly inconspicuous shield. There was a sudden gasp in the audience. Even the audience who had never practiced martial arts could see the extraordinary nature of Tu's killing move just now. Even some warriors who had reached brass 3-star strength were unable to dodge that move. Comparable to the level of a silver-level warrior, it is simply too strong. But even such an attack did not stump the boy with only 4 stars of brass. He took out a shield from nowhere and easily defused the fierce attack. Is this kid still a human being? He is just a 4-star brass warrior, why can he do this? The audience showed expressions of disbelief. This time, even Galen was a little surprised. This kid seemed to have a lot of trump cards. Ignoring the changes in the expressions of the audience, Lu Chuan stretched out his fingers and slowly wiped away the blood stains on his face. He smiled coldly at Tu, then stretched out his fingers and gently said, "Come again." His move caught the eyes of the audience, and they were even more shocked. Crazy, absolutely crazy, brass 4-star to provoke a warrior with strength comparable to silver level. Tu's face looked extremely ugly at this time. If this kid were to fight him head-on, he would definitely not be able to beat him, but he had too many weird moves under his belt. Generally, a low-level warrior like him would be lucky to have a skill close to him. But what about him? Not only does he have an instant burst of purple light attack skills, but he also has a skill with fire attributes. In this continent, skills with attributes are even more expensive. And his skills that contain fire are, depending on the grade, it seems to be quite low. In addition, he has agility that ordinary people don't have. Tu Ziyuan raised his speed to the extreme, but he could only barely catch up with him. You must know that there is a gap of 4 levels between him and himself. That's not all. As a pure warrior, the mental power he displayed was even stronger than that of the demon warriors of the same level, and he could easily break away his own pressure. Until just now, he once again showed off something he had never shown before, a medium-grade brass shield, and the attached attribute attack neutralized his blood-colored energy. The weapon in his hand was also made of medium-grade brass. How many trump cards does he have that haven't been revealed yet? It seemed like a bottomless pit, as if he could take everything out if he wanted to. For some reason, an inexplicable desire to retreat arose in Tu's heart. This thought flashed through his mind and was suppressed by him in a panic. The opponent was just a 4-star brass warrior, 4 levels lower than himself. But I am afraid. What are you afraid of? Yesterday I just casually asked for a bunch of rewards. I didn't pay much attention to it at first, but when I saw many new faces giving rewards to the end, I was still very touched. Before this, Mo always thought that not many people were reading it at all. They were all old readers who had been following Mo for a long time, and there were almost no new faces. Mo also knows that he is still on the street. Although it has a small part to do with opportunities, it is more due to his ability to control the article and his shortcomings in various aspects. However, Mo has been making progress and reading more books by great masters. Improve your writing skills. Compared with the previous book, this book has indeed improved a lot. Mo always ends up coding very late, either because his hand speed is not very fast, or because he just doesn't have much imagination, but if you don't mind the trouble, you might as well stay longer. The next comment. A reply, and the sentence come on, Mo. In the dead of night, when I occasionally click on the page of my book and see your messages, I will feel extremely relieved. At least this makes me understand that I am not walking alone on this difficult and lonely road in the middle of the night when it is so dark that even the shadows disappear. Chapter 43. Fire intention and earth intention, 2 completely different sword intentions, are now being fused together. This was too much of a dream, but Lu Chuan had only this one move left. If he doesn't fuse his skills, with his current strength, he won't be able to defeat Tu no matter what. Unlike other warriors, Tu just wants to defeat Lu Chuan. What Tu wants to do is to kill Lu Chuan. If he couldn't withstand this blow, Lu Chuan's neck would be crushed by Tu before Galen and the other elders of the judgment team could take action. Forcibly suppressing the surging blood in the body, streams of spiritual supply with a hint of coolness slowly emerged from the bead, making Lu Chuan's somewhat irritable heart gradually calm down. The small beads always provide Lu Chuan with mental power all the time. Although it is weak, the mental power is extremely pure. In the past, even if Lu Chuan's mental power was exhausted, it could be replenished through the small beads after a night of deep sleep. To the full, it can also continuously improve his mental power. Every time when the spirit is exhausted and replenished, Lu Chuan will feel a little stronger than before. After all, mental power is closely related to physical strength. Although it is not as fast as directly exercising the physical body, it is better than nothing. Feeling the spiritual power slowly flowing into his mind from the bead, Lu Chuan's heart moved as if he thought of something. The small bead was originally an infinite self-contained space. Because the skill books and equipment were relatively close together, Lu Chuan did not go further. But with the endless white light that could be seen at a glance, the area within this small bead was far beyond Lu Chuan's imagination. Moreover, the spiritual power inside is even more intense to a certain extent. Almost every deep breath is mixed with extremely pure spiritual power. It's just that the mental power is too pure, just like a seriously injured patient who cannot directly take good supplements. Lu Chuan is like a seriously injured patient in that vast and boundless mental space. Not only can he not improve his mental power, but he can also, because the mental power there is too overbearing, one's own mental power will be lost quickly and will be pulled away from the mental space in the small bead. This is why Lu Chuan can only stay in the bead for a moment each time. Putting all that aside, the space inside the bead is indeed a very good area. Previously, it was even possible to stuff Ari's entire body into it, and even a living person could be stuffed into it. So, what about these 2 riotous and mutually exclusive sword intentions? A bold idea came to Lu Chuan's mind. Because Dolan's sword is held in his hand, he wants to fuse the 2 abilities. And he is a pull-up. Because his strength is not enough to forcibly suppress the fusion of the 2 sword intentions, but he will be repelled by the powerful sword intention. The shock caused a backlash. What if you try again to instill the fire into the Dolan sword, and at the same time, immediately put the Dolan sword back into the small bead, and use the domineering and pure spiritual power in the small bead to force the 2 to merge into one? There was no time for Lu Chuan to think about it. This way was not possible, so Lu Chuan had no choice but to find another way. He gritted his teeth. And the blood that had been shaken by the backlash slowly left behind his lips and teeth, looking extremely embarrassed. When Lu Chuan instilled the violent and restless fire wave into Dolan's sword again, Dolan's sword buzzed and trembled. The original earth wave naturally rejected the fire wave. And the agitation caused by that rejection was about to spread. At that moment, Lu Chuan suddenly flipped his wrist, and the Dolan sword was taken back into his little bead. As Dwalan's sword was retracted, the Earth-type dragon destroyed itself without any attack. After a slight explosion, it disappeared into thin air. Without the resistance of the Earth-type dragon, the bloody blade was as powerful as a bamboo, rushing all the way, and rushed to Lu Chuan's face in just an instant. Seeing Lu Chuan on the stage dispelling the subsequent power of his skills, the audience's cheers and cheers suddenly stopped. This time, maybe he really has to give up. After persisting for so long, he has indeed exceeded everyone's expectations. But even so, he has already reached the end, right? Some viewers with some strength could feel the little power left in Lu Chuan's body. His physical strength was too insignificant when facing two. However, since Lu Chuan is a country boy who has always kept the audience guessing from the beginning, then this time, the audience did not understand his actions this time. I thought he had really given up, and the audience was waiting for the word admit defeat to pop out of Lu Chuan's mouth. Even then, they would still give Lu Chuan the warmest applause. But once again they guessed wrong. Although Lu Chuan put away all his weapons, he still did not give up. He did not know what secret method he used. A light blue trail suddenly appeared behind his body, and his speed was also increased to 100 at that moment. A terrifying point. Brush. A blue trail flashed past, and Lu Chuan's figure suddenly retreated 7 or 8 meters away in just one breath. The bloody blade had already rushed towards his face, but he forcefully faced him again. Blood blade distanced itself. He is racing against skill. Racing against a skill unleashed from the Brass Gate warrior. The skill passed a few meters away, and it only took a blink of an eye, but that guy, even in this blink of an eye, the bloody blade that was moving so fast was unable to catch up. This guy is so perverted. Tell me, is he a human being? I almost want to marry him. With such a guy as my boyfriend. The streets of Dalmatia are really going crazy. The cute girl audience member, who was so excited that she couldn't help herself, grabbed her best friend's neck and shook her back and forth to express her uncontrollable excitement. I'm going, I can't mess with me anymore, I'm going. The cute girl's best friend's face turned red after being pinched, her eyes were blurred, her tongue was hanging out, and she was talking incoherently and easily misunderstood. At the same time on the stage, two stared at Lu Chuan, who suddenly retreated dozens of meters away with a gloomy face. Even though he was very reluctant, he had to admit it in his heart. This boy has too many means. If he had not touched the threshold of silver and stepped on the door of brass, if he only had the strength of brass 1, he would probably be played to death by this boy. But 2 is not too worried. This kid is just running now, but he will always get tired from running. And he only needs to maintain the physical strength to activate the blood blade. The blood blade has already taken shape, and it does not cost any money to activate it. How much physical strength? While retreating violently, Lu Chuan's mind felt the changes in the Dolan sword inside the bead, and his face suddenly took on a hint of joy. Sure enough, that magical bead, in that magical space field, even the two restless sword intentions could only resist the powerful mental power, but fused rapidly under the pressure of the strong mental power. A touch of crimson climbed up the hilt of the sword, and soon, a faint crimson line appeared on the earth-colored Dolan sword. An explosion of power that Lu Chuan had never experienced before was quietly generated. Chapter 44. Is this, the power of skill fusion? Lu Chuan's mouth became dry even if he just felt the restless atmosphere in the bead with his mind. The fusion of two skills is actually a very difficult and dangerous thing. Even the best silver-level players in Dalmatia would not dare to fuse the skills abruptly without preparation. Not to mention that the backlash damage of skills is too strong. If you encounter some extremely opposite attribute skills, they may explode directly in front of the releaser. It is equivalent to the releaser blasting two different skills on himself, and the danger of that situation can be imagined. However, Lu Chuan used this opportunistic method to forcibly fuse the fire element's sword intent with the earth element's sword intent. At this time, the duration of Lu Chuan's sprint was coming to an end. Lu Chuan's speed had a quality. As it dropped, Tu sneered. Finally can't run anymore. Just wait for death. After he finished speaking, the bloody blade followed Lu Chuan like a maggot attached to the bone. At Lu Chuan's current speed, he could not get rid of the bloody blade no matter what. Lose. Run. When did you see me running? Lu Chuan smiled shamelessly. With a flip of his wrist, Dolan's sword was summoned from the small bead again. Only this time, as soon as the Dolan sword came out, the faces of the audience, the nobles in the noble area, or the defeated knights, including 2 on the stage, all changed. The Dolan sword contained extremely terrifying energy fluctuations, and even the air around the sword became distorted by the terrifying aura. Zitsizi. On Dolan's sword, a strange flame pattern covered it, and clusters of violent flames kept surging on the sword, making small sounds. But under a layer of burning flames, Dolan's sword body contains a majestic and infinite pressure, like a mountain falling or a sea pouring down. As soon as Dolan's sword came out, the tyrannical energy directly caused the bloody blade that rushed in front of Lu Chuan to disappear into thin air. Just with the terrifying fluctuation of that skill, the final blow of a brass gate warrior was shattered. What a terrifying concept is this? Lu Chuan, who was holding the Dolan sword, was so shaken by the unprecedented power that even if he clenched his arms tightly, there were faint signs of being unable to hold it. What on earth did you do? Tu's expression changed from ferocious to panic. On the Dolan sword, he felt a palpitating aura. As long as Lu Chuan swung the sword and released the sword in tension, he would be severely injured. It's just a successful fusion of 2 skills. What are you doing with that nervous look? Come on, come here, I promise not to hit you. Lu Chuan glanced at Tu provocatively, but Tu was already there was no murderous intention at all. With that level of skill, perhaps only a warrior who has fully entered the silver level can resist, but it is definitely not something he can resist now. Tu clenched his fists unwillingly. He never thought that one day he would be forced to this point by a warrior with only 4 stars of brass. His clenched fists hung down weakly. Although he wanted to kill him very much. Get rid of this guy in front of you and avenge your second brother. But now when the sword appeared again, Tu knew that he had lost. Tu Gang moved his throat, and just when he was about to give up, he saw a flash of sarcasm at the corner of Lu Chuan's mouth, and then he raised the hand holding the sword. Stop, are you crazy? Even if I don't know how you successfully condensed your skills, with your current strength, once the shock wave spreads, you will be affected and torn apart. Into pieces. Everyone in the audience will not be spared. Tu Tong's eyes shrank slightly and he stepped back. So what? Admiral Galen will naturally block the arena when the time comes. At most, the 2 of us will die together. If it were you now, would you let me go? Before Tu could speak, Lu Chuan snorted again. You won't let me go, so. There was a trace of madness in Lu Chuan's eyes, so I'm not going to let you go either. Facing a bastard like you who massacred an entire race of others but still wants to get a sacred object. You will not hesitate even if you risk your life. It has nothing to do with the competition, from now on, except the flames of revenge. After the words fell, Lu Chuan gritted his teeth, lifted up the Dolan sword, which weighed 1,000 pounds, and slashed it out in the air. Buzz! An unparalleled sword energy shot out, like a fire starting a prairie fire. Even the air was burned wherever it went. Apart from the dazzling firelight, nothing could be seen in the entire arena. Quick! Get off the barrier. Protect the outside. This kid is absolutely crazy. Galen changed his calm demeanor and jumped up from the seat of the trial team at this time, drinking a few elders' alms expand the secret method of enchantment. It was too late to stop Lu Chuan now. He could only activate the secret enchantment method to surround the entire arena to prevent the spectators outside the arena from being affected. Soon, several elders who were familiar with the secret technique of enchantment joined forces to create an invisible barrier that surrounded the arena, followed closely by a larger barrier. In this way, the elders imposed 3 layers of barriers inside and outside. The explosive power produced by these 2 low-level and high-level skills should not be underestimated. Boom! Without being able to clearly see the situation inside the venue, a shocking sound was heard from within, and even the barrier trembled slightly. Immediately afterwards, a sound no less powerful than the previous explosion spread again, and the innermost barrier shattered like glass. Off the court. Janna's face was as pale as paper, her hands were cold, and even her lips were trembling slightly. With that level of skill, Lu Chuan himself would die in it. Before Lu Chuan swung the last sword, he once conveyed a sentence to Janna with his heart. I will avenge you. Maybe I will die in there. I don't know why I am so desperate, but I just can't stand others bullying you. Then, no matter how hard Janna tried to dissuade her, Lu Chuan still swung the sword regardless. Due to the barrier at this time, the situation inside could not be seen clearly. But feeling the power of the explosions that were stronger than the others, and even the ground under their feet was shaking. One could roughly guess the appearance of the arena that was beyond recognition. Janna's tears were like broken beads, streaking across her cheeks, and she murmured. Why you have to do so much for me, revenge and so on, you can wait until I have the strength in the future but I don't want to never see you again. Janna collapsed weakly on the ground, already crying into tears. Chapter 45. The terrifying fluctuations on the field lasted for nearly 5 minutes. In the 5 minutes that lasted, 2 of the 3 layers of the barrier were shattered. Even the outermost barrier was covered with cracks and looked like it was about to break at any time. Several elders looked at each other in disbelief, unable to believe that such a terrifying fluctuation was caused by a brass 4-star boy. Just as they were discussing opening 2 more layers of barriers, Galen waved his hand and said. He said, "No, it's over." Crack. As soon as Galen finished speaking, as the last layer of barrier shattered, the billowing smoke from the arena dispersed towards the surrounding areas outside the arena. The thick smoke choked the nostrils, but no one in the audience wanted to leave. They all pinched their noses and looked towards the field with wide eyes, fearing that they would miss anything. As a gentle north wind blew by, the devastated scene of the arena was exposed. Everyone was stunned. This is still the flat sandy land just now. Almost the entire surface has been lifted up. Debris can be seen scattered and piled up everywhere. The pits are like the explosion experiment site in Bilgewater. The ground was originally flat and had a very strong look. The fine sand with strong grip was also shaken into finer dust due to the terrifying fluctuations, which dispersed with the breeze. At this time, a slender figure stumbled onto the stage. It was a woman in a white dress. Her expression seemed a little confused, a little dull, and there was a hint of despair in it. Her delicate cheeks, which were outlined in a delicate ink painting, were covered with tears. She was rummaging around in the arena, not hesitate to destroy her image, turning over the big rocks one after another with her white and delicate hands, seeming to be whispering something in her mouth. Janna, Ari in the audience saw the indifferent Janna looking like this for the first time. The pitiful look made her heart ache. She turned away and couldn't bear to look at it anymore. Even the playing field was turned upside down by the terrifying fluctuations, just like a Shura field. If there was anyone inside, it would probably be a corpse already. Somehow, Ari recalled Lu Chuan's hand reaching out to him that night and what he said to him. He said, "Come, join our team. From now on, you will no longer be alone." Ali's nose suddenly became sour, and her tears fell down. Even the insignificant Timo had his mouth flattened and his mood was very low. Seeing this, the audience at the venue all expressed regret without exception. If that kid hadn't died, he would have been a rare talent in martial arts that could only be seen in 100 years. If he was cultivated, he might be able to reach a level that people could look up to. Crossing 4 levels with 4 stars of brass, forcing the warriors of the brass gate to have no way out. This kind of deed is really shocking, but it is the result that all the audiences in the audience can see forever. It's a pity, this kid is so crazy. He can obviously force 2 to surrender, but his crazy obsession at the end is even so crazy that it's incomprehensible. No one will understand the purpose of Lu Chuan's actions. Only Janna can understand. He works so hard for himself. Janna choked with sobs. Her pair of small, pure hands had already been scratched many times due to rummaging through the broken bricks and tiles. Big drops of bright red blood dripped down her fingertips. The ponytail tied behind her head was also spread out at this time. The soft beige hair was stuck into clusters because it was contaminated with a lot of dust. Janna looked extremely embarrassed at this time. But she didn't care about the pain or her face, and murmured to herself in a trembling voice, it will be okay, I will definitely find you, let's go home, shall we go home?" When her people were being killed, she was left alone. On several occasions when she was hunted and put into danger, she was alone. When she almost gave up the courage to live, Lu Chuan appeared. He seemed so useless at the time, and he was glib and unreliable, but I don't know when he started, and he gradually became the backbone of the group, helping him time and time again without asking for anything in return. When something goes wrong, he will always stand in front of her and stop all dangers for her. I don't know since when, Janna started to get used to everything about Lu Chuan, his crooked smile that always hung on the corner of his mouth, and his back that was not strong but taller than anyone else. There is also the lonely look that appears when he is alone and staring blankly at the sky. Where is he from? Why did he fall from the sky wearing such strange clothes? Why does he have such a strange name? Janna had no way of knowing this. Even after Lu Chuan explained it to her in the name of God, Janna was not a fool. She could vaguely guess that Lu Chuan was lying to her. But Janna still believed it. She was willing to believe in a person who was willing to risk his life for her. No matter how lame his excuse was, Janna would not expose his lie. Maybe he also has his own secrets. Only now did Janna realize that Lu Chuan was really far away from her, too far away to be touched. She had just smiled at her and said not to worry, but why now? Just when Janna kept searching but failed to find Lu Chuan, and was almost about to collapse, suddenly a pile of bricks next to her made a soft sound, which startled Janna. She raised her eyebrows and looked up. A hand covered in blood slowly stretched out from the rubble, and a feeble voice sounded, "Is there anyone? Help, my bones are about to break, broken." Hearing this familiar voice, Janna's heart trembled, he was still alive. Janna hurriedly wiped her tears with the back of her hand, rushed forward and moved away the large piece of gravel that was pressing on Lu Chuan. She didn't dare to use her Feng Yi, for fear that improper control of the strength would make Lu Chuan's injuries more serious. Lu Chuan's entire body was buried in bricks and gravel at this time. It was impossible to determine the extent of his injuries. But from his words, from the extremely weak voice, one could guess a thing or two. Seeing Janna suddenly moving rubble somewhere like crazy, Jiawen raised his eyebrows and hurriedly ordered his attendants to step forward to help Janna. After several minutes of careful rescue by several attendants, Lu Chuan was finally dug out from the pile of bricks and gravel. And was carried to the nearest ground by the attendants. Because the injury could not be confirmed, the attendants did not dare to carry him away casually. At this time, Lu Chuan was covered in blood, and a few meters away from him, there was a broken shield. "My Dolan shield is so broken." Lu Chuan stared at the Dolan shield that had just saved his life with some pain, and wailed. That stingy look made Janna angry and funny for a while. She stopped choking, fearing that Lu Chuan would find out that she had just cried. She tried her best to pretend not to care and snorted, "You deserve it all." "Janna," Lu Chuan weakly called out to Janna. Her white dress was now dusty, her delicate face was covered with dust, and her disheveled hair had no temperament at all, but, such Janna became even more adorable in Lu Chuan's eyes. You cried." "No. You're crying, your eyes are red." "Shut up, if I say no, I won't." Janna's face turned red, but fortunately the dust helped her cover it. At this moment, the audience in the audience saw that Lu Chuan had been dug out alive again, and they suddenly burst into deafening cheers. They started shouting again, which was somewhat different from the original cheers. This time, they were cheering for a legend, cheering from the bottom of their hearts. This is sincere admiration for the strong. Feeling the deafening cheers, Lu Chuan smiled weakly and spoke again. "Janna. What are you doing? You talk so much when you look like you're going to die." Although she said this, the woman's words couldn't be believed at all. Because at this time Janna's heart seemed to be filled with some precious things that had been lost and found. She also knew that Lu Chuan was seriously injured now, so it was best to keep talking as little as possible before waiting for the treatment staff to arrive. But she still wanted to hear Lu Chuan's voice and see his embarrassed face. "I've avenged you, from now on, you don't have to secretly hide under the quilt and cry." Lu Chuan, Janna's delicate body trembled, and tears poured out without warning. "It turns out that he knows everything. Don't get me wrong, I mean, I live next door to you. When you start crying, although the sound is nice, but it's so noisy that I can't sleep. Go to hell." Janna's cheeks turned red and she waved her little fist. The tears that had just flowed out were stopped by her. Every time she faced this guy, Janna could not help but want to beat him. Don't hit, I'm hurting someone, cough cough, I want to die." Pfft. Janna chuckled again when she saw Lu Chuan's virtue. "What's wrong? You look so pretty when you smile. It's like those flowers blooming all over the hillside." Chapter 46. Admiral Galen, the elders looked at Tu, who was lifeless and burned all over, and were a little hesitant. According to the rules of the Martial Arts Association, people cannot be maimed or killed. The role of the jury is to supervise the occurrence of such situations. But now one of the contestants died, but Lu Chuan's performance was too dazzling, which made it difficult for the elders to make a decision. Galen raised his eyelids and said slowly, "The match is over, let's go." "This, Admiral Galen, I'm afraid this is inappropriate." Galen turned around, frowned lightly and said. "Tu's move just now is a killer move every step of the way. Every move is trying to force Lu Chuan to death. If Lu Chuan didn't have the strength to resist at that time, which one of you can someone save him?" The elders fell silent. Tu's intention just now was very obvious, and the intention of killing was hardly concealed. If Lu Chuan was really killed in that match, I am afraid that the group of elders would be powerless to stop him. if someone tried every means to kill one of you, would you let him go? Galen asked again in a deep voice. Although the words were not very pleasant, his own status and power were not something that a few elders could control. Compared to. The elders all laughed dryly and did not refute. Galen ignored it, strode out of the venue first, and snorted coldly, "What a bunch of pedantic and stubborn old men." And in a certain corner of the venue, a black shadow quietly emerged. Although there was a small nobleman's viewing area next to him, there were many people, but no one noticed him, as if his appearance merged with the air, making it difficult to detect. Did you lose? It's really a waste, but since the sacred object has been obtained, other things are not important. It seems that the implementation of the plan can be accelerated. Jia jia. Following the voice, there was a terrifying laugh. The air fluctuated in front of him, and he disappeared in place again. From the beginning to the end, no one found him. 3 days passed in a flash. It has to be said that Lu Chuan's physical resilience can be called abnormal level. 3 days ago, he was almost breathless in the big explosion. After these 3 days of recuperation, the royal family sent good wound medicine. As well as Janna's meticulous care, Janna even made a floor bunk in Lu Chuan's room in the past 3 days. If Lu Chuan had a slight cough in the middle of the night, Janna would wake him up and bring him tea and water. Within 3 days, Lu Chuan's aura returned from sluggishness to his best state, even more than half a point stronger than his state during the competition. Looking at Janna, who has hardly slept well in the past 3 days and is a little thin, Lu Chuan feels a little distressed. In the past few days, several times Lu Chuan had the urge to confess his love to Janna, but he still suppressed it abruptly. He understood that the reason why Janna was so kind to him was because he had tried his best to avenge her, and he almost lost his own life, but what if we put aside this layer of causality? Does she have a crush on herself? Lu Chuan didn't dare to think too much about it. People who fall in love, even those who are secretly in love, will suffer from a disease of worrying about gain and loss. So even if Janna's performance is more obvious sometimes, in Lu Chuan's eyes, it is just it's because she has helped her a lot, and she wants to repay. As for Janna, she does have a crush on Lu Chuan, but she is a girl with a relatively quiet and indifferent personality. She can bring tea and water to Lu Chuan every day. And even grit her silver teeth and live in Lu Chuan's room regardless of her reserve. Taking care of him, although it is said to be on the floor, is also a kind of example for her. People and girls have reached this point, what else can she do? Could it be that she took Lu Chuan's hand and said, "Mr. Lu Chuan, I like you"? Sorry, Janna is really ashamed to say that. These days, Lu Chuan can only be said to be the same to her as before, like a good friend, without any overstepping. This kind of relationship that is neither far nor near also makes Janna a little worried. Does he not like himself? Or did he say that what he did not do well in the past few days made him unhappy? Janna also began to worry about gains and losses. The relationship between the two is delicate and unfamiliar. Compared with the normal communication before, the atmosphere between the two is a bit awkward now. On the contrary, it is not as natural as before. Regarding this, Lu Chuan was also secretly anxious. He felt that it was time to find an opportunity to take a step forward, otherwise the two of them would become more and more estranged if it continued. Janna. Lu Chuan just sat up from the bed, and the drowsy Janna who was sitting beside her with her arms stretched her face suddenly woke up, frantically looking for a teacup to pour tea for Lu Chuan. "No, no, I'm not thirsty." Lu Chuan waved his hands again and again, scratched his cheek again, and smiled awkwardly. "That what, Janna?" "Huh?" Janna stared at Lu Chuan and found that his expression was a bit unnatural. You must know that Lu Chuan, who has always been thick-skinned, rarely has such an expression. This is the first time that Lu Chuan has taken the initiative to confess his love to a girl, and he doesn't know when to start. Do you confess directly, or do you chat first, deepen your relationship, and soften the atmosphere before confessing? What's wrong? Janna seemed to sense something with a woman's keen perception. It's just, I have something to say, and then. Then you just say it. Janna's face turned red, and she had already guessed in her heart that it was almost inseparable. What else could make Lu Chuan hesitate so much? Since you asked me to say, then I'll cough. Of course, this is just my own idea. If you feel reluctant after listening, I won't force you. Janna responded gently, her brows and eyes drooping, her heart pounding like a deer. What about me? Look, I've been single for so many years, I just wanted to. Lu Chuan originally wanted to get angry at his dantian, and said the sensational words he had prepared in his heart in one breath. But he didn't know why does the tone change when the words reach the mouth, and the tongue is always numb and curled up, and I can't even stroke it straight. What are you thinking? Janna asked urgently. I just wanted to ask you, would you like to do it, to be mine? Lu Chuan gritted his teeth, his forehead was dripping with sweat, and he was never like that when facing two who wanted to kill him at any time on the field. Be nervous. Go on, I'm listening. Janna's face was flushed, her head was lowered, and she hummed in a voice like a mosquito. Lu Chuan was nervous, so why wasn't she nervous? She entangled her index fingers, tightly clutching the hem of her dress, and waited quietly for Lu Chuan to say the words that pierced the window paper. Okay, I just want to ask you, if you are willing. Bang bang bang. Suddenly there was an inappropriate knock on the door. Lu Chuan stopped abruptly in the middle of speaking, and Janna came back to her senses, with an unnatural expression on her face, and said, I'll go and open the door. The door was opened, and a little girl who looked like a maid walked in. First, she saluted both Lu Chuan and Janna respectfully, and then said to Lu Chuan, Lord Lu Chuan, His Royal Highness is here. During the few days when Lu Chuan was recuperating, Jiawen sent several maids to serve Lu Chuan, wash and cook for him, and take care of his daily life. If it wasn't for Janna guarding them like a thief, maybe they might have to help Lu Chuan take a bath. After all, when Lu Chuan hadn't recovered so quickly 2 days ago, his injury was so serious that he couldn't take a bath himself. Okay, I see, I'll go out to greet you right away. Lu Chuan replied lightly, the maid bowed and stepped back, and carefully closed the door behind her. The atmosphere was disturbed by the maid who broke in just now, making Lu Chuan not in the mood to continue what he said just now. But Janna was a little bit reluctant, trying to provoke the topic just now. She put a wisp of hair on her forehead. Lu Hai stroked his ears. Pretending to be walking attentively, looking at a bunch of vases on the wooden cabinet, and said calmly, what did you want to tell me just now? It's nothing. The mood was disturbed. If the confession was rejected in this atmosphere, it would be very embarrassing, so Lu Chuan planned to find a good time in the future, and then make plans. You obviously have something to say just now, what are you going to say? What Lu Chuan didn't expect was that Janna, who had always been indifferent to everything, would not follow at this time. It's really nothing, you go out first, I'll tidy up, don't let the prince wait too long. Being pressed by Janna like this, Lu Chuan was even more difficult to speak. You tell me what you were going to say just now, and I'll go out. Janna was playing with emotions like a little girl at this moment. Okay, I said, I just want to say, you see, I've been single for so long and I don't have a girlfriend, so I'm asking if you want to. And then? Janna revealed a look full of expectation. Will you introduce me to a girlfriend? Janna felt as if a piece was missing in her heart, and cold air was constantly flowing in from the gap. It hurts to take a breath. Chapter 47. Okay, I see. Janna's aggrieved expression flashed away. She is not a girl who likes to play pitiful to win sympathy. Besides, if things like feelings are obtained by sympathy, such feelings have no meaning. The reason why she asked so hypocritically was just to get an answer. Now that the answer is obtained, Lu Chuan doesn't like her, and even if Janna feels sad in her heart, she won't show it on her face. She put on that calm look on her face again, regained her usual indifference, and glanced at Lu Chuan lightly. I'm going out first, you can change your clothes. After all, without waiting for Lu Chuan to answer, she walked out of the room without looking back, perhaps only showing a look of disappointment when she turned around. Lu Chuan watched Janna walk out of the room. He looked at Janna's back, sighed silently in his heart, and smiled as if mocking himself. Why are you so useless? You dare not even say you like a girl. Lu Chuan looked down at the texture of his palm. This time he tried to confess his love to a girl for the second time. He mustered up the courage for the first time, but lost gave reality. This time, when facing the perfect and impeccable Janna, Lu Chuan was timid. In reality, Lu Chuan is not as unstoppable as the audience saw on the stage. He is also an incomplete and flawed person. He can't summon up courage all the time. Something like courage is a good thing. But in many cases, it will become a stumbling block and mean loss. Shaking his head, throwing away the complicated thoughts in his heart, Lu Chuan jumped out of bed and put on the clothes that the maid had already prepared. A set of silver-gray swordsman uniforms, and a small ribbon on his chest. Finally, Lu Chuan opened the door and walked towards the main hall. When Lu Chuan arrived at the main hall, Jiawen, dressed in casual clothes, was already waiting there. Seeing Lu Chuan approaching, he hurriedly stood up and said, "Warrior, I have been wanting to come over these days to inquire, but I was afraid to disturb you. Today, I heard from the maid that the warriors have recovered a lot, so they hurried over. Your Highness, you are being polite. Just call me Lu Chuan. Warrior or something sounds too awkward. Lu Chuan smiled and said. In fact, for a warrior of Lu Chuan's level, he had to salute the prince when he met the prince, but Jiawen not only showed no airs at all, but instead saluted Lu Chuan in reverse, which made Lu Chuan somewhat uncomfortable. The two sat down, and the maid at the side hurriedly brought the high-quality brewed tea. At this time, the prince took out another exquisitely crafted small box, and slowly pushed it in front of Lu Chuan. This is? Lu Chuan asked suspiciously. This is a secret potion with the characteristics of the royal family. It can help warriors quickly recover their physical and mental strength. It is carefully developed with the second-class magic core as the main ingredient. As my exclusive knight, Mr. Lu Chuan won the championship. And suffered such a serious injury, I hope you don't refuse even a little courtesy. Jiawen said sincerely. A potion made from a second-level superior magic core. Generally speaking, the value of the second-level magic core is very high. Usually hundreds of gold coins are priceless. After all, the second-level magic core can improve the brass 3-star and above warriors, not to mention only brass. The 4-star Lu Chuan is simply a god-level auxiliary item to improve his cultivation. Lu Chuan himself has a level 2 magic core with a wind attribute, but Lu Chuan has never been willing to use it. This kind of high-quality material will not be effective until the brass 4-star cultivation is solidified. Jiawen's shot was a second-level superior magic core. Needless to say, the rich essence contained in the upper-grade magic core, the market price has reached 200 to 300 gold coins. This is how many ordinary people will never see it in a lifetime money. Lu Chuan's heart moved. Seeing Jiawen's sincerity, it was hard to refuse, so he could only express his thanks verbally and accepted the small box. And this is the champion's reward. It should have been awarded directly to the champion after the end of the martial arts competition that day, but because Mr. Lu Chuan was seriously injured at the time, this process was cancelled and I brought it myself. See, Lu Chuan accepted the box, and Jiawen took out a heavy cloth bag, which contained 1,000 gold coins, which was undoubtedly a huge sum of money. With this money, if Lu Chuan didn't plan to take the path of cultivation, it would be enough for him a lifetime of wanton squandering. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. This time Lu Chuan took the gold coin bag very readily. This is what he deserves. He worked so hard, not just for that generous bonus. Of course, I promised before that Mr. Lu Chuan can also enter the royal collection to choose a piece of sincere equipment or skills. But it may not be very useful to Mr. Lu Chuan. Jiawen said slowly. Don't want money, it's like taking out one piece after another, but he has seen all the treasures. A brass medium-grade weapon can be easily picked up, and a low-level high-grade skill can be easily concentrated. These are basically unattainable for a brass 4-star warrior, so Jiawen thinks that Lu Chuan may have other channels obtaining these precious things. Of course, involved the issue of small beads, so Lu Chuan naturally would not bring it up, but staggered the topic. After chatting with Lu Chuan for a while, Jiawen hesitated a little, and finally said the purpose of this trip. Mr. Lu Chuan, on this trip, besides visiting I have another request. Jiawen stared at Lu Chuan, and slowly said his request. There is no doubt about the strength and prosperity of the Demacia Empire. Among the countries in the Valoran continent, although Demacia may not be ranked among the top few, it is still quite famous. However, in recent years, due to the civil strife in the royal family and the constant changes in political power, the monarch has no authority, and the state policy has always been replaced over and over again. The replacement of the state policy means that the quality of life of the people will be affected. A new policy can easily change those people who are at the bottom. After the people gradually adapt to the policy. It will not take long. The introduction of another policy will disrupt the plans of the people. This is a disadvantage visible to the naked eye, and in the royal family. Those hidden disadvantages are quietly lurking. As the real power of the king is continuously evaded by the united nobles, many families that are among the best in Demacia have begun to move. Who doesn't want to be king? Wake up and hold the world, and lie on the golden couch drunk. In addition, old Harriman has been suffering from various unfavorable things in recent years. And his health is getting worse and worse, but a country cannot be without a master. Seeing that the dark forces are spying on the great Demacian Empire, old Harriman a decision has been made. He intends to push the Prince Jiawen to the throne when he can last for a few more years. Let's talk about it first. Today's PS has a lot of content, about some personal opinions about picking up girls at the end, if you like to watch PS. You can take a look. If you don't like it, skip it. The tipping list is at the bottom, and friends who want to see themselves on camera can directly drop down to the bottom. After yesterday's chapter was updated, I found that many readers were very dissatisfied with our protagonist's performance. MD, I've finished pretending to be you. And I've had a good time beating up. Now when you want to pick up girls, you fucking tell me you cowardly. Your third ent touches a man. Oh no, what kind of man are you? I would like to share my opinion on this. Although this book is written in a cool style, it is also mixed with the selfishness of the end, pure cool writing, absolute routines, an invincible male protagonist. A nympho female protagonist, and an idiot. I believe everyone has read a lot of this kind of article, and some readers even said that they are tired of reading it. Then we might as well change our state of mind and read the male protagonist in the book who won't kill the enemy with one move even if he wins, the female protagonist who likes the male protagonist but won't be brainless. And even if she's cannon fodder, she won't give it away without saying anything. The villain of the human head. Okay, let's get to the point. What Molu wants to write to you is a hero who has his own thoughts, stories, and unspeakable weakness. Let's just say that in reality, Molu believes in reality, everyone. There will always be one or two, no, there will always be someone you like or have a crush on, so ask yourself, if it were you, would you dare to muster up the courage to face your crush? The long-standing girl confessed. Confess your heart to the male god you have admired for a long time. I believe that most people can't do it, and many people can't even open their mouths because of the inferiority complex, until they graduated, until she left. Until a few years later, you sigh, you start to regret, you feel that at that time she may like you. Why do you think you didn't express your feelings at that time? Then the same reason, why the male protagonist in the book must go forward in the face of feelings. As spectators, everyone knows what is in Janna's heart, and everyone is anxious to give Lu Chuan a slap. But does Lu Chuan know? He didn't know what Janna was thinking, he hesitated because he was afraid of being rejected. Some readers will say, all girls are so obvious, but they still can't see it, silly. Come on, let's ask ourselves again, many times when you face the girl you have a crush on. Do you also feel that she will behave differently to you? It doesn't matter whether it's self-indulgent, or she also has a crush on you, but at this moment, have you rushed forward and pulled her watch to confess? Have you confessed? Having said that, I also want to tell everyone that if you really like a girl or a boy, you might as well try to be bold. The reality is not like novels. No matter what twists and turns the hero and heroine experience in online novels, they will eventually go away together, but in reality you missed it, and maybe you will never meet again in your life. Especially the ignorant love while studying is the most precious. This kind of love is pure and not mixed with material and desire. Chapter 48. The Dalmatia Empire has been a hereditary system since its founding. After all, there is nothing wrong with leaving the world that you have conquered to your sons and grandchildren. But as old Harriman got older, the ambitions of the family that had been dormant for hundreds of years grew bigger and bigger, and now they have almost eclipsed his power. So old Harriman made a difficult decision. He planned to abdicate early and inherit the throne to Jiawen. But the problem comes again. If Jiawen is a talented warrior and has reached the silver level after careful training by the royal family, then it is very stable for the throne to be passed on to Jiawen. After all, silver-level warriors in Dalmatia represent the strong, and at Jarvan's current age, he can break through to the silver level. If he works harder in his lifetime, he might be able to reach a higher level. One's own talent is a means to win over people's hearts. The king who occupies the throne must first have convincing strength, so that the officials and generals below him will be convinced and follow behind without causing trouble. If the king is not strong, then there is no reason to blame others for making trouble secretly and wanting to make themselves kings. The reason is very simple, but the problem lies with Jiawen. Jiawen's talent is mediocre. From childhood to adulthood, the royal family has used countless resources and panaceas. But it cannot improve Jiawen's talent. As a result, after so many years, Jiawen only broke through to the strength of brass 2 stars. This kind of strength can be easily achieved by even some talented civilian-born warriors. There were many examples in this martial arts meeting. Jarvan has no talent. Even if he becomes king, he will not be able to suppress a group of powerful generals under his command. It is only a matter of time before the Dalmatia Empire changes its dynasty. So Jiawen's purpose of coming here this time was very simple. He came here to ask for Lu Chuan's help. Although Lu Chuan was only a brass 4-star warrior, in that shocking battle on the field that day, he finally killed a brass sect warrior. Talent is evident here. So what happens when Lu Chuan brass gets 3 stars? What about when the brass is 2 stars? Now there is a lack of masters to carry the banner around Jiawen. Once the hidden civil strife breaks out, Jiawen is not worried about the group of soldiers raised by the aristocratic families, but what he is worried about is the hidden masters in those aristocratic families. Sometimes, the addition of a strong helper can often change the situation of the battle. The battle between the two armies is nothing more than a battle between the generals of both sides. Once one of the generals is killed, the morale of the army will be in chaos, and the soldiers under his command will be even worse. His Royal Highness the Prince thinks too highly of me. I tried my best at that time, but I just almost died with two. Once the civil strife breaks out in the royal family, there will definitely be some silver-level masters among them. Or even more than one or two. With my strength, it is natural that I will not enough. After listening to Jiawen's explanation, Lu Chuan simply explained what he meant. Mr. Lu Chuan, don't refuse in a hurry. There is no such thing as help for no reason. We are not relatives. I am very grateful that Mr. Lu can help me get to this point. But naturally I will not let Mr. Lu Chuan help for no reason. Me. Jiawen pondered for a moment and then said. On the northwest side of the imperial city of Dalmatia, there is a tower that towers into the clouds, called the Trial of Courage Tower. I wonder if Mr. Lu Chuan has heard anyone mention it. Trial of Courage Tower. Lu Chuan was slightly stunned. He remembered that when he and Janna first entered the realm of Dalmatia, they saw the tall spire from a distance, reflecting the stars and shoulder to shoulder with the bright moon. He had also heard from Janna once or twice about the Trial of Courage Tower. The tower had 99 and 81 floors, and each floor was more difficult than the next. Although there were many dangers inside, it was the best holy place for people to quickly improve their strength. First, it is said that warriors who can step into the Trial of Courage Tower and successfully climb above the 30th floor will have their strength skyrocketed to a huge level. And on the floors at the top of the tower, there are rumors that there are treasures that make countless warriors crazy. Of course, no one has been able to find out for hundreds of years, so there is no way to know whether the rumors are true or not. Although the Trial of Courage Tower is good, as Dalmatia's premier holy land, not everyone can enter. Only direct descendants with royal blood, or noble families with high status, and their own talents must be good enough. I was lucky enough to step in and find out. Ordinary samurai have no qualifications at all. Moreover, each warrior is only eligible to enter the Courage Trial Tower once in his life, and will be blocked by an invisible barrier the second time. So this makes the preciousness of the Trial of Courage Tower even more mentionable. If Mr. Lu Chuan is willing to help me, I will give up my qualification to enter the Trial Tower. Jiawen said solemnly, and what he said surprised Lu Chuan. Such a good holy land for cultivation is a place that ordinary warriors are not qualified to enter in their lifetime, and even those who are qualified can only enter it once in their lifetime. Jiawen gave up his only chance to Lu Chuan. Your Highness, I'm afraid I can't bear such a great gift. Lu Chuan slowly shook his head. Mr. Lu Chuan, it's not too late to listen to what I have to say before making a decision. Jiawen picked up the teacup in front of him, took a sip and then said slowly. My own talent is mediocre, I don't need to say this. Mr. Lu Chuan can also see that after taking up a lot of resources of the royal family for so many years, he still only has the strength of a brass 2-star. Even if it were a slightly talented warrior, he would probably have broken through to the silver level now. Jiawen sighed softly and said again. So even if the trial tower improves me, I'm afraid it will only be minimal. Instead of wasting this precious opportunity, I might as well give it to Sir. I believe that with his talent, after passing the trial tower of courage, he will definitely be able to rise to an astonishing level. At that point, if Sir is willing to help me to revitalize the royal family, it will not be completely hopeless. As long as the leaders of the secret rebellion are defeated, some small forces attached to them will naturally move closer to the royal family. Jiawen stood up at this time and bowed solemnly to Lu Chuan. The situation of the royal family is in danger. My father is alone and unable to support himself, and I am not strong enough to convince the public. However, I really don't want to see the century-old dynasty fall into the hands of others and be destroyed. Please help me with this, Sir. As he spoke, Jiawen lowered his waist even lower. Lu Chuan slowly stared at Jiawen, who was saluting, and after pondering for a moment, he sighed slowly and said, His Royal Highness, your words are serious. With my meager strength, if I can help the royal family, it will naturally be the best. I'm afraid that, there are so many experts at this time, and it's hard for me to make big waves with my little talent, so I'll try my best. Jiawen was overjoyed when he saw Lu Chuan agreed. Thank you, Mr. Lu Chuan. You're welcome. To put it bluntly, we are just taking what we need. As you said, there is no help without reason. I am not a saint, but I am not a villain either. Since I agreed to His Highness the Prince, then it's my duty to do so. Lu Chuan nodded and said seriously. The second update is here, and there are 2 more to come. I won't delay today. I really moved until late at night yesterday, and I really can't move anymore. I hope everyone can understand me. Chapter 49. Seeing that Lu Chuan agreed, Jiawen felt happy, and then remembered that Lu Chuan's championship reward had not yet been given to him, so he said to Lu Chuan. Sir, if you are fine, why don't you follow me to the collection library now to pick something out? Just an item. Our royal family will always give you what you promised. Otherwise, you will be a little behind. Lu Chuan couldn't refuse Jiawen's hospitality, so he had to follow him out of the compound and go to the library together. Along the way, I met many people from noble families going in and out of the palace to do business, but this time their attitude towards Lu Chuan was completely different from before. When Lu Chuan and his party first entered the palace, they received countless looks and disdain because of their commoner dress and low status. However, after the battle at the martial arts meeting, this disdain and look were replaced by respect. A strong person will be respected wherever he goes, regardless of status. It is worth mentioning that on the way, he also met Solo, who had provoked Lu Chuan before. When Solo saw Lu Chuan and Jiawen, followed by several attendants, his face changed slightly, and he was a little embarrassed, but in the end he didn't say anything. Jiawen bowed and left quickly. Jiawen glanced sideways at Solo's hurried figure, and slowly said, the power behind Solo is the Norman family. One of the top conglomerate families in Dalmatia, but now most of them are also hidden in the dark. If they are won over, they may become our hostile forces in the future. How many times have I heard you mention the forces lurking in the dark? Who formed that force? Lu Chuan asked in a deep voice. Jiawen shook his head, they are hidden too deeply. Even the royal family's spies can't get the news from them. But what is certain is that there is indeed such a force. Otherwise, just with those big families, I'm afraid we don't dare to confront the royal family head-on. Although the situation of the royal family has been unstable in recent years, the necessary troops can still be used. I am afraid that the secret forces will support many powerful people from the noble families. Is that so? Lu Chuan vaguely recalled the time on the playing field a few days ago. When Tu Yuan almost showed murderous intent and planned to deal a cruel blow to Hist, he was suddenly stopped by a voice. At that time, Lu Chuan paid special attention. When he followed the voice and looked over, he found that the place was empty. Could that voice also be part of that force? Lu Chuan couldn't help but guess. After all, with Tu's strength, he obviously didn't come to the martial arts competition to win the championship. Although Tu's goal was to kill himself, he did not rule out the possibility of being used as a pawn. While Lu Chuan was thinking about it, Jiawen had already led Lu Chuan into the main hall. After entering several long and narrow corridors, he came to a dark red door. Here we are, here is the library. Although the items stored inside may be a bit clumsy for you, sir. If you like something, you can just pick it out and take it. Jiawen made a gesture to his attendants. With a wink, the 2 attendants hurriedly stepped forward and opened the door to the left and right. After Lu Chuan nodded to Jiawen, he raised his legs and walked towards the library. The first impression at first sight is that it is like a very large warehouse with various items stored in it. The arrangement is rather particular, and it is arranged in categories in an orderly manner. This may be the inventory of Dalmatia since the founding of the country. Of course. It does not mean that Dalmatia does not have better things, but naturally they will not be placed in this collection. Most of those extremely precious items will be stored in secret rooms specific to the royal family. However, those things were basically too precious, and Lu Chuan did not expect to take 2 top-quality equipment from others when he had not been able to help. This was obviously unrealistic. He walked around casually for a few steps. Reached out and picked up a few weapons and equipment and looked at them. They were basically all low-grade brass equipment, and most of them even had signs of wear. This may have been captured from the enemy in the border wars over the years. Lu Chuan really doesn't like items of this level. Now he only needs to increase his strength by 1 level to brass 3-star, and then he can get some high-grade brass equipment from the small beads. After looking through it for a while, I found that even those skill books were just low-level and low-grade, and there wasn't even a low-level or mid-grade skill book. However, this cannot be blamed on Dalmatia being shabby. The main reason is that the little bead in Lu Chuan's possession is too outrageous. If it were an ordinary warrior, he could come in and pick an item at will, and he would wake up from his sleep with a smile. You need to know how many warriors with brass 3 stars or above can't get a low-grade brass weapon, and the skill books are just some inferior skills that have little practical significance. Just when Lu Chuan was about to pick one item at random and give it up, he suddenly saw stacks of books with no luster on a row of shelves not far away. You must know that any skill book that has reached a low level will show a hint of luster more or less based on the attributes of the skill itself. But the piles of books had no luster, just like ordinary reading materials. What are these? Lu Chuan hesitated slightly, and an attendant who was following him hurriedly explained, back to Master Lu Chuan, this is the secret magic Kushue area. Secret method? Lu Chuan was slightly startled, recalling 2 on the field before and the second master he met in Gangfeng Ridge. They seemed to be able to activate a special state when they were fighting. That state with secrets, unlike skills, are mostly auxiliary abilities. Mainly used to instantly increase one's strength, speed, and defense. Of course, there are also some weird secrets, such as the ability to suppress breath that Jiawen mentioned last time. It also belongs to the secret method. Lu Chuan had glanced at the secret methods inside the bead a few times before. It seemed that there were only a few summoner secret methods. For example, Lu Chuan's sprint was naturally a secret method. Although it only increased speed for an instant and had no other effect. Sprinting also helped Lu Chuan escape many times. When facing the second master or 2, Lu Chuan used sprinting several times to delay time, and finally defeated them. It can be seen that if you have a few good secret techniques at hand, you can improve some combat capabilities. Thinking of this, Lu Chuan couldn't help but become a little interested. In terms of skills, he now has the proficient explosive slash, as well as the powerful Lihua sword and explosive sword. Which are enough for the time being. After all, even if he is given more skills, if the physical strength can't keep up, the skills can't be released, and it won't help. Quickly stepping forward, Lu Chuan looked through a pile of secret techniques to see if there were any more practical ones. However, what disappointed Lu Chuan was that after searching for a long time, he could not find a satisfactory secret method. Among them, there were also secret methods to increase speed similar to sprinting, but the effect was much worse than sprinting. Some of them improved strength or defense. The secret method of strength is also a weak improvement. Rather than spending time learning such secret techniques with weak effects, it is better to spend more time improving your proficiency in skills, which will be more practical. Just when Lu Chuan was about to give up, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a somewhat unorthodox secret book. Domestication Curse. Lu Chuan picked up a secret book with 3 words of domestication curse written on it. His mind sank into it and he roughly understood the effect of the secret method. The taming curse, as its name suggests, is a secret method used to tame monsters. As we all know, the physical strength and strength of monsters are much stronger than ordinary warriors. If you tame this power for your own use, you can tame some speed monsters. Fast land-traveling monsters can reduce the burden of traveling, and by taming some water-resistant monsters, you don't need to prepare your own boat when entering the lake or sea. Seeing that Lu Chuan seemed to be interested in the secret method of the taming curse, the attendant hurriedly explained, this is a secret method given to our empire by the Druids who had good relations with the empire a few years ago. But it was circulated among the nobles at that time. After a while, no one got used to it, so it was stored in the library. No one cares about it anymore. At this point, the attendant looked embarrassed. Sir, would you like to choose another item, although this taming spell looks very good? The only ones who can tame the monsters are the Druids who are born with them. Those who are close to nature, monsters and humans are almost mortal enemies and are extremely difficult to tame. So, sir, you see. Okay then. Lu Chuan curled his lips. Seeing Lu Chuan say this, the attendant finally breathed a sigh of relief. I was secretly glad in my heart. Judging from the respect His Highness the Prince showed to Lu Chuan just now, this lord's status in the royal family is naturally not low now. If he did not explain it clearly when he was choosing the secret method, he would probably get angry later if he was dissatisfied. When the time comes, the gains outweigh the losses. But who knew that just when the attendant breathed a sigh of relief, Lu Chuan put the secret method into his arms and said, okay, I'll take this one. Attendant. Chapter 50. Mr. Lu Chuan, have you made your selection? Jiawen was slightly surprised when he saw that Lu Chuan had only gone out and came in within a quarter of an hour. But then he remembered that Lu Chuan might have other ways to obtain the items, so he didn't ask any more questions. The attendant was a little uneasy, and he kept glancing at Lu Chuan after he left the library. Fortunately, until Lu Chuan and the prince walked out of the library, Lu Chuan didn't find anything wrong, which made him feel slightly relieved. Mr. Lu Chuan, you can stay in the palace permanently during this period. In addition, my sister seems to have some opinions on you. She is always complaining in my ears. Logically speaking, Mr. Lu is her savior, but I don't know why. She has a unique opinion about Mr. But my sister doesn't mean any harm. She just likes to tease people. If she comes up with any crooked ideas to tease Mr. again in the future, please forgive me. Jiawen suddenly remembered that he had been visiting during the past few days. Demi, who was in lockdown, always asked her about Lu Chuan's current situation, and every time she mentioned Lu Chuan, she gritted her teeth and looked like she wanted to eat him alive. This actually surprised Jiawen. Lu Chuan coughed dryly and chuckled, of course I won't care. Princess Demi is lively and likes to tease people because of her temperament. Isn't this nonsense? Lu Chuan patted Jiawen on the shoulder and said, hey buddy, I touched your sister's breasts, and I hugged your sister's people. She definitely wants to retaliate against me. However, after Jiawen mentioned this, Lu Chuan really had to be wary of Demi. That little girl is always very strange. I heard that she will be released from the ban in a few days. If she is the first one to come to her door, she will definitely be looking for him. Trouble. Just as Lu Chuan and Jiawen were talking, a soldier ran over in a panic. He barely saw Jiawen and Lu Chuan. He passed by them in a flash and ran towards the main hall. He seemed to have something urgent to think about. It's like reporting to the king. Come back. How do you behave like this in the main palace? Jiawen shouted sharply. Lu Chuan was by his side as a guest. How could the guest see the joke and say that there are no rules in the palace? When the soldier came back to his senses, he realized that it was His Royal Highness. He hurried back, knelt down on one knee and saluted, Your Highness, please forgive me for temporarily neglecting the rules because I had something urgent to report to the king. Is it an emergency? Jiawen raised his thick eyebrows slightly and asked in a deep voice, What's the emergency? The soldier raised his head and glanced at Lu Chuan hesitantly. Jiawen said again, Mr. Lu Chuan is a guest of our royal family. If you have anything to say, just tell me. I'm reporting to Your Highness the Prince, Master Brogrand was assassinated and killed early this morning, the soldier said with some trepidation. Although Brogrand was only born as a blacksmith, his status in the royal family is not low. He has personally crafted the best weapons and equipment for the royal family over the years. Besides, aside from these things, he is a silver-level warrior and is deeply valued by the royal family. Even in this turbulent situation, he still maintains his true intention to stand on the side of the royal family and agreed not long ago. Old Harriman wants to make a high-quality brass halberd for His Royal Highness. But I never thought that at this juncture, Brogrand, who had silver-level strength, would be assassinated. Jiawen was shocked and asked hurriedly, What's going on? Master Brogrand is a silver-level warrior. Jiawen was already anxious, but he never thought that Lu Chuan would be even more anxious than him. He even stepped forward to help the soldier up. What did you say? Mr. Brogrand is dead. Seeing Lu Chuan's agitated expression, the soldier trembled and said, Sir, what happened is absolutely true. After I got the report from the non-commissioned officer in Xiqing district, I rushed back to report it. How did he die? Where? Lu Chuan became more and more anxious. Brogrand still held Janna's sacred object in his hand. Because he was going to participate in the martial arts competition during this period. Lu Chuan was not in a hurry to get it. After all, Brogrand was very popular throughout Dalmatia. He was so prestigious that he would not ruin his reputation for a medium-grade silver weapon. This was why Lu Chuan was assured of storing the sacred object with him. But now that Brogrand is dead, where is the sacred object? Was it taken away together? If Janna knew that the sacred object was lost, she would probably faint. Back to your lord. Originally Master Brogrand was going to the palace this morning to deliver the forged weapons. According to his maid at the time. He got up late, so he sent the carriage to the palace. The coachman took a shortcut. There was a small dense forest that was considered a shortcut at the place where the coachman must pass. The coachman took a shortcut through the forest. However, when the carriage was halfway through, a dark figure suddenly emerged from it. A man who fought fiercely with Master Brogrand for dozens of rounds suddenly sprinkled a handful of strange powder. Master Brogrand lost consciousness and was stabbed to death by the Black Shadow. The carriage driver was also silenced, and the accompanying maid was seriously injured. However, because the black figure seemed to be eager to take something from Master Brogrand, he ran away without looking carefully. I learned all this from the mouth of the maid who had a lucky escape. After hearing the soldier's explanation, Lu Chuan's heart trembled. Sure enough, are you really here for that holy object? Sure enough, 2 was just a chess piece, and it was someone else who wanted the holy object. But how did they know that the holy object was in the hands of Master Brogrand? And it can kill Master Brogrand, who has silver-level strength. The guilt and anger in Lu Chuan's heart burned together. If it weren't for that sacred object, Mr. Brogrand would not have died. It was myself who harmed him. Lu Chuan's clenched fists were trembling slightly, and his pupils seemed to be burning with fire. He gritted his teeth and said word by word, "Fuck, wait for me." After the words fell, a light blue trail appeared behind Lu Chuan. And a gust of wind swirled under his feet. Lu Chuan's feet touched the ground, and his figure suddenly swept away 7 or 8 meters away, bringing with it a strong wind and heading towards him. He rushed out of the main hall door. Mr. Lu Chuan. Jiawen had just learned of the situation and saw that Lu Chuan rushed out of the palace as if he was crazy. But at this time, the news of Brogrand's death was even more serious. Being able to put aside the inexplicable Lu Chuan, he quickly said to the soldier, "Don't tell the king about this for the time being. Mr. Brogrand is his old friend for many years. Now that the king is old, I'm afraid he won't be able to withstand this kind of blow. You just pass the order. For the time being, seal the whole city and prohibit entry and exit. I will send the Imperial Guard to conduct a blanket search within the territory. You call the seriously injured maid to the palace." "Your Highness, the maid was seriously injured. I'm afraid it will be difficult to move." "Then carry her here." Jiawen roared angrily. "Yes." The soldier gave a military salute, turned around and ran out of the main hall to convey the order. Behind a column in the corner of the main hall, a black shadow quietly emerged, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and whispered to himself. "Your Highness, the young prince, you look very angry. But then, there may be things that make you even more angry one after another. Such as your lovely sister, your elderly father. Get ready to appreciate Dima, the epic drama of the collapse of the West Asian Empire. I am looking forward to it more than anyone else, Jia. Because we have reached the intense stage of the plot and have reached a turning point in the fate of the Demacia royal family, the ending needs to be written in more detail. It will be a little slower to code. But the quality is guaranteed, so please feel free to eat." Chapter 51. Jana sat in her room sulking. She didn't know why she was so angry. Although it was difficult to show it in front of Lu Chuan, she became more and more angry after returning to the room. This kind of anger was not really angry with Lu Chuan, but rather resentful, like a little girl who had failed to succeed in her coquettishness. This state of things shocked Jana herself. What happened to me? How could I have such strange thoughts? Originally, she didn't have much of a relationship with Lu Chuan. If she broke it down layer by layer, Jana found that she and Lu Chuan were just teammates. Although the guy took a look at her body when they first met, Jana couldn't be so shameless as to say, "You have to like me if you take a look at my body." After thinking about it, Lu Chuan really didn't go beyond himself in the slightest since they first met. Even if he occasionally stared at his breasts, that was when they were tightly covered by him. Anyone could appreciate the shape from the outside. His breasts naturally, it's not too much. Lowering her head, her slender fingers pulled through a bunch of waist-length beige hair and gently curled it around her. Jana was still thinking. When did this guy start to enter my heart? Is this the concept of love that I have always heard mentioned in the clan before? But the love within the clan seems to be based on intermarriage, and even children. I heard that a baby must have that before. Jana suddenly had an idea that made her blush. She shook her head hastily, her face flushed, and she shook off that thought. Impossible, impossible. How could you do such a shameful thing with that smooth-tongued guy? Even if you kill him. Perhaps Jana herself doesn't know that her current state is like a little woman who has fallen in love, eager to be recognized by the other party, but she is too shy to speak out. She only scolds in her heart. He is good, he is not good, except that he is good and he is not good. Jana has no other choice. After all, for a sylph like Jana who has been raised in nature since birth, she is a bit too simple. Even her indifferent appearance cannot hide her transparent and crystal-clear heart. Lu Chuan had already discovered this when he coaxed her to become a maid after being in contact with her for a long time. This girl was not an easy fool. Forget it, I get a headache just thinking about the problem. Let's ask Ari for advice some other time. She seems to know a lot about men. Jana sighed slightly and glanced out the window casually. As soon as she glanced out the window, Jana's expression paused. She saw Lu Chuan's figure flashing past the door of her courtyard, with an extremely angry expression on his face. His speed was pushed to the extreme. And a blue shadow was taken out behind him. In just one breath, the courtyard entrance disappeared. Lu Chuan. Why is he so irritable? Where are he going? Jana thought for a moment, and suddenly thought that walking in Lu Chuan's direction seemed to be heading out of the palace gate. Out of the palace? Where is he going? Jana vaguely remembered that Lu Chuan had said when he was in bed recuperating 2 days ago that he might have to live in the palace during this period because the little bead had discovered several more divine envoys and needed to cultivate a tacit understanding between them. It was still the unconvincing excuse of a god, but Jana didn't bother to think about it and simply believed it. But since he said he wanted to stay in the palace, why did he want to go out in a hurry at this time, and why didn't he notify his group? Faintly, with a hint of woman's intuition, Jana felt that something was not right. Lu Chuan's face didn't look good when he just rushed over. Something must have happened. Thinking of this, Jana finally lost her temper and ran out of the small courtyard. She raised her hand and wrapped her up in a gust of breeze. Her feet were slightly off the ground and floated in the air, wind. Buzz. After the words fell, Jana's figure swept forward a few meters away. She followed Lu Chuan closely and followed him out of the palace. Lu Chuan didn't know the specific location of the small dense forest described by the soldier. Lu Chuan went straight to Brogrand's mansion. With the blessing of sprinting in the wind, Lu Chuan's speed reached an astonishing level. In just a few minutes, he covered the journey that took a carriage more than half an hour. When his figure stopped suddenly at the door of Brogrand's mansion, the excessive speed acted on inertia, blowing the corners of his clothes and the tips of his hair forward. This time Lu Chuan didn't call the door, but jumped up and jumped into the small courtyard. As soon as he entered the small courtyard, he seemed to hear the intermittent crying of a little girl. Lu Chuan opened the door and followed the cry, and saw a little girl lying on the bed in a small room. That girl was the maid who served Brogrand in his daily life. She was lying on the bed with a pale face. Her body seemed to be wrapped with many layers of gauze. It looked like she was seriously injured. But she was still conscious. Clear, at least not unconscious. The little maid who was sobbing softly saw a black shadow suddenly coming from the door of the room, and she shivered with fright. She thought it was the black shadow she had encountered in the dense forest before. But when she saw that she was not dead, she came to kill her. She sat up from the bed with a desperate struggle, picked up a small vase in front of the bedside table and pointed it at Lu Chuan. Her lips turned white and she said, "You don't come here one more step and I'll kill you. Don't be afraid, it's me." Lu Chuan took 2 steps back. After the little maid calmed down and realized that it was Lu Chuan, all the strength in her body seemed to be drained instantly, and she fell weakly on the bed, returning to her original sobbing appearance. Said with red and swollen eyes. "Master Brogrand, he is dead, woo." Lu Chuan couldn't bear to see her heartbroken look. It's just that Pudding would be so sad. Pudding was originally a little wanderer in Dalmatia. She didn't know who her parents were since she was a child. She has been walking in the alleys of Dalmatia since she can remember. He made a living by rummaging through trash cans for leftovers, and thanks to Brogrand. After an accidental encounter, he saw that Pudding was pitiful and brought back little Pudding for adoption, who was only a few years old at the time. She is treated almost like her own daughter. But after growing up a little, Pudding began to become sensible. And he also understood that his life was given by Brogrand, so he began to do housework for him to the best of his ability. When Brogrand was busy forging weapons, he helped him share some trivial things. The name Pudding was also given to her by Brogrand. She didn't have the grandeur of a noble family, but she had the cuteness of a small family. Brogrand was both a master and a father in Pudding's heart. Now that Brogrand died, he died in front of her. Tell her how not to be sad. After sobbing for a while, Pudding struggled to sit up from the bed as if he had thought of something. Don't move. You must be seriously injured, right? I learned from the soldier who sent the message that you were seriously injured. While Lu Chuan was speaking, Pudding had already lifted the quilt and stood up. She was completely naked. She was wearing any clothes, but she was wrapped in layers of white bandages. It looked like she had serious injuries all over her body. After she was rescued and bandaged, she looked like this. You should be staying in the healing hospital, why did you come back? Lu Chuan frowned slightly. You know, Master, he is dead, my life was given by Master. I will never see him again. Pudding bit his lip and walked towards the road step by step with difficulty and bare feet. Lu Chuan walked over. Perhaps because of her injury, her body was shaking with every step she took, and there were signs of falling at any time. My master raised me, but I let him die in front of me. He was pierced through the heart with a sword. I was so scared at the time that I couldn't muster up the courage to kill that guy. Push away, I hid behind the carriage, and I witnessed the master being killed. I could feel the master's last glance before he died. He looked at me, he wanted me to run away, master before I died, I hoped that I could survive but I didn't dare to stand up because of fear, Pudding's voice was trembling. It's not your fault. Even if you stood up at that time, you couldn't save your master. Lu Chuan sighed softly, and the anger in his heart was temporarily suppressed by him. He had no reason to treat the little man in front of him. The girl is angry. Yeah, I'm too weak, I can't do anything, but sir, you must be very powerful. Since you can get a middle-grade silver weapon, you must be very powerful. Sir, can you help me, even if you ask me to do anything? I am willing to do it. Can you help me? Kill that guy, kill him, a sickly flush suddenly appeared on Pudding's face, and her speaking faster and faster, she walked to Lu Chuan's side, pulled Lu Chuan's sleeves, and knelt down weakly, her face covered with tears. Lu Chuan moved his lips, wanting to say something, but in the end he could only sigh. He reached out and gently rubbed Pudding's head, while laughing at himself in his heart for his ugly selfishness. Brogrand was killed because of the sacred object, but Lu Chuan rushed here in such a hurry just because he wanted to find Pudding to find out the whereabouts of the sacred object and where the person who snatched the sacred object ran away from. But Pudding, the little girl in front of her who was not yet underage, was blaming herself for not having the courage to stand in front of Brogrand. What she is begging for now is just to seek justice for the dead master. Compared with her pure heart, her heart, which was polluted by the world, was so dirty that it was unsightly. I will avenge you. Before that, I hope you can calm down and provide me with some clues. Lu Chuan paused and said in a deep voice. Pudding seemed to have seen hope. She hurriedly wiped away her tears with the back of her hand, stood up from the ground, and said excitedly, Sir, thank you for helping me, thank you. No, I am also helping myself. Lu Chuan immediately said, Did you see where the black shadow fled to? The man fled in the direction of the Damasha Mountains. Damasha Mountains? Why are you so sure? Lu Chuan was slightly surprised. Because several exits of the dense forest are connected to the main roads of Damasha, and the remaining exit leads to the Damasha Mountains. When the master fought with him, he was also injured. Moreover, if something happens to the master, the news will spread out immediately. The master is on good terms with the royal family. If something happens, the royal family will definitely send people to search the whole city. Since that person did not dare to assassinate the master openly, he chose to hide in a dense forest with few people. Taking action shows that he still has some scruples, plus he is injured. So for the sake of safety, he will most likely escape to the Damasha Mountains and come out after avoiding the wind. Lu Chuan was slightly surprised by Pudding's analysis. He didn't expect that this little girl, who was not yet a minor, was extremely thoughtful. The Damasha Mountains. That's not a good place. If he really escapes there, the possibility of running into him is very high. Lu Chuan had previously taken Jana and his party to Damasha. The Gangfeng Ridge of the Marsha Mountains and the Damasha Mountains are surrounded by 4 major ridges and 1 main peak. If that guy really fled to the mountains, he would not be able to escape for a while because of his injuries and the need to avoid the limelight. If he chased him at this time, the possibility of catching him was very high. After making up his mind, Lu Chuan told Pudding to take good care of himself at home. Just when he was about to go out, there was suddenly a loud sound like a hammer hitting the door. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the door was smashed from the outside. And a petite blue-skinned dwarf who was the same height as Timo broke in and threw a huge hammer that was a few minutes longer than his height. Carrying it on his shoulders, he exuded an aura of impatience and restlessness. He glanced at Lu Chuan who was standing at the door and asked in a bad tone. Where's my dad? Pudding heard the movement outside the door and hurriedly walked out of the room. When he saw the blue-skinned little man, he shouted in surprise, Miss? Why are you back? I believe everyone knows such an obvious hero, but who is it? Chapter 52. Miss? Why are you back? Pudding's face was full of astonishment and panic. At this juncture when Brogrand just died, his only daughter, Poppy, who was originally training at the Zhan Academy, unexpectedly ran back. Oh, the training at the Zhan Academy was too boring and cumbersome. So I took a leave of absence and came back to laze around for a few days. What about the old man? Poppy said casually, as if the person she mentioned was not her father, but an insignificant passerby. No, it was a bit worse than the attitude of passersby. At least no one would use the insulting term old immortal to strangers. Master, Pudding said hesitantly. Is he dead? Bobby impatiently weighed the giant hammer in his hand. Well, Pudding turned away and whispered. Poppy's petite body suddenly trembled. She looked at Pudding and found that there were still a few tears on Pudding's face, which was obviously not fake. And Pudding is no better than her. In Pudding's mind, Brogrand is an existence that cannot be slandered. Pudding cannot fabricate Brogrand's death for no reason. It seemed that the old guy that she hated so much was finally dead. Is that so? Poppy just responded casually, but there was no sign of any ups and downs on his face. It was as if the person who died was not her father at all. Isn't this a little too much? Lu Chuan said at this time. In the game, Lu Chuan really likes the character Poppy, maybe because her small body can withstand a huge hammer. Maybe there is some kind of belief behind her that drives her, right? But in the Valoran continent, Poppy seemed to have a heart of stone. Even after learning about his father's death, he remained calm and calm. Who are you? What does my behavior have to do with you? Bobby glanced at Lu Chuan displeasedly, raised the giant hammer in his hand and said, What? Do you want to fight? For fear that Lu Chuan and Bobby would fight, Pudding hurriedly pulled Lu Chuan's sleeve from behind and said softly to Lu Chuan. Miss and the Master have some unresolved conflicts, so she feels a little resentful towards the Master, but the Miss is not that cold-blooded. Please don't mind me being a ruthless person. Humph. Lu Chuan snorted, no longer arguing with Bobby, but turned to look at Pudding and said. You can rest peacefully at home and recover. I will go search near the Demacia Mountains now. Maybe with luck, I can still find you. If you can bump into that guy, I will avenge you when the time comes. After a pause, Lu Chuan said slowly, if Demacia sends someone to take you into the palace later, don't go there. If they force you too hard, just say I won't let you go. Naturally they won't stop you then. Pudding is now seriously injured and needs to rest in bed. If he is tossed around by the soldiers from Demacia at this time, he may not live long. Although this little girl had some difficulty with him at first, her pure and transparent heart moved Lu Chuan. Just when Lu Chuan was about to walk out of the house, Bobby placed the giant hammer across the door. Hey, take me with you. Lu Chuan just glanced at Poppy, moved her giant hammer away, and walked out of the room. Are you looking down on me? Bobby asked from behind Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan paused, a person who doesn't even care about my father's life or death is not worth my time to waste my time talking nonsense to her. Just say it. Lu Chuan stopped no longer, turned on the wind, and headed towards the Demacia Mountains. Poppy looked at Lu Chuan's back, as if she was making some decision in her heart. After a moment, she picked up the giant hammer and glanced at Pudding. Where did the old immortal die? In the dense forest on the main road to the east, the person who killed the Master fled to the Demacia Mountains. Pudding replied hurriedly. Take good care of yourself. After saying this, Poppy picked up the giant hammer and walked out of the courtyard. Pudding was startled for a moment, then murmured in a low voice, Master, you don't have to blame yourself too much. Your daughter doesn't seem to hate you as much as you thought. Chapter 53. Demacia's Transverse Mountains. A man wearing dark robes, with a somewhat pale face, stumbled towards the depths of the mountains. Damn it, I didn't expect that old guy to fight to the death and unleash his killer move. He was really careless. Otherwise he wouldn't have ended up like this. The black figure was covering his left sleeve. If you look carefully, on his left hand the sleeves on the side were stained with blood. The entire left arm was cut off from the root. This black shadow is the guy who attacked and even killed Brogrand not long ago. He is a 5-star silver warrior. Although Brogrand is at the same level as him, he has been focusing on forging for many years. So Brogrand's strength is not as strong as his. After several confrontations, this black shadow slightly underestimated the enemy. Brogrand concentrated his killing moves and tried desperately to replace him. At the cost of breaking his left arm, he finally killed Brogrand and captured a high-quality brass halberd from him, as well as the sacred object requested above, the storm scepter. However, he himself was also damaged a lot, and his physical strength was running low. It was obviously a foolish dream to try to carry the holy object through the market at this time. He could only run desperately to the depths of the Demacia Mountains. Planning to find a secluded cave after recovering some of his physical strength, he would then use the magic of tearing apart space to pass the sacred object into the hands of the adult. As he continued to go deeper into the mountains, he could already see a red mountain ridge not far away. It was like a burning volcano, with billowing smoke rising from the mountain pass. This mountain is Disha Ridge among the 4 major mountains. Because there is a magma stone in the center of the mountain bottom, the temperature of the entire mountain has been raised a lot. Compared to Gangfeng Ridge, which still has some living space. This place is undoubtedly a dead land, with no grass growing. If there is any intelligent monster here, I am afraid that there is a magma lake inside the volcano crater. There is a red flame black-tailed fish in the magma lake. Its strength has reached the level of a brass 3-star warrior. The scales on its body are as hard as iron. The black tail is a first-class material, which is good for many blacksmiths. A very good forging material. Of course, because the red flame black-tailed fish grows in magma. It is almost impossible to catch it. Even a silver-level warrior will die if he falls from the crater. Therefore, Disha Ridge is an ideal place for adventurers and a mountain range that the mercenaries have set foot on the least. This place should be relatively safe. They never imagined that I would run to this place after being seriously injured, right? The black figure sneered. And just about to go up the mountain, when he was looking for a cave halfway up the mountain. Suddenly heard a burst of wind coming from behind. How could, Haiying was shocked. Before he could react, he saw a light blue shadow not far away and rushed in front of him in an instant. It seems that my guess was correct. You are indeed running towards Disha Ridge. Lu Chuan stopped suddenly and stepped on the hot surface rock. Because there was a layer of wind under his feet, he didn't feel much heat. Oh. A brass 4-star warrior. Black Shadow was startled at first, but then realized that Lu Chuan only had the strength of a brass 4-star, and sneered disdainfully. Are all Damasia's warriors so brainless? Even if you want to catch me in a hurry and make a great contribution, you are only 4-star brass strong enough to challenge me head-on, right? I don't have to argue with you about where you come from and where you go. Haiying's physical strength is now exhausted. Even if he faces Lu Chuan, a brass 4-star, he may not have a chance of winning. If I were you now, I would definitely kill the people who are chasing me and never let me go. Since you are willing to let me go, it just shows one point. Lu Chuan drew the Duolon sword from his back. A red-hot color appeared on the hilt of the sword. You have no physical strength, right? And your left arm seems to be broken. It seems that if you do too many bad things, you will get retribution. Seeing Lu Chuan's words, the black shadow flashed a fierce look on his face covered by black gauze. Boy, even if I am extremely weak now, it is still very easy to replace you with all my life. Really? Lu Chuan curled his lips, turned on the wind, and rushed towards the black shadow. The Dolan sword in his hand thrust out in the air, and the fire scroll roared, and he rushed in front of the black shadow in an instant. Damn! Haiying gritted his teeth and groaned. He didn't expect this kid to be so decisive. He stepped back, reached into his arms, and sprinkled a handful of dark purple powder. The dark purple powder was sprayed out and instantly dispersed in the air, spreading rapidly. The area in front of Lu Chuan was surrounded by dark purple gas. The black shadow didn't stop, turned around and ran towards the mountain. Lu Chuan originally thought it was some kind of deceit, but when he was about to catch up, he suddenly discovered that the rock under his feet seemed to be extremely corroded. Zitsizi. The pieces of stone that were about the size of a palm began to melt rapidly under the corrosion of the dark purple gas. Wisps of purple smoke rose up, further spreading the dark purple gas. This powder is actually extremely corrosive. Looking at the black figure fleeing quickly, it disappeared in front of Lu Chuan in just a few jumps. The insidious guy actually has such despicable methods. Lu Chuan clenched his fists. He now had no energy but nowhere to use it. The dark purple gas in front of him formed a natural barrier. Because it was extremely corrosive, Lu Chuan did not dare to rush forward. Lu Chuan didn't think that his body was harder than stone. At this time, another sound of breaking wind came from behind. Lu Chuan turned his head and looked around, only to find that it was the little Bobby. Holding a huge hammer on his side, but his speed was not satisfactory at all. He ran with a pair of white ponytails. Raising it backwards, he turned around and rushed in front of Lu Chuan. Bang! He put the huge hammer on the ground and made a muffled sound, which also showed that the hammer in Bobby's hand was not just a toy, but made of solid iron. What are you doing standing here? Where are the people? Bobby snorted displeased. The fact that Poppy was able to catch up showed what she was thinking at the moment. After thinking about this, Lu Chuan's face softened slightly and he said in a deep voice. He ran forward, but he didn't know what kind of powder he sprinkled in the air. It's corrosive. It is extremely strong and has blocked the road, making it impossible to get through for a while. Can't you get through? Poppy looked at Lu Chuan coldly and snorted with disdain. You're such a stupid guy, won't you think of a way if you can't get through? I don't know how to drill holes. Lu Chuan also helplessly spread his hands. He really didn't have any ability in his hands to pass through this barrier. Get out of the way. Poppy pushed Lu Chuan 2 steps away and suddenly lifted the giant hammer in her hand. The hammer, which seemed to weigh 1,000 kilograms, whirred as it danced in her hand. The giant hammer spun at top speed above Bobby's head. Because of the speed, it was brought out one after another by light and shadow. Just like a carriage running at full speed. The giant hammer had already turned into a circle, whizzing and breaking. The sound of wind is endless. Ah! Poppy's petite body contained extremely amazing explosive power. She just heard a loud roar and slammed the giant hammer in her hand onto the ground, break it into pieces. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and Lu Chuan felt the ground beneath his feet shaking. A ravine wide enough for a person spread forward rapidly like an earth dragon lurking on the ground. In just an instant, a ravine leading to the top of the mountain was hammered out by Bobby, and the purple energy was dispersed in both directions. Let's go, why are you dazed? Poppy clapped her hands, obviously very satisfied with the dirt road she had opened. She picked up the giant hammer without saying a word. And she was petite but still did not lose her domineering leap. He got up, grabbed Lu Chuan by the collar, and dragged him into the ravine. Chapter 54. Lu Chuan and Poppy moved forward quickly in the ravine. Without the strange purple energy to block them, they caught up with the seriously injured black figure in just a moment. Stop! Bobby shouted loudly and threw the giant hammer in his hand. Bang! The giant hammer landed far away and stopped in front of the black shadow. Just when the black shadow was about to avoid the giant hammer, he realized that Lu Chuan's figure behind him was already approaching. Damn it, why are you chasing her so closely? And what's going on with that yodel? When did she chase her all the way? The black shadow turned his head and glanced, and just as he put his hand into his arms, his expression suddenly froze. Oops, the void goo is used up. Without giving him much time to react, Lu Chuan slowly walked towards the black figure with the red Dolan sword in his hand. Not to mention that Lu Chuan is not afraid of facing a brass 1-star warrior now. Even Lu Chuan's hidden strength is only a brass 4-star warrior. Facing the black figure in front of him who has little physical strength left and a broken left arm. He is not afraid. There is a pretty good chance of winning. At this moment, Poppy stepped forward and knocked Lu Chuan away, with a hint of anger in his voice. Is this the guy who killed that old immortal? Yeah. Lu Chuan nodded. Don't mind your own business, I'll do it. A flash of sharpness flashed in Bobby's eyes, and he immediately rushed. The petite figure rushed to the side of the black shadow in an instant. Poppy clenched his small fist and punched the black shadow in the stomach. The momentum was so great that the black shadow flew backwards and hit a big rock hard. Stars appeared in his eyes and his head felt dizzy. Bobby didn't give him a chance to breathe. He stepped forward, picked up his giant hammer, and swung it in the air. This time the giant hammer was not thrown out, but turned into a force of energy and hit the black shadow directly on the chest. Poof! The black shadow was already severely injured, but after 2 consecutive blows from Bobby, a woman as strong as an ox, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and several ribs on his chest were broken. Go to hell! You bastard! Poppy raised the huge hammer and rushed to the black shadow. Just as the hammer was about to fall, Lu Chuan suddenly thought of something. Wait a minute. Bobby! That guy has something I want. Lu Chuan stopped shouting hurriedly. Just kidding, with Bobby's sledgehammer, nothing is left after one hammer blow. Although the holy object was put into the storage bag by the man in black, if the storage bag is damaged, the holy object will also be damaged. If Jana knew that her sacred object was smashed to pieces by Poppy with a hammer, she would probably kill Poppy, and she would still be the kind of person who couldn't stop her no matter what. But Bobby had already raised the hammer and suddenly dropped it, so he didn't pay attention to Lu Chuan's shouting. The man in front of him was the enemy who killed his father, and the hatred hidden deep in Bobby's heart was aroused. Even though there is everything wrong with that old immortal. But it was her father after all. Boom! There was a loud noise, gravel flew on the ground, and a big crater was made by a hammer. But at this critical moment, the man in black bit the tip of his tongue, seemingly activating some secret method, causing his figure to become like a ghost. The speed at that moment could only be described as terrifying. However, the duration of the secret technique seemed to be only a moment. The figure of the man in black swept away more than 10 meters away in an instant. And his aura became even more depressed. However, at this time, the man in black seemed to be a little crazy. From the storage bag Zhong took out the storm scepter and shouted. Come one more step. I will destroy this thing. Lu Chuan's face changed greatly, and he urged Feng Yi to rush forward quickly, but Bobby was a minute faster than the little man. He swung the hammer and rushed towards the man in black. For Poppy, it didn't matter whether the sacred object in the hands of the man in black was destroyed or not. All she had to do was kill the guy in front of her and avenge her father's murder. A trace of absolute determination flashed in the eyes of the man in black. Since you are the one who forced me, let's destroy it together. He quickly used the last bit of strength in his body, and a burst of dark energy suddenly hit the holy object in his hand. Bang! A dull sound came out, but the storm staff was intact without any damage. The man in black was stunned for a moment. When he saw Bobby rushing in front of him, his heart sank. He turned around and used all his strength to throw the storm staff out, straight towards the crater. Boom! Poppy had already rushed in front of him, and a hammer fell suddenly. This time, the man in black actually withstood the hammer with his chest with one hammer blow. The man in black was like a kite with its string broken. Spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, and hit it hard not far away, leaving no breath at all. Bobby gasped for air, and his eyes suddenly became moist. Her body softened, and she knelt on the ground, and the giant hammer in her hand slipped aside. His expression was a little dull. Revenge was avenged. But people can never come back. At this time, Lu Chuan had already pushed his speed to the extreme, but it was a pity that he had used it once when he was rushing and could not use it again now. After all, the man in black is also a pure silver-level warrior. Even if he has no physical strength, he is still much stronger than ordinary people. The storm staff has no weight to begin with. But he threw it with such force, and it was thrown in the air. After drawing a long parabola, it accurately fell towards the crater. The crater is full of boiling magma, and the temperature inside it reaches at least 1 to 2,000 degrees. No matter what material the storm staff is made of, it may not be immune to the high temperature of 1 to 2,000 degrees. Looking at the storm staff that was about to fall into the crater, it was obvious that Lu Chuan could no longer catch up with him at his speed. Damn it, Lu Chuan gritted his teeth and took out the Dolan sword in his hand. A blazing heat hit the hilt. He twisted around and suddenly threw the Lihua sword towards the ground. With the help of the impact of the Lihua sword hitting the ground, Lu Chuan's figure speeded up again towards the crater. Bang! Finally, just as the staff fell into the crater, Lu Chuan finally stretched out his arm, held the staff tightly in his hand, and dropped it into the small bead with a flick of his wrist. But now Lu Chuan had to face a very serious problem. That is, his body was currently in the center of the crater, flying in the air without any support. Damn, I went too far. Lu Chuan's face turned pale and he swallowed. He glanced at the gurgling and bubbling magma pool at his feet, and a wisp of cold sweat slipped from his forehead. Brush. The next moment, Lu Chuan's body fell straight into the magma pool. Chapter 55. The temperature of the magma pool has reached over 200 degrees. Even in the crater, you can feel the hot breath blowing towards your face. Lu Chuan fell very fast, and his whole body was wrapped in a wave of heat, making Lu Chuan feel as if he was about to melt. Wind. At this moment, a soft shout suddenly came from the crater, and the familiar voice made Lu Chuan startled. Jana? Why is she here? A soft wind lifted up Lu Chuan's body and stopped his fall. Jana's head lay on the crater of the volcano and she glanced towards the entrance. After realizing that she had rescued Lu Chuan in time, he breathed a sigh of relief and said with some annoyance, "You don't want your life. Are you still a 3-year-old child? Why did you jump into such a dangerous place?" Lu Chuan slowly rose up wrapped in the soft wind. He scratched his cheek in embarrassment and said with a smile, because the storm staff almost fell. "I'm afraid you know that your clan's sacred object has been destroyed. After that, I passed out directly, so I was anxious for the moment and didn't think much." After hearing the words, Jana's delicate body trembled slightly, as if the softest part of her heart had been touched. She was speechless for a long time, but looked at Lu Chuan with something new in her eyes. Soft. It turns out that he rushed out of the palace in such a hurry just to help him get back the sacred object. Seeing Lu Chuan being carried to the crater by the soft wind, Jana stretched out her bright wrist. Even though she was moved in her heart, she still snorted coldly, "Grab my hand and I will pull you up. See you next time. I don't care about you if you do such a dangerous move." Hee hee. Lu Chuan smiled and reached out to hold Jana's soft, boneless hand. "Gee, it's so slippery. It is said that women are made of water." Lu Chuan thought that Jana should be made of water tofu, which is soft, and has a somewhat slippery feel. It turned out that the girl's little hand was so comfortable to hold, and Lu Chuan almost didn't want to let go. After all, God once said, don't take advantage of the bastard, you can hold him for a while. And just when Jana was about to pull Lu Chuan up, something suddenly happened. Under Lu Chuan's feet, it was as if something invisible was wrapped around his legs. A terrifying pulling force erupted from the magma pool hundreds of meters deep under his feet, pulling Lu Chuan down desperately. Lu Chuan's face changed drastically, and his body sank unprepared. The half of his body that had just been pulled up by Jana fell into the magma pool again. The difference this time was that he held Jana's hand and took Jana down with him. The sudden change in the situation caught both Lu Chuan and Jana off guard. Jana hurriedly circulated the wind in her body. But at this time she was shocked to find that the powerful suction force was much more powerful than her wind. Her wind only delayed the fall. Not only Jana, but also Lu Chuan's physical and mental strength seemed to be restricted, and no skills could be used at this time. Only the dark energy of the body can be used, but in this situation, what role can the weak dark energy play? Bang! At this moment, Jana's ankle was held by a small hand, stabilizing the two of them from falling. Lu Chuan looked up and realized it was Bobby. At this time, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Jana's ankle. The current situation was that Lu Chuan was hanging in midair, holding Jana's hand, while Jana was hanging upside down, with her ankle pinched by Poppy. Below is the magma pool that will be swallowed up once you fall into it, leaving no trace of bones left. Is there something down here? Why can't I pull you two up? Bobby gritted his teeth with difficulty and groaned. Poppy is born with supernatural power, which can be seen from the whirring sound of a giant hammer that can weigh 1,000 pounds without any effort. However, even if Poppy tried his best, he could not lift Jana and Lu Chuan who were hanging in midair. When someone pulls it up, the sudden suction force obviously indicates that there is something going on underneath. Jana, who was hanging upside down in the air, felt very uncomfortable at this time. She was in the middle as the carrier. Below was Lu Chuan and the terrifying suction force, and above was the infinitely powerful Poppy. The two opposite forces pushed. She was almost torn apart at the waist, but she gritted her teeth and remained silent. Maybe she let go and could be saved easily. The suction force was obviously directed towards Lu Chuan, as if there was something about Lu Chuan that interested the unknown things lurking under the magma pool. But once she let go, Lu Chuan would definitely die. This guy who had risked his life to help her and save her over and over again should not be treated so cruelly. Jana's teeth were clenched tightly, and Lu Chuan could see the bloodshot blush on her face. This weak girl might really not be able to hold on any longer. As long as the suction force from below increases even half a minute, Jana will be torn apart at the waist. This scene was the last thing Lu Chuan wanted to see. Since he was going to die anyway, why did he have to involve the girl in front of him? Lu Chuan tried to break away from Jana's hand little by little. Jana quickly noticed something and subconsciously held Lu Chuan's hand hard. Are you crazy? Is now the time for you to act macho? Jana stared at Lu Chuan and yelled angrily. Sorry, Jana, this is just delaying time. You can't hold on much longer. Lu Chuan sighed slightly, stretched out his other hand, fumbled in his arms for a while, and took out the small bead. Out. Looking at the dim bead, Jana felt a bad premonition in her heart, and she hurriedly shouted, Lu Chuan. Don't mess around. But the next moment. Bah! Lu Chuan steeled himself, and a dark force came out from his palm. He gently twisted the hand held by Jana, twisting her wrist and dislocating it. Jana groaned in pain and subconsciously let go of her hand. Lu Chuan quickly stuffed the beads into Jana's palm, and quickly fell towards the magma pool. Oh, why is it another drama of falling? Does God like to tease me so much? Lu Chuan looked at Jana's painful face getting farther and farther away from him. What a good girl. It's a pity that I have no chance to express my love to her again. Lu Chuan slowly closed his eyes, waiting for the moment he fell to the bottom. The hot magma would swallow him up completely, and the temperature would swallow up all his emotions. Lu Chuan. Jana watched helplessly as Lu Chuan fell, her brain buzzing as if it had been hit hard. If you dare to kill me here, I will scream for help. Then none of us can run away. The scene when I first met Lu Chuan appeared in my mind. At that time, I even wanted to kill him in order to escape for my life. Hey, I have a method that is guaranteed to make you money quickly. Do you want to give it a try? The day they first arrived in Dalmatia, they were wandering the streets penniless. His shameless smile made him look like he deserved a beating, but why did he agree to him without even thinking about it? But I killed someone, my hands are covered with blood. I am an out-and-out executioner. How do you want me to face my relatives and friends in the future? When he killed someone for the first time, he squatted in the toilet and cried like a helpless child. He was obviously a coward who didn't even dare to swing a sword, but why was he feeling faintly distressed for him at that time? So, this is my friend, a very important person to me. If you want to touch her, first ask the Dolan sword in my hand if it agrees. When he was lying in front of her, his not-so-tall back was actually so warm. Jana, why do you keep a straight face every day? Your smile is also very beautiful, just like the flowers blooming all over the hillside. His words can make him burst into tears and turn into a smile. Jana, I have something to say to you, are you willing to find a girlfriend for me? Every word he said seemed to affect his own nerves. He is always heartless all day long, always wearing a sly smile, but he also has his unknown weakness, and there are also times when he is helpless. He can always stand up when he is in danger, but what about himself? What have you done for him? Even this time, it was only because he wanted to help him regain the sacred object that he encountered such danger. However, he was once again powerless and could only watch him getting further and further away from him. Further and further. Until the end, could even the palms of his hands completely cover his figure? Buzz. At this moment, an unknown flame seemed to be burning in Jana's heart. A strong gust of wind swept out of her body, shaking Poppy several meters away and rolling down the crater. Dear me, why is that woman crazy? Ouch, ouch. Poppy rolled down the mountain and was hit on the head several times by rocks on the way. At this time, Jana's bare feet were flying in the strong wind. She was wearing a white skirt and dancing wantonly. Her long beige hair was also swaying. In the next moment, they turned into the color of white snow. When he opened his eyes again, a pair of pupils as cold as thousand-year-old ice glowed with azure crystal light. Bang! The storm scepter inside the bead flashed out at this time, and Jana held it in her hand. Jana's narrow and beautiful eyes glanced coldly at Lu Chuan, who was just one breath away from falling into the magma pool below. Like a flash of silver light, she swooped towards the magma pool. The powerful wind waves emanating around her, along with her dive, shattered the rocky cliffs along the way into pieces. Jana rushed to Lu Chuan in an instant, slowly stretched out her hand, and took Lu Chuan's hand. There was a blurred and soft look in his eyes. This time, it's my turn to protect you. Her red lips raised slightly, and her voice was soft and indescribable. Chapter 56. In just a moment, the powerful suction force erupted and the beads sucked all the light from the stone. At this time, there was a little dim light shining on the stone. The dazzling light dissipated, and the small bead seemed to be guiding Lu Chuan. It first floated in front of Lu Chuan for a while. Then flew to the stone, and then floated to Lu Chuan and flew to the stone. It went back and forth several times. Even a fool knew it. That little bead wanted Lu Chuan to come forward. Are you okay, this little bead? I feel a little weird today. Jana said a little worriedly. It's okay. In the final analysis, my life was given by this bead. If it really wanted to harm me, why did it save me earlier? Lu Chuan strode towards the stone pillar as he spoke. After getting closer, a hot breath hit his face, causing Lu Chuan's hand that he wanted to touch to pause slightly in midair. This stone seems to emit heat. Seeing Lu Chuan's slight hesitation, Xiao Zhu seemed to be anxious and started to circle around Lu Chuan again. Okay. Don't worry, I'll take it. Lu Chuan stretched out his hand to cover the stone. The hot touch did not come out as he imagined. His hand was warm and had a very smooth touch. It feels very comfortable in the hand, like holding a warm stone. Seeing Lu Chuan pick up the stone, the little beads seemed to be very excited and danced up and down around Lu Chuan, trying to express something. But after all, it couldn't speak, and Lu Chuan couldn't read minds. This time, he really couldn't understand what Xiao Zhu wanted to express. Let me ask you, if it is, you fly up and down, if not, you fly left and right. Lu Chuan adopted a more humane way of shaking his head and nodding. Then Jana saw a picture that made her head full of black lines. A man squatted in front of a floating bead and muttered to himself. When he was done, the bead continued to move up and down and left and right in unison with him. I always feel that nothing I encounter after getting to know him is normal. Jana rubbed her forehead helplessly, then turned around and blew away the big rocks beside her. And gathered up her skirt. After sitting down, he held his chin in one hand and looked at Lu Chuan in front of him quietly. Did you bring us here just for this stone? Lu Chuan asked. The beads bobbed up and down. How can I give you this stone? Throw it directly into your body. After thinking for a long time, Lu Chuan really didn't know what adjective to use, so he simply used inside the body, but it sounded a bit awkward. The small beads swayed from side to side. How should I give it to you? Can I deliver it to you personally? Rocking up and down. Well, you are really temperamental, so I have to deliver it in person. The last question. Can you tell me your status? Is it a very high-grade treasure that is beginning to gain intelligence, or is it an alternative type of magical beast, or maybe are you saying he was transformed into this person by some secret method? Lu Chuan asked tentatively. Only this time, the little bead didn't bother him anymore, and just floated quietly in place. I said, Big brother, look, who of us is following whom? Besides, we also slept together, so just tell me. Lu Chuan smiled ingratiatingly, and the black line on Janna's forehead became heavier. The friendship of sleeping together, what kind of friendship is that? At this time, the little bead made a very human movement. It rotated half a circle, just like a person turning his head to one side without wanting to pay attention to another person. This appearance made Lu Chuan dumbfounded. He even boldly guessed in his heart that if this little bead is really a human being sealed like this, it must be an arrogant girl. You send it in. Lu Chuan agreed. After that, he warned Janna again, Janna, I will pour my soul into this little bead now. You can keep an eye on the surrounding movements for me. If you encounter any situation, just shake my body. Oh. Just as Janna responded, she saw Lu Chuan sitting cross-legged on the spot. Then his whole aura suddenly became much weaker, and it was obvious that his soul had been extracted into the small bead. Whoa! A white light flashed, and Lu Chuan entered Xiaozhu's body again. It had been a long time since he last entered through his soul. Although occasionally Lu Chuan would use his mind to explore the inside of the beads in order to conveniently retrieve some items stored in them, but there are two different concepts between mind exploration and soul penetration. If you want to get some ununlocked equipment and skill books from it, you must go deep into it with your soul. After a long time, the changes in the bead were mostly small. Some daily convenience items. Materials and money were placed by Lu Chuan in a small corner next to the hero soul system. Looking over, the area of equipment and skill books was placed. There seemed to be a few more rays of light flickering. Lu Chuan's strength at this time had risen sharply due to Janna's second awakening, reaching the level of 3-star brass, and he could already use high-grade brass items. However, instead of rushing to the equipment area, Lu Chuan glanced around first. Xiao Zhuzi didn't seem to be able to speak yet, and when Lu Chuan entered the self-contained space, he didn't get any prompts. Is it enough to just throw this broken stone on the ground and run away? Wait a minute, we didn't do anything wrong, why are we acting like a thief? After scanning around, Lu Chuan was suddenly surprised to find that in a small area on the left side of the equipment area, which was originally just a vast expanse of white, several more jade pillars appeared out of thin air. There was also a small area above the jade pillars. The tray was only about the size of a palm, as if it was tailor-made for the broken stone. Damn it, this is really a self-contained space. Everything can be automatically generated. Lu Chuan clicked his tongue, wondering if all the rows of equipment and skill books were automatically generated in this space. Yes. If this is the case, this little bead must be the supreme artifact. I am afraid that even in the entire Valoran continent, no, even in the entire Runeterra, it will be something that many experts are trying to grab. Thinking of this, Lu Chuan must be more cautious in the future. The brass 3-star warrior possesses a heaven-defying artifact. Isn't this looking for death? Walking to the rows of jade pillars, he glanced over and noticed that one of the jade pillars was slightly glowing with fire. Lu Chuan weighed the stone in his hand and gently pressed it on the tray. Buzz! At this moment, an extremely powerful burst of fire swept out. The fire was countless times more powerful than Lu Chuan's Lihua sword. Even at that moment, Lu Chuan felt that his soul was burning. Looks average. It's like being buried in a sea of fire and never recovering. Under the fire, I am as insignificant as a drop of water in the sea or a grain of sand in the Gobi. Fortunately, that feeling was only fleeting, and the strong spiritual power in the self-contained space suppressed the fire intention in an instant. Such a powerful fire could not withstand the suppression of mental power, so Lu Chuan really couldn't think of a more reasonable explanation besides saying that the area of this self-contained space is infinite. The larger the area, the more mental power can be accommodated, and the mental power will be diluted. If the area is only the size of a fingernail, it may not be able to hold more mental power. This is also why some magic warriors who are not talented enough can only stand still at low levels, because their bodies cannot hold more spiritual power and cannot break through to a higher realm. Lu Chuan has lamented the power of the small beads countless times, and every time it continues to surprise Lu Chuan. Just when Lu Chuan was about to see if there were any high-grade brass equipment and skill books that he could take away, he suddenly felt the whole space shake. Immediately afterwards, the top of the self-contained space became like a big screen, and Janna's delicate and pretty face appeared on top of her head. Lu Chuan, Lu Chuan. It's not good. I don't know why. The barrier on top of our head suddenly disappeared, and the magma poured down. Come out quickly. Janna was bent over and half-crouched there, suspended in the air. In front of Xiaozhu in mid-air, she stared straight at Xiaozhu and said. Seeing that Lu Chuan didn't respond, she patted Xiaozhu anxiously. Buzz. Was Lu Chuan's reaction. Grandma's legs, there's an earthquake. Chapter 57. Lu Chuan didn't really want to embarrass Janna too much. She was already thin-skinned, and now she wanted to hide behind a big tree to hide her shame. 2 sets of clothes were taken out from the small bead, Janna quickly put them on after taking them, and the group finally left Disha Ridge. However, Janna hasn't talked to Lu Chuan since just now, and she hasn't even looked at him. She is obviously sulking. Lu Chuan could only smile bitterly at this, and did not explain much. Explain to a woman that you first have to consider whether you can win her argument. If we win the quarrel, the girl will be aggrieved, right? Will you cry when you feel wronged? Do you need to be comforted when you cry? If you can't win the argument, the girl will still think you're a coward, right? How can a man not even win an argument? In short, it was not good either way, so Lu Chuan simply shut up. Although this trip to Disha Ridge seemed to yield nothing, and they only got back Janna's sacred objects, Lu Chuan deeply understood that the fire stone lying quietly in the bead at this time was definitely not what a mortal thing. Faintly, Lu Chuan even guessed that it was the core of Red Flame, the mountain-holding treasure of Disha Ridge. According to legend, the magic core of the Crimson Flame core is extremely rare in the entire Valoran continent. It is said to be a level 3 superior magic core. Lu Chuan had no way of knowing. After all, even if he searched through the entire Demacia, there probably wouldn't be a level 3 magic core, let alone one that could be identified. However, judging from the rich fire that was faintly exuding during it, even if it did not reach the level of level 3 superior magic core, it was at least level 3. Level 3 magic core, that magic core can only be conceived by a gold-level magic beast. You can imagine how precious it is, and it is a priceless treasure. The group of people quickly left the Demacia mountains. However, after coming out of the dense forest, they found that the main road leading to Demacia city was heavily guarded. It was only from the armor they were wearing and the badges on their chests that it seems that they don't look like royal troops. When the soldiers came forward to investigate and question, Lu Chuan made an excuse and said that he had just returned to the city after going hunting in the dense forest. Although the soldier looked at Lu Chuan and his party suspiciously, he still let them into the city. It seems that things are going to change. Lu Chuan seemed to have noticed something, and after murmuring for a moment, he said, Bobby, if you have nothing to do, come with us to the royal family. I still need your help with some things. If a civil war breaks out in the royal family, they can get one more helping hand to increase their strength and give them more hope of winning the civil war. And when Poppy took action just now, Lu Chuan had a faint feeling of her strength, brass 2-star, but the power burst out by Poppy's petite stature was no weaker than any silver-level warrior. In other words, if you just focus on strength, she is not inferior to the silver-level warriors, and can be considered a good help. Okay, just take care of food and shelter. Bobby nodded readily without thinking. Now that the old guy is dead and his revenge has been avenged, it is not Bobby's character to complain and cry. Since he sneaked out of the Zhan Academy, it is naturally impossible for him to go back so soon. Bobby has nothing to do at the moment, and Lu Chuan, it can be considered that I have helped her, and now she is very happy to ask for help. The group of people quickly returned to the palace, first returning to the courtyard where they lived. When they saw Ali and Timo just getting up, rubbing their eyes, Lu Chuan couldn't help but be speechless. They had been out for at least a few hours this time. When they came back, the 2 slackers had just woken up. It seemed that if they were given a pillow, they could get a good night's sleep. Afterwards, Lu Chuan took Poppy to Jiawen's mansion. As soon as they entered the yard, they saw Jiawen frowning and standing under a tree with his hands behind his back, as if he was thinking about something. Your Highness the Prince. Back. Jiawen looked up and saw Lu Chuan, then glanced at the short man next to him, and said with some confusion, This is. She is Mr. Brogrand's daughter. Lu Chuan introduced. Although Brogrand is very close to the royal family, Poppy has not listened to her father since she was a child. Every time Brogrand wants to take her to visit the royal family, Poppy will stay away. Run away, so that although Jarvan knows that Brogrand has a little daughter, he has never seen her much. Jarvan was startled when he mentioned Brogrand. When he looked at Poppy, he found that she was very carefree and there was nothing uncomfortable about her. Then Lu Chuan and Jiawen explained for a while, and Jiawen learned that the two of them had solved the guy who killed Brogrand. Of course, Lu Chuan had temporarily concealed the matter of the sacred object and the core of the red flame. Didn't you ask who ordered it? Jiawen asked in a deep voice after hearing this. Bobby smiled awkwardly. I was so anxious that I hit him to death with a hammer. Jiawen and Lu Chuan were both speechless about this. After inviting Lu Chuan and Bobby into the inner room, Jiawen motioned to the attendants around him to pour tea, and then got straight to the point. Mr. Lu Chuan, to be honest, I'm afraid civil strife is about to break out. Can't you hold it anymore? Lu Chuan said slowly. He could tell this from the many soldiers deployed in many places in Debang City. At this time, the entire imperial city was feeling like rain was coming, and the wind was full. The meaning of building. I just went to find the Norman family, but judging from their intentions, they probably won't withdraw their troops. I estimate that this group of noble families can unite together and gather 20,000 to 30,000 troops, and our royal family can only 5,000 imperial guards have been mobilized, and even further away, the soldiers guarding the border cannot come back immediately at this time. Jiawen told Lu Chuan about the current situation. Although Lu Chuan had only known him for nearly half a month, Jiawen unknowingly had a little more hope for this person who could always surprise people. And there is really no one available in the palace right now. Military strength is not the main issue. The problem is how many high-level warriors that group of aristocratic families have, Lu Chuan asked. In the continent of the Loren, two forces collide. High-level warriors are like the heavy weapons in Lu Chuan's world. The more heavy weapons a country has, the harder its fist will be. In front of heavy weapons, soldiers are as small as ants. It's hard to say, but from what the spies said, we can roughly estimate that if several major families unite, there may be at least 5 silver-level warriors, and at least 20 or 30 warriors with brass level 3 or above. Jiawen frowned deeply and his tone was not relaxed. A 3-star brass warrior can easily defeat ordinary soldiers. After all, most of the soldiers have only stepped into the realm of warriors and have not reached 5-star brass at all. Level. As for the silver-level warriors, it goes without saying that in the last scene of the previous martial arts meeting, the collision between Lu Chuan and Tu. If it were not blocked by several layers of barriers, the thousands of spectators who were watching might have been affected. But even so, neither Lu Chuan nor Tu were silver-level warriors, which shows how terrifying a silver-level warrior is. 1 against 1,000 is really no joke. In other words, if several major families jointly launch a civil strife, they only need to send out a group of silver-level warriors and brass 3-star or above warriors to crush the imperial guards that the entire royal family can mobilize. What about our side? Lu Chuan thought for a moment and then asked. There are only 3 warriors who have reached the silver level, 2 of them are the regiment commander and deputy regiment of the imperial guard, and the other is the loyal minister around my father, Chief Xian Zhao. Xian Zhao. Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows. Although he had already guessed that Xian Zhao would also be in the Demacia Palace, Lu Chuan had never seen Xian Zhao once after coming to the palace for so long. Which made him a little confused. But now that Jiawen took the initiative, it seems that Xian Zhao is still there, perhaps as a warrior lurking in the dark to protect Harriman's safety. Well, General Manager Zhao Xian is very powerful, but he has always been secretly protecting his father and rarely shows up. As if he had guessed what Lu Chuan was thinking, Jiawen slowly explained. If you include Mr. Lu Chuan, we have 4 silver-level warriors here. Jiawen glanced at Lu Chuan. Although Lu Chuan didn't say much, Jiawen had a vague feeling. Lu Chuan seems to have broken through to brass 3 stars. He had previously killed 2, who had the strength of the brass gate, when he was at brass 4 star. Now that he was at 3 star, could he defeat the silver-level warrior? When will they attack? Lu Chuan frowned and thought. At any time, the forces of all parties have been introduced into their territory. Are you in such a hurry? Lu Chuan tapped the table with one finger. If we face each other head-on, there is no chance of winning. Jiawen did not deny what Lu Chuan said, and what he said was indeed the truth. Is there really no one else left? Lu Chuan asked again. With this small number of people, if those guys really wanted to swarm us, the situation would probably be one-sided. Lu Chuan is not arrogant enough to think that he alone can withstand thousands of troops. I'm afraid the Fearless Legion won't get involved in this matter, because they have a descendant of the royal family, a bloodline passed down from my grandfather's generation. He is not a direct descendant, but he is indeed a member of the royal family. They plan to first push that collateral member to the top. In this way, Demacia will not change hands. And the Dreadnought Legion will not be able to intervene. Jarvan looked hesitant, and after thinking for a moment, he suddenly raised his head and said, "There is another one. The one who was there back then. His talent is very astonishing. He reached the silver level when he was only 10 years old, and now 10 years have passed." Lu Chuan was also surprised when he heard this. Reached the silver level in his teens. This is a demon-like talent. Now that 10 years have passed, what level will its own strength reach? Then why don't you invite the capable person you mentioned to come over and take charge? Jiawen smiled bitterly and shook his head. That girl was originally the daughter of the head of the first family in Demacia 10 years ago. However, due to an accident 10 years ago, their family was bloodbathed, and she was the only one left. She escaped and then lost news. Our royal family has been looking for her over the years, but there is still no news. The first family 10 years ago. Well, although that family has declined now. Its name 10 years ago was the most dazzling existence in Demacia and even the surrounding areas. It is no exaggeration to say that when that family existed in the world, Dima the security in West Asia is unprecedentedly safe. When night falls, those shadows lurking in the darkness will tremble when they hear the name of that family. The name of that family is, Dark Knight Family. Chapter 58. After bidding farewell to Jiawen, Lu Chuan and Bobby returned to their small courtyard. At the same time, Lu Chuan kept thinking about what Jiawen said just now. If he guessed correctly, the girl from the Dark Knight family who had a lucky escape might be Vayne. It's just that she disappeared from this world 10 years ago. During the royal family period, a lot of effort was mobilized to search for her whereabouts. But there was no news. In the end, they had to leave it alone. Although Jiawen still had a glimmer of hope, it was obvious that this hope was not great. Before leaving, Jiawen also told him that since he didn't know when the noble families would join forces, it was best to be vigilant at all times. At night, it was already midnight. In the brightly lit royal palace, a dark shadow passed by like a ghost. He shuttled quickly through the heavily guarded palace, and after a while he arrived outside the palace of Her Royal Highness the Princess. Hey, there seemed to be some dark shadow flashing over there just now. The soldier guarding the door of the dormitory pushed his yawning companion aside. Where? The companion immediately cheered up, clenched the spear in his hand, and looked around. Under the 2 oil lamps hanging at the door, there was no shadow of anyone in the open space in front. Where is the person? Are you kidding me? Is there no one? Maybe I'm dazzled. But having said that, the atmosphere in the palace doesn't seem right now. In the past, there was an endless stream of people coming and going in the palace every day, but now the nobles seem to rarely set foot there anymore. One step into the palace. I also heard rumors that a group of nobles seem to have gathered together to overthrow the power of the Demacia royal family. Hush! Don't you want to die? Don't say this casually. The soldier glared at his companion. At this time, a deliberately lowered voice suddenly sounded behind them. I think you are right. The companion was suddenly startled, and just when he was about to turn around, he felt a pair of hands pressing on his head. Crack! This is the sound of a broken neck. Just as another soldier reacted and was about to open his mouth to shout, the black figure rushed up again and stabbed his heart with a small dagger in his hand. The 2 bodies were slowly laid flat on the ground without making a sound. The figure looked around again, and after confirming that no one was there, he gently pushed the princess's bedroom open, and the figure flashed and got in. Lu Chuan was not sleepy at all at this time, and the war that he didn't know when would start was also implicated in his fate. Lu Chuan quietly walked out of the room and passed by Janna's room. Lu Chuan hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't hold back the thoughts in his heart. He gently opened the door and took a look inside. There was a small window next to Janna's bed. The bright moonlight was shining on the window lattice, and it also painted Janna's sleeping face with a silvery white color. It was very beautiful, like a goddess descending to earth. Good night. Lu Chuan whispered, smiled softly, and closed the door. Walking out of the yard, taking a deep breath of the slightly cool late-night air, Lu Chuan stretched his muscles. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed under his peripheral vision and headed straight towards Demi's bedroom. Huh? Lu Chuan snorted in surprise. When he turned around to look, he found that the 2 soldiers guarding Demi's door fell to the ground one after another, and the door was slowly opened, and the black shadow flashed away. Go in. It was already late at night. He sneaked into the princess's palace at night and knocked down all the soldiers at the door. His intuition told Lu Chuan that this was not an easy matter. Although Demi was very playful and had a lot of opinions about him, from the bottom of his heart, Lu Chuan was not very disgusted with that little girl. After all, when he first came to the palace, she had arranged his residence in the auxiliary courtyard next to her bedroom, although she does not rule out the idea of coming over every now and then to harass her, even though she still has 2 days to lift the ban. He raised his leg and rushed towards the palace, urging the wind to reach the door in an instant. Lu Chuan held his breath. Just as he raised his leg to walk in, a bright dagger suddenly stabbed out. Lu Chuan was already on guard and took 2 steps back. The boy is very defensive. In the moonlight, the dark figure walked out. He was an extremely ordinary middle-aged man with an average appearance and no special temperament. But there was a fierceness in his eyes. I'll give you a chance to live. Go back to where you came from. Just pretend you didn't see this. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. The man's mission this time was to assassinate Her Royal Highness. Lu Chuan was able to dodge his blow without noticing anything in the room, which showed that he was not weak. The man obviously didn't want to get too entangled with Lu Chuan. After all, this is the territory of the royal family, and it would obviously not be good for him if there was too much noise. Who sent you here? Lu Chuan avoided answering his question and said instead. Sneaking into Demi's bedroom in the middle of the night and holding a knife was obviously not a good thing. None of your damn business. Just tell me if you want to die. It's just a 3-star brass piece of trash. The man secretly sensed Lu Chuan's aura, and he only had 3-star brass. He immediately raised the dagger in his hand. And his body shape, a dark shadow passed by, rushed to Lu Chuan's face, and stabbed him hard with the dagger. Bang! After a dull loud noise, the man didn't even see Lu Chuan's action clearly. He pinched his throat and pressed it against the pillar next to him. The dagger in his hand fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Ring! Who sent you here? Lu Chuan asked coldly. The man in front of him was only at the level of brass 2-star, and his breath was not stable. He must have just broken through not long ago. And Lu Chuan's breakthrough was made every step of the way. It was very solid. Janna's awakening improved him as if it were a matter of course. In addition, the small beads provided him with spiritual power day and night. As a result, Lu Chuan's current body was far superior to that of a warrior of the same level in all aspects. Not to mention drawing out weapons and using skills. Let me take the blame this time. If you can, kill me. I won't say a word that is unnecessary. The man seemed to be a hob, as if a dead pig was not afraid of being scalded by boiling water. Seeing this, Lu Chuan smiled coldly, hooked his foot, held the dagger in his hand, and stabbed it directly into the man's arm without saying a word. Blood immediately spattered out. The man groaned in pain, but gritted his teeth and held on. Boy, you're so cruel. There's an arm on the left, too. Let's destroy it too. The man said harshly with cold sweat breaking out on his painful forehead. Lu Chuan was not polite to him and directly took out the dagger and stabbed him in the left arm. Now, after Lu Chuan has seen through many things, he is no longer as soft-hearted as when he first arrived. Especially after Brogran's death, Lu Chuan understood deeply that in such a world, if you are not crueler than others, one day you will be stepped on and killed. Die. This was true in the world of my own peaceful age, let alone in such a world where force is respected. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't say anything, the next stab will be in your throat. Lu Chuan raised his eyelids and found that the man had closed his eyes. Pfft. A knife cut through the man's throat. The man rolled his eyes, fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and died. Staring at the fallen man with cold eyes, Lu Chuan's expression darkened. The person who came to assassinate Demi this time was a dead man. Chapter 59. The so-called dead soldiers, as the name suggests, are guys who are not afraid of life and death. Living in this world, no one is not afraid of death, because there are too many feelings that are difficult to let go. But for those guys who have been raised since childhood with the goal of dying, death is their glory. They have no feelings to speak of because they have had no contact with anyone since they were young. It is definitely impossible to cultivate such a dead soldier in a short time. It will take at least 10 or 20 years. The guy who died in Lu Chuan's hands had a brass 2-star strength. The cost of cultivating such a dead soldier would be even greater. After all, not just any ordinary person can be trained to a 2-star brass level by picking someone out. For example, Jiawen, after so many years of becoming the treasure of the royal family, is only a 2-star brass person. Lu Chuan dared to conclude that there was definitely a very powerful force behind this dead soldier. And a group of all kinds of dead soldiers were kept in captivity in order not to expose traces of his power. No matter what means are used by such people, it is probably difficult to get any words out of their mouths. Moreover, the purpose of this man's coming to assassinate Demi this time may also be to disrupt the morale of the royal family. The princess of a country was assassinated in such a simple way and died in her own palace. Is such a country really worthy of soldiers risking their lives to protect it? The forces hiding in the shadows obviously want to take down the Dalmatia Empire at the smallest cost. Just when Lu Chuan was about to turn around and leave after cleaning up the 3 corpses, there was a voice behind him. "Hey, can you wait a moment?" Lu Chuan turned around and found Demi wearing silk pajamas, standing timidly at the door, sticking her head out and calling Lu Chuan in a low voice. Oil lamps illuminate the palace. The bedroom where Demi lived was really not too big, which was somewhat beyond Lu Chuan's expectation. I thought that Demi, with her domineering personality, would not live up to her title of princess even if she lived in a house of less than 200 to 300 square meters. Demi poured a pot of tea for Lu Chuan herself, then gathered up the hem of her pajamas, sat down at the small round table, and said slowly. "Thank you for what happened just now. That guy had sneaked in earlier. When I was woken up. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would." At this time, Demi no longer had the arrogance of the past, and Jingrou's face showed a bit of the softness that a girl of her age should have. Lu Chuan had saved her twice. If she didn't understand why the assassin came the first time, then this time, Demi had already guessed it. Even a princess of the first generation is nothing more than a fragile statue during a war, easily broken at the touch of a finger. If the royal family suddenly collapsed, she, the princess, would be nothing more than a prisoner of the new king, or even become a plaything. "You already know, I thought your brother wouldn't tell you." Lu Chuan picked up the tea cup and took a sip. The tea leaves collected by the royal family were indeed unusual. Even though Demi used unskilled techniques to brew the tea, the strong fragrance of tea still spreads throughout the corner. "My brother didn't tell me. In fact, I have had some vague guesses in the past few years. It's just that in recent times, the news has been extremely tense. Anyone who is not stupid will understand what is going to happen." Demi smiled helplessly. He smiled and said, "The funny thing is that I used to naively believe that the royal family of Dalmatia was impregnable and no one could destroy it, so I was so unscrupulous. Sometimes simplicity is a good thing." Lu Chuan put the finished tea cup on the table. Demi stood up and poured it again, but Lu Chuan waved his hand. "If there is nothing else, I will leave first. I won't be here with you in the middle of the night. That's outrageous. Also, don't tell your father and your brother what happened tonight. This is a sensitive period and they can't be distracted." After that, Lu Chuan stood up and strode away. When he walked to the door, Demi knelt on the ground. "Help us." Demi looked at Lu Chuan's back and said. Lu Chuan paused in his steps and did not look back. "As early as during the previous martial arts competition, I have already seen that you are not an ordinary person, you are very talented. The current royal family is crumbling, and with more strength, there is more hope." Demi said again. "Get up." Lu Chuan sighed slightly. "As long as you agree to help us, I'll get up." Obviously, Demi didn't know that Jiawen had already brought Lu Chuan to the same front. For this usually arrogant princess, she finally understood at this time what does it mean to be afraid. She is not afraid of losing her position. She only fears that her family will be torn apart. The royal family is such an awe-inspiring word, but when something happens, it endures more than anyone else. Since ancient times, when dynasties changed, the previous royal family did not end well. "Please, I really don't know who to ask for now. I just hope that my father and my brother can live well and not die in the war. Your Highness, perhaps you think too highly of me. I am just a little warrior. I am afraid I cannot shoulder the important task of saving the royal family. This is different. If you are willing to help, maybe things will turn around a little bit. Even if it is still slim. There is a little more hope, right?" Obviously, Demi has already made a splash in that martial arts competition. Lu Chuan had very high expectations. Because he was always able to create miracles continuously, and when everyone thought it was impossible, he shattered all the impossibilities. This warrior with only a bronze rank, maybe he can actually create miracles. Seeing Lu Chuan's silence, Demi said eagerly, "If Sir is willing to agree, no matter what the outcome is, as long as I am alive from now on, I will take my surname." According to the custom in Dalmatia, an unmarried woman has the same surname as her father, while a married woman takes her husband's surname. The meaning of Demi's words is already very clear. As long as Lu Chuan is willing to help, she will marry herself to Lu Chuan. A high-ranking princess, and the only princess in the royal family, marrying a commoner with no status? In the past, this was something Demi had never thought about, but now, she no longer has any status at all. Compared to her father and brother, she can do too little. She has no cultivation or strength. Once civil strife breaks out, she will be of no use. Now Demi just hopes to do her meager part to help her father and brother, even if it means sacrificing herself. Is that so? Lu Chuan said solemnly. Are you willing to help? Demi's eyes brightened a little. The tea is very good, let's go. Lu Chuan opened the door and walked out. Demi stared blankly at the half-opened door, her body limply slumped on the ground, and tears flowed out uncontrollably. I am really useless, I have always thought that I was some kind of delicate princess. But now, the country is facing a crisis, but it has no effect at all. Even if I ask to marry a commoner, it will not help. At this moment, Demi finally realized how insignificant she really was. There are 3 updates today, this is the second update. Chapter 60. The self-contained space was completely white. After Lu Chuan got used to it, he slowly opened his eyes. After coming out of the princess's house, Lu Chuan was still not sleepy. He simply returned to his room and sat cross-legged on the bed, his soul sneaking into the bead. Now that he has reached the brass 3-star cultivation level, he must have unlocked some new things in the small beads. Before the war comes, Lu Chuan needs more means to save his life. He is not sure about this battle now. After all, it is hidden and he had no idea how powerful the enemy in the dark was. He first came to the equipment area. The usable equipment would flash with light. Lu Chuan glanced at it and stopped in front of a piece of armor-like equipment. Chain armor. Grade, brass top grade armor. Effect, improve strong defense after wearing. Additional attributes, energy recoil. The absorbed damage recoil is spread in the form of shock waves. Without saying a word, he took off the chainmail directly. Lu Chuan was still blank in terms of armor. The previous Dolan shield shattered due to too much impact during the martial arts competition. This chain armor is a high-grade brass armor, and its defense is naturally 1 level higher than that of the Dolan shield. Moreover, its incidental attribute is that it spreads in the form of a shock wave. This attribute can be used when encountering one-on-one enemies. It may not be very useful at that time. But on the battlefield where the battle is about to begin, Lu Chuan only needs to rush into the crowd and activate the attached attributes of the chain armor, and he will definitely send a large number of soldiers flying. It can be regarded as an unexpected move. After putting away the chainmail, Lu Chuan walked to a small dagger floating in midair. The dagger was only about the size of a palm, and its entire body exuded a dim red light. Compared with the bloody light of Dolan's sword, the light of this dagger is weaker, but there are deep and uneven grooves on one side of the dagger, and its sharpness is even higher than that of Dolan's sword. Obviously not ordinary product. Sawtooth dagger. Level, brass top grade weapon. Effect, after wearing, it will increase your strength to a certain extent. Additional attribute, armor piercing, can easily pierce hard armor and flesh. Incidental attribute, crush, absorb part of the enemy's power and add it to the next attack. After seeing the properties of the serrated dagger, Lu Chuan's eyes lit up. As his strength became more and more refined, the Dolan sword in his hand, which was only a medium-grade brass, could no longer keep up with Lu Chuan's pace. And if a war breaks out this time, the opponent will have many silver-level masters, and they will definitely have many magical weapons in their hands. In comparison, the Dolan sword will be a bit unsatisfactory. The serrated dagger now unlocked has greatly helped Lu Chuan alleviate the current embarrassing situation, and the attached armor-breaking attribute is also what Lu Chuan is optimistic about. Some enemies are warriors who major in the physical body. For example, the big fat man Serbo who I met in the martial arts meeting earlier. His major is the strength of the physical body. If his strength were higher, Lu Chuan's Dolan sword would even be stronger. You can't even hurt him easily. And with the serrated dagger, he can easily break through his skin. Putting the serrated dagger close to his body, Lu Chuan walked around the skill area again, but found no skill that satisfied him. Although several skills have been unlocked this time, they are all skills of the magic warrior. Although Lu Chuan's mental power is quite strong now, he does not have a suitable magic weapon in his hand. If those magic skills are released with sword weapons, it will be greatly reduced. Huh. Just when Lu Chuan was about to stop, he suddenly saw a light cyan light shining in the secret area. Looking closer, it turned out to be the summoner's skill, healing. As his level has been upgraded to brass 3-star, the healing spell has also been unlocked. When the two sides are fighting to the death, if he suddenly casts a secret healing spell to restore some of his own strength and physical strength, the chance of winning will naturally increase. It goes without saying. In general, this secret method was of great help to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan was not polite and grabbed the healing technique directly in his hand. After scanning around again to confirm that he had indeed not missed anything, Lu Chuan stepped on the teleportation array with satisfaction, and his soul was withdrawn back into his body. Although Lu Chuan's mental power continues to increase, and now he will not be physically weak when he comes out of the small bead. Lu Chuan's aura has also become obviously weaker. A burst of sleepiness came over him, and he fell on the bed and wheezed. Fell asleep. A few days later. The calm atmosphere during the day finally reached a peak at night. Several major families and the forces hidden behind them, after several days of planning, finally could no longer restrain their greed for the fertile land of Dalmatia. The men and horses gathered. Jiawen stood on the observation deck in the palace, his eyebrows raised, looking at the dark crowd at the gate of the palace. Are we finally ready to attack the city? Jiawen breathed out lightly. This time, as the top executive of the civil war, Harriman had handed over all the power to him. Your Highness, the royal guards are ready to go. There are more than 4,800 people in total. At this time, a burly man in armor came forward and knelt on one knee. Datong, why are there 200 people missing? Jiawen asked in a deep voice. This, the commander-in-chief, was the legion commander of the Imperial Guard, and he looked a little ugly at this time. Explain. In the past few days, a group of Imperial Guards secretly believed that the royal family had no chance of winning. In order not to make unnecessary sacrifices, they fled the city overnight. Haha. Jiawen sneered a few times. Even the closest people around him were unwilling to believe in the power of the royal family. Pass the order and ask the vice presidents to each lead 1,000 soldiers to guard the West Gate, East Gate, and South Gate. You and I will personally lead the troops to guard the main gate. The city gate is high. There will be archers every 5 steps and magic soldiers every 20 steps. The piles are condescending, and we have an advantage. Let the soldiers pile more heavy objects on each gate to block it, and guard the city gate. Jiawen ordered. Each sect only has 1,000 soldiers to guard it, and some archers and magic warriors are also allocated. This scale is really a bit shabby. But no matter how slim the odds of winning were, Jiawen would never compromise so easily. How could the royal family, which had been inherited for hundreds of years, be taken away from others in the hands of his generation? Yes. Commander-in-Chief shouted. Also, invite Mr. Lu Chuan. Originally, Lu Chuan didn't want to tell Janna and her group about this war. Although they also had strength, Lu Chuan was also a human being with feelings and selfish motives. The certainty of this battle was too small, and Lu Chuan did not want to involve them. However, just after Lu Chuan put on the suit of armor Jiawen gave him, before he could sneak out of the courtyard quietly, he saw Janna, Ali, and Timo standing at the entrance of the courtyard. Why are you going? Janna glanced at Lu Chuan coldly. Go to fight, aha. Poppy, who was following Lu Chuan, just opened his mouth when Lu Chuan covered his mouth. Why not? Lu Chuan chuckled. Why not? Are you dressed like this to accept the award ceremony for the honor of the highest knight in the royal family? Janna exposed Lu Chuan's lies mercilessly and said coldly, take us with you. Ha. Lu Chuan immediately became anxious, this time is very dangerous. It's not like children playing house. Which time was it not dangerous? Was it dangerous when I first met Ari? Was gangfangling dangerous? Was it dangerous again when you participated in the martial arts competition? What about Disha Ridge? Janna's words actually left Lu Chuan speechless. Say it again, take us there together. Otherwise, although Janna was still sulky with Lu Chuan, she still couldn't let go of Lu Chuan. Danger? She didn't know it, it was indeed dangerous. But how could Janna let Lu Chuan participate in such a dangerous war alone? Facing Janna's almost threatening words, Lu Chuan not only did not feel uncomfortable, but felt a slight warmth in his heart. He also knew that Janna was worried about him, and Alidimo was worried about him without exception. The so-called love or friendship does not mean walking hand in hand, hugging each other mouth to mouth, nor does it mean drinking a few glasses of wine and punching a few fists at the same dinner table. But when they know that the road ahead will be difficult and dangerous, they will stand by your side and say it. Take me with you. Chapter 61. This Jiawen is really stupid. He clearly only has 500 troops, but he still wants to scatter them. Under the city wall, several major families sneered after receiving the tip. Since he likes to spread out his forces, let's concentrate our firepower on the main entrance and pull all 20 siege vehicles over. At this time, a middle-aged man with eagle eyes and a sharp nose wearing armor gave an aggressive order. He is John Watts, the steward of the Willie family, and the top operational commander of several major families this time. Butler was not a Dalmatian, but was born and raised in a war-torn area. Perhaps because of the environment in which he grew up. He had good war talents and a pair of strong fists, which helped him in those troubled times. The strip opens up a way out. Later, the head of the Willie family discovered his talent after passing by chance, and he was included in the Willie family to serve the family. Soon, dozens of soldiers pulled over a siege vehicle that was half a man tall. The body of the siege vehicle was extremely heavy. The muzzle of the front body was 1 meter long, and the jet-black muzzle exuded a heart-stopping meaning. Fire! Gave the order, and the dozens of soldiers adjusted the siege artillery truck. After a while, the artillery car seemed to be filled with magic, and the originally dark muzzle also glowed. Dots of blue luster. Boom! A beam of light shot out from the muzzle, drew a long and narrow parabola, and landed directly on the city wall. Boom! With a loud noise, a pile point at the top of the city wall was blown to pieces, and several archers were also bombarded and fell from the city wall. Boom! Once the attack was successful, ordered the siege vehicle to open fire with all its strength. For a moment, the blue light kept flashing, and on the city wall at the main entrance, archers were being blown off the city wall one after another. Attack the city. Seeing that the offensive on the city wall had slowed down a lot, then ordered a group of soldiers with guns to advance into the closed city gate. Kill. The darkness was overwhelming. There were 5,000 to 6,000 people in the first round of charge. They rushed in with guns and swarmed toward the city gate with momentum all day long. Damn it! How come they have so many siege vehicles? In front of the observation deck, Jiawen punched the wall hard and gritted his steel teeth. Originally, Jiawen also expected that the other party might have siege vehicles. But if there were only a few siege vehicles, the city gate would not fall so quickly. However, several major families of the other party combined to have a total of 20 siege vehicles. 20 siege vehicles attacked indiscriminately. Even the city wall made of solid stone could not withstand the fierce artillery attack. It was only a matter of time before the city gate was breached. At this time, Lu Chuan had led a group of people to the observation deck on the top of the city wall. Your Highness the Prince. Sir, are you here? The enemy has already launched an offensive. They are now concentrating their firepower to attack the main gate. And even brought in 20 siege vehicles. If this continues, it will only take a quarter of an hour for the city gate to fall. Jiawen he frowned and discussed with Lu Chuan, do we need to bring back the troops from other city gates? Lu Chuan lowered his eyes and glanced under the city gate. He saw the dark mass of charging soldiers. He slowly shook his head and said, no. We don't have as many troops as the other side. The other side might have already lined up their troops and waited at other city gates. Now, as long as we withdraw the troops from other gates, the other city gates will fall faster. I have also considered this issue, but Jiawen is not a fool. He also understands what Lu Chuan said. However, the troops are too small now. If they do not withdraw their troops, the opponent will focus on attacking the main gate and withdraw their troops. The opponent will directly enter through another gate. The current situation is really a bit of a dilemma. Open the city gate. Lu Chuan pondered for a moment and then said slowly. Jiawen was stunned when he heard this. Sooner or later the city gate will be breached if we drag it on. They only let the soldiers charge now. That is our time to open the city gate. Let's kill a group of enemies first. Lu Chuan's eyes flashed with a sharp edge. Duolan's sword he also held it in his hand. Under the huge disparity in troops and others had already attacked the city gate, any strategy was useless at this time. In fact, Lu Chuan didn't understand many strategies for leading troops in battle. Okay. Just listen to Mr. Lu Chuan. Jiawen thought for a moment and thought that what Lu Chuan said made some sense. Rather than sit back and wait for someone to rush into the city gate, it is better to open the city gate and face the enemy head-on. Creak, the thick city gate was slowly opened. Seeing the situation, the soldiers charging outside grasped the spears in their hands and rushed inside. The city gate is open. They can't resist it anymore. Someone among the soldiers rushing to the front shouted, seemingly to boost their morale, but they had not yet rushed into the city gate. Boom! A purple light flashed up, and the dozen soldiers who first rushed into the city gate flew back like cannonballs. Dragon roar halberd. Immediately after, there was only a cold snort, a halberd with a faint dragon roar sound. Light yellow energy wrapped around the halberd, a halberd stabbed straight out, and then it was a dozen soldiers who fell down vomiting blood. Surge of violent wind. Janna stepped on the ground with her jade feet and flashed out of the city gate. She raised her jade hands lightly and stirred up a gust of wind, scattering dozens of people in front of her. Illusion. Ari's narrow and beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and she also fixed dozens of soldiers with low cultivation level in place. Hammer. Bo Ji swung the big hammer and easily knocked several people away. At this time, nearly 1,000 Imperial guards rushed out from the city gate with guns. Under the leadership of Lu Chuan and others. They charged with great momentum, but the momentum was extremely fierce. With Lu Chuan and others opening the way, they had almost no chance. Suffer any damage. Nearly 1,000 enemy soldiers were killed in an instant. Considering death, today is the day. Brothers, fight alongside me. Jiawen shouted as he pierced the chest of an enemy soldier with a halberd. Seeing that His Royal Highness the Prince was fighting bravely at the front line, the morale of a group of soldiers was even higher. They shouted "Long live Demacia" and advanced with spears in hand. Report to Mr. Waz, they have opened the city gate. Several generals rushed to the front line to kill the enemy. Our soldiers were a little overwhelmed. A spy soldier hurried back and reported the battle situation to Waz. With the intervention of high-level warriors, the presence of soldiers became insignificant. Are you so impatient? That's okay. Waz snorted coldly. Ranko, Arthur Felix, Buton, hissed, you guys follow me to meet the German gang. The generals of Marcia. Sorry, if it is a war against the Demacia Empire, I will not participate. Hist glanced at Waz lightly, turned and left. Hist, the Willis family has not raised you for so long just to hear you say such a thing. Waz's face changed slightly. As a brass one-star warrior, Hist's talent is extremely good. On this battlefield, he has more strength and more chances of winning, although the chance of winning if several of their major families unite is infinitely equal to the greatest. The bones buried under the royal city also contain ambitions. Hist turned around and said calmly, I don't want to be the bones buried under the royal city because I have no ambitions. You rip-off wolf. Waz snorted angrily, and then said, you guys come with me and ignore him. After the war is over, I will settle the score with him. This is the first update, there will be another update later. Chapter 62. Pft. A sword pierced the heart of a soldier, and Lu Chuan withdrew the sword with a cold face. These soldiers did not deserve sympathy, nor did they deserve mercy. If Lu Chuan was just a member of the Imperial Palace Guards, then he would have been stabbed in the heart by those soldiers during the war. On the battlefield, any mercy will harm yourself. Kill me. Fight until death. Our mission is to fight and die. Jarvan firmly planted a military flag with a Demacia pattern on the ground at the gate of the city. It seemed to have a strong inspirational force, making the guards become more brave. They roared, charged, and thrust their spears into the hearts of their enemies. Likewise, they will be pierced through the heart by their enemies. Get away. The hilt of the sword in his hand shook, knocking a soldier away. At the same time, Lu Chuan glanced not far ahead. Ahead, a large and densely packed enemy army was about to attack. If that group of enemy troops were allowed to rush to the city gate, I am afraid that with only 1,000 or so soldiers, they would not be able to resist it anyway. After Lu Chuan clenched his fist, a light blue shadow slowly appeared behind him. Lu Chuan. Be careful. Janna raised a gust of wind with her jade hand, and at the same time, her beautiful eyes swept across and discovered that Lu Chuan was planning to rush into the enemy's encirclement. This is an extremely dangerous move. The number of enemy troops in the front is at least 2,000 to 3,000. Moreover, this is a battlefield where life and death are on the line. The enemy soldiers have no mercy with their spears. Even a silver-level warrior will have a headache when he rushes into an encirclement of 2,000 to 3,000 people. It is said that 2 fists are difficult to defeat with 4 hands, and a master will have blind spots that he cannot take care of. However, Lu Chuan ignored Janna's dissuasion. His only idea now was to stop the batch after batch of soldiers so that the people behind him could have more breathing room. Behind him are the women he likes, his friends, and the warriors who sacrificed their own blood to defend their homeland. Whoa! The light blue shadow rushed into the enemy's encirclement in an instant. Lu Chuan was wearing a black battle armor. The dark battle robe was fluttering in the wind, and his short eyebrow-length hair was also swaying. Under the bloody setting sun, his cold side face was outlined with a resolute outline. Lu Chuan's eyes were as sharp as a sword. The sword in his hand was sharp. Every time he raised the sword, he would always take away several enemies. Life. People who stand in the way kill people, and ghosts who stand in the way kill ghosts. Kill this desperate guy first. Seeing that Lu Chuan was like a god of murder and unstoppable, a group of enemy soldiers hurriedly stopped their intention to charge, and then all aimed their spears at him. Hundreds of thousands of spearheads filled with coldness were covered with a layer of blood under the setting sun. Death! Hundreds of enemy soldiers shouted in unison, stabbing Lu Chuan with their spears. At this time, the battlefield seemed to have quieted down, as if someone had pressed the freeze button. All the guards' eyes were fixed on the man in a dark shirt not far away. Jiawen's expression showed a hint of complexity. This kid seems to be risking his life to help Demacia. Why can he do this? Janna's heart was in her throat. There was no such thing as a battlefield. Did that guy fight in such a lifeless way just because he wanted to stop the tide of enemy troops? Just when countless gun leaders were about to stab Lu Chuan with bruises all over his body, Lu Chuan's pupils suddenly widened and he shouted in a low voice, "Get out of here." Buzz! An invisible shock wave spread from around him. It was an incidental attribute of the chain armor. The powerful air flow lifted the bodies of hundreds of soldiers away and hit them heavily. On the ground. He vomited a few mouthfuls of blood and didn't know whether to live or die. Come here for me who are not afraid of death. Lu Chuan's fighting spirit became fierce. He held a bloody sword and wore a black battle robe. He looked provocatively at a group of soldiers who surrounded him but stopped moving forward. Wherever he looked, a group of soldiers took a few steps back. At this time, Lu Chuan was like a god of war, with a sharp sword light, a passionate fighting spirit, and a majestic momentum that could kill him despite the thousands of people. Seeing that Lu Chuan had single-handedly charged into the depths of the enemy's army, but single-handedly stopped thousands of enemy troops, a mountain-like cheers suddenly erupted from the Imperial Guards. General Lu Chuan. Well done. Although Lu Chuan had no interaction with this group of soldiers before, what Lu Chuan did ignited the passion in the hearts of each of them. Lu Chuan was not a general, he was just an unknown warrior, but at this moment, all the guards regarded him as a general. Only a general has the courage to kill everyone. General Lu Chuan is killing the enemy on the front line, can we just watch helplessly? Jiawen shouted in compliance with the military morale at this time. We are willing to fight side by side with General Lu Chuan. At this time, the morale was aroused to an extremely high level. A group of guards had no need to live or die. They shouldered their spears and marched forward bravely. This guy, seeing that Lu Chuan once again exceeded her expectations, Janna raised the corner of her mouth slightly with a hint of anger. There are too many things about him that he doesn't know. The enemy soldiers were frightened by Lu Chuan's move just now. He stopped at the front, so that a group of enemy soldiers did not dare to move forward, but they did not dare to retreat, and they just stood there blankly. The Imperial Guards rushed forward like a rainbow, as if they were entering a no-man's land. Jiawen also led several commanders and deputy commanders around him, waving the weapons in their hands, constantly harvesting the lives of the enemy troops. The 100 men managed to easily resolve the first wave of offensive sent by the opponent with a very small loss. A total of 600 to 700 enemy troops died in the first charge. This is the power of morale. Just as Lu Chuan continued to charge with a group of Imperial Guards behind him, 5 figures suddenly flashed past and stood quietly in front of Lu Chuan and his party. Stop! Lu Chuan raised the Dolan's sword with one arm, signaling the soldiers behind him to stop. Then he narrowed his eyes and looked at the incoming man. There were 5 people in total, 4 men and 1 woman, and the middle one was a tall middle-aged man with eagle eyes and a sharp nose. Judging from the faint aura fluctuations emanating from their bodies, these 5 people are not lower than the silver level. In other words, these 5 people are all silver-level warriors. The visitor was naturally the group of nobles led by Waz, and the 4 people behind him were also the top warriors supported by the noble families. Little brother is really young and promising. I haven't encountered such a strong spirit in many years. Waz looked directly at Lu Chuan with a faint smile. Behind them. The second wave of enemy troops, they have also arrived at the frontline battlefield, which is completely dark. There are at least tens of thousands of soldiers in this group. My house has been demolished, how can I do it without risking my life? Lu Chuan sneered. Oh. As far as I know, little brother doesn't seem to be from Dalmatia, right? Can I ask why? What drives you to help Dalmatia? What he can give you? I'll give it to you 3 times. Obviously, Was had secretly investigated Lu Chuan before, but now on the battlefield, he still wanted to win over Lu Chuan. After all, the current morale of the Imperial Guard is all driven by Lu Chuan. If he can be won over by him now, then the morale of the Imperial Guard will plummet. There is no need for his own group of silver-level warriors to take action. The guardsmen collapsed like scattered sand. Jiawen, who had just arrived not far away, turned gloomy when he heard Waza's words. But he did not have the qualifications to influence Lu Chuan's thoughts. The current royal family really couldn't come up with anything that could impress Lu Chuan. If Lu Chuan really wanted to rebel, Jiawen had no way. To be honest, even Jiawen felt a little guilty. Lu Chuan seemed to be risking his life to help Dalmatia. What was his purpose? Jiawen asked himself, and it was true that he had not given Lu Chuan too many benefits. 3 times? Is 3 times too little? Lu Chuan groaned and curled his lips slightly. This is all negotiable, why don't you come up with a price? Seeing Lu Chuan's move, was overjoyed and said hurriedly. Although Lu Chuan's current apparent strength is only 3 stars in brass, he learned through his investigation that this kid has a lot of trump cards. And the most important thing is, this kid looks like he is less than 20 years old. If he can have such talent at a young age, if he can cultivate it, he will definitely be a strong man in charge of the party in the future. By that time, not to mention Dalmatia, even those more powerful countries would have nothing to do to sweep them down. I'll make an offer, okay? Lu Chuan grinned and said, ask all the soldiers behind you to submit to me, and I will agree to leave Dalmatia. You. Seeing that Lu Chuan was just teasing him, Was felt depressed and his blood surged up. This kid is so brave facing 5 silver-level warriors, he actually dared to play tricks on himself. Humph, having talent is a good thing, but being overly arrogant is not a good thing. Was snorted coldly. Thank you for the reminder. Maybe you are also wondering what benefits Dalmatia has given me to make me so determined to risk my life to help them. Lu Chuan raised his eyelids and said word by word. You won't understand even if I tell you, because Dalmatia is my youth. Lu Chuan grinned and raised the Dolan sword in his hand to the sky, pointing at the bloody setting sun. The howling wind blew away the warriors behind him. The robe was swaying wildly. He shouted. The Dalmatian guards obey the order. Move forward bravely. I will lead the charge. Kill. Chapter 63. Kill. With the sky-shattering roar, morale was boosted to the extreme at this moment. Although it was only a formation of 1,000 people, the vast momentum overwhelmed the tens of thousands of people behind Was. What is momentum? The momentum is that even if there are thousands of troops on the opposite side to block it, it can't resist the courage to shed blood for the country. The Imperial Guards had already advanced forward with long spears, crossed Lu Chuan, and rushed towards the enemy. Lu Chuan stood quietly on the spot, looking up at the 5 people in front of him. The 5 people on the opposite side didn't move, they looked at Lu Chuan. Your courage makes me appreciate you, but from the moment you refused to join our camp just now, your life has been equated with death. Was drew out 2 slender double swords, which it is extremely slender, as if it will be broken by the wind. But the cold light glowing on it made Lu Chuan secretly vigilant. The double swords in Waza's hands are probably 1 point higher than Dolan's sword. Come with me, kill him first. Was didn't underestimate the enemy just because Lu Chuan was a brass 3-star warrior. Instead, he called on his teammates around him. On Lu Chuan. The offensive of the 5 people was like a gust of wind, and they rushed to Lu Chuan's face in an instant. Hey, you really think highly of me, 5 silver-ranked warriors. Lu Chuan tightened the Dolan sword in his hand, watching the attack of Ling Lai, although he was smiling, but in his heart he didn't easy. The coercion released by the 5 silver-ranked warriors almost pushed his legs into the sand. At this moment, a long halberd pierced through the air with a shallow dragon chant. I'm coming. Jiawen yelled, and immediately swept away a warrior who was about to rush to Lu Chuan with a halberd. And me. Bobby slammed a hammer at him, forcing the other warrior to take back his attack temporarily. She put the hammer back on her shoulder. Turned her head, rubbed her nose and glared at Lu Chuan. Fighting is something like that. Why don't you call me and watch me blow them all away with one blow? Immediately afterwards, several figures passed by. Janna, Ari, Timo on her shoulders, and the commander and deputy commander of the Imperial Guard all rushed to Lu Chuan's side. Are you all here? Very good. Lu Chuan clenched his sword hilt, quickly glanced at the 5 people on the other side, and arranged in a low voice, Janna. Hold on to the woman on the far left. You are almost the same, although you are not a fighting warrior, but if you use your wind will, it is no problem to temporarily hold her back. Bobby and the vice president, you go and deal with the thinnest guy. His aura has just reached 5-star silver. It's not too stable. With Bobby's unexpected power, he can still deal with him temporarily. Ari, Jawan and Timo, the 3 of you deal with the little old man on the right. His cultivation is very stable. Although you are 3, you must be careful. There is also Datong. Lu Chuan quickly arranged his own lineup, and left the most difficult Waz to Lu Chuan to deal with. Waz's aura has already reached the peak of a silver-ranked warrior, and he is probably only a few steps away from reaching the strength of a silver 4-star, the strongest among the 5 people on the opposite side. After receiving Lu Chuan's instructions, several people locked their eyes on the enemy they were about to face. At this time, even if the other party wanted to jointly target Lu Chuan with 5 people, they would probably be stopped by others. Scattered fight? Waz smiled lightly, and flicked the 2 swords. It's just what I want. Come on, let me see how tyrannical the so-called real silver-ranked warriors are. Lu Chuan licked his somewhat dry lips, and there was a burning intent in his eyes. It was the first time for Lu Chuan to face a silver-rank warrior who was in full condition alone. Whether it was Tu who was only a few steps into the silver-rank warrior at the martial arts meeting, or the seriously injured Black Shadow who was chasing after Dishailing. The former it has not yet reached the silver level, but the latter is seriously injured. Therefore, for Lu Chuan, this battle was the first real confrontation with a silver-ranked warrior. Seeing that Lu Chuan was determined to fight, Waz brandished the double swords in his hand and rushed towards Lu Chuan. Whoosh! A shadow flashed, and he rushed in front of Lu Chuan in an instant. Fast, it is too fast. A silver-ranked samurai's own speed seems to be integrated with the air. Fortunately, before the start of the war, Lu Chuan had already spread his spiritual power to perceive Waz's next move. Although Waz's speed could no longer be caught by the naked eye of ordinary people, Lu Chuan still saw it thoroughly. Here. Lu Chuan stabbed out with the horizontal sword, and after a ding sound, Waz's figure slowly emerged, and his double swords pressed on Dolan's sword. Sure enough, I can't underestimate you. You only have a brass 3-star cultivation base. But you can catch my trajectory. Waz was slightly surprised, but his movements did not stop at all. This time his speed was even faster, even brought a trace of distortion in the air. This time, even Lu Chuan's mental power can only capture the afterimage of Waz. The gap between the two is really too big, not to mention a whole class, and Waz has reached the silver 5-star level peak breath. With a sinking heart, he urged the Dolan sword in his hand, and a hot breath circulated crazily. The Lihua sword took shape rapidly, but this time the Lihua sword seems to be somewhat different from the previous ones. In addition to the more intense fire, even the outline of Lu Chuan's body was covered with a faint golden red color. ZZ. Just as Waz approached Lu Chuan, before he could stab the double swords in his hands, a very strong burning sensation spread from Lu Chuan's body, causing Waz to take a few steps back. At that moment just now, Waz even had the feeling of being in the magma. The flames that seemed to come from hell burned all the skin on the surface of his left arm. Under the shocking flesh, blood kept gushing out. Out. Hey, uncle, I don't know if you have heard such a sentence. Know yourself and know your enemy. And you don't know me, so how can you approach me rashly? Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes and smiled. It was thrown out in the air, and a fire dragon was rolled up. Roar. This time, the Lihua sword, as if possessed by the soul of a fire dragon, swept into the air. Wherever it went, even the air was burned. The high temperature caused the space to distort, and it roared forward. For a while, a charred black shadow was left on the ground. At this time, Waz finally felt the fear from the deepest part of his heart. In order to break through the silver step, he used various methods, and even stayed in a burning room for half a day, just to seek the artistic conception of breakthrough. After staying in the burning room for half a day, relying on his strength to protect his body, Waz was not as embarrassed as he is now. The fire dragon only took a few seconds to form, but it made him feel the fear of death. Impossible, this kid, why did he have such a strong fire intent? The fire intent he showed at the martial arts meeting that day was not as strong as 1/10 of it. Could it be that he was there that day? Under such circumstances, is there still a hand? Was naturally didn't know that Lu Chuan got the red flame core, which is the core of a gold-ranked fire-type monster, and the terrifying fire contained in it is naturally not something that Was can resist of. Was looked horrified, looking at the fire dragon that was about to attack and burned his life completely. Was finally made up his mind. This kid must not stay. If he escapes by chance during this battle, he will be in great trouble in the future. After figuring this out, Waz's gaze became gloomy. He opened his mouth and bit the tip of his tongue, and blood overflowed his lips and teeth, which made him, who was originally a gentleman, become a little crazy. Enough here, boy, take your talent and go to hell together. Was seemed to be reciting some obscure ancient secret words. His face became pale and bloodless at that moment, but the breath is rising wildly. He lowered his head in some pain, a pair of dark grey wings broke out from his back, the skin on his body was covered with dark red lines, like the cracked earth, and it seemed that something was about to come out of it. He comes out. At this time, Was is like a monster. No, he is a devil. He has long horns and a pair of bat-like wings. His skin has long since turned dark red. The two swords in his hands have been synthesized by him at this time into a thinner halberd with a triangle. Barbed. Sacrifice, devil's word. Was has completely turned into a demon at this time. He sacrificed his soul to the demon at the cost of burning his life. Chapter 64. Seeing the changes in Was, Lu Chuan's face changed slightly. This is the second kind of sacrifice he has encountered so far. The first time he heard about the sacrifice was when he met the second leader in Gangfeng Ridge. 5-star Fenjianhu. The Erdangia didn't have too many whole cards, but relied entirely on the power of the sacrifice, which shows that the power of the sacrifice is different from the repercussions. Lu Chuan vaguely remembered that the second leader used blood sacrifices before, and at the cost of burning blood, he raised his combat effectiveness in all aspects to the extreme. And Waz's demon sacrifice in front of him seemed to burn the cost of his life and changed his appearance, like a demon crawling out of hell. Crack. Was twisted his neck, and slowly straightened his back. At this time, his size was also stronger than before. Facing the fiercely attacking fire dragon, he spread out his palm and shouted, "Devil's hand." A large pitch-black hand swept out from the void, and shook violently at the menacing fire dragon. Crack. After a soft sound, the fire dragon was shattered by the demon's palm, turned into a flame and disappeared invisible. Are you afraid? It's too late to be afraid. I, who have become a demon, must take your blood as a sacrifice. Waz's horrifying demon face showed a hint of ferocity, and he slowly lifted up. He broke Jiuhua's arm and rushed towards Lu Chuan. After being demonized, Waz's speed was slower than before, but his attack was much sharper. The giant fist whizzed past, and landed fiercely on Lu Chuan's face with a strong wind. Forward. Lu Chuan drew out Dolan's sword, and slashed out with a blow containing a burst, and slashed on Waz's arm suddenly. It's just that Lu Chuan was shocked and took 2 steps back, his whole body was numb. The blow just now gave Lu Chuan the feeling as if he had been chopped on solid iron. No, it is a bit harder than solid iron, and Dolan's sword can be said to cut iron like mud. Seeing Lu Chuan's surprised expression, Was smiled sinisterly, "I am a demon, but I am invulnerable to swords and guns. The scrap metal in your hand is not enough to break through my defense." Lu Chuan also had some guesses in his mind. In addition to being able to use some demon tricks in Waz's demon sacrifice, his skin will also be hardened, which is an ability that is several times harder than iron. But what Lu Chuan is most afraid of now is the enemy known for its defensive power. The next blow, go to hell. Waz's voice fell, and the skin all over his body seemed to explode, like a cactus full of thorns, but the barbs on it were harder than the thorns on the cactus many. Was approached Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan took out the sawtooth dagger from his arms, and as Was approached, Lu Chuan waved the sawtooth dagger again and again. Ding, ding, ding. The hard body, which even Dolan's sword could not pierce half of the scars, was cut off by the sharp edge of the jagged dagger. Poof! Lu Chuan stabbed Waz's abdomen with a knife, and Waz's face was full of disbelief. The person who died seems to be you. Lu Chuan sneered, and a touch of hotness covered the dagger. OM. A pillar of fire broke out from Waz's back, and at the same time, the dark blood stained the ground. Lu Chuan drew out his short dagger and kicked Waz away. This, impossible, Was moved his Adam's apple in disbelief. Even Lu Chuan didn't expect that the sawtooth dagger was so sharp that it could easily pierce through Nawaz's body when he was defenseless. Thinking about it, Was has extreme confidence in his demonized state. Besides, when Lu Chuan's Dolan sword slashed on his arm just now, it only brought out a shallow scratch, not even a scratch. Hurt him in the slightest. He also didn't expect that Lu Chuan would have another weapon. Nothing is impossible, uncle. Die with peace of mind. Lu Chuan plunged the dagger into Waz's heart again. He was afraid that Waz would recover by then with his abnormal recovery power. Once he recovered, it might not be so easy to defeat him as easily as now. After finishing Waz, Lu Chuan quickly joined the other people's battlefield. With Lu Chuan's help, and the strength of the rest of them, the 5 silver-ranked warriors were completely wiped out. I really never thought it would be like this. Jiawen was shocked when he saw the 5 silver-ranked warriors being wiped out. Originally, Jiawen didn't even have any hope for this war with few enemies and many enemies, but after Lu Chuan easily solved Waz and went to help others to solve the enemy, the war became clear. Don't be too lax. Lu Chuan's eyes were calm and scary at this time, although the coalition forces of several major nobles have been defeated. Don't forget that there is still a force behind them secretly intervening. I don't know if you feel it, the 5 people who fought with us are a little sluggish. Low breath. The group looked at Lu Chuan suspiciously. A silver-ranked warrior can't be so weak, we won too easily. After Lu Chuan finished speaking, everyone's heart trembled suddenly. They were all immersed in the joy of victory just now, and the several silver-ranked warriors were all defeated. So the next soldiers are nothing to worry about. They will call back all the soldiers guarding the other gates, plus the Imperial Guards. The remaining masters have great hopes of winning this war. So no one has considered why those silver-ranked masters were defeated so easily. It seemed that because Lu Chuan was by his side, it was a matter of course for them to be defeated. This was everyone's subconscious, and it was a kind of trust in Lu Chuan and his strength. But only Lu Chuan noticed something was wrong. Because winning was too easy. Take Waz as an example. Waz's strength is not weaker than that of the wind-singing tiger, but Lu Chuan can't feel a particularly terrifying aura on Waz's body. Even after he opened the sacrifice, the aura is also it's just a little bit higher, and it was easily killed by myself. Lu Chuan didn't think that, just because his strength had improved a bit, he would be able to achieve this level when facing silver-ranked warriors. This is simply nonsense. I have a guess now. Lu Chuan frowned and said in a deep voice, and the entire group focused on him, waiting for the next article. I suspect that these warriors may have died a long time ago. Lu Chuan's face was a little ugly. The ones who fought with us just now, I suspect they are puppets. Chapter 65. Puppet? Lu Chuan said, and everyone was shocked. But after calming down, everyone felt that what Lu Chuan said made some sense. They were all facing a group of silver-level warriors. Even the top brass could only look up to the strength of the silver-level warriors. Without Lu Chuan's trump card, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to face off against the silver-level warriors. Even escaping is difficult. So those silver-level warriors were a bit strange. Well, it's said to be a puppet, but I don't know exactly what it is. It just feels like this form. It controls the dead people and uses them for their own purposes. It can be said to be a puppet, or it can be said to be a puppet. The same kind of thing. After Lu Chuan finished speaking, Jiawen continued in a deep voice, if you go by what you said, I have heard of an extremely partial type of demon warrior, the puppet master. They use a special the method is to control the dead samurai. Although the controlled samurai cannot reach the level of cultivation when he was originally alive, he can still possess about 50 of it. This depends on the level of cultivation of the puppet master. Lu Chuan closed his eyes and thought carefully, and found that the strength of the 5 silver-level opponents just now was indeed around 50. If he performed at full strength, even if Lu Chuan could really kill Waz, he would probably have to pay a huge price. Ignore this for now. Even if the morale of the Imperial Guard has increased greatly, it is still too reluctant to face tens of thousands of enemy soldiers with only 1,000 soldiers. We cannot let those soldiers sacrifice in vain. Lu Chuan said, holding the Dolan sword. He looked towards the battlefield ahead. At this moment, his pupils suddenly shrank slightly. On the battlefield ahead, a strange black mist filled the air, exuding a pungent smell, as if it was the rotten smell emitted by corpses that had been left for dozens of days. As the black mist spread, Lu Chuan heard the voices of many wailing and screaming soldiers in the mist. What's going on? It was obvious that everyone else around Jiawen had seen the black mist. Maybe, the guy who has been hiding behind the scenes is coming out. Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. And his mental power spread forward like a tide, penetrating through the fog. Soon, Lu Chuan discovered scenes that made him look a little pale. A whitish scene. Under the shroud of black mist, the faces of thousands of soldiers were distorted, and their souls had been evacuated, turning into unconscious bodies. On their limbs and backs, Lu Chuan found countless extremely thin threads, like puppets being manipulated. The black mist spread very quickly, swallowing up all the combined forces of several noble families in an instant. Even the imperial guards who rushed to the front line were not spared. Suddenly, the battlefield was no longer filled with the sound of fierce fighting, but instead was filled with screams that were louder than the other. Such means, could it be him? Looking at the scene in front of him, Ari's face suddenly turned pale. What's wrong? Lu Chuan asked quickly. Do you still remember the barrier in Noershali town before? Ari gritted her silver teeth, with a hint of fear in her eyes. This was the first time Lu Chuan saw her showing such an expression. You mean, the person who controls you behind your back? Lu Chuan frowned. He vaguely remembered that when he first met Ari, her mind seemed a little crazy, and there was also artificial control behind her. It's just that the man may have needed Ari to help him absorb other people's souls, so he didn't kill Ari. According to what Ari said at the time. The strength of the man hiding behind had obviously reached a certain level, otherwise he wouldn't have killed him. It is impossible to lay a barrier that can cover the entire town. However, for a long period of time, that person never appeared again, so Ari and Lu Chuan gradually forgot about that incident. But I never thought that behind the alliance of these big aristocratic families, it was that person who was worshipping. Including the holy object in Janna's hand, I am afraid that he also wants to get it. Thinking of this, Lu Chuan's face became ugly. Judging from the weird barrier released by that person, his strength may have reached the golden level. Only warriors above the gold level can set up a barrier of such a large scale, covering tens of thousands of people. What should we do? Do we need to transfer all the other soldiers here? Jiawen was a little panicked at this time. He was good at leading troops in battle. But when facing such a strange and extremely tyrannical guy, Jiawen, really there is nothing we can do. Just a barrier could swallow up all the souls of tens of thousands of people and control them like puppets. At this time, many soldiers had already broken through the black mist barrier. But their eyes became empty, and the spearheads in their hands were pointed directly at Lu Chuan and his group as they charged towards them. For samurai of Waza's level, even if they are controlled after death, some of their own consciousness and personality will remain to some extent. However, for these lowest level soldiers, once they are controlled, they will lose their consciousness from the body to the body. The soul is completely controlled. No, the soldiers can't withstand that kind of barrier. They will die as many as they come. They can't make such meaningless sacrifices. Lu Chuan clenched his fists and quickly thought of ways to deal with it. He knew nothing about the black mist barrier. But one thing was clear. The person who released the black mist barrier was definitely nearby. This kind of barrier with a wide coverage requires a continuous flow of spellcasters. Of instilling spiritual power, otherwise it would dissipate. However, Lu Chuan's mental power was not strong enough to spy on that person's location. Finding the barrier caster in this vast sea of people was really like finding a needle in a haystack. And that person may be hiding further away. Generally speaking, this kind of magic warrior is not good at close attacks. As long as you can find his body, you can break the barrier and even kill him. Possible. So in order to avoid being disturbed by the barrier, he would usually hide in a hidden location. At this moment, a cry for help suddenly came from not far away. Help, help, ah! It was a woman's voice. Hearing this, Lu Chuan spread his mental power again, and soon found a very embarrassed woman in the black mist. At this time, she was pinned to the ground by several unconscious soldiers, and her clothes had been torn and damaged. The soldiers, with their souls drained, faced an exquisite body. As a man, his nature was brought out. They wanted to abuse her here. Chris. Lu Chuan was slightly startled after seeing the woman's face clearly. He had met Chris a few times, but he didn't have a particularly good impression of that woman. But this was not what Lu Chuan was thinking about. What he was wondering about was why, when everyone in the black mist barrier had their souls drained out and were controlled like dolls, she was the only one who, not affected at all. Suddenly, Lu Chuan's heart moved slightly, as if he thought of something. The Norman family behind Chris was also one of the forces attacking the royal family this time. They must be involved with the puppet master who secretly cast the spell. They might even have met before the war started. Be careful. If these zombie-like things come over, kill them all. They have no souls and are just bodies. So even if there are guards among them, don't worry. Killing them will help you. They are free. If it doesn't work, retreat temporarily and hide in the city gate. Lu Chuan said quickly, while the light blue shadow appeared again behind him. What are you going to do? Lu Chuan, don't be so macho. Janna's heart almost rose to her throat. Every time she heard Lu Chuan speak in such a form of instructions, she always felt something bad. Premonition. He always likes to do extremely dangerous things. I'm going to rescue people. There is still a survivor in the Black Mist barrier, and I'm afraid there is a great possibility that she knows the hiding place of the caster of this barrier. Lu Chuan finished speaking in a deep voice. Not even waiting for Jia Na reacted, raised her sword and rushed forward. Because he knew that Janna would definitely not let him go this time. The barrier is too dangerous. If you are not careful, Lu Chuan will end up like those walking zombies. But Lu Chuan had to go. He wanted to break through this barrier, and even wanted to find out the black shadow behind him. He could only take this opportunity to fight. The scale of tens of thousands of people attacking the city. Even soldiers without any force, they can even flatten this palace. Moreover, the puppet master with gold-level strength might have other deadly tricks, so breaking the barrier as soon as possible is the best choice for the current situation. Pay attention, this is Chris, don't think it's lax. I really don't know how some people read it. If you read it wrong, you blame me, saying how could lax be such a person. A speechless stroke. In addition, the state has been restored. Prepare for an epic battle. There will be a super exciting battle later. Isn't someone complaining about not having an ADC in a team fight? Wait and see, the next battle will be absolutely exciting. There will definitely be 3 updates today. This is the first update. Go to bed first. The second update will be before 8 p.m., and the third update will be before 11 p.m. Chapter 66. Woo! The soldiers whose souls had been drained were like walking corpses, making a creepy whimpering sound. Lu Chuan rushed directly into the black mist with the Dolan sword. Janna was so angry that she stamped her feet, wishing she could sever ties with him. This guy. Why can't you listen to anything? Janna was angry but helpless, fearing that he would be like those soldiers who had their souls drained out, and would never return. However, Lu Chuan never does anything he is not sure of. Although the black mist is weird, the fact that Chris can survive in the barrier shows that the barrier is not invincible. At the same time, Lu Chuan thought, and a layer of golden red fire wrapped around his body. With the core of the red flame. His control of flames has reached the level of proficiency. In the past, he could only release the Lihua sword. Fire will breed, and now Lu Chuan can control the flame anytime and anywhere. With a layer of fire covering his body, Lu Chuan carefully spread out his mental power and wrapped it in a thin layer. Now his body already has 2 barriers. Even if the black mist is very powerful, it will obviously take time to break through 2 layers of defense. He rushed into the black mist barrier with his sword in hand, and a group of unconscious soldiers attacked Lu Chuan one after another. However, this group of originally weak soldiers were controlled after death. And the strength they exerted was reduced by half. Wherever Lu Chuan went, no one could stop him. He was unstoppable along the way and quickly rushed in. In the center of the black mist barrier, Lu Chuan quickly ran in front of Chris, slashed several soldiers in front of him with his sword, and saw Chris lying on the ground and sobbing with his face covered. At this time, her clothes were ragged, with a large area of spring color exposed, and her burgundy wavy hair also looked dirty because it was stained with dust. Chris was originally determined to die. After all, she was born into a noble family. If she was invaded by these zombie-like things, she would not want to live anymore. Chrissy has secretly decided that as long as they dare to mess with her, she will bite her tongue and commit suicide. Follow me. Lu Chuan stretched out his hand to Chris. Her eyes were closed and she was waiting for death. When she opened her eyes, she saw a man wearing dark armor with short hair. Eyebrow. When he bent over and half-crouched, the shirt behind him was swaying in the wind, showing an indescribable heroic spirit. Chris felt that the guy in front of her looked familiar. When she was still thinking about who he was, Lu Chuan involuntarily pulled her up from the ground and carried her behind his back. Hurry up. Lu Chuan shouted in a low voice and started sprinting. He was so fast that only an afterimage remained, rushing towards the outside of the black mist barrier. Chrissy hadn't recovered at first. And almost fell from the Lu Chuan fell from behind, and she hurriedly hugged Lu Chuan's neck and let him carry him. I remember, you should be from Zhaoen's side, why did you save me? Chris' eyes were a little complicated. Don't think too much, beauty. If you weren't of some use, I would have cared about your life and death. Lu Chuan slashed the soldier in front with his sword and replied coldly. He had no good impression of this aristocratic family who crossed rivers and demolished bridges. If they had not united to attack the palace, those guards would not have sacrificed. The guards also have families and relatives, but who cares about their life and death? Did you take care of it again? I've already guessed it. Without the motivation of profit, how could you save me? Chris's eyes dimmed. She was not an innocent little girl. She would believe that Prince Charming would kill him at a dangerous moment. Find a bloody way to rescue her. She was in a low mood at this time just because she watched helplessly some of her relatives turned into zombies. She never thought that the promised alliance, driven by personal interests, would become like this. As fragile as glass, vulnerable. It's good that you know. I will rescue you later. I will ask you some questions. You can tell me. Otherwise, I want to kill you. But it's just a matter of lifting a finger. Lu Chuan had prepared the answer for Chris in advance. He asked her to get vaccinated and told her that she was not a stupid good person. If she knew something and refused to tell her when she went out later, she still wouldn't be able to survive. Chrissy sighed inaudibly and whispered, "Can I lean on your back?" Lu Chuan was startled. He thought that this woman would sarcastically say a few unpleasant words. After all, now that she was in the hands of Lu Chuan and his party, she was considered a prisoner of war. Prisoners of war had never had a good end since ancient times. You can do whatever you want. After a pause, Lu Chuan looked straight ahead and kept slashing with the Dolan sword in his hand. Every time he struck the sword, several stumps and broken arms flew up. Chris was so quiet. Quietly, he buried his face in Lu Chuan's back, and his tears slowly flowed down silently. She wept for her loved ones who had lost their minds, and for her future fate. Is this really retribution? She sobbed softly. In my country, there is an old saying, you will be punished if you do something wrong. Lu Chuan frowned at the dense crowd of soldiers blocking his way, and whispered, hold on, get ready to get out of the barrier. Brush. A blue light flashed past, accompanied by an extremely powerful fire. The fire spread, rapidly expanded, and swept out from the hilt of Dolan's sword, instantly burning the soldiers in front of the barrier to ashes. At the same time, Lu Chuan had broken out of the barrier, and at the same time, the barrier formed by his mental power shattered with a soft sound. It seemed that the strange aura mixed in the black mist was too heavy. And even pure mental power could not resist it. Lu Chuan felt that if he stayed in the barrier for a while longer, even the fire barrier would be broken. By then I'm afraid it will be too late to say anything. When Chris was taken out of the barrier, the group of people gathered around them. This is not the place to talk. Let's go first and retreat to the city. Lu Chuan glanced at the soldiers who were constantly charging towards this side. There are simply too many of them, but Lu Chuan and his group have limited physical strength. If they continue to use up their energy here, they will be dragged to death sooner or later. Jiawen glanced at Chris behind Lu Chuan. Although his eyes were a little surprised, he didn't say much. But the way Jana looked at Chris was not so kind. Humph, he actually climbed onto Lu Chuan's back, and I didn't even let him carry her on his back. A group of people quickly entered the city and closed the city gate tightly. Although these zombie soldiers were numerous in number, they had lost too much intelligence and could not use things like siege vehicles. They were strong and heavy. The city gate can still resist for a while. Putting Chris down, her face was a little pale and her body was a little sluggish. It was obvious that after experiencing something, her entire mind had collapsed. Of course, now was not the time for her to pass out. Chris also understood the only effect she could bring now. She bit the tip of her tongue to force herself to wake up. Then under the hostile eyes of everyone, she speaks slowly. Chapter 67. I know what you want to ask, and I will tell you everything I know, but I have a condition. Chris smoothed out her burgundy wavy hair, and leaned against the city wall weakly and said softly. You are not qualified to negotiate terms. Lu Chuan glanced at Chris coldly. You should understand your situation. You are now a prisoner of war. Chris pursed her lips in a self-deprecating tone. This condition is not too much. I just want you to help me kill that guy, kill that traitorous guy. He destroyed our alliance, he killed countless close relatives and soldiers of our Norman family. You don't need to order us on this point. Lu Chuan said, slightly displeased. Under such circumstances, this woman still can't get rid of her arrogance. I'm sorry. As if she realized that her tone was a bit too much, Chris quickly lowered her head and whispered, the driver behind the scenes. I don't have much interaction with him, and I can't contact him. Most of the time, my father and the heads of the Willy family and several other noble families negotiated with him. But I learned from my father that his title seemed to be the messenger of the void. Void messenger? Lu Chuan was stunned when he heard this, and then thought about it carefully in his mind. But in Lu Chuan's impression, even in the game, he has never heard of a person with such a name as the Void Messenger. Is it just like its name, a messenger sent by the Void? If this is really the case, the energy of the Void plane is too huge, and any envoy sent there is enough to have the strength of the gold level. Has your father ever told you what benefits the Void Messenger wants to gain by joining forces with you? Lu Chuan asked again at this time. After Chris heard Lu Chuan's question, he was slightly startled, and then his expression became a little strange. It seems he didn't ask for any benefits. No benefits? The eyes of the group also became strange. If there is no benefit, then why would the Void Messenger help them in vain? At least it looks like this on the surface. He promised to help us seize the power of the royal family and give us the entire territory of Dalmatia. Because he himself has reached the gold level, several major families will be tempted. It would be easy for a gold-level warrior to capture Dalmatia. After Chrissy finished speaking, she glanced at Jarvan cautiously, as if she was afraid that he wouldn't like what he said. Seeing that Jiawen only frowned slightly without saying anything, she continued, but I haven't heard from my father about the benefits he wants. Regarding the area of Dalmatia, he seems to have little regard for it. And he has also mentioned that if he wants anything within the royal family, he can choose whatever he wants, but he doesn't have that intention, so I don't know what he wants. Perhaps he just wants to wait until this day to absorb the tens of thousands of soldiers. Lu Chuan suddenly said, his black mist barrier can swallow people's souls and use them for his own use. As we all know, all the magic warriors rely on is the strength of their spiritual power, and the soul is directly linked to the spiritual power. Devouring other people's souls is the easiest way to increase the spiritual power. When she said this, Ali lowered her head unnaturally. The sins she had done before were now mentioned by Lu Chuan. Even though she was forced to devour other people's souls, looking back now, she still felt guilty in her heart. Guilt. It's also possible. Chrissy nodded lightly. As Lu Chuan said, the soul array of these 10,000 people is a big supply for the gold-level Void Messenger. So, do you know where he is hiding now? To maintain such a large barrier, he naturally needs a steady stream of spiritual power. At this time, the magic warrior is most afraid of being disturbed. Lu Chuan asked again. This, Chris hesitated for a moment. I only know his general location, because our Norman family found a hiding place for him, but I feel that he will not expose his most dangerous state to others. People, so he might hide deeper. Where? Lu Chuan frowned. In the northwest corner of the battlefield ahead, there is a woods, and there is a cave in the woods. That place used to be ours. Gritting her teeth, as if she had made some decision in her heart, Chrissy said, that place used to be it's where our Norman family hides their secrets. In every country, there are some things that are absolutely prohibited from circulation. For example, the drugs in Lu Chuan's world obviously have contraband related to this country in Dalmatia. And because such contraband is strictly prohibited, its value is certain. It would be very expensive, and the royal family would not allow it to be circulated, but that did not mean that major financial groups and families would not keep it privately. Is he currently in that cave? Seeing Chris nodding, Lu Chuan tightened his grip on the Dolan sword in his hand, but Janna held his wrist tightly and said angrily, this time don't even think about messing around alone. Jiawen and his party also spoke out to dissuade him. The opponent is a gold-level warrior. Even if his body is weak due to the release of the barrier, he is probably not that easy to deal with. Let's deal with the group of soldiers in front of us first. They have already attacked. The city gate is down. Okay. Lu Chuan thought for a moment and agreed. Janna continued to murmur at the side like a little daughter-in-law, why do you always want to go alone every time? What do you think of us people? Following you silently will only take advantage of you. A coward? Seeing the resentment on Janna's face, Lu Chuan smiled awkwardly, I'm not mainly worried about you. You're here too. If that guy uses any terrible moves, I'm afraid it will affect you. Hearing what Lu Chuan said, Janna's face turned slightly red, and a hint of warmth filled her heart. She said angrily, slick-tongued man. Okay, now is not the time for you two to flirt. Ari made a very cold gesture, rubbing his arms with his hands, and rolled his eyes. The gate of the city is about to be opened. You guys are still here kissing me. Lu Chuan looked up and saw that Jiawen had already rushed out with a long halberd. The chief commander and the deputy commander were closely behind Jiawen. The three of them swung their skills together, killing dozens of people in an instant. Let's go and help. Lu Chuan jumped up and jumped from the city gate. A purple light burst out from Dolan's sword. With continuous proficiency, the current explosive slash, used by Lu Chuan, has reached the point where the sword energy is released. An arc-shaped purple light pours out from Dolan's sword. And due to the condescending release, it explodes with one blow. Hundreds of soldiers were chopped off, broken arms and limbs were flying in the sky, and blood splattered everywhere. Is this guy a pervert? Chrissy stood on the city wall. Looking at Lu Chuan, who had rushed into the enemy's center and kept harvesting the enemy's lives like a sharp blade. She finally realized that being an enemy of the royal family, it was probably the worst choice her family had ever made in their lives. While Lu Chuan and his party were struggling to kill the enemy, a long and narrow figure pulled by the setting sun slowly walked towards the outside of the palace. Holding a long spear upside down. Every step he took was extremely steady, but his speed was not slow. He walked to the closed palace gate, which required at least dozens of soldiers to open at the same time. He just lightly tapped a finger and easily opened the gate a crack. Then, he raised his legs and walked towards the gate of the imperial city. The moment he stood outside the door, the terrifying aura exploded like a tide, and even the dust around his feet spread in all directions. His eyes were extremely sharp, staring at the densely packed zombie-like soldiers in front of him. He drew out the spear behind him and sent out a sharp edge in the air. The spear is here. Chapter 68. Datong, I'm going to recover my strength. After the deputy commander cut down a soldier with gritted teeth, he took out a bottle of red potion from his arms and said to Datong, who was still struggling to kill the enemy. The deputy commander was a middle-aged man in his early 30s. His cultivation level was at brass level 2. Which was similar to Ari and the others. As the fight continued, enemies fell one after another at their feet. The weapons and even the clothes of Lu Chuan and his party were all covered in blood. At this time, about a quarter of an hour had passed. Within this quarter of an hour, the enemies rushed up one after another. Because they had no consciousness, there was no point in life or death, and they were charging more fiercely than the original ones. The corpses piled up like a mountain at their feet, and at least 5,000 to 6,000 soldiers had died here. But ahead, there were still endless soldiers charging forward, all over the mountains and plains, everywhere. Ha, ha, go. After the great unification sword pierced the heart of an enemy, he responded in a deep voice. Not only did the deputy commander lose his physical strength, but even the grand commander who had reached the silver level had only less than 50 of his physical strength left in his body due to fighting for too long. After Lu Chuan cleared a small area of enemies in front of him, he quickly glanced at the group of people behind him. Alapopi was sweating profusely and his face was pale at this time. As for Timo, who only had 4 brass stars, he also made a lot of contributions in this battle. Of course, Timo was no longer there at this time. He knew where to go to rest even though he was jolting around all day long, he was more calculating than anyone else. At least, with the current friendship, it was okay to ask him to do some small favors for Lu Chuan. Timo would not do anything that really cost his life. Ari, Poppy, if you two can't hold on anymore, don't hold on. Hide in the city and take a rest. Vice President, do you still have the potion that can quickly restore your physical strength? Lu Chuan looked at the vice president. Also, I have prepared a lot of medicine before, but it is not a high-level medicine, and the recovery speed is a bit slow. I can only recover 30 of my physical strength in half an hour. The vice president nodded. Okay, there's Jana, you should go and have a rest too. Lu Chuan looked at Jana who was dripping with sweat next to him, feeling slightly distressed. Although Jana is a silver-level warrior, she is not an offensive warrior. Instead, she prefers to be defensive. Moreover, just now, she continued to use wind energy to wrap everyone in a layer of wind shield to prevent them from receiving more damage. Damage. Maintaining the wind shields of 5 or 6 people at the same time is obviously not a small consumption for Jana. Lu Chuan could faintly feel that Jana's aura was a little weak at this time. It's okay, I can still hold on. Jana gritted her teeth. Although she didn't say anything, Lu Chuan understood that Jana was worried about him. It is said that beauty is the hardest thing to accept. Jana always thinks that she has received a lot of care from Lu Chuan, but she ignores that there are many times when she takes care of Lu Chuan. When Lu Chuan saw that Jana insisted on staying with him, he couldn't force it. Instead, he turned his attention to the front. The enemy was still charging forward. There are too many enemies, I can't kill them all no matter how hard I kill them. Lu Chuan raised his head again and looked at the dark shadow. Excluding the 5,000 or 6,000 people they killed together with the Imperial Guards earlier. Plus the 6 or 7,000 people they killed again during this half hour, they had already killed more than 10,000 enemies. What is the concept of more than 10,000 people? Even if it were 10,000 pieces of wood, if ordinary people were to chop it down, they would be almost dead from exhaustion. What's more, these soldiers have hands and feet and can fight. Now, except for Lu Chuan who still retains a lot of physical strength due to his different mental strength from ordinary people, the rest of them have basically exhausted their energy. If it doesn't work, just call all those soldiers over. Let them guard the city gate and not approach the black mist barrier. This way. Maybe they won't be drained of consciousness. Jiawen panted and tried his best to sweep away the enemies in front of him. Said slowly. At this moment, a thunderous shout suddenly came from behind the group, "Your Highness, I'm here." Jiawen turned his head away in surprise, and at this moment, a soldier raised a sharp spear, aimed at Jiawen's neck, and stabbed it hard. Buzz! I heard a sound that was extremely fast and caused violent friction with the air. A cold light flashed from behind Jiawen. And a bright silver spear pierced the chest of the soldier. The force was so strong that it even spread to the people behind him. Dozens of soldiers fired out a shot, overflowing with energy. General Manager Zhao Xian. Jiawen looked at the visitor clearly and said with some surprise, but also with a bit of worry, "Father, Demi and the others. Your Highness, please rest assured. I have led them to the cellar. Coming to support this time is also the king's order." Xian Zhao never showed up in this situation in order to protect Harry every step of the way. Man and Demi. But Harriman was more worried about the situation on the front line. He led Demi to hide in the cellar of the palace and sent Xian Zhao to support. Huh? What's going on with these soldiers? Xian Zhao glanced at the soldiers in front and found that their expressions were a little empty. Jiawen quickly explained what happened just now. Xian Zhao nodded slightly and said, "Since you don't have much energy left, let's rest first. I will take care of it here." With Xian Zhao's intervention, Jiawen no longer asked for help. "If you need a rest, come with me to the city gate first. I'll leave the rest to Manager Xian Zhao." Finally, under Lu Chuan's persuasion, Jana and Jiawen retreated to the city to rest. At this time, only Lu Chuan and Zhao Xian were left on the battlefield, but in front of them were thousands of troops. Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows and looked at Xian Zhao slightly. His breath was very thick and solid. And an uncontrollable pressure overflowed. The bright spear in his hand was even more sharp and bright. There is an extremely delicate flower carving on it, which looks like a silver dragon circling. A low-grade silver weapon. Lu Chuan only glanced at it and saw the grade of the weapon. The long spear was a bit more sophisticated than the chainmail and serrated dagger in his hand. Lu Chuan's sizing was noticed by Zhao Xian. He glanced at Lu Chuan with a frown, and then nodded slightly to him, "Don't you need to rest?" "No need, I still have a lot of energy." Lu Chuan said. "Okay, let's go." Xian Zhao said in a powerful voice. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure was like a straight line, almost integrated with the spear, turned into a ray of light and rushed forward. A bit of cold light comes first. Xian Zhao's figure jumped out a few meters away. Behind him were a group of soldiers who were cut into two pieces by the force of the spear. Then the spear came out like a dragon. The spear was swept into a full moon, silver light flashed, energy surged, and a shock wave spread out, killing nearly 1,000 soldiers in an instant. What a domineering attack! Lu Chuan frowned and followed closely with the dual-on sword in hand. The Lihua sword quickly floated up to the hilt and swung the sword out, killing dozens more people. The two of them seemed to be in a no-man's land, and the pile of soldiers whose souls had been drained could not stop them. For a moment, there were countless howls and the sky was filled with blood. At this moment, knights in silver-white armor also charged out from the side entrance of the palace. The man leading the troops was Galen, the general of the Fearless Legion. Defend the home and the country. There is no delay. Galen raised the sword in his hand and shouted coldly. 300 elite knights shouted and rushed into the battlefield at the same time. Admiral Galen. Jiawen, who was standing on the city gate, was happy when he saw Galen leading his 300 elite cavalry to charge out. If the fearless vanguard could have made its position clear earlier, I am afraid this war would not have been so difficult. It's just that after those major families united, they used the banner of the royal family. No matter who wins or loses in this battle, at least on the surface, Demacia will still not change hands. So even if Galen knew that those nobles were being petty, due to the military regulations set by the fearless vanguard from the first generation, even Galen could not easily change the military orders. But now the situation is different. This black mist barrier method obviously has the intervention of a third party, and there are other people who want to get involved in Demacia. The mission of the fearless vanguard is to protect Demacia with his life. Galen, holding his sharp sword and leading 300 elites, told everyone with his actions. Hey, he's from Demacia. Death is a Demacia soul. Chapter 69. With the addition of the fearless vanguard and general manager Zhao Xian, who is known as the most powerful person in the royal family, the current battle situation has been completely turned upside down. The minimum standard for joining the fearless vanguard is a 3-star brass warrior. If you don't look at his potential strength and talent, but just look at his external cultivation, Lu Chuan's current level is only enough to step into the threshold of the fearless vanguard. He is the lowest kind of knight. This shows how elite those 300 knights are. Galen is the master of dragons and tigers. He carries a broad-bladed magic weapon. A touch of divine power seems to be contained in the hilt of his sword, making the entire long sword glow slightly. He slashed with his sword, and the sword energy turned into a substantial long arc, slashing forward like a devastating blow. Wherever the sword energy touched, all the enemies on the path were shocked and vomited blood to death. Hua Luo. Let's go. At this time, a clear eagle cry was heard not far away, and a big bird covered with blue feathers hovered from high in the sky, a pair of sharp claws reached down, and a woman with a strange crown was caught in the air. Quinn, the first major general of the dauntless Vanguard Legion, and her valor are the most tacit partners in the Legion. One person and one eagle have made great and small military achievements for the Dauntless Legion, ranging from quick reconnaissance to secret assassination. Quinn and valor are indispensable. I saw valor grabbing Quinn's shoulders, flapping her wings vigorously and taking her into the air. As one person and one eagle flew rapidly, Quinn raised the crossbow in his hand and aimed at the enemies below. Another arrow flew out from the crossbow, piercing the enemy's heart with perfect accuracy. Most soldiers will only rely on their own weapons, and rarely have a true friendship with their comrades. Quinn glanced coldly, and then commanded Hua Luo, fly further ahead, the enemies in front are more powerful. Dense. Let's hive these mindless puppets. At this moment, a strange light suddenly flashed around Lu Chuan, causing Lu Chuan to look up slightly. Only to find a graceful woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing light armor, spinning the wand in her hand. The strange light came from her wand. Lux? Lu Chuan recognized the girl at a glance. She was Admiral Galen's sister, Lux. Lux glanced at him and apparently noticed Lu Chuan beside him. She blinked slyly at him and raised one hand in front of her lips in a silent gesture. Shoo, I'm charging my laser. I didn't expect that Miss Lux is also a warrior who is good at fighting. Lu Chuan smiled lightly and slashed open a soldier who sneaked close to Lux with a sword. Thank you. The corner of Lux's mouth raised, and immediately a powerful laser spurted out from her wand, rushing forward at the speed of light. Hey, Demacia. The speed of the light rush was really amazing. In just a blink of an eye, a light rush as thick as a tree trunk rushed 1,000 meters away, and there was even more light flashing inside. Heart-palpitating waves of magic. Bang! The light blast was detonated, and a semicircular shock wave spread. Thousands of soldiers were affected, and most of them died suddenly in the light explosion. Lux. You guy. You took away all Valor's food. I'm going to attack you. Quinn, who had just arrived in the dense area, was struck by a beam of light from Lux before he could make a move. All the enemies in the area were wiped out, and they suddenly shouted angrily. In response, Lux just stuck out her tongue playfully and waved her hand towards the distance. Okay, next time I'll treat Valor to a feast full of insects. Seeing this scene, Lu Chuan couldn't help but have black lines on his head. The group of them fought tirelessly for a long time before wiping out nearly 1/3 of the enemies. As soon as the fearless vanguard group came out, the number of enemies dropped sharply. Now Lux and Quinn are even more fighting for it, killing the enemies as if they could all be wiped out just by talking and laughing. It truly deserves to be Demacia's first sharp blade army. Its overall strength is too tyrannical. Half an hour later. Bang! Galen slammed the last enemy to the ground, and stabbed his sword hard into his heart. On this battlefield, as far as you can see, there are corpses everywhere, and the ground on the ground has been dyed the color of blood. I'm exhausted. Lux didn't care, and sat directly on the hill formed by a group of enemies behind her, shaking her straight calves. Lu Chuan was speechless again when he saw this behavior. You know, there are a bunch of dead people under her but... Valuo, let me down. In the air at this time, Quinn just shouted softly. After the blue-feathered Valuo spread his wings and let out a farewell cry, he put Quinn down and flew away with wings. Report to the general, we just surveyed the area and there are no enemies left. Quinn gave Galen a military salute. After hearing what Quinn said, the group finally let out a sigh of relief. In the battle just now, most of the people were exhausted. Even if the fearless pioneers took action, hundreds of people killed tens of thousands. People are also a big drain. Now that the war has subsided, they have relaxed. Yes. Galen nodded lightly, and then turned to look at Lu Chuan. Boy, I have been observing you since just now. You have both strength and courage. I wonder if you are interested in joining the Fearless Vanguard Legion. As soon as Galen said this, everyone present stared at Lu Chuan in shock. Including Lux and Quinn. You must know that even the two of them have to pass many tests if they want to join the Fearless Legion. If they are not strong enough, even Galen's biological sister will never frown when Galen refuses. The other low-level knights relied entirely on their own strength to get up, but this kid was actually personally invited by Admiral Galen. What an honor is this? Even Zhouwen said in a deep voice beside Lu Chuan, Sir. You might as well agree. Although the hierarchy in the Fearless Legion is strict, the rewards are very generous. 300 to 200 knights can be rewarded with 10 level 1 magic cores. 200 to 100 people will be rewarded with 30 level 1 magic cores every month. The top 50 will each be rewarded with 50 level 1 magic cores. When reaching the top 10, each person will be rewarded with a level 2 magic core. A level 2 magic core is the lowest grade and is worth at least more than 100 gold coins if left on the market. The top 10 will each be rewarded with a level 2 magic core, which is worth more than 1,000 gold coins, equivalent to that of Lu Chuan. There are tens of millions in the world. It has to be said that the Fearless Vanguard group is really generous, using huge rewards to continuously enhance the strength of the entire team. These magic cores are distributed to their subordinates. And they will also absorb them to enhance their own strength. Once their own strength becomes stronger, the entire team will it's even stronger. This is not a loss-making deal by any means. But Lu Chuan's purpose is obviously more than that. Even if the rewards from the Fearless Legion are good, it will be difficult for Lu Chuan to keep him. Although the level 2 magic core is tempting, with Lu Chuan's current strength, it is not difficult to obtain the level 2 magic core. Moreover, as the secrets of the small beads are constantly being unearthed, and the dream when he first came into contact with the small beads, it becomes more and more difficult. Lu Chuan knew deeply that the road ahead was full of difficulties and more unknown dangers were waiting for him. After all, there is no such thing as a pie in the sky. There are so many top-quality treasures in the beads that Lu Chuan can take at will. Correspondingly, he will also pay some price, but these prices have not been collected from him yet. Lu Chuan will not be naive to think so. He is really a god and can enjoy those top-quality treasures for free. Sorry, I appreciate General Galen's kindness, but we still have the most difficult enemy to deal with. Let's put this matter aside for now and talk about it later. Lu Chuan declined politely. Which made Galen slightly startled. He couldn't help but look at Lu Chuan one more time, then nodded and said solemnly, since you have no intention of joining the Legion, I won't force you. The most angry people at this time are the 300 elite knights behind Galen. They worked hard to squeeze into the Fearless Legion. And this Lu Chuan, who was personally invited by Galen, just joined quickly without saying a few compliments. Instead, he refused. Compared with this, the Fearless Legion, which they barely squeezed in and had to train hard every day to avoid being squeezed out by new blood, seemed like dregs. Of course, even if Lu Chuan knew about such thoughts, he wouldn't care too much. They didn't understand him, so there was no need to explain more. Knights of the Fearless Pioneer Regiment, obey the order. At this time, Galen thrust his broad-bladed sword into the ground, turned around and shouted to the 300 elites behind him. Brush. The 300 knights said the same thing, standing upright neatly. You guys help clean up the battlefield, search for the remaining grade weapons and armor, as well as the money and various materials on the enemy, and finally dispose of the corpses. This is what is called cleaning the battlefield. All the weapons and money from the soldiers were looted. This is not an act of kindness, but it is understandable. After all, Damasia's soldiers also lost thousands of people in this battle. For the soldiers who died in the battle, their families need comfort and pensions. This money it also needs supplies from the Damasia royal family, and it also costs money to train a new batch of guards. This is not a small sum when calculated. Yes. General Galen. The responses came in unison, as neatly as one person shouting, but with a loud voice. After responding, 300 elite soldiers, together with other soldiers who came later to guard the city gate, began to clean the battlefield. Lu Chuan and his party, led by Chris, headed deeper into the battlefield. Generally speaking, this war has been won, but the most difficult enemy still has not been dealt with. As long as this thorn is not removed, the Demacia royal family will be in trouble.